Concentrated firepower had a degree of intelligence, able to prioritize targets within the swarm. The more clustered the voracious bees were, the more they became targets for the advanced firepower. With 3 rounds of artillery fire, combined with Shun Bei picking off the stragglers, the voracious bee swarm was no longer a threat. Those that were dead, and those that could flee had escaped. Next, Shun Bei began to issue 2 commands to lower the concentrated firepower. The first was to collect the crystal cores dropped by the voracious bees. These beasts would only drop crystal cores, and sometimes one could find 4 or 5 from a single bee, with occasional mid-level crystal cores appearing. The cost-effectiveness was quite good. However, no one wanted to provoke these creatures, as the voracious bees could fight collectively and even fly. Even ability users would find them troublesome, with the only option being to avoid them. The second command was regarding a viscous liquid that the voracious bees would drop. It was uncertain if it was sugar, but it was very sweet. It wasn't harmful to consume and could be used as a condiment or sold for profit. For others, extracting this viscous liquid required detaching it from the bees' abdomens, which was somewhat labor-intensive. But Shun Bei faced no such issue. He simply needed to issue commands for the concentrated firepower to deploy a hyperdimensional beam for collection. How the hyperdimensional beam achieved the extraction was of no concern to Shun Bei. He only cared about the results. After all, in a hyperdimensional state, there was little that was too surprising. Taking advantage of this time, Shun Bei approached his Dodge Battle Axe motorcycle. After enduring the harsh winter in the northern regions, and now after a long journey, the motorcycle had accumulated a lot of experience and was ready for an upgrade. With a thought, the Dodge Battle Axe completed its upgrade. Information then popped up. Dodge Battle Axe LV3, 23800. A highly practical motorcycle with improved traction, effective shock absorption, and increased comfort in handling. New anti-explosion tire system, ensuring the vehicle remains controllable under any circumstances and can travel safely for 10 kilometers even after a tire blowout. New autonomous driving mode, allowing the motorcycle to automatically avoid obstacles and maintain stability within a set distance after inputting the travel mileage. After reading the information, Shun Bei noted that the basic functions of the motorcycle had not changed much. The speed remained at 100 kilometers per hour. However, there were 2 new features added. The anti-explosion tire system was quite practical. In non-snow conditions, traditional tires were more useful, while track wheels were of no use at all. The wilderness was not like the clean roads of the old era. It was littered with stones, and a careless moment could lead to a blowout from sharp rocks. Shun Bei thought more about the risk of enemy bullets hitting the tires. Even after a blowout, being able to travel 10 kilometers was brilliant. The second addition seems to have little significance. Driving in the wilderness, who would dare to lie down and sleep? Even with 100 lives, I wouldn't. Just staying mentally alert is already quite good. The only possible use might be for motorcycle chases, or if an enemy jumps on for a fight. In that case, if the motorcycle can maintain stability while driving, that would be quite impressive. Shun Bei patted his motorcycle. They say that powered devices have souls. And now we are a trio. Just then, the cluster fire disc finished collecting its spoils and flew back to the cliff. Shun Bei rubbed his hands and opened the warehouse partition. Let me see what we've got. Chapter 171, Cluster Fire Disc Upgrade. The cluster fire disc warehouse opened. He took out a round barrel, which was left over from when X solution was stored in the G01 core area. At a quarter full, there was a patch of orange-yellow viscous liquid. This was the sweet liquid from the abdomen of a devouring bee. Shun Bei dipped his finger in it, the amber-like color shimmering in the sunlight, and placed it on his tongue. The moment it touched his tongue, the sweetness surged like a wave. An unprecedented richness that nearly overwhelmed his taste buds. However, just as the sweetness peaked, a strong bitterness followed, like an assassin in the dark of night, suddenly piercing the sweet illusion. This bitterness was not fleeting. It surged like a tide, instantly flooding his entire mouth. It was like a multi-flavored candy, with layers of sweetness and bitterness. The bitterness was extremely frustrating, leaving one feeling despondent, almost wishing to cut off their tongue. Shun Bei let out a gag and spat out some sour liquid. Can this really be eaten? He frowned, his face slightly contorted. As long as it can be sold for money, that's fine. Shun Bei put the barrel back and then counted the collected crystal cores. The total was about 3 high-level crystal cores. When calculated, it was a small profit, but not as cost-effective as an A ability group attack. If the blue enchantress were to come over, with a freeze and ice spike barrage, if they could hold on, those 3 crystal cores would be free. Although energy was lost, leading to a decrease in combat power, the abilities could recover over time, unlike shells and bullets, where each shot meant 1 less. Next, Shun Bei estimated the experience points gained from the cluster fire disc. It was still not enough for an upgrade. He would need several more rounds of bombardment. He turned around and took the raw materials for making shell casings off the motorcycle, activated the 3D crystal core resonance device, and began production. At the same time, Shun Bei opened the database on the screen. He brought up photos on the armored visual panel. He wanted to take this time to clarify the formula for the X solution. Knowing which could be produced directly and which required gathering raw materials was essential for ensuring success. Biological active nanoparticles. Input text to start searching. Searching. Please wait. About a minute later, the information popped up. Bioactive nanoparticles. Aimed at creating microscopic life carriers that can precisely regulate biological functions, treat diseases, and even enhance human capabilities. Based on current equipment, key raw materials need to be produced. Biological matrix. Genetically engineered microorganisms or plant cells that have been selectively screened and optimized to efficiently synthesize specific types of biomacromolecules, such as proteins, nucleic acids, and carbohydrates, which form the core structure of the nanoparticles. Missing. Nanometer-scale inorganic materials, such as quantum dots, carbon nanotubes, graphene, etc., which possess excellent physicochemical properties, such as high strength, high conductivity, and good biocompatibility. These materials are precisely modified and integrated into the biological matrix, imparting unique functional characteristics to the nanoparticles, such as light responsiveness, magnetic resonance features, and drug-loading capabilities. Missing. Biological information encoding molecules, such as specific sequences of DNA, RNA, or peptide chains, which act as the instruction set for nanoparticles, regulating their behavior within biological organisms, such as recognizing target cells, triggering specific biological responses, and regulating gene expression. Met requirements. Summary. During the composite process, the photoluminescent properties of quantum dots are utilized to monitor the assembly progress and structural stability of nanoparticles in real time. At the same time, biological information encoding molecules are accurately encapsulated within or on the surface of the nanoparticles, ensuring that each nanoparticle carries accurate instructions through advanced nanoprinting technology. After reading through the dense information, Shunbei felt a throbbing in his temples. A bioactive nanoparticle actually has 3 categories beneath it. It gave him a nested doll feeling. Don't tell me that to obtain bioactive nanoparticles, I first need to tackle the biological matrix. And the components constituting the biological matrix require further research, followed by the need for enhanced materials and equipment. This is becoming tedious. Just from this one piece of information, Shunbei realized that what is common on a world-ending starship is likely several eras ahead in a survival world. It's like a bicycle from the old era, which could be bought easily with money, but in ancient times, making a single bearing ball would require establishing a steel mill, which in turn involves other technologies, a chain reaction that seems endless. In the old era, who would establish a factory just to obtain bearings? They would simply buy them. This is the difference between Dr. Badu and Shunbei. The thought made Shunbei's scalp tingle. If this continues, he might drive himself crazy. It should be the equipment that is lacking. Shunbei believes that, regardless of what it is, the initial materials must be the most ordinary. A typical example is the wafers for photolithography. This is made from sand. However, in the old era, there were not many countries capable of producing it. Was it that other countries didn't want to produce it? No, it's that the equipment was either inadequate or simply non-existent. This illustrates the undeniable importance of equipment. On the G-01 spaceship, Shunbei did not see Bada's equipment. However, he did see the medical equipment. Without further ado, the mechanical arms are absent in all shelters. Even the Spider Queen's shelter number 8 does not have them. Perhaps the omnipotent sex shelter might possess such technology, but it was not created by them. It was scavenged from Dr. Batu. Just this medical equipment alone hints at the advanced nature of Dr. Bada's other devices. It's not that I can't do it. It's that the equipment isn't up to par. Shunbei concluded. Ultimately, it all comes down to upgrades. Only by upgrading can everything be resolved. Shunbei squinted and pondered for a moment. I should invest in some biomanufacturing equipment. With this thought, he stopped searching for other materials related to the X solution. It's useless. The hard conditions are insufficient, and the more he looks, the more irritated he becomes. Out of sight, out of mind. Once he returns to the shelter, he'll take a stroll over to Nyo Ganban's side to acquire some equipment. On the other side, the production of artillery shells is significant. Shunbei sat in place and began filling the shells with explosives. This was another source of frustration for him. Filling explosives couldn't be automated and had to be done manually. Of course, Shunbei also understood that the current size of the cluster fire disk is too small, barely 10 meters, making it impossible to produce shells on an assembly line. Fortunately, time is not a luxury, so he considers it a way to pass the time. Shunbei imagines that with upgrades, the cluster fire disk will grow larger, and once there's an assembly line, he won't have to manually fill shells anymore. To put it sentimentally, these are moments worth reminiscing about. Shunbei's hands move quickly, and he has already mastered the skill. One shell after another is stuffed into the ammunition compartment. He worked tirelessly until nightfall. After a simple meal of jerky, drinking some water, and taking a smoke break, Shunbei kept moving. He drove the vehicle away from the cliff, continuing deeper into the wilderness. Shinbei dared not turn on the headlights, advancing in the dark. Yet his vision was incredibly clear, thanks to the infrared vision provided by his armor, allowing him to fully grasp the road conditions. Under the night sky, a brilliant river of stars spanned the horizon, pouring over the vast wilderness. Not long after, an enchanting color appeared beyond Shinbei's sight. It was something indescribable, known as the Shadow Flow Evil Spirit. It completely subverted the understanding of biological forms on Earth. It hovered in midair, its main body composed of a semi-transparent dark purple energy cloud, with microparticles swirling within, akin to fragments of stars. The outline of the Shadow Flow Evil Spirit was irregular and dynamically changing, sometimes expanding and sometimes contracting, displaying a bizarre yet captivating fluidity. At the center of the energy cloud was a massive structure resembling an eyeball. Surrounding the Shadow Flow Evil Spirit were circles of rotating tendril-like energy beams, varying in length, with their ends splitting into sharp claws that could extend, retract, and bend with the flexibility of tentacles. It could be described as a living being, yet it had no flesh and blood. It could also be considered a non-living entity, yet it was extremely sensitive to life energy, capable of detecting living beings from a distance. Once a target was locked, the Shadow Flow Evil Spirit would descend silently, its tendrils spreading like a net of death. During the devouring process, the Shadow Spirit releases a peculiar illusion wave that traps the victims in a deep state of fear and despair. This entity is not something that Shinbei can provoke. Its level is slightly higher than that of the wild gods in the wilderness. Moreover, it is immune to any physical attacks. In simple terms, no firearms will work against it. Only energy attacks from those with special abilities can be effective. Shinbei immediately adjusted the temperature of his armor and began to circle at a great distance. If he couldn't provoke it, could he not avoid it? Shinbei was fortunate. After making a large circle, he was not locked onto by the Shadow Spirit. He advanced more than 10 kilometers in the dark and discovered a pack of corrupt wolves in a valley. This was a much easier target. Shinbei nodded in satisfaction. He had bullied the corrupt wolves since his arrival, and now it felt nostalgic. Of course, this time the corrupt wolves were larger and had evolved. Shinbei sniffed. He really didn't know what he would do if they gained intelligence. Without hesitation, Shinbei waved his hand. The cluster fire disc shells rapidly bombarded the area. There was no command, no battle strategy or planning. Although the intelligent chip of the cluster fire disc had not been fully unlocked, it still had some weak intelligence. It bombarded however it wanted. As long as he didn't lose experience points, that was enough. Cluster fire disc, experience 5. Cluster fire disc. Experience 5. After dealing with the corrupt wolves, Shinbei did not linger for a moment. He continued to wander in the wilderness, specifically targeting easier-to-bully packs of ferocious beasts for bombardment. He kept this up until dawn. Shinbei pulled up his panel. After launching over 100 shells, the cluster fire disc gained over 500 experience points. Along with the experience he had accumulated before, it was time to level up. Shinbei took a deep breath. The important task here was to upgrade the cluster fire disc. He licked his lips and muttered to himself, if this upgrade doesn't come with a virtual projection linkage, I'll take it out on little K. Upgrade. Chapter 172, Space-Based Weapons, Power Unleashed, Cluster Fire Disc LV5-0-2000. A flying device capable of ground attack. Possessing exceptionally fierce firepower, with a cruising range of 50 kilometers and an increased wireless connection distance of 10 kilometers. New feature, Space-Based Weapons. The cluster fire disc can alter the climate in a certain area, such as creating wind, rain, thunder, lightning, heat, etc. Each activation of this weapon requires at least one advanced crystal core, and as the effects increase, more crystal cores must be continuously invested, with specific consumption varying depending on the situation. New feature, Linked Virtual Scene Projection. This function requires connection to the armor's light point positioning to be used. There are two selectable modes. Static Scene Mapping. In this mode, a simulated projection occurs without dynamic effects, requiring 50 intermediate crystal cores to maintain for 3 minutes. To continue maintaining, additional crystal cores must be invested. Dynamic Scene Simulation. In this mode, the simulated projection produces dynamic effects, requiring 80 intermediate crystal cores. The level of realism depends on the processing speed of the smart chip. Excessive dynamic effects may lead to distortion in movements, so keep this in mind. The addition of the SP model will enhance the effects even further. After reading this information, it's undeniable that Shinbei is excited. The upgrade of the cluster fire disc is simply incredible. Not only are the basic functions comprehensively improved, but a new space-based weapon has also been added. A powerful tool that can temporarily alter the climate. In the old era, this was something scientists dreamed of. If the idea of building a spaceship to colonize Mars seemed a bit far-fetched and only led to mental excitement without practical impact, this new climate-altering weapon is clearly something that humanity from that era truly needed. It's much more thrilling than going to Mars. Taking a deep breath, Shinbei looked at the cluster fire disk. This upgrade has increased the diameter of the disk by 20 meters, and its thickness has also increased to 1 meter. The shape is changing, trending towards an oval design. Additionally, there is now a movable cover on top of the disk. With a thought, Shinbei activated the cover, which slowly lifted. A climate tuner emerged, resembling a massive crystal prism embedded in the disk, seamlessly transitioning from the smooth surface of the disk. The core of the tuner is a spherical device suspended at the center of the crystal prism. This sphere is semi-transparent and features a multi-layered ring structure. This is a crucial component of the space-based weapon. Each layer is evenly lined with countless micro-launch ports, which are nearly invisible when silent, but release highly compressed and encoded climate particle beams when activated. Upon contact with the target atmosphere, these particle beams quickly decode, disperse, and induce specific weather phenomena such as rain, snow, changes in wind patterns, and even adjustments to local climate models. Simultaneously, the crystal prism of the tuner is embedded with numerous tiny environmental sensors that continuously monitor key parameters such as atmospheric composition, temperature, pressure, and magnetic fields in the surrounding and target areas. This data is projected in real time onto the visual panel inside the battle armor. It resembles a dynamic three-dimensional weather map, allowing Shinbei to adjust various parameters on the visual panel. This is the power of a space-based weapon, quite impressive. Shinbei rubbed his nose. Having this as battlefield support is undeniably advantageous. However, the energy consumption required is somewhat concerning. But then again, altering the climate requires substantial energy support. A single high-grade crystal core can change the climate, which is quite cost-effective. It's just the cluster fire disk. If other devices were used, a single operation might drain a significant amount of energy. What more could one ask for? I already have a motorcycle, Shinbei thought to himself wryly. Of course, what Shinbei values most is still the linked virtual scene projection. Little K, your life is saved. Shinbei's cold voice was filled with self-mockery. This feature appeared just in time, perfectly matching the battle armor. The projection has two modes. It seems the information provided by the battle armor was misleading, likely referring to the static projection, which cannot be recognized. On the other hand, the dynamic projection has some flaws. It can't handle too much movement, or else the chip's computational power will be insufficient, causing lag or even flickering. The SP model has emerged again. This apocalyptic-level intelligent chip consists of 3 parts. One is the defense module, one is the chip itself, and the other is the SP model. So far, Shinbei has not found any information regarding the SP model. However, it's fine without the SP model. The static projection is unrecognizable, and the dynamic projection can manage with fewer actions. This upgrade is incredibly powerful. Shinbei couldn't help but boast a little. The synergy between the battle armor and the cluster fire disk has significantly boosted Shinbei's combat power, allowing for a variety of tactics. Just as Shinbei was about to head back, suddenly, his sixth sense felt like it was pricked by a needle. Shinbei glanced at the live field monitoring on the visual panel, which showed no response. He looked around, and in the distance, a kilometer away, a purplish-red cloud-like object was approaching him. An evil creature? Shinbei controlled the battle armor to zoom in. It wasn't an evil creature, it was a shadow evil spirit. Shinbei had been engrossed in upgrading the cluster fire disk and had been locked onto by the shadow evil spirit from afar. For Shinbei, the shadow evil spirit was no different from an evil creature. This thing does not belong to carbon-based biological forms and does not take any physical damage. Only those with special abilities can defeat it. Without hesitation, Shinbei jumped on the dodge battle axe and twisted the throttle, then slammed on the brakes. Shinbei tilted his head. I'm not running away. Let's take it on. In the next moment, Shinbei pulled up the cluster fire panel. Cluster fire disk. Kinetic energy remaining. 80. Loaded ammunition, 12 rounds. Remaining in the magazine, 48 rounds. Engineers, 30 spider robots, in standby mode. Space-based weapons, standby. Virtual projection, no positioning light detected, standby. Terminal wireless connection, 300 meters. Defense energy storage, 3-3. Edit commands. Hover, stealth, follow. Shinbei quickly edited the commands. Activate space-based weapons, thunder strike to the ground, target, shadow evil spirit, warehouse crystal core to automatically replenish energy, maximum power, attack. After a series of commands were issued, the cluster fire disk processed the information and directly took off into the air, hovering at an altitude of 500 meters. The space-based weapon slowly deployed from the top of the disk. At this moment, the night was deep, dark clouds were swirling, and stars were hard to see. Beneath the dark clouds, the mountains rolled like a giant beast lying dormant, and the vast, dark wilderness was silent. The space-based weapon's tuning crystal prism instantly lit up, with a sphere inside resembling a blazing star, radiating brilliant light. The weather generation array was activated, countless launch ports flickering with dim light. and particle beams streaked through the darkness like a meteor shower, heading straight into deep space. In the next moment, it seemed as if the dark sky had awakened. In Shunbei's line of sight, layers of previously shattered and invisible dark clouds began to converge unexpectedly during the particle beam decoding process, spreading like collapsing snow at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, the clouds extended across a range of several kilometers in the sky. At the same time, within the dark clouds, weather decoded into thunderstorms began to form, dazzling flashes of light flickering incessantly, as if thunder and lightning were brewing within the heavy clouds. As the lightning burst forth, the sound of thunder grew louder and more terrifying. Crack! In the next instant, it felt as if the entire night sky had shattered completely. 10, 100, 1,000 bolts of lightning tore through the dark clouds, ripping apart the boundless darkness and crashing down from the heavens to the earth. Boom! The thick and brilliant lightning tore through the night sky, striking straight at the shadowy, evil spirit targeting Shunbei. The thunder and lightning bombarded the area, violently exploding around the shadowy spirit, immediately stirring up a deafening roar that echoed through the clouds, shaking the heavens, causing the earth to tremble, and changing the colors of the world. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of destructive lightning bolts formed a purgatorial sea of thunder, completely engulfing the shadowy spirit. Exploding with a deafening blast, countless shattered electric lights tearing through the void, followed by a thunderous sound that could rupture eardrums. The noise reached an extreme, and the world fell silent. In the midst of this silence, the sky twisted and shook, thunder cracking and electric light rolling, as if everything was about to be shattered by the violent lightning. The sky within a range of several kilometers transformed entirely into a sea of thunder. Boom! Boom! Shunbei could no longer see the shadowy spirit. Everywhere he looked was a sea of lightning, overwhelming and blinding. The energy of nature was indeed ferocious. Shunbei calmly gazed ahead. Amidst the flickering electric light, the shadowy spirit's signature dark purple color appeared as if it were torn bread, falling apart piece by piece. The life forms composed of energy clouds were continuously disintegrating. Information regarding energy consumption continually popped up on Shunbei's visual panel. Space-based weapon activated, 1 high-grade crystal core consumed. Command: space-based weapon efficiency maximized. Effect increasing, current efficiency at 20, consuming 5 mid-grade crystal cores. Command: space-based weapon efficiency maximized. Effect increasing, current efficiency at 50, consuming 20 mid-grade crystal cores. An unending cacophony of thunder roared, with silver snakes dancing wildly through the sky, brilliant electric arcs slicing through the air, resembling countless intersecting lightning axes and electric swords, striking with the force to split mountains and seas, amidst the explosive thunderclaps and crackling sounds. When Shunbei could no longer see the purplish red beneath the night, he halted the energy output of the space-based weapon and retracted the concentrated fire disk. The world soon returned to calm. Shunbei rode his motorcycle with a relaxed expression, arriving at the location of the shadow evil spirit. A dark red crystal on the ground emitted a faint glow. It was said that the Research Institute collected such items and ground them into powder to serve as special materials. Shunbei picked it up, feeling it was nothing remarkable. To deal with the shadow evil spirit, he had spent 2 high-grade crystal cores. He wondered how much this crystal could sell for. Was it a loss or a gain? Shunbei stretched lazily, put away the crystal, and rode his motorcycle towards the shelter. The next few days would just involve waiting for the Titan to enter the ocean and set the stage. Chapter 173. The Wreck of the Shadow Immortal Worship? On the way back, Shunbei passed by the cliff where he had initially defeated the devouring swarm. He stopped to take a moment, mainly to test how to use the virtual projection. This was a significant task, and he needed to be skilled. Moreover, he had to be clear about the process. Otherwise, he couldn't rely on last-minute efforts in a real battle. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Shunbei attempted to edit an image. There were 2 editing modes. One was to design the image himself, which meant drawing the scenery and patterns, then positioning light points to project the clustered firepower. Shunbei had no interest in this. The programmable drawing board was so rudimentary that it was nerve-wracking, akin to the drawing pad that came with old computers, entirely unprofessional. What kind of expert could create a fitting composition in such a simplistic software? Nonetheless, Shunbei gave it a try and drew a bridge composed of black lines. The style was extremely minimalist, resembling a child's plaything. He saved it, and then the visual panel began to position it. Selecting the bridge he had just drawn, he started stretching it from the cliff beneath his feet to the mountain across. During this process, the bridge's lines began to collapse and twist, requiring him to position red dots at the deformed areas to create support pillars until the bridge fully represented the intended shape. After positioning 8 points, he wirelessly connected the clustered firepower disk. In an instant, the disk began to consume the spare crystal cores in its storage while ensuring its own propulsion. An invisible beam projected down, and the black line bridge was completed between the mountains. Shinbei glanced at it, his mouth twitching. It was so glaring and discordant, completely out of place with the surrounding environment. It looked unreal. Even fierce beasts would sense something was off. It was like a two-dimensional style photo appearing in a realistic scene, utterly mismatched. Shinbei stepped onto it, directly passing through the light curtain and stepping into empty space. Would future upgrades allow for physical projections? He pondered. For technology, this seems somewhat challenging. The concept might be akin to a super large printer. Then, Shinbei closed the projection and began to try the second editing method. The second method was simpler, using the armor's photo function to capture the real environment and then directly uploading it for projection. Shinbei filmed the appearance of a cliff and then edited the details, such as repeating rocks and vegetation, either deleting or moving them. He then positioned himself at the edge of the cliff, allowing the cluster fire disk to project an image. A projection extending 5 meters from the cliff's edge was completed. This time, it couldn't be more realistic. Although the photograph was flat, the projection was composed of a holographic 3D structure. From any angle, it was impossible to detect whether the cliff's edge was within 5 meters or beyond. It blended perfectly with the surrounding environment. The enemy would undoubtedly step into thin air and fall off the cliff. The deception was 100% effective. Excellent. This was the effect Shinbei wanted, perfect for ambushing others. Next, Shinbei captured several real photos, quickly edited them, and continued projecting to master this skill as quickly as possible. Before long, he turned off the projection. He truly couldn't afford to keep this up. The speed at which the crystal core was consumed was staggering. Shinbei felt a pang of pain as if stars were flashing before his eyes. Since his journey began, the costs of this technology were overwhelming, and it hadn't been easy to reach this point. It was too expensive and frustrating. Shinbei hopped on his motorcycle and continued back to the shelter. Along the way, he frequently used the combat armor's photography function to capture various landscapes in the wilderness, saving the photos to prepare for projections in different scenarios. His speed returning was slowed down due to stopping frequently to take pictures. A day later, Shinbei rode his motorcycle back near the shelter. At this time, the shelter was bustling with people coming and going, some carrying meat from fierce beasts, others with bamboo baskets full of wild fruits. Busy. Shinbei parked his motorcycle inside the RV. Little K was not home, probably off doing daily tasks like everyone else. This task was unavoidable. Little K had reached an age where it must be done weekly, or patrols would come knocking. Shinbei then took the crystals dropped by the Shadow Evil Spirit to the Research Institute. The Institute indeed accepted such items. After evaluation, the staff offered a price of 3 high-grade crystal cores, which matched the market price. Shinbei felt he was not losing out. Just as he was about to make the transaction, Shinonji, covered in grease and holding a tool, passed by and interrupted. Then you don't need to pay. Shinbei looked at Shinonji with deep, unfathomable eyes, feeling a strong urge to slap him. No matter how good their relationship was, even brothers needed to settle accounts clearly. Shinbei candidly replied, I am still the lifesaver of Nyoganben, but if I buy something, I still need to pay. Noticing Shinbei seemed to have misunderstood something, Shinonji quickly said, Isn't Titan about to enter the sea? The buoyancy device for the RV happens to be priced at 3 high-grade crystal cores. Shinbei responded, Goodness, are we entering a barter economy now? Crossing his arms, he spoke in a rather gentle tone. No, the selling price is the selling price, and the cost price is the cost price. A hint of subtle confusion flashed across Shinonji's face. Are you saying you want me to sell it to you at cost? We're good friends, after all. Shinonji replied directly. I still have to marry my daughter to someone, but when I buy things, I still have to pay. Shinbei said. Why does that sound so familiar? Is this a warm response sent back to me? Shinbei clicked his tongue and changed the subject. I remember you're the director. Why do you look so dirty? It's affecting your image. Shinonji sighed. A piece of equipment broke down, and I've been busy with repairs. Shinbei's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, If the equipment is broken, you've come to the right person. Shinonji responded. Go ask around downstairs. Whose equipment is broken that isn't sent to me for repairs? Shinonji continued. That's different. He rolled his eyes, fixing a wheel or something. Those landlords can do a bit of that. But what I deal with here is large-scale equipment. The complexity is beyond imagination. Shinbei said casually. Repair costs are just the buoyancy device for the RV. Shinonji helplessly took a breath and gestured to the staff to give him the money for what Shinbei sold. Shinbei weighed the core of the crystal source and put it in his pocket, saying, You can laugh secretly because I exist in shelter number 36. Come on. What are you waiting for? Shinbei beckoned Shinonji. Shinonji pouted. You're acting like it's your home. This remark sounded somewhat cold. Shinbei followed Shinonji out of the Research Institute. Aren't we family? So you calculate expenses very shrewdly with your family. I have the ability to make you willingly pay for the buoyancy device. I hope so, Shinonji shrugged. Otherwise, you're wasting my time, and I charge by the second. This business is much better than extracting alcohol from urine. Shinonji's face turned red, Then he laughed heartily. A few days ago, I went to find someone and mentioned this. I didn't expect that silly-looking chubby guy would even curse. Shinbei was taken aback. That was polite. You know about the incident with Yi, right? Yeah, Shinanji replied. I was there at the time, and that guy's punches were quite something. Yi was screaming. Before long, Shinanji surprisingly brought Shinbei to a mansion. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a room. The people coming in and out were sparse, mostly armed guards, each with a stern expression. Shinbei thought this room was easy to enter, but he didn't expect to have to register. Does Yu Wuchang's mansion have a secret base? Shinbei wrote his name in the registration book and asked. Shinanji smiled. It's not really a secret base. Just something arranged by Yu Wuchang. After all, giving you the blueprints, you wouldn't understand, and neither would I. Shinbei's expression shifted slightly. Things seemed to be getting interesting. Soon, after completing the registration, Shinbei followed Chun-Anji inside. The room was quite large. Shinbei looked around. The walls were made of concrete and graphite layers, reinforced with lead zirconium alloy. He wondered if these walls would hold up against firepower. Shortly after, Shinbei found the equipment that Chun-Anji mentioned. It was an operation platform as big as a wall, connected to several culture medium tanks, with dense dials that made one dizzy. This is it. Shinbei approached the machine and examined it for a while before Chun-Anji spoke up. If it can't be repaired, you can just say so. However, if you can't help, I won't let you work for nothing on my personal account. I can tell the sales personnel to give you a significant discount on the floating device for the RV. You really are generous enough that I won't feel a bit touched, Shinbei said while stroking the equipment. The assorted instruments and miscellaneous items were made of iron or similar materials. But the cultivation tank was quite interesting. It was similar in size to the medical chamber of shelter number 8. They only resembled each other on the surface. However, the texture of the casing was not cold and hard. Instead, it felt like some sort of biological flesh. At the same time, inside the cultivation tank, there were several hollow tubes, with diameters ranging from as thin as a hair to as large as a syringe. Shinbei's gaze fixed on the large device. Soon, information popped up from the Immortal Shadows cultivation chamber. Main functions: cultivating hybrid organisms, maintaining genetic stability, correcting erroneous genes, repairing biological wounds, cryogenic sleep, etc. Shinbei's brow twitched slightly. Equipment from the Immortal Shadow? How could shelter number 36 have something like this? Shinbei stroked his chin and then asked. Was this device brought back by Yu Wuchang? Very clever, Chun-Anji replied quietly. Ever since he took the leader's position, he brought back equipment from somewhere and placed it here. He didn't say what kind of equipment? No. Have you inquired about the transport personnel? They all died. What's the point of asking? Chun-Anji swallowed hard and continued. Anyway, my task is to keep this device operational. I want to even take it to the official residence unless it's working. Shinbei tilted his head. Who is using this device? I don't know. And I'm not concerned, Chun-Anji answered. What about the guards? Don't they know? They left at night. There's no one to guard it. Plus, no personnel are allowed to move in this corridor. Shinbei raised an eyebrow. Night again. Who roams the official residence at night? A face vaguely emerged in Shinbei's mind. The answer was getting closer. This is quite interesting. See if you can fix it. If not, we'll leave. I'll tell Yu Wuchang to figure it out himself. In Chun-Anji's view, this incomprehensible device was completely useless for shelter number 36. It couldn't produce supplies. He was unwilling to do this job deep down and wished he could smash it to pieces to avoid the headache. Shinbei exclaimed, I'm not bragging. There's no device in this world that I can't repair. Now is the moment to witness a miracle. Please, start your performance. Chun-Anji spread his hands, gesturing. Chapter 174. Things are becoming more unpredictable. Shinbei was surrounded by a box of various tools. It was dazzling, and some tools he had never even seen before, let alone know their names or how to use them. This is truly a case of specialization in skills. Chun-Anji spent his entire life dealing with various machines, some of which he created on a whim. Shinbei didn't need to understand how to use these tools. A wrench and a screwdriver were enough. What Shinbei had to do was disassemble, gain experience points, and then reassemble. The process was unnecessary to elaborate on. Before long, this large piece of equipment, which others found incomprehensible, was repaired. Chun-Anji, watching from the side, felt a headache coming on and remarked, Your repair lacks any method. Shinbei replied nonchalantly. Isn't it fixed? A blind cat stumbles upon a rat. That's still my skill. Chun-Anji's mouth twitched. Next time, I'll disassemble it too. Just don't cry then. Shinbei cleared his throat. Don't forget to give me the buoyancy device for the RV. If our shelter needs nails, I can just spit them out. Chun-Anji responded. Spitting out nails works too. Shinbei shrugged. The two left the room, and Shinbei took one last look at the equipment. To others, it might not seem like much, but to Shinbei, it represented a harmonious intertwining of machinery and flesh. Cyborgs. Is the Shadow Immortal battleship of the same style? How interesting. After leaving the room, Shinbei glanced down the corridor. Dr. Batu is the main brain of a world-destroying starship. So, Zero, what role do you play on the Shadow Immortal battleship? A biological mainframe? I really want to pry open your skull and take a look. But Shinbei was aware that this was beyond his current capabilities. Because it was simple, even Yu Wuchang could be a puppet. Of course, the above was just unfounded speculation, with no evidence to support his views. Shinbei didn't have time to probe Zero for now. After the Titans finished breeding, he could have a good chat with her. A few days later, the Titans reached the coastline, half submerged in the sea, and came to a halt. The residents of the lower shelter began to get busy. Even the bar was closed. Everyone was occupied with installing the buoyancy devices, leaving no time for leisure at the bar. The installation of the buoyancy devices was straightforward. The chassis of the RV was designed with the possibility of the Titans entering the sea in mind. There were corresponding slots on the chassis. As long as the buoyancy device was aligned and the screws tightened, it would be done. Installation was easy, but to ensure sufficient buoyancy, the height of the device far exceeded that of the wheels. The shelter would choose a relatively good location along the coast, quickly constructing a dock-like area. Then, they would tow the RV into the dock and use hydraulic jacks to lift it up. After installing the buoyancy device, the dock would be flooded with seawater, allowing the RV to float and then be pushed into the sea. The process of replacing and modifying the buoyancy device was completed. However, due to the large number of RVs, the Titans had limited time at the seaside. The shelter opted to pay extra for priority modifications. In fact, no one was foolish. A landlord paying for the service would naturally be prioritized in the queue. When everyone contributes more money, it effectively means that no one is actually paid. Wealthy landlords, impatient to wait, hire powerful individuals with unique abilities to modify their mobile homes and directly lift them into the sea. For a whole week, the coastline is bustling both day and night. The docks operate around the clock, with mobile homes being pushed into the ocean, ready for the Titan to set sail again. The modification of Shinbei's mobile home goes smoothly and is completed by the 4th day. Before the Titan sets off, he has nothing to do but fish. In this world, the term Air Force has a specific meaning, exclusive to Shelter Number 5, referring to real aircraft. As for fishing, there is no Air Force involved. Researchers at the Institute, with their imaginative ideas, develop a fishing rod that guarantees a catch. This rod features a streamlined design, made from lightweight alloys, with a deep galactic blue electroplated surface that shines brilliantly. The length of the rod can automatically adjust based on the user's needs, extending from a compact handheld mode to an ultra-long form of several dozen meters, suitable for various complex aquatic environments. The fishing line is woven from supramolecular nanofibers, offering high strength and near invisibility, with a micro-intelligent bait attached at the end, capable of mimicking the preferred prey of various fish species and even releasing pheromones to attract specific fish. The smart bait can dynamically adjust its shape, color, movement patterns, and the biological signals it emits based on the environment and the habits of target fish, achieving maximum allure. The bait can also simulate the state of injured or weakened organisms, triggering a strong predatory instinct in fish. In short, as long as there are fish schools in non-desolate waters, one can catch fish effortlessly. At this moment, the mobile home sways with the waves as Shinbei yawns, casting the fishing rod out of the open window into the sea. Before long, the rod starts to shake. Shinbei yanks it sharply, pulling a plump sea fish out of the water. The silver glimmer arcs over the window and lands directly on the kitchen counter in the mobile home, right in front of Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke removes the hook, slices open the fish with a small knife, keeping only the best fillets to stew in a pot, while discarding the other parts back into the sea without a second thought. 7 days later, the Titan, now accustomed to the salinity of the seawater, begins its journey into the deep sea. The long mobile home follows behind like a group of newly hatched ducklings. According to Rock's estimates, the Titan may need to float on the surface for nearly 2 months to reach the breeding grounds. This is mainly because the Titan moves slowly on land, and even slower once it enters the sea. However, this deep-sea journey is certainly not as easy as a cruise or a speedboat party. Based on past communication and experiences from various shelters, the waters below the surface are fraught with strange phenomena and hidden dangers. Rock, leaning against the railing with a cigarette, points to the deep blue and dark sea floor. Some have seen octopuses over 100 meters long. Others have encountered shadowy figures thousands of meters long. But no one knows what those sea monsters really are. He then gestures to the sky. Also, the air isn't safe. Occasionally, indescribable things emerge from above. The level of danger is no less than that of the G01 core area. Shinbei remained unfazed, gazing at the increasingly distant coastline. You can still take a speedboat back in time. The shelter had specially made several speedboats for quick maneuvering on the sea, which were stored in the lower level of the Titan shelter, tied with ropes, ready to move with the Titan. The appearance of these speedboats was somewhat intriguing. The sea itself is perilous. It is essential to band together for warmth, and the presence of several speedboats clearly indicated a plan to leave the shelter for other purposes. The sea is not like land. Losing your way on land, while a water source may be an issue. One can kill fierce beasts and drink their blood to quench thirst, thus avoiding starvation. If lucky, one might encounter another shelter, and if things go a bit better, one could be rescued, or at least not have to struggle anymore. However, above the sea, there are undoubtedly no such conditions as on land. Losing direction leads only to a dead end. Thus, the appearance of the speedboats left Shun Bei somewhat puzzled. At that moment, Rock flicked a cigarette but into the water. With a splash, a small fish jumped out, swallowed the butt in one gulp, and within a second, spat it back out, flipping its tail and diving beneath the surface. Shin Bei pointed and laughed. Your saliva is toxic. Rock replied. In any case, the sea is dangerous, so be careful when you sleep at night. He patted Shin Bei on the shoulder and turned to leave, but soon paused and turned back. By the way, Yu Wuchang has been discussing the task of exploring islands with me lately. Shin Bei tilted his head. Is that necessary? He was somewhat aware that certain islands were quite strange, very peculiar, like some regulated areas on land. Other shelters avoided them at all costs, not even daring to take a glance, let alone get close. These were all lessons learned through bloodshed. Rock explained, the Titan will encounter islands along its route. He said that on those islands, there are seeds or materials that do not exist on land. We need to carefully collect them to meet the enormous demand for food and supplies in the shelter. This excuse was utterly terrible, Shin Bei said in a calm tone. Who would disagree? Rock shrugged. Shin Bei then asked, what price does Yu Wuchang intend to offer to motivate people to work for him? Although Yu Wuchang was the general of the shelter, the highest leader, the name of the island suggested danger, and the task personnel might go through the motions, not putting in their full effort. This is commonly known as slacking off, a flexibility of human nature that is unavoidable unless there are significant benefits involved. This was also what Yu Wuchang wanted to discuss with me, but I am still unclear about what he plans to offer to attract people to work hard. You wouldn't want to hear my opinion, would you? You can try to say it. Let me have a day of free movement in the official residence. Just to rest and sleep. Rock looked puzzled. What kind of attraction is that? Free movement isn't as wonderful as having a bar. Sleeping at night only requires 3 feet of width. The general's residence won't make you sleep any better. Shin Bei stretched, but it's more appealing to me. Rock shrugged his sleeves and left with a mutter of crazy. Shin Bei smiled silently and headed towards the research institute along the upper road of the shelter, planning to purchase some high explosives. The last time, a large amount of explosives was consumed for upgrading the cluster fire frisbee. At the same time, the bullet inventory was also insufficient, requiring timely replenishment. Recently, Shin Bei had almost become a VIP customer for explosives at the research institute. Besides the weapon shop owner who frequently bought gunpowder to make bullets, Shin Bei's purchase volume was also considerable. Don't ask, just know it's for fishing. Noticing that the front desk seemed about to ask why he always purchased large amounts of gunpowder, Shin Bei quickly cut them off. Anticipating the question helped avoid unnecessary chatter. After finishing his purchase, just as Shin Bei was about to leave, he saw Chun Anji reprimanding a slacking researcher. Shin Bei recognized this researcher as the one who sold him the spider robot last time. His name seemed to be Hao Jian, but he couldn't recall it clearly. Tell me, where the hell did the carbon nanotubes and supercapacitors from the warehouse go yesterday? Chun Anji shouted in inquiry. Hao Jian shrank his neck, sounding somewhat humble. I prepared a surprise. A surprise? Can you tell me what a surprise is? Hao Jian pulled out a cylindrical object about 15 centimeters long, with a diameter of around 3 centimeters and a switch on top. When he pressed it, a purple beam of light about 1.5 meters long appeared. This is the surprise. A super flashlight. It shines wherever you point it. Hao Jian chuckled. Chun Anji was furious, snorting through his nose and kicking Hao Jian in the rear. Can't you think of anything serious? Can this junk even be sold? As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Bei's indifferent voice came through. I'll buy it. Chun Anji. Chapter 175. The Confidence of Explosive Growth. Lightsaber. If you have money to burn, you can buy some pancakes at the pancake shop. There are still many people in the shelter who can't fill their stomachs. Chun Anji said stiffly. Shin Bei waved his hand, playing with the flashlight. Although his face showed little emotion, there was a hint of excitement inside. His gaze fixated on it. I just like these little gadgets. Shin Bei licked his lips and said. Chun Anji couldn't quite understand Shin Bei. Hao Jian claimed it was a flashlight, but in reality, this beam of light provided hardly any illumination. To put it bluntly, it was even less effective than a match in terms of light diffusion. However, the light concentration was well done. But what is the use of that? How much? Shin Bei asked directly, not beating around the bush. Hao Jian held up one finger. 3 high-level crystal cores. What do you think? You know. Shin Bei paused, turned to look at Hao Jian, and a hint of anger appeared on his calm face. Those who take me for a fool will end up feeding the fish. Hearing this, Hao Jian rolled his eyes. If you really liked it, You wouldn't care about the price, right? I don't care, Shinbei replied with a smile. But I have to care about my wallet. As far as I know, a supercapacitor sells for 20 medium-level crystal cores, and although carbon nanotubes are a bit more expensive, the length of this handle is worth only 50 medium-level crystal cores. I give you a high-grade crystal core, this is my offer. Hao Jian shook his head like a rattle. No, there are other components in the handle that haven't been counted yet. And the cost exceeds that of a high-grade crystal core. Shinbei turned to Chen Anji, Director Chen. Do you want to recover some losses or cause a warehouse deficit where no cost can be reclaimed? Chen Anji waved his hand. Take it away, take it away. Hao Jian shrugged his shoulders, somewhat complaining. Director, you don't understand Shinbei. Once he sets his eyes on something, he'll do it no matter the cost. You're just too impatient. I can't help but want to hit you. Chen Anji shot him a glare. Shinbei took the high-grade crystal core and happily left the research institute. He then headed to the Biological Research Institute. Nyogonben was busy and kicking himself in the head. He was cursing while directing his assistants to make secondary awakening potions. Back when they were still on Titan, they formed a team of high-level ability users from shelters like Water and Blue Rose to hunt down the wild gods, collecting a lot of their blood to provide materials for the Biological Research Institute to create secondary awakening potions. Shinbei did not participate in this task. Although the reward was considerable, at that time, Shinbei was primarily focused on leveling up. Sit. Nyogonben gestured for Shinbei to enter his office. Before Shinbei could sit down, Nyogonben rushed to the glass window, pointing at the centrifuge and shouting, Time. The centrifuge time. Damn it, if you mess this up, I'll skin you alive. You're getting more and more irritable. Shinbei frowned at the outburst and said jokingly. Nyogonben sighed and said helplessly, If I had the chance, I wouldn't want to keep complaining. But these fools won't learn unless they're scolded. I can't trust a smart assistant for fear they'll steal my secrets, and the not-so-smart ones just waste my time. It's really tough. Nyogonben spoke with a hint of grievance. Shinbei shrugged, not commenting further, and changed the subject. Do you know about bioceramics? Nyogonben blinked, sounding slightly annoyed. How do you curse at people like that? Huh, you're asking a university professor if 1 equals what? Isn't that insulting? You're quite knowledgeable. Shinbei complimented, then continued. I need a type of bioceramic, mainly for thermal insulation. Nyogonben stroked his chin, thinking, do you have other purposes? This simple request is making me a bit insecure. Shinbei took out a carbon nanotube and placed it on the table, pushing it forward. No more nonsense. I'm giving you a little time to wrap the bioceramic around it. In 10 minutes, I want you out of here. Nyogonben took the carbon nanotube and immediately left the office, heading to the processing room to get to work. Shinbei didn't need to understand what he was doing. He just had to wait for the finished product. 9 minutes later, Nyogonben came out, handing the processed carbon nanotube to Shinbei with a proud expression. I'm just too strong. I finished a minute early. I'm truly a genius. Don't you think? Hey, where is everyone? Nyogonben muttered to himself for a while, only to realize that Shinbei was still at the door, waving his hand. Right on time, I reached the door exactly in 10 minutes. Nyogonben shouted, I see you're trying to skip out on the bill. You haven't paid yet. Hey, who's going to cover this loss? He was met with silence as Shinbei turned and walked away. He returned to the lower level of the shelter, which had now been connected with boards. This was mainly due to the turbulent waves. If the RVs were rigidly connected, the boards could easily be torn apart. Fortunately, the RVs were close enough that a simple jump could get him across. For an ordinary person, it wasn't a big deal. Just a matter of being careful. The main activity for the residents of the shelter now was fishing. They would catch edible fish, strip the meat off, and then dry it on the rooftops to make fish jerky. This food could be sold to other shelters when they returned to land. For a time, the smell of fish permeated the entire lower shelter, reminiscent of a fish processing plant. The seawater was dyed a long streak of red, like a scar on the blue ocean. Shinbei jumped back to his RV, where Xiaokei was busy fishing. It seemed that his mystical skills were somehow at work, as he was catching fish that were worth much more than what others were getting. The eaves of the rooftop were also filled with strips of meat. Brother, what a harvest! Xiaokei grinned. Shinbei nodded and turned to go back inside, tossing a long knife he had found to Xiaokei. You can have it. This isn't your weapon? Xiaokei asked, puzzled. Shinbei raised the flashlight in his hand. It's outdated. Xiaokei. Shinbei didn't want to explain too much and returned to his room. His gaze fell again on the carbon nanotubes wrapped in biological ceramics. Information popped up. A low-quality lightsaber LV-1050. A lightsaber intentionally crafted by the maker but lacking the necessary technology, resulting in merely a decent light effect. To upgrade the lightsaber, the handle is missing biological ceramic insulation, now added. Initially, when Shinbei saw Hao Jian take this out, he didn't pay much attention, just glancing at it for a few seconds before the information appeared. He immediately noticed the word lightsaber and felt a surge of excitement. A lightsaber. In sci-fi worlds, it is typically a sharp weapon for close combat. The power of such a weapon comes from the lightsaber itself, making it lethal even in the hands of someone like a gorilla. In contrast, other weapons in the hands of ability users, like long knives, derive their power from the users themselves. The two are fundamentally different. For Shinbei, a lightsaber was simply a must-have. Without hesitation, he decided to acquire it outright. What Hao Jian couldn't accomplish, Shinbei could. Immediately, he took out his toolbox and used the tools to dismantle the carbon nanotubes. To his surprise, there were quite a few components inside. Hao Jian hadn't lied about that. Energy sources and converters, plasma generation and confinement modules, superconducting photonic crystals, strong magnetic rings, supercapacitors, and more. Shinbei had no time to study the principles, as it was of no use to him. The disassembled parts were reassembled one by one. Lightsaber Experience 1. Lightsaber Experience 1. In a moment, all the complex components were put back together. Logically speaking, he should have no clue about this. He could take it apart, but might not be able to put it back together. After all, it requires experience. Just like in the old days with foreign lathes. When two teams assembled the same lathe, there would still be some differences in precision. However, after spending a long time using cheats, he discovered a pattern. When he assembled something incorrectly or used improper techniques, he wouldn't gain any experience points. Utilizing this characteristic, he felt no hesitation. If he didn't gain experience points, it meant he was wrong. After finishing the assembly, the experience points were maxed out. Level up. A somewhat useless lightsaber LV2-0100. This is a weapon based on energy manipulation and focusing technology, along with a high-intensity plasma generation and confinement mechanism, showing extraordinary destructive power in combat. However, due to component limitations, this lightsaber, despite being upgraded, is still not very useful. He placed the crystal core inside and pressed the switch. With a buzzing sound, a beam 1.5 meters long emerged. He attempted to slash the table. Lightsaber Experience 1. The beam passed straight through, leaving some scorch marks on the table's surface. It was even worse than a small fish knife. Was it really that inadequate? He almost wanted to flip the table. Was the way to upgrade by swinging the lightsaber? He didn't give up and began to slash continuously. Lightsaber Experience 1. Lightsaber Experience 1. He firmly believed that the lightsaber must be useful. It was just that the upgrade wasn't sufficient. Moments later, level up. A barely usable lightsaber LV3-0500. Great. The description changed. Continue. Little K had cooked fish soup and called for dinner. He held the lightsaber in his right hand, continuing to slash while slurping the fish soup with his left hand. Little K watched with a twitching mouth, not understanding what had gotten into him. After dark, he leveled up the lightsaber again. Lightsaber LV6-010000. A weapon that is essentially high-temperature plasma, capable of melting most known materials. Whether it's ordinary alloys, rocks, or biological tissue, anything that comes into contact with the lightsaber blade will instantly evaporate or vaporize, resulting in extremely efficient cutting effects. At the same time, the blade is formless and intangible, easily penetrating traditional physical defenses, such as armor, shields, and even energy barriers. Due to increased energy demands, it requires one advanced crystal core every minute. Hard work pays off. It was done. At this point, the lightsaber's beam was no longer cylindrical but blade-shaped, resembling a purple light knife. He could only describe it with one word: domineering. Although it consumed a lot of energy, this weapon was a deadly tool against close-range ability users. He didn't need to rely on the power of armor to clash directly. As long as his combat skills were sufficient, the rest could be left to the lightsaber. He sheathed the lightsaber and yawned. Upgrading the energy sword is truly exhausting. Even with the support of the combat armor, my right arm feels sore and tingling. The night is already late. I lie in bed without taking off the armor, as it shows signs of needing an upgrade again. Every second counts in accumulating experience points. If I can upgrade, I will, because once the Titan enters the breeding ground, all kinds of monsters will come. Increasing strength is urgent. As soon as I close my eyes, I fall into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it has been. The monitoring system of the RV suddenly sounds an alarm. Unknown creature invasion. Unknown creature invasion. The sharp alarm jolts me awake. With a rush, my body reacts faster than my eyes can open. I quickly pull open the drawer beside me, where hundreds of golden bullets roll back and forth with the waves. I draw my revolver and skillfully load a bullet before finally opening my eyes. The infrared vision module of the armor has already activated. There's nothing unusual in the room. However, I know that the upgraded RV wouldn't sound an alarm for no reason. Rock has mentioned that the dangers of the ocean are comparable to those in certain hazardous regions. I jump out of bed, holding the revolver in my left hand and the activated energy sword in my right. I take a few steps to the door. The life detection module begins to work through the door. The visual module of the armor shows a red dot warning just outside. I'm not sure what it is. What I do know is that whether on land or at sea, humans are no longer at the top of the food chain. Survival relies solely on caution. I don't rush to open the door. This is my first time in the ocean. And any creature that dares to come this close is certainly not motivated by curiosity. I watch the red dot on the visual panel as it moves toward Little K's room. After 3 meters, the red dot disappears, exceeding the detection range of the life detection module. Now is the time. I suddenly yank the door open and thrust my gun out as fast as I can. Just about to pull the trigger. My finger hesitates, and I finally see that standing 3 meters away is Little K. I'm confused. I don't lower my gun. My arm remains in position. I turn my head to glance at the living room. In the kitchen, a section of the glass window is caved in as if smashed by a hammer, with some unknown black goo stuck to it, continuously emitting a foul odor. This confirms that the RV didn't falsely alarm. Something has indeed entered. But how could it be Little K? What are you doing standing there? I keep my expression cold and my tone devoid of emotion. Little K utters a syllable, sounding somewhat hoarse. Just then, the door to Little K's room swings open, and another Little K peeks out. Who is this? The Little K in the room looks utterly shocked and terrified. Anyone seeing themselves standing outside would be bewildered. Bang! Shinbei decisively pulled the trigger, and flames shot out from the gun's muzzle, accompanied by dazzling sparks and thick smoke. The bullet pierced through the head of the creature outside, known as Little K. As Shinbei pulled the trigger, a blood hole appeared on Little K's forehead, from which not blood, but a semi-congealed dark yellow liquid flowed out. Instantly, the body of the shot Little K began to twist and change. Its mouth split open to the back of its head, and its limbs rapidly swelled, yet it still retained Little K's appearance, charging towards Shinbei with a bizarre howl. Shinbei tilted his head, surprised that it wasn't dead. The next moment, he remained calm and collected. Bang, bang, bang. Shinbei pulled the trigger continuously, firing 5 bullets in rapid succession. The bullets quickly rained down on the creature, tearing its skin apart like a ripped sack, exposing a dark, decayed, and distorted torso underneath, resembling the skin of a toad. After all 6 bullets were fired, the creature still didn't die. It spread its limbs and lunged at Shinbei. Interesting. Shinbei thought of the shadow evil spirit. However, this creature was much weaker than the shadow evil spirit. It wasn't that it didn't take physical damage. It was just more resilient. At that moment, Shinbei appeared to be experienced, his face showing no signs of panic. He rolled to the side, dodging the creature's attack. While evading, he quickly reloaded the revolver and fired another 6 shots. Under the assault of 12 bullets, the creature's backward-bending legs buckled, and it fell helplessly to the ground. Lifeless, Shinbei put away his weapon, pulled out a dagger, and sliced open the creature's head. 3 crystal cores rolled out. Shinbei smacked his lips. What a loss. 12 bullets exchanged for just 1 crystal core. This was the first time Shinbei encountered such a creature with some strength and the ability to mimic. Moreover, Little K had already been resting. The creature hadn't broken into the room and had never seen Little K. How did it manage to mimic him? After a brief moment of thought, Shinbei surmised the answer. Perhaps Little K had been fishing on the surface during the day and had been targeted by the underwater creature. It only launched its attack at night. Shinbei stood up, took one last look at the grotesque corpse that triggered a human instinctive revulsion, and turned to the terrified Little K behind him. Don't just stand there. Drag it outside and throw it into the sea. Upon hearing this, Little K jolted awake. He was immensely terrified. A creature that could change its form was truly frightening. But why was Shinbei so calm? Wasn't this his first time seeing such a thing? Yet, there was no sign of panic in Shinbei. Little K had to admit that he couldn't replicate this level of composure in the face of danger. Little K weakly asked, How did you recognize the monster? The moment he saw the creature, he felt a fleeting moment of disbelief. It was so identical to him. Not a single detail was off. Yet, Shinbei fired without any hesitation. Was it like Sun Wukong's fiery eyes and water margin? Little K began to drag the sticky sea monster out. The book you read has mixed things up for you. Shinbei replied straightforwardly. One of them must be fake. Just kill one and we can talk. Xiao K's gaze flickered suddenly, a look of surprise on his face. What if it's me that gets killed? I will try to remember your name for the rest of my life. Shinbei answered Dimban. Xiao K said, I understand now. Don't talk to Shinbei about guilt. He has none. I really will thank you. Xiao K added, quoting a witty remark he learned from an old book. Shinbei took out a mop and started cleaning the yellow slime that the sea monster had splattered. When Xiao K finished discarding the sea monster's body and joined the cleaning effort, a sudden, horrifying scream came from another RV right next to Shinbei's. Help! Shinbei paused with the mop, grabbed Xiao K by the neck, and threw him back into his room, quickly saying with a calm expression, I heard that we're not the only ones attacked by the sea monster. There are others. I need to go out. From now on, I want you to remember 2 points. First, no matter who comes in, shoot immediately. Grip the knife tightly. Xiao K breathed short and nodded vigorously. Shinbei pulled out a box of camouflage paint, applied a red mark on his neck, and continued. Second, remember the mark on my neck. When I return, I will wash it off. If you see the mark still there, climb out the window and run. Xiao Ke nodded again. The sea monster can mimic others, including Xiao Ke and himself. They made a pre-agreed mark to prevent Xiao Ke from making a cognitive error. At the same time, Shinbei did not let Xiao Ke choose to shoot and kill the sea monster because the gun Xiao Ke held was the one Shinbei gave him when his father died. It had more power than an ordinary handgun, but Shinbei's LV6 handgun, combined with level 4 bullets, took 12 shots to kill the sea monster. Xiao Ke's LV2 handgun was practically useless. Running away was the better option. Shinbei wouldn't give Xiao Ke the illusion that he could handle it too. That would only lead to his demise. Trust in your mysticism. Shinbei ruffled Xiao Ke's hair. All right, find a place to hide. Leaving Xiao Ke's room, Shinbei stepped out of the RV. At that moment, the long line of RVs following the Titan had completely fallen into chaos. Many RVs were in disarray, with people shouting, "I'm the real one. Look closely. Sea monster, there's a sea monster. Damn it, don't shoot randomly. You'll kill the wrong person. What can I do?" This standoff isn't working. The noise was relentless. Shinbei could still see two identical figures fighting on the roof in the distance. Their moves were completely synchronized, almost like a mirror. Can they replicate abilities? Shinbei was taken aback. Fortunately, Xiao Ke was a novice, or they would have surely destroyed the RVs. Shinbei quickly jumped and approached a nearby RV, kicking the door open. Inside the hall, several residents had surrounded two identical ordinary people. Some wielded axes and kitchen knives, while others, with special abilities, were ready with flames erupting from their palms. Which one is the sea monster? Shinbei stepped forward and asked a question. The landlord swallowed hard and said, "I don't know yet. Have you tried asking about the memories?" "I did, but this sea monster can replicate memories, both in expression and voice, perfectly. It's truly incredible." Shinbei twisted his neck and said, "Then there's no hesitation. Let's take one down first." The landlord was taken aback and exclaimed, "No. It's a choice between two. What if it's the wrong one? That would be disastrous. What do you suggest we do then?" Shinbei replied, "Just wait. Fortunately, it's mimicking an ordinary person and can be controlled completely. Just wait for Yu Wu Chang." Before the landlord could finish, Shinbei moved like a whirlwind, darting into the encirclement, his body moving with the light sword, flashing by, with a series of tearing sounds. A bloodline appeared on the person's neck, and yellow liquid dripped down. In the next moment, the person's head was thrown into the air. A large amount of yellow slime gushed out. The mimicking sea monster instantly expanded, turning into a pile of black, rotten flesh, emitting a foul odor. Shinbei raised his light sword, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This thing has a better cost-performance ratio than a revolver. One sword directly took it down, much more efficient than a revolver needing to fire 12 shots to kill the sea monster. After putting away the light sword, Shinbei dug out the crystal core and turned to leave without a word or sentiment. It wasn't until Shinbei had completely vanished that the crowd in the hall snapped out of their shock and astonishment. Wow, this guy was so decisive. He really guessed right. I feel like he just wants to solve the problem. Whether it's one or two, it doesn't matter to him. No. That's a huge misunderstanding. I suspect Shinbei was testing his weapon. After dealing with the sea monster, he looked at the light sword with a stirred expression. It means he doesn't even know the power of the light sword. This left me completely unsure whether Shinbei had good intentions or was being deliberate. But never mind. At least our RV problem is solved. Let's not sleep tonight. Stay alert and don't let the sea monster take advantage. I have to say, the other residents were right. Shinbei isn't just helping for the sake of it. He indeed wanted to test the power of his light sword. The outcome was quite satisfying for him. On the other hand, part of him was purely motivated by the losses incurred from using the revolver against the sea monster. He needed to recover those losses. However, Shinbei thought for a moment. That random strike with the light sword was a bit alarming. Suddenly, he thought of someone. It seemed that only this person could leverage their advantages to determine who the mimicking sea monster truly was. That person was Chapter 177. A loss of several hundred million. Shinbei looked up and saw Xiao Ke standing on the rooftop, gesturing towards him. Shinbei nodded and pushed the door open. In the living room, he found a mimicking sea monster that looked exactly like him. Shinbei clicked his tongue. He had only stepped out for a moment, and he was already being imitated? Shinbei chuckled to himself, thinking, "Good, can it imitate my face? Can it also replicate my gear?" In the next moment, Shinbei's figure sprang forth like a swift leopard, legs pushing off as he lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. The lightsaber in hand dragged trails of purple afterimages and sliced down directly. Surprisingly, the mimicking sea monster's movements synchronized perfectly with Shinbei, executing exactly the same attack. Whoosh! The two lightsabers crossed paths, and the monster's head exploded under the high-temperature cut. Meanwhile, the monster's lightsaber passed right over Shinbei's head, yet he remained unharmed. It turned out that the mimicry was flawed. At this point, Shinbei understood another rule. The mimicking sea monster could imitate anyone, replicate memories, and even reproduce abilities, maintaining absolute synchronization with the one being mimicked. However, there was one thing it could not replicate: technology. This explained why the monster's lightsaber, although it looked like a beam of purple light, had no lethal power when it passed over Shunbei's head. After dealing with this monster, Shunbei stepped out of the RV and called to Xiao Ke. "Come down. Your moment of glory has arrived." Xiao Ke looked puzzled but jumped down from the roof. Shunbei led him to another RV, where the scene was almost identical to the previous one, with two identical ordinary people facing each other. The surrounding residents were all tense, unsure of what to do. Shunbei pushed through the crowd. "Make way. The sooner we solve this, the sooner we can sleep." "Can you tell who the sea monster is?" a resident asked tremulously. Shunbei pushed Xiao Ke forward. "If it were me, I would kill them all, one fell swoop. But today's judge is Xiao Ke." Xiao Ke pointed to his own nose. "Me?" Shunbei smiled lightly. "Yes, it's you. Go ahead, just point. Whoever you say is the sea monster, I will strike." Xiao Ke. The surrounding residents gasped in shock, shouting, "What kind of joke is this? Letting a child decide life and death? This is too much. Let us wait for the general. He must have a solution." Shunbei ignored the chatter, focusing solely on Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke swallowed. "I suggest we go back to sleep and not stir up trouble." "Your suggestion is denied." Shunbei's expression remained calm, as usual. With just a hint of a smile, "Choose. Who will bear the consequences? You don't have the courage to take responsibility?" Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke felt extremely guilty, but didn't he dare to resist, pouting in protest. "Why does it have to be me to bear the responsibility?" Shunbei casually remarked, "You'll have to move out one day. Without some reputation, how will you get by?" Xiao Ke sighed, feeling helpless, and pointed at someone at random. Without a second thought, Shunbei swung his lightsaber. The crowd gasped in horror, some even closing their eyes in fear. The next moment, yellow goo splattered everywhere as the sea monster turned into mush. "It's done." Shunbei extracted the crystal core and left nonchalantly. The crowd was left dumbfounded, unable to tell whether Xiao Ke had guessed blindly or truly had the ability to identify the sea monster. "I understand now." Xiao Ke followed Shunbei, deep in thought for a moment before looking up, as if suddenly enlightened. "You're using my luck." Shunbei shook his head in denial. "You're just using your luck." Xiao Ke blinked and shrugged. The two jumped over a camper and saw two ability users fighting on the rooftop across from them. The battle was intense and fierce. Shunbei raised his sniper rifle. "Which one?" Xiao Ke hesitated, considering whom to point out. "Don't hesitate. Trust your instincts. Since it's luck, it's not you seeking it, but it's seeking you." Xiao Ke understood somewhat and pointed to the left. Shunbei's breath lowered to a minimum, his lungs contracted, and his muscles tensed. The rifle's muzzle subtly swayed with the movements of the two fighters. The index finger of his right hand slowly curled towards the cold trigger. At that moment, the world seemed to freeze, leaving only the crosshairs in the scope and the line of death formed between it and the target. At this point, the ability user on the rooftop seemed to have noticed Shunbei setting up the large-caliber sniper rifle in the darkness. This ability user, barely at the third tier, was aware that Shunbei's sniper rifle was not ordinary. It was rumored that Shunbei had a special relationship with Chenanji. There were suspicions of a scandal. The firearm in Shunbei's hands had been specially modified by Chenanji to target ability users. Therefore, provoking a demon is one thing, but facing Shunbei's gun is even more terrifying. Both the person and the sea monster spoke out at the same time. "Hey, don't shoot recklessly. Hey, don't shoot recklessly. I can handle this thing myself. I can handle this thing myself. Damn it. Damn it. Don't mimic my speech. I curse you. Don't mimic my speech. I curse you." Shunbei commented, "This synchronization effect is amazing." He casually said, "You fight your fight. I'll kill mine. By the way, the crystal core is mine. I've already lost a lot." Just as the words fell, flames erupted from the muzzle. A large caliber sniper round whistled out at subsonic speed, slicing through the air, heading straight for the left target. In the scope, time seemed to slow down. The deadly bullet streaked through the sky like a meteor, precisely penetrating the head of the left target. The powerful impact instantly sent the body flying, creating a twisted parabolic arc in the air, with yellow viscous liquid splattering from the forehead, before it heavily crashed down into the rubble on the rooftop, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shunbei was somewhat surprised. "Is it dead? Just like that?" Suddenly, he thought of something and glanced back at Xiao Ke. At that moment, Xiao Ke was cheering for having made the right choice again. If the mimetic sea monster completely replicated humans, then having shot this sea monster dead with one bullet contradicted Shunbei's previous conclusion that sea monsters were more resilient. That was completely wrong. Sea monsters weren't more resilient. It depended on whether the person being mimicked was resilient. Was Xiao Ke resilient? No. But this guy's luck was truly unbelievable. It had taken him 12 shots to take down the mimetic Xiao Ke's sea monster. "Is there something on my face?" Xiao Ke asked blankly, meeting Shunbei's gaze. Shunbei replied, "You could provoke Yu Wuchang and see if he can take you down in one hit." Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke was truly at a loss for words, unable to utter a single syllable for a long time. Just then, the liberated Esper jumped over and landed in front of Shin Bei, bowing slightly with a smile on his face. Thanks, buddy. At the same time, he handed the crystal core to Shin Bei. Shin Bei smiled lightly, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. Your fighting style is really subpar. The Esper twitched his lips. Bro, you must be quite busy, right? Go put out fires elsewhere. It's no fun for you to mock me. Shin Bei's smile revealed a strange expression, both flattering and somewhat arrogant, flickering unpredictably. If you can't even defeat yourself, how are you supposed to reach the pinnacle of life? The Esper coughed. Why don't you just take me out then? It'd save bullets. Shin Bei waved his hand, calling Xiao Ke to continue clearing the sea monsters house by house. I must say, Xiao Ke's mysticism is truly mysterious. Every time he pointed out the right ones without a single mistake. This extraordinary accuracy made the curious residents follow Xiao Ke as if watching a show. Although it was a sea monster invasion, the threat level was not very high. The ones imitating ordinary people were completely useless. The ones mimicking espers had other liberated espers backing them up. Until Xiao Ke arrived to identify them, either Shin Bei would take them out with a single shot, or other espers would swarm in and kill the sea monsters. After the initial panic, everywhere Shin Bei passed began to stabilize. In no time, Xiao Ke's reputation soared. Before long, Rock rushed over, looking anxious and flustered. You've noticed Xiao Ke's role too? Rock asked Shin Bei after hearing the residents' accounts. You just noticed? Shin Bei retorted. Rock's expression immediately darkened. I just got here. Oh, Shin Bei replied lightly. The lower levels don't concern you. You should go do your thing. I need to borrow Xiao Ke. The upper levels are about to explode. Rock said urgently. It's worth noting that most residents in the lower levels were ordinary people with a few espers. In contrast, the upper levels were composed mainly of espers and a small number of ordinary people. A mere imitation of a sea monster could be a headache. Faced with this situation, Rock immediately thought of Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke's mysticism was all about luck. Luck naturally drives away evil and avoids disaster, making it favorable for Xiao Ke to identify who the monsters were. It was a reverse operation, forcibly bringing luck to bear. At this moment, Shin Bei was quite generous. No need to borrow. Xiao Ke is your son, to begin with. Rock, if we go through, we can clear the lower levels as well. Shin Bei arranged. Let the upper levels hold on for a bit. Rock didn't say anything about that. After all, it was still a walk back. Pointing out the sea monsters along the way didn't waste any time. By the way, there's one more thing. Rock said as a group advanced to the upper levels. Yu Wuchang is buying the bodies of the imitated sea monsters for 10 intermediate crystal cores each. As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately dispersed, rushing back while shouting. Shin Bei. Shin Bei's face was dark and grim as he entered, his tone hardening. Can't you just speak to me quietly? It's so frustrating. This is a huge fortune. If we want to go back and grab it, it will be too late. Rock was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head to ponder for a while before lifting his face and giving a weary smile. Officials do not compete with others for wealth. Am I an official? I'm just the deputy captain. Shin Bei sighed and asked. What does Yu Wuchang want to buy the sea monster corpses for? Rock shook his head. I don't know. This order was issued only after the appearance of the mimic sea monsters. There was no mention of this in the acquisition plan at all. Moreover, the acquisition priority is the highest priority. According to the traditions of the shelter, some items can be acquired while others cannot. Thus, a hierarchy of acquisitions is established. When priority items appear, funds are allocated first, while other items are pushed to the back. Shin Bei mulled it over for a while, sensing that something was off here. Chapter 178, Rock. Who has lost all interest in life. The attack by the mimic sea monsters caused a stir at Shelter 36 all night long. The number of sea monsters wasn't large, but they were utterly disgusting. The mimicked humans were indistinguishable, with synchronized sound and visuals. It was confusing and hard to tell what was real, sending chills down everyone's spine. Fortunately, Little K played a critical role. Anyone he pointed out was definitely a sea monster. That was a small blessing amidst the misfortune. After the incident, it was counted that over 100 sea monster corpses were found, with more than 30 people from the shelter dead. Most were killed by their own comrades due to wild guesses. Although it was a bit unjust for the deceased, what could be done? They were already dead, right? The music continued, and the dance went on. The next day, the sun rose as usual, bringing warmth but coldly overlooking the world. You really are a disaster. Inside the Blaze Bar, Shin Bei held a glass, took a light sip, and spoke to Rock. Rock was holding a deck of cards and tossed 3 cards to Shin Bei. He then dealt 3 cards to several residents playing nearby. Rock narrowed his eyes, snorted, and said with an implied threat, Tomorrow I will suggest that Yu Wuchang issue a defamation law. The punishment for show-offs like you in this world is far too light. Shin Bei flipped one corner of his 3 cards to take a glance before closing it. The others also checked their cards, their eyes darting around, looking at others' expressions, trying to guess whether to play along. Shinbei laughed out loud and teased, "Let everyone say, aren't you a disaster? You just said the ocean was dangerous." And that very night, the mimic sea monsters attacked the shelter. Is that a coincidence? Everyone turned to look at Rock in unison. Rock straightforwardly expressed his stance. "If I had that kind of ability, I would drag the whole world down with me to avoid suffering." "Look, he is getting anxious." Shinbei slightly nodded, revealing a hint of a smile. Rock couldn't be bothered with Shinbei, gathering his cards with both hands and slowly spreading them out. The first card was an ace. Rock's face showed some excitement. The second card was also an ace. Rock's pupils constricted. The current hand was quite good, as aces were strong cards in this game, with a chance to win. Until the third card revealed another ace. Rock was completely unsettled. The highest card. What incredible luck. He trembled with excitement, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, trying to calm down. However, he absent-mindedly placed the cigarette in his mouth with the filter facing out, striking a match to light it without realizing it. "Bet," Rock said with a slightly distorted tone. Shinbei directly revealed 3 kings and tossed them back, not playing. Seeing Rock's expression and then watching Shinbei discard 3 kings, everyone understood what was happening and folded their hands. Upon seeing the reaction of the others, Rock's gaze slightly lost focus, his face blank and bewildered. "Damn it." Rock nearly shed tears of frustration, flipping the table in anger. "What the hell? Can't you play fair? Last round, I dared to put in a small ace for a high-grade core, and now it's over before it even started?" Shinbei wore a bright smile, "But we still collected 5 cores as a base." Rock, furious, dashed around the bar like a drugged monkey, shouting, "Damn. You bunch of losers, you're driving me crazy." The others revealed Rock's hidden cards, 3 aces shining brightly. Laughter and sighs erupted throughout the bar. "Wow. What perfect timing to leave. 3 aces, all gone, haha. Such big cards, and yet no money won. That's a miracle." Shinbei tossed away 3 kings. "What are we hesitating for?" Mainly, Rock couldn't control his emotions and was too excited. It looked off to anyone, so he definitely ran first. Hilarious. Shinbei watched Rock lying on the ground with an expression of despair, squatting beside him, and said warmly, "You still lack composure. You're full of flaws. This shows you have a trump card but can't handle your opponent's cunning. Just shoot me. I can't live anymore. If this gets out, my old face is ruined." Rock said weakly. Shinbei casually replied, "Then I'll just kill everyone in the bar. Dead people don't talk." "Rock, thanks for your kind intentions." He got up and waved his hand. "Not playing anymore. Such bad luck." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Rock and Shinbei left the bar. The two stood at the edge of the RV, enjoying the sea breeze. Shinbei tossed him a cigarette and asked, "Do you know why Yu Wuchang suddenly acquired the corpse of the mimic sea monster?" Rock shook his head in confusion. "No idea. After the acquisition last night, the sea monster's body was sent to the official residence. Why not the Biological Research Institute?" Shinbei questioned. To him, this was a biological matter. Even if Yu Wuchang had some plans, it couldn't bypass the Biological Research Institute. Shinbei had initially thought about going to the institute to gather information, but it seemed unnecessary now. Who knows? Rock took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled a long smoke ring. In fact, when transporting the body, it wasn't even placed in a room, just left in the hallway, and we weren't allowed to handle it afterward. Was it the hallway with blue paper and white flowers? Rock turned to look at Shinbei and asked, "How did you know that?" Shinbei smiled silently, guessing. The corridor with a blue background and white flowers was none other than the one leading to the room where the remains of the Eternal Shadow battleship were stored. At this point, Shinbei seemed to have figured out who was using the mimicry sea monster. Just then, a guard from Yu Wuchang ran over. "Master Luo, Yu Wuchang wants you to come over." "What's the matter?" Luo assumed an official demeanor, quite haughty. The reconnaissance personnel in front of Titan spotted a black line. "Likely the island." The guard responded. Luo adjusted his attire and immediately understood what he needed to do. He patted Shinbei on the shoulder. "Interested?" "As long as there's money to be made." Shinbei replied indifferently. He really was short on funds. When Titan reached the breeding ground, it would encounter other shelters, making it a great time to procure equipment. Moreover, the consumption of core crystals had been rapidly declining over the past few days, dropping from 50 high-grade core crystals to 30. This was mainly because the cluster fire disk needed a continuous power supply, and at sea, Shinbei had little chance to replenish its energy. He could only store a large number of core crystals in the fire disk warehouse to maintain consumption. Additionally, a significant amount of core crystals was wasted during the experimental linkage of virtual projections. Thus, the distance to developing the N6 solution that Neo Onbin aimed for was growing further. This money had to be replenished by the time Titan arrived at the breeding ground. At this moment, Luo said, "I believe Luo will offer an enticing price." Shinbei nodded. Without an appealing price, no one would be willing to work for him. Upon returning to the caravan, Shinbei had just opened the door when he saw Zero and Xiao Ke chatting inside. "Haven't seen you for a while. Shinbei said with an ambiguous smile. Zero pretended to look pitiful, her eyes shimmering with tears, and said aggrievedly, I've been busy. Hee hee. I wonder what you've been busy with. Dr. Badu is busy unifying human thought. What about you? A member from the Eternal Shadow Battleship? The term member was to be taken lightly. It was just a vague description. Shinbei speculated that Zero might have a function similar to Dr. Badu, belonging to the realm of artificial intelligence. He just couldn't tell whether Zero's mind was made of chips or flesh. For Shinbei, exposing Zero's identity still lacked substantial evidence. Everything was mere speculation. Furthermore, it seemed that the time to reveal it hadn't come yet. Or rather, what benefit would it bring him? None. It was better to keep this trump card for now and see what happened later. Shinbei chatted with Zero for a while before she took her leave. Watching her walk away, Shinbei's thoughts wandered. Calculating the time, it seemed just right that Zero disappeared on the day the remains of the Eternal Shadow Battleship were damaged. And yesterday, after collecting the corpse of the Mimicry Sea monster, Zero appeared today. So there must be some connection between them. Shinbei turned to look at Xiao Ke. Sizing him up, you're not hiding something from me, are you? Xiao Ke trembled slightly, his breathing suddenly rapid. Does selling a sea monster's corpse in secret yesterday count? Shinbei shot him a glance. I meant, why does Zero want to play with you? Xiao Ke let out a sigh of relief. Is this the charm of boys? Damn, this answer is really something. Shinbei was puzzled. Why does Ling always seek out Xiao Ke? Xiao Ke's only advantage is in mysticism. Why is he so attractive to Ling? Shinbei honestly couldn't figure it out. He didn't have time to speculate and turned toward his room. It was time to upgrade his armor and see what new features it could provide. Just then, Xiao Ke shouted from behind, Bro, I'm already a second-tier ability user now. Great, what an impressive noob. Shinbei left a remark and entered his room. So what if he's second-tier? He can't even release a fireball. In online novels, he would definitely be a waste of talent. After returning to his room, Shinbei glanced at the armor. The experience points were sufficient, so he upgraded directly. Power Armor LV10, 12150-000. A very practical power armor, running speed increased to 90 km per hour. Now, you don't need to manually wear the armor. It will automatically detach and attach itself, with a maximum distance of no more than 10 meters. New feature, rear arm. A mechanical arm can extend from the back of your armor. The information was brief. That was all there was to this upgrade. This was one of the things Shinbei liked. Previously owned functions were not mentioned. Otherwise, reading through a dense block of text would be dizzying. It only highlighted the upgraded content, which was concise and efficient. This upgrade had two important aspects. The first was the automation of wearing and detaching the armor, eliminating the need for manual effort. It was starting to evolve in the direction of Jax's armor. This was a good sign. In future upgrades, the armor would likely integrate with a wristband or necklace, allowing it to automatically protect him with a simple press. Brilliant. The second upgrade was the addition of a mechanical arm on the back. With a thought, Shinbei activated the advanced servo system inside the armor, and a low hum began to resonate. Then, subtle changes appeared on the back of the armor. The originally smooth armor plates rippled slightly. With the crisp sound of mechanical engagement, the mechanical arm blossomed like a mechanical flower behind the armor. It was a set of precise joint components that unfolded with astonishing coordination, forming the shape of an elbow and wrist, with a distinctly articulated mechanical hand extending from the wrist. The entire extension process was as smooth as flowing water, with each part's movement precise to the millisecond. The mechanical arm was about a meter long, with the palm hovering at Shinbei's shoulder, parallel to his line of sight. Shinbei controlled it, and the movements were smooth and fluid, with no delay or obstruction. It felt just like an extension of his own body. Nice, Victor has possessed me. Thinking of this, Shinbei joked with himself. Will I be able to shoot high-energy rays in the future? After familiarizing himself with the mechanical arm, Shinbei removed the armor. Estimating the next upgrade would take at least 3 months, he decided not to rush it. It was better to sleep comfortably and think about it later. The next day, the shelter guards notified Shinbei to head to the mission office. Was the Exploration Island mission about to begin? Chapter 179. Ingenious methods against Shinbei in the upper levels of the shelter at the task office. In the past, Yu Wuchang rarely came to this place. His last visit was due to dissatisfaction with a task related to quantum mechanics that involved Rock undermining his position. This time, Yu Wuchang took Rock's main seat, leaving Rock to stand aside. Below were many exceptional ability users. Some may have heard rumors that the islands over the sea are forbidden zones for humanity. Yu Wuchang steadied himself, his expression neutral, and continued. But rumors are ultimately just rumors and should not be taken at face value. We must uphold a spirit of skepticism and explore those islands, bringing back anything useful. The crowd below showed no reaction, their faces filled with confusion and disdain. Skepticism? They wanted to curse inwardly. After all, it was not Yu Wuchang who was taking the risks, but them. Although life in the wasteland is cheap, life is still life. If they had that much time, They could just find a woman to enjoy some leisure, right? At that moment, a negative emotion spread among the crowd. Even if Yu Wuchang forced them to set out, they had already made up their minds to find a safe place to bide their time and then return. If things couldn't be done, would they be blamed for failing? Yu Wuchang could naturally see the unwillingness reflected in the crowd. He didn't dwell on it and went straight to the point, saying, "This mission requires 11 people, and for each participant, I will elevate them to the next level for free." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing an uproar in the crowd. Everyone was momentarily stunned, their throats moved, and their eyes widened in shock, left speechless. Some even rubbed their ears, thinking they might have misheard or experienced auditory hallucinations. Meanwhile, Rock took a deep breath, suppressing his suddenly racing heartbeat, looking at Yu Wuchang with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Shin Bei, who was originally standing at the back of the crowd, leaning against the door, rarely displayed deep skepticism on his usually calm face. Shin Bei thought Yu Wuchang must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. What nonsense was he talking about? Although Shin Bei was not an ability user, he understood some basic concepts. For ability users, upgrading from the first to the third level is relatively easy, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a leap forward. A typical example is Xiao Kei, who does household chores every day and still manages to level up. However, beyond the third level, the difficulty of promotion begins to increase sharply. The promotion involves two aspects. One is food. One must consume the meat of fierce beasts to absorb the energy contained within and continuously challenge energy thresholds. The second is body refinement, which allows one's physique to adapt to high-intensity and high-load operational demands. Body refinement does not change one's outward appearance, but accumulates strength and resilience. Moreover, the effects vary from person to person. Some ability users may have strong mental fortitude and directly level up, while others need to continuously explore suitable methods for their own advancement. This is why some individuals with special abilities may have a defense level of 3, a mental power level of 2, and an attack power level of 1, yet are still referred to as level 3 practitioners. In short, this is a cultivation process similar to that of immortals. It is not something that can be achieved simply by speaking. It requires effort and time. However, now, a certain leader claims to be able to allow practitioners to advance directly. If this is just a bluff, it is quite absurd, as this leader would not mislead people without reason, which could lead to rebellion. If it is true, then it is even more outrageous. Even the most formidable beings do not have such abilities. In an instant, after a brief silence in the task area, a wave of intense chatter erupted. Are we being treated like fools? What is this nonsense? Read more books from the old days instead of throwing up in a bar. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Practitioners advance on their own. How could there be outside interference? This is too far-fetched. Are we being fooled? Whether you believe it or not. I certainly don't. I've never heard of this leader having such skills. If there were such a method, why not reveal it earlier? This is not as simple as a technique from a martial arts novel. The discussions grew louder, with some even beginning to question the leader's intentions, suggesting that as a leader, one should have self-awareness and not treat others as fools, as this would incite public anger. Yet, the leader laughed coldly and spoke loudly, his words echoing in everyone's ears. You may think this is absurd, but I must clarify that my statement was somewhat misleading. The advancement I speak of does not refer to an overall elevation in rank, but rather to a specific level upgrade. For instance, if you have 5 levels of mental power and 2 levels of attack power, I can elevate your attack power to level 3. Without further ado, he called out to one practitioner. Come here and tell me your levels. The practitioner, with slightly sharp eyebrows furrowed, replied, 5 in physique, 4 in attack power, 2 in mental power, and 2 in agility. The leader nodded. Which one would you like to advance? The practitioner replied, if possible, I prefer agility. Then you must complete this task. No problem. The leader placed a hand on the practitioner's forehead. Everyone stretched their necks, watching intently. In the next moment, a burst of colorful black light erupted from the leader's hand, appearing extremely strange to the onlookers. It seemed as if an indescribable force was surging from his palm, creating an overwhelming sense of life pressure that left everyone gasping. Their pupils constricted slightly. In just 3 seconds, the dark energy was completely absorbed by the practitioner. The leader withdrew his arm, and the practitioner's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing with intense waves of emotion. His expression filled with disbelief as he shouted almost uncontrollably, "Wow, my agility has really advanced to level 3. At this declaration, everyone's expressions twisted in shock. Their eyes filled with profound astonishment. They responded in a horrified tone. Is this for real? Are we being deceived? You dare to act, making your wife a widow? It's hard to believe. The ability user laughed excitedly. Is there any need to say whether it's true or false? There's an ability called Instant Shadow Sprint that you all know, right? This is an ability that can only be unlocked with level 3 agility. and now I only need to spend 30 intermediate crystal cores to activate it. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, incredulously turning to look at Yu Wuchang. This is just too exaggerated. Who would have thought that Yu Wuchang actually had such abilities? He could easily elevate an ability user's single tier. Scary. Really scary. This completely defies logic. But the undeniable fact stands before them, making it hard for them not to believe, although they couldn't understand the reasons behind it. As long as they could elevate their tier, it meant an increase in strength. And what is strength? It's status and wealth. General, I want to participate. Me. Definitely give the task to me. Don't fight. Weren't you just saying you wouldn't go? Get lost. You must be hearing things. General, I've never failed a task. Think about it. Give me a chance, General. Everyone was excited. Although the tier being elevated wasn't the primary one, other tiers were equally important. The higher the tier, the more abilities can be unlocked, leading to more combinations of abilities. This isn't just a simple addition. It's an effect greater than 3. Although tiers can be improved by consuming beast meat and refining the body, the progress is extremely slow, especially for the primary tier, where promotion is as difficult as reaching the sky. Now that there's such a good opportunity, how could they let it slip away? Yu Wuchang looked at everyone's reactions, seemingly revealing a half-smile, waving his hand, and leaving the subsequent matters to Rock. Rock was taken aback. He couldn't see through Yu Wuchang at all now. If anyone in this shelter knew Yu Wuchang the best, it would be Rock. After all, Yu Wuchang used to be Rock's little follower. But Rock didn't remember Yu Wuchang having such abilities. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he have? No wonder Yu Wuchang was so confident about exploring the island. This kind of temptation is simply a game changer. By the way, Rock whispered, the person you named, Shun Bei, isn't an ability user. What does he want? Yu Wuchang asked. Rock rubbed his fingers together. If all 10 people come back, he would give him 30 high-level crystal cores, and for each person less, 3 cores would be deducted. Rock was stunned. This move from Yu Wuchang was truly brilliant. It turns out he wasn't just worried that Shun Bei would be a liability. Even Yu Wuchang had noticed. But Shun Bei is Shun Bei. He has practically a guarantee for task completion. Without him, it really is a cause for concern. Rock gave a thumbs up. Now Shun Bei should be a bit more restrained, right? After that, Yu Wuchang left the shelter directly, leaving the remaining matters to Rock. Rock quickly selected 9 people, completing the formation of the 11-person team. No shouting. Rock faced the noisy complaints of the other eliminated candidates, his ears nearly bursting from the racket. Next time there's another island mission, we'll take turns. The general isn't going anywhere, so you'll definitely get your chance, just be patient. The other candidates below chuckled and quieted down. Rock waved his hand. The speedboat is hanging in the lower level. You 10 can head out first. In a moment, only Rock and Shun Bei were left at the task site. What is the price? I want to do it at a loss. Shun Bei asked while holding his sniper rifle. Rock smirked. This price will definitely tempt you. He went on to share Yu Wuchang's decision. Upon hearing this, Shun Bei felt like cursing. Isn't this just humiliating? He said, his tone extremely serious, almost spitting out his words. What about trust between people? Rock shrugged. Well, it depends on your performance. If this continues, I might just withdraw from Shelter 36. Shun Bei rolled his eyes. A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as my own doghouse. Rock put an arm around Shun Bei's shoulder, speaking earnestly. The island is full of unknown dangers. Don't risk your life for 3 high-grade crystal cores. Do you think I'm a rookie? Shun Bei retorted. In front of money, everyone is a rookie. Otherwise, why would you want to make money? Aren't you just enslaved by it? Shun Bei paused, his breath steadying. Then smiled faintly. Money that can't be earned is what enslaves you. Once you earn it, you are just a farmer singing a song of freedom. Rock nudged Shun Bei. Go sing on the island. Shun Bei shrugged and quickly left the upper level of the shelter. He returned to the lower level, jumped onto the speedboat, and set off towards the island 10 nautical miles away. Chapter 180. Landing on the island 10 nautical miles isn't too far. As the speedboat gradually left Titan, the journey over the sea became quite oppressive. The speedboat was pitifully small, with limited space to move around. But the immense temptation from Yu Wuchang allowed them to endure it. The helmsman, Hu Yang, had a stern and rugged appearance, calm and unmoving like a towering mountain. However, his driving skills were not proportional to his looks. Under his control, the speedboat felt like it was bouncing around, as if it had cramped up, making everyone's brains rattle. Others complained loudly. Old Hu, can you even drive? I think swimming over would be more comfortable than this. Thanks. My kidney stones are better now. Seriously, isn't this just like driving? Can't you be a bit steadier? Whose stinky foot is in my face? Get it away, or I'll chop it off. Hu Yang stood in the cockpit, listening to their complaints, shot them a glare, and shouted, shut up. When have we ever been out at sea? If my driving skills haven't sunk the boat, you should be grateful. Shun Bei didn't crowd in the cabin, but sat steadily at the bow of the boat. No matter how much it shook, he remained motionless. After all, His armor had adhesive capabilities, and the smooth surface of the bow made it even more secure. Holding his sniper rifle, Shunbei kept a lookout over the sea. Rock once said a saying, when the ship sails into the seabed has already prepared a place for humanity. But more than 10 minutes passed, and the anticipated fierce battle did not come. The sea was calm as a lake. Looking down from the bow of the boat, the surroundings appeared as if frozen in ink. This tranquility did not bring any sense of security, but rather felt like the calm before a storm, oppressive and suffocating. Hey, Shunbei, are you scared? Hu Yang shouted from the cockpit, cigarette in mouth. Shunbei glanced back and replied calmly, it's too late to be scared now. Haha. I could send you back, but my turning skills need some improvement, Hu Yang said, adjusting the steering wheel. Why just ask me? I just wanted to say. Rumor has it that you're not very friendly to your teammates. Hu Yang weighed his words. Shunbei turned back to face the sea, his tone unwavering. Rumors cut deeper than knives, but this time you can rest assured, Yu Wuchang's methods are quite sophisticated. Hu Yang seemed to be reassured, and the boat's operation became steadier. Gradually, in Shunbei's line of sight, a massive object appeared directly ahead of the speedboat. It was an island. They had arrived. Hu Yang reduced the engine's power output, and the speed of the boat's propeller slowed. Relying on inertia, the speedboat glided across the sea. Guys, get ready. We're almost to the island. With Hu Yang's shout, the team members in the cabin cheered and stood up. No more suffering. It felt like a blessing. However, as the speedboat slowly approached the shore, the cheering gradually faded. There, along the coast of the island, were 8 various boats, large and small, anchored and motionless like coffins on the water. Everyone stared at this unbelievable scene, dumbfounded, and gasped. What the heck? Why are there boats? This isn't right. Have other shelters explored this island too? These boats haven't left, which means, crap. I knew this mission would be tough. Ugh, Yu Wuchang's scheme is too much. The team members chattered nervously. Anyone witnessing such a scene would feel a chill running down their spine. Those boats lingering by the shore were of varying sizes. Some much larger than the speedboat beneath their feet, indicating they could carry more people. The fact that these boats had not left could only mean that the previous explorers of the island would never be able to leave. Just a little thought made one's scalp tingle. At this moment, looking at the island, a shadow fell over everyone's hearts. Shunbei, what do you think? Should we retreat or continue? Hu Yang's anxious voice trembled slightly as he asked Shunbei. Even though Shunbei was not an extraordinary being, it seemed that Hu Yang and the others regarded him as their backbone. After all, Shunbei's combat skills were indeed high. It had to be acknowledged. There was no shame in it. At this point, Shunbei hoarsely laughed. This isn't the same enthusiasm you had when you begged Rock to choose you for the mission. What are you afraid of? People die, birds fly to the sky. If you don't die, you'll last forever. Shunbei slowly stood up and continued, his voice deep and resonant. Our most terrifying enemy is not the sea monsters, nor the ferocious beasts, and certainly not the unknown, but the void of imagination. A few words from Shunbei instantly calmed the team's emotions. They began to pull out their various weapons, no longer speaking. As the speedboat approached the shore, Shunbei did not rush to land, but turned around to discuss with Hu Yang and others. They decided to first check the nearby boats for the situation. Everyone jumped onto the nearest boat, spreading out to investigate. Shunbei entered the cabin. At a glance, there were no bloodstains or chaos. The energy in the power compartment was sufficient. Everything was normal, except for the absence of people. Shunbei, Hu Yang called from outside. Shunbei left the cabin and followed Hu Yang to the boat's hold. The other team members had gathered there, staring intently at a line of bloodstains on the wall. Be careful. Don't go to the island. It's our people. There are no humans around. He wants to escape. I don't want to be here. I want to go back to the shelter safety. On the island, various illogical phrases were jumbled together, indicating that the person who left the blood message was mentally unstable, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Although the logic was chaotic, the intended message was clear. This island is unsafe. Hu Yang took a deep breath, forcing down his shock. What do you think? Shunbei, seemingly indifferent, replied calmly. Isn't this a clear indication of the actual situation? The island is dangerous. Rocky already stated that before we set out, and everyone accepted it. If it said, come and enjoy, this is paradise, then that would be strange. Hu Yang was astonished and swallowed hard. You certainly know how to say it. It's just the truth. Shunbei used the photo function of his armor to take a picture of the blood message on the wall, then waved his hand. Let's go. There's nothing more to see here. Indeed, there was nothing more to see. Instead of wasting time thinking here, it would be better to check other boats. The group left the cabin and separated again, starting to search other boats. Still, there was no sign of any fighting or blood. It was as if everyone on the boat had willingly left for a trip to the island and had not returned. A few minutes later, Hu Yang gathered everyone together. They jumped onto the beach, officially setting foot on the island. Hu Yang counted the number of people. 1, 2, 32 people, all here. No time to waste, let's move. They walked across the beach towards the distant forest. Although it was called a forest, there was not a hint of green. The various twisted branches seemed to be covered in a thick layer of rust, and all the trunks appeared to have tumors, some bulging, and others suddenly caved in. Walking among them gave a sense of moving within a human body. Everyone be careful. Shout if you see anything strange, Hu Yang said ambiguously. The strange things referred to two aspects. One was unknown monsters, and the other was the mission target. Although Yu Wuchang did not specify what the mission was, only giving a general task to collect strange items, the team could bring back anything they had never seen before to complete the mission. This was also the reason Hu Yang urged everyone to keep their eyes peeled. Not long after they set off, a trail of scattered footprints appeared on the ground. Seeing the footprints eased everyone's minds a little. At least it proved that this path had been traversed by others and should be somewhat safe. Whether their guess was correct or not, 12 people had been walking for nearly 2 hours without encountering the monsters they had feared, and nothing unusual had occurred. At the same time, they had not come across any strange objects. Hu Yang gestured for everyone to settle down, and they began to rest in place. After gathering a pile of branches to start a campfire, the aroma of the toasted bread slightly alleviated the tense atmosphere. As they ate, they speculated about what had happened to those who had disappeared. Which shelter did the boats anchored on the beach belong to? There were no markings on them. Our speedboat doesn't have any markings either. We usually operate on land and seldom venture into the sea. Who would bother to mark it? Do you think it was a monster that ate them? Just like the creatures in the sea. Can those sea creatures crawl onto land? Turtles can. Hey, speak more civilly. If someone didn't know better, they might think you're cursing us. We're all rough folks. What are you pretending for? Shinbei didn't join the discussion. He was on guard, surveying the strange surroundings. This peculiar forest was eerily silent. Aside from the sounds they made, there were no other noises. Not even the chirping of insects or birds. The fact that there was no danger on this island was undoubtedly strange. Whether it was rumors, rocks chatter, or the boats outside, they all indicated that no island above the sea was safe. Enough chatting. Let us finish eating and hurry to find them. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it becomes. Upon hearing Shinbei's words, the team members stopped their idle talk and began to swallow their food more quickly, briefly regaining their strength before continuing on their way. They pressed on along the path. But it seemed endless, stretching forward without end. If it weren't for the sporadic footprints on the ground constantly changing, Shinbei would have thought they were just treading in place. After nearly 3 hours of walking, when their feet were starting to feel sore, a sudden clearing revealed a stone structure entangled with brown vines. The building appeared somewhat dilapidated, and it was hard to tell whether it was a temple or a church. The place where a wooden door should have been had vanished, leaving only a dark opening. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene, as if struck by lightning in disbelief. Hu Yang opened his mouth in shock, his tone somewhat distorted. How can there be man-made structures on this island? Chapter 181. Doing this requires extra money. Shinbei looked at Hu Yang and the others with great astonishment. Are you out of your mind? Shinbei never expected the building ahead would provoke such a reaction from everyone. What was so strange about it? Meanwhile, Hu Yang's inner turmoil surged like a storm. His face filled with urgency as he exclaimed, "The building! Can't you see? This means that someone once lived on this island." The others nodded in agreement. Feeling puzzled by Shinbei's reaction, wasn't he this strange enough? After all, this was a world where people fled from disasters. The evil creatures do not care about land or sea. They roam everywhere. Shinbei thought for a moment, as if he understood something, and smiled as he explained. In the old era, there were humans living on islands. At that time, there were no evil creatures, and various cargo ships were the main means of transporting goods. There were also passenger ships traveling back and forth between the islands and the mainland to facilitate people's travel. Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, everyone blinked, their expressions gradually stabilizing, and they seemed to have an epiphany, chattering away. I was scared to death. So this is a product of the old era. Wow, I thought there were people living on the sea. See, we need to read more. Shinbei is really knowledgeable. I also want to read, but unfortunately, I can't recognize characters. Shinbei understood their reactions. These were all people born in the new world, and their understanding of the old era had long been blurred. In their perception, apart from the Titan, no place was suitable for human survival. With this in mind, they mistakenly thought that the buildings on the islands were constructed by humans from the new world. Shinbei waved his hand, deciding to go in and take a look. At least the footprints on the ground led directly to the entrance, and they were not chaotic. Danger had not yet appeared. Hu Yang, and you. What was your name again? Shinbei momentarily blanked, pointing at a tall, ghostly figure, a middle-aged man with a grim face. You can call me Baimula, the man replied. Baimula, Shinbei murmured. That's settled then. Let's 3 of us go in and take a look. He looked at the others and said again. The rest of you stay outside to provide support. The 3 of them stepped inside first. Hu Yang turned on the lighting device. The bright light illuminated the interior of the building, which, in stark contrast to its dilapidated exterior, appeared very clean and spacious. The smooth red floor had not a speck of dust, but the things on the walls made those who entered feel a chill down their spines. The surrounding walls were covered with various strange reliefs, depicting grotesque creatures entangled in ways beyond human imagination, like a hybrid of starfish and octopus, with an eye embedded in the center of its bizarre body. Through their body language, they seemed to be worshipping something. Hu Yang did not pay much attention to these strange reliefs. Instead, his gaze was drawn to a slightly glowing entity in the center of the ceiling, covered in tentacles. "What is that thing?" Hu Yang exclaimed. As soon as he spoke, the originally faintly glowing object began to twist and shake, its brightness intensifying. A sound akin to a steam train's exhaust echoed. In an instant, a white mist-like light shot downwards. Shin Bei's expression shifted slightly, and without hesitation, he moved. In a split second, he grabbed Hu Yang and Bai Mula, leaping forward and rolling out of the room. At that moment, a large amount of white mist-like light spilled out of the room, moving like the sea. "Retreat!" Shin Bei shouted softly. After a brief moment of shock, the people outside turned and ran. People rushed about 500 meters, climbing up a nearby hill to look down again. They saw a bright white mist spilling out from the buildings, glistening like a viscous liquid rolling along the road. Where it passed, it felt like bathing in a sacred paradise. "The divine punishment miasma," Shin Bei said calmly. At this moment, Hu Yang and the others finally woke up. Staring at the rapidly rolling white mist, their faces filled with lingering fear. "Damn, it really looks like that stuff." Yes. Rock mentioned that the divine punishment miasma is like fog and light. I didn't even realize it. I thought it was toxic gas. But it turns out to be even more toxic, the divine punishment miasma. "Thanks, Shin Bei. If you hadn't reminded us in time, we would have been done for." At this moment, everyone felt a sense of exhaustion from narrowly escaping death. The threat of the divine punishment miasma to those with abilities is absolutely devastating. They had only heard about it before, but had never seen it. Only Rock had encountered it in the entire shelter. Suddenly seeing this strange white mist, they hadn't even thought to connect it to the divine punishment miasma. It was only after Shun Bei mentioned it that they realized. Now, standing on the hill and watching the rolling divine punishment miasma, their legs turned to jelly. They knew that, although the divine punishment miasma would not pose a fatal threat, it would lock all abilities of those with powers, and there would be no salvation. This was more unbearable than death. It's easier to go from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality. Having enjoyed the thrill of earning money as an empowered individual and the advantages that come with it, returning to being an ordinary person was something they could not accept. What should they do now? Hu Yang's face was filled with fear and worry about the unknown as he looked to Shun Bei for help. He realized that this was just the beginning and far from over. Due to the rapid movement of the divine punishment miasma, it quickly occupied the path they had come from and began to slowly rise, soon reaching the summit. There was no way for everyone to retreat. Shin Bei tilted his head, a trace of sarcasm appearing in his abyss-like eyes, and said leisurely, "Anyway, no one will die. Why not enjoy the last moments as empowered individuals?" Shin Bei was not afraid of the divine punishment miasma. After all, he was an ordinary person, it wouldn't target him. Hearing this, Hu Yang's expression became dull, as if he had deflated like a balloon. "What I mean is, if you can help us, then please do," Shin Bei teased. At this point, you still have the mood for innuendos. Huh? Hu Yang was confused, not understanding what Shin Bei meant. "Helping you out is something only your wife can do. I'm not interested in that." Hu Yang understood and felt even worse, mumbling, "Can we stop joking around? The divine punishment miasma will be here soon. You might not be scared, but we are." The others nodded in agreement, looking anxious. Since landing on the island, there had been no danger, and now this sudden threat. It was false to say they weren't panicking. Shin Bei raised a finger and said, "Now there are two options. One is for me to take a speedboat back to find a solution from Yu Wuchang." Hu Yang's lips twitched as he looked for a hammer. By then, the situation would have already cooled down. Secondly, I would go in and eliminate the source within the building, and the cursed atmosphere would naturally dissipate. Hu Yang's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He complimented, "This is good, very effective at solving the problem." Others chimed in, Yes. We can trust Shin Bei's combat ability. Without hesitation, I'll treat you to a drink later. Luo Ku is truly wise. Without you, we would be in serious trouble. A savior-like presence. From now on, you are my good brother." Facing the flattery from everyone, Shun Bei remained unfazed. He spoke again, initially. "Yu Wuchang set a rule for me. As long as all 10 of you, no, 11, can return, each of you must give me 3 high-level crystal core sources." But it was never mentioned what kind of people could return. Hu Yang suddenly understood. It turned out that Yu Wuchang's reward for Shun Bei was structured this way. He took a deep breath, shaking off his daze, and quickly said, "We 1T let you work for nothing. We'll double it for you." Others nodded in agreement. 3 high-level crystal cores in exchange for not becoming ordinary people is an incredibly high cost-performance ratio. Shinbei didn't let his emotions show on the surface and said loudly, "I enjoy dealing with you. You get it right away." After speaking, Shinbei focused his thoughts, and the built-in human-machine interaction system of his armor responded instantly. In the next moment, he bent his knees slightly and jumped off the mountaintop, the foot thrusters suddenly igniting, shooting out a blazing blue-white plasma flame. The flames danced like a wild ribbon, spiraling along the carefully designed exhaust path, instantly leaving 2 dazzling halos on the ground. A strong airflow swept around, lifting dust and debris, forming a brief yet stunning wall of storm. Shinbei's body gradually lifted off the ground, first a few centimeters, then half a meter and 1 meter, with speed and height rising in sync as if breaking free from the shackles of gravity. The sensors on the visual panel of the armor flickered continuously, providing real-time environmental data to assist him in making precise adjustments in the air. Turning, pivoting, the foot thrusters roared to life, transforming into a pair of invisible wings, flying toward the building above. The onlookers on the mountaintop were dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Wow, Shinbei's armor can fly. Shinonji is really too good to him. How many levels of ability do we need to fly?" 10. We need to reach the 10th level to activate flight. Damn, I feel like we are really weak. The thrusters on Shinbei's armor continued to fire, leaving a fiery trail that cut through the sky. Soon, Shinbei reached the building's roof, slowly descending into the white mist. After a moment, he stood atop the building. After roughly assessing his position, he activated the life magnetic field detection to search for the strange life form on the roof. After a few breaths, a red dot appeared on the visual panel. Shinbei drew his light sword, pressed the switch, and a purple light blade erupted. Until his green dot overlapped with the red dot, Shinbei pushed off the ground, steadied himself, gripping the hilt tightly, and raised the light sword. With an overwhelming force, it plunged down. The lightsaber pierced through the concrete slab effortlessly, as if slicing through butter. In the next moment, a strange sound, reminiscent of a mix between a dog's bark and an elephant's trumpet, echoed. The ceiling began to crack and crumble in large chunks. Immediately, the lightsaber was withdrawn, and with a powerful jump, the foot thrusters erupted with plasma flames, propelling him out of the white mist of light. After ascending 100 meters, he stabilized his posture for a brief moment, throwing the lightsaber into the air, where it was caught securely by his outstretched arm. With a swift motion, he flipped his left hand and retrieved the sniper rifle. In the hazy view filled with dust and white mist, he concentrated fully, scanning the area below with the crosshair. At that moment, those on the distant hillside suddenly saw a dark shadow of a 3-meter-tall creature with tentacles appear silently 5 meters behind him at the same height, rapidly lunging towards him. The speed was terrifying. It was bad news. Hu Yang felt a jolt of panic in his heart. Chapter 182. The object of absolute surprise at this moment. He remained suspended in midair with the help of the foot thrusters. He was well aware that the lightsaber had not completely killed the creature. He scanned below with his sniper rifle, trying to find any clues, hoping to fire the moment the creature leaped out. Perhaps the bullet's damage was limited, but he didn't aim for a one-shot kill. He could easily engage in a war of attrition, using mobility to wear the creature down. As for the timing, it was of no concern to him. Just then, the life detection on the visual panel suddenly registered a red dot right behind him. He remained calm and heavy-hearted, not expecting the creature to attack so suddenly. Yet, he did not let this unexpected turn of events fluster him. In fact, he didn't even plan to turn around. As the dangerous red was about to overlap with his own green dot, Hu Yang and the others felt their hearts sink, their eyes wide with horror, some even averting their gaze, unable to look directly. The creature's movements were alarmingly quick. Even after ascending, without any retroactive force to assist, it still swiftly turned and lunged at him. They watched helplessly as the creature was about to complete its attack, while he showed no reaction. Wasn't he supposed to have high combat awareness? How could his vigilance drop once he left the ground? But in the next instant, everyone saw a mechanical arm behind him suddenly light up with a chilling blade of light, as if it had eyes. The mechanical arm swung down fiercely, precisely slicing the creature in half just as the lightsaber had descended, and it did so with flawless accuracy. Under the intense heat of plasma, the creature's wounds sprayed out black liquid, emitting an indescribable foul odor reminiscent of a mix of spoiled milk and rotten fish, as if they had been simmered together. Simultaneously, black smoke rose from the wound, and the flesh churned, clearly charred. The two halves of the monster brushed past Shinbei from either side. In the distance, Hu Yang and the others were both shocked and scared, exclaiming, "His so Shinbei didn't fail to notice, but simply looked down on it. That mechanical arm is so agile. I thought it was just a decoration, at most for carrying things. I've gained some knowledge." No wonder the Blue Enchantress and Yu Wuchang took a liking to Shinbei. This is the beauty of machinery. Quite impressive. We definitely have hope of escaping safely from here. At that moment, on the mountaintop, a group of ability users was thrilled. The tentacled monster might not be as formidable as they thought. Without the divine punishment miasma, it might have succumbed to their combined attacks in less than a minute. But the challenge lay in the divine punishment miasma, which forced them to observe from a distance. Shinbei's performance indeed astonished everyone. His armor was simply all-encompassing, comparable to an ability user. In the crowd, Bimura hid, watching Shinbei fight with a deadpan expression. Bang bang, just as the monster was sliced in half by the lightsaber, flying past Shinbei, he relentlessly fired at the monster on his left. A stream of bullets, trailing white vapor, continuously pierced through the creature's body. Each bullet could lift a chunk of the monster's flesh. However, what puzzled Shinbei was that even as the monster was shot to pieces and blood and flesh flew everywhere, those separated parts transformed into smaller tentacled creatures, as if they were splitting. Interesting. Just as Shinbei planned to draw out his shotgun for further attacks, the monster on the right crashed onto the rooftop, healed its wounds, and suddenly swung its arm, reaching over 100 meters high to grab Shinbei's ankle. Shinbei looked down and finally saw that the tentacle wrapping around his ankle was a pitch-black appendage, resembling an octopus's tentacle. Behind the tentacle was something entirely different. It was made up of human arms connected together. Shinbei tilted his head. A human arm is only about a meter long, and at a distance of 100 meters, that would require the equivalent of 50 humans. No. The other half of the monster he had shredded should also possess that many arms. Calculating it out, that was nearly 100 lives. Therefore, the lives of those aboard the vessels lingering on the beach were likely all accounted for here. In the next moment, the monster on the right suddenly yanked. Despite Shinbei's foot thrusters resisting, the power difference was stark. Shinbei's figure was gradually pulled down from midair. Boring. Shinbei could easily draw out his revolver and sever the tentacle directly. Yet, unexpectedly, he opted for a different approach. He simply gave up resisting. His body suddenly tilting as he shot down like a meteor, diving towards the tentacled monster with a thunderous momentum. This scene caused the onlookers in the distance to furrow their brows sharply, their expressions resembling that of fierce demons, puzzled and unable to comprehend Shinbei's actions. He could either sever the monster's arm or resist the pull upwards. Why was he diving down instead? They watched helplessly as Shinbei vanished once again into the misty light. Everyone was rendered speechless. For a moment, the entire hill was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if the wind and the trees were on high alert, making people feel anxious. Hu Yang's teeth chattered as he stared intently into the white mist. But the mist was like a barrier, obscuring everything from view. Hu Yang anxiously paced in circles and turned to Bermula, asking, "What do you think are Shinbei's chances of winning?" Bermula, with an expressionless face and cold, silent eyes, replied, "All I know is that we will get out of here." Waves of emotion surged in Hu Yang's eyes. That's a comforting thought. Wait, why do you seem a bit unfamiliar to me? Bermula smiled slightly, eyes glinting. Is that so? Hu Yang paused for a moment, feeling dazed, then slapped his forehead. I must be nervous and confused. I'm actually very familiar with you. That's good. In the midst of the white mist, Shinbei dove like a light swallow, and just as he made contact with the monster, he flipped his wrist, gripping a shotgun. This weapon, with its robust chamber and short barrel, aimed menacingly at the tentacled creature. He decisively pulled the trigger. The shotgun roared instantly, spewing forth a burst of fiery light, accompanied by a deafening explosion, as a dense rain of lead surged toward the tentacled monster with thunderous force. Thud! Thud! It was as if countless red-hot steel balls had fallen into cheese. At the moment of impact, the monster's tentacles snapped and splattered like they had been struck by a giant hammer. The creature's body was instantly torn apart by numerous bullet holes, with chunks of flesh flying as if thrown into a meat grinder. The tentacles twitched and spasmed in the air before drooping helplessly, like severed vines. Shinbei's dive did not waver. He crashed directly onto the floor of the building, which was already decayed and dilapidated, causing it to crumble and break apart. A large hole was created. Shinbei rolled into the room and immediately got up, gripping the shotgun and continuing to fire at the falling pieces of the monster. This monster could not be given time to heal its wounds, or it would continue to split. Continuous fire was necessary until the flesh lost its vitality. Countless writhing bits of flesh and tentacles flailed like snakes, trying to capture Shinbei's figure. Shinbei was not stingy with his ammunition. The muzzle continuously emitted fierce flames, as deadly bullets rained down like a meteor shower onto the scattered flesh of the monster on the ground. Each shot was accompanied by a deafening explosion, causing bullets to detonate within the monster's body, scattering blood and pus, forming swirling pools of crimson. The creature howled in pain, its tentacles thrashing wildly in the air. Yet it could not withstand the damage inflicted by the bullets. Above, the originally intact left side of the monster, after splitting, made a rustling sound as it surged in from the opening, pouncing down toward Shinbei. On the visual panel, More than a dozen red dots approached rapidly. Shinbei remained steady, extending his hand to exchange weapons with the mechanical arm behind him. The mechanical arm grasped the shotgun, moving smoothly and precisely, continuously firing at the descending monster. Every pull of the trigger was perfectly timed, the slight recoil of the firearm accompanied by the shell casing being ejected from the chamber, spinning through the air like silver petals before drifting down. Those casings traced brief, yet dazzling arcs in the air, ultimately clinking as they fell onto the stone ground. Meanwhile, Shinbei, wielding the light sword, moved forward slowly, the blade's light flickering as he sliced through the palm-sized flesh chunks that could no longer split. The high-temperature cut left the monster's flesh and blood in a blackened mass, resembling a shriveled corpse, completely lifeless. After a moment, the room returned to a brief silence, with only Shinbei's determined footsteps echoing in the empty space, along with the scattered shell casings. After dealing with the last piece of blood, the unknown tentacled monster was finally taken care of. However, contrary to Shinbei's expectations, the thick white mist did not dissipate as anticipated after the monster's demise. The reality was that it continued to spread. Therefore, the divine punishment miasma was not produced by this monster. Shinbei looked up at the ceiling. In the center, surrounded by numerous relief sculptures, the source of the divine punishment miasma was still actively spewing forth. He raised his sniper rifle, wanting to take a shot. But after a moment's thought, he lowered it. With a gentle jump, the foot thrusters lifted Shinbei upwards. As he approached the ceiling, a hole appeared where the monster had been lurking. The mechanical arm on his back reached inside. Soon, the mechanical arm retrieved a transparent orb the size of an egg. Shinbei tilted his head. Is this the thing emitting the divine punishment miasma? He took it and squeezed it gently. It was still somewhat elastic. At that moment, the small orb seemed to be disturbed, stopping its emission of white mist. After landing, Shinbei continued to examine the small orb. It was not quite a living entity, yet it felt like touching flesh. Inside the orb, only a small amount of white liquid remained. When he squeezed it again, the orb emitted divine punishment miasma once more. Got it, a squeeze is the switch. A look of surprise appeared on Shinbei's face. So, I now possess an object that counters supernatural beings. Although the amount of divine punishment miasma it could emit was limited, if used properly, it could be a weapon for a counterattack. Even the Spider Queen would fear this thing. It seemed to be a one-time use. Shinbei recalled the story Rock had told him about how someone had encountered the divine punishment miasma in a certain place, but had come out completely unscathed. It could only be said that the unfortunate luck was due to the orb's last emission of miasma, which Rock had encountered. Having something was better than nothing. It was a life-saving tool. Shinbei was filled with joy as he tucked it away carefully. Then, another question arose. Shinbei looked up at the relief sculptures on the ceiling. The humans of the old era wouldn't have carved such things. Chapter 183. Let us play a game of cat and mouse. Shinbei initially thought that the structures on this island were remnants of the old era. But now, looking at it this way, the timeline didn't match. This was definitely from after the new world had been opened. There are still people active on the island, especially after witnessing various indescribable sea creatures, leading to a sense of worship and pilgrimage. It is estimated that this group of people failed to board the Titan in time, and their panic turned into worship, wanting to join the ranks of the monsters, only to be wiped out by the creatures. Shinbei speculated. The creatures roaming about do not spare human lives. As they pass by, no one survives. Shinbei clicked his tongue, packed his gear, and walked outside. At this moment, the divine punishment miasma had completely dissipated. Huyang and others also ran down the hill to the house. Huyang looked invigorated, as if he had seen a savior. Thanks to you. Otherwise we would have truly perished in this damn place. The others echoed. Impressive, impressive. Your combat skills are remarkable. By the way, how much did your armor cost? I want to get a set too. Damn, the divine punishment miasma was created by that monster, right? I can't believe it. Several ability users rushed into the house, venting their frustrations by stepping on the charred and shriveled remains of the monster. It was indeed necessary to vent. They unleashed their ultimate moves right away. If Shinbei hadn't reminded them quickly, every person here would have found it harder than death. Shinbei raised his hand to calm them down. Check the surroundings, take anything strange with you, and then we can head back. Huyang nodded and began searching with the others. This task naturally didn't require Shinbei's involvement. He climbed up a hill to keep watch. This hill was part of a ridge, offering a view of the sea and a river extending into the island. Huyang and the others roamed freely through the low bushes, hunting some unfamiliar monsters. Their coordination was quite precise. Before long, they crossed the river and ventured into the forest on the other side. After about an hour, Huyang and the others returned to the riverbank, carrying the corpses of fierce beasts along with gathered fruits and seeds, preparing to head back home. They entered the water one by one. Some swam back to the other side, while others were still on the opposite bank tying up sealed bags. However, at that moment, a blurred white that appeared in the wide waterway where the river met the sea. Shinbei stood at the top of the hill, puzzled. The visual panel continuously zoomed in. It was a white yacht, speeding towards the inner side of the forest. 5 men were aboard, all in uniform. One of them, wearing sunglasses, was chewing gum and holding a large-caliber sniper rifle only specialized shooters could use, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Another person also carried a sniper rifle, but of a lower model. A man with a scar on his forehead had exceptionally muscular arms that nearly tore through his short sleeves. He was driving the yacht while chewing on a cigarette, his dark face making his teeth appear stark white when he smiled. Shinbei turned to glance back in the direction he had come from. The 36th shelter was located on the west side of the island, while the direction of the speedboat was towards the east side of the island. They were completely different directions. Were these people from another shelter? Shinbei hesitated for a moment, wondering if there really were shelters bold enough to land on the island. He thought only Yu Wuchang was that crazy. He didn't expect other shelters to want to join the fray on the island as well. The people on the speedboat seemed to have spotted Hu Yang and the others by the riverbank. The moment they met, the guy with the scar on his forehead immediately turned the speedboat around, drifting on the water and stopping about 1,000 meters away from the river mouth. He whispered something to the sniper wearing glasses. The bespectacled man took off his sunglasses and set up his sniper rifle. Despite the rolling waves, as a 6th-tier shooting specialist, his stance was steady, almost shockingly so. Another 4th-tier shooting specialist also aimed his gun at the people on both sides of the river. At this moment, Hu Yang spotted the 2 gun barrels and, forgetting about greetings or explanations, shouted from the riverbank, "Scatter! Run!" Bang! A blue energy bullet shot out from the speedboat. Like a ghost, it pierced through the air and struck a giant rock in the river, exploding into countless fragments. Bang bang, the 2 snipers continued to shoot at the scattered crowd along the riverbanks. Hu Yang reacted quickly, dropping his belongings and starting to flee towards the low bushes. This was the advantage of snipers. At a distance of over 1,000 meters, they could only passively endure the attack. Even though Hu Yang and the others were all ability users, at such a distance, their long-range attacks lost accuracy, far less comfortable than the sniper rifle. Meanwhile, the speedboat maintained a steady pace towards the river mouth. The 2 snipers kept shooting, laughing as if they were having fun. From the low bushes on both sides of the river, cries of the wounded could be heard from time to time. Shinbei then slid down from the tree, crouching low and running quickly along the ridge of the peak. As he ran, the leaves of his battle armor rustled and shook, rapidly changing colors to blend in with the surrounding environment. Shinbei estimated that 7 people had returned to the west bank. As long as they headed towards the buildings, they would soon be able to board the boat. However, the 4 still on the west bank were in a more troublesome situation. They were all high-tier crystal core users, each with 6 cores. Although they were quite far from the river, Shinbei, assisted by his armor, ran faster and faster, almost ignoring the terrain and racing against time. As he passed by his returning teammates, he happened to encounter Hu Yang. Hu Yang was carrying an injured teammate and shouted, "Retreat! The enemy snipers are too high-tier." Shinbei casually replied, "Those are all my high-tier crystal cores. You all go back, don't come over, be careful not to get killed by the snipers." Hu Yang choked on his words, "Are you crazy? Hurry!" Before he could finish, Shinbei had already vanished into the dense forest. Damn! Hu Yang cursed under his breath. One had to know that a 6th-tier shooting specialist had all their abilities focused on shooting. The threat level was terrifying. To put it bluntly, as long as they maintained their distance, they could take out an 8th-tier ability user one-on-one. Although Shinbei is also a sniper, how can he compare to an ability user who specializes in shooting? Hu Yang gritted his teeth, carrying his teammate and calling to the others, "Retreat! Get the injured to the boat, hurry!" Soon, Shinbei arrived at the entrance of the creek and the forest stream, lying under a large rock. Using the dense vines for cover, the white small boat was leisurely turning along the river, its sharp bow raised high, with only 4 guys left on board, laughing excitedly. These individuals seemed carefree, but each of their eyes was alert to the surroundings, their laughter appearing as a performance, a form of disguise. However, the 6th-tier sniper was nowhere to be found. On the boat, there was only a 4th-tier sniper sitting cross-legged in the middle, raising and lowering his binoculars to scan the banks. Interesting, Shinbei thought as he poked the muzzle of his gun out. Muttering to himself, "Is the 6th-tier sniper lying in ambush?" Shinbei glanced at the surrounding environment and slowly crawled backward. After crawling for about 10 meters, he arrived near a patch of grass. This location was unique. Apart from the trees, this patch of grass was the only place to hide. Shinbei used his armor's photographic function to capture the surrounding environment and quickly edited the dynamic footage. Connecting to a wireless firepower disc, he began projecting. In an instant, another optical projection of Shinbei appeared beside him, equipped with identical gear and firearms, lying behind the grass. Very good. Shinbei gently poked the muzzle out of the grass, trying not to stir any movement. He firmly believed that the 6th-tier sniper must have swum to the opposite bank and was lying in ambush somewhere. Anyone could guess that if a team lacked a sniper, it would be absurd. When Hu Yang and the others were exposed in the river, none of them were holding a sniper rifle. Clearly, that 6th-tier sniper was very cautious, disembarking alone and using the personnel on the boat as bait to lure Shun Bei into shooting, thus revealing his position. Shun Bei also knew that once he fired a shot, he would inevitably expose his location. However, his subsequent countermeasures were already prepared. Although his armor could withstand a full-force strike from a 6th-tier ability user, enduring was one thing. The bottom line was ensuring he didn't die. Which didn't include being injured. Moreover, this was a sniper rifle, and its power was much greater. Even being hit in the legs could lead to severe consequences. But Shun Bei aimed to eliminate them and rescue the 4 ability users on the opposite side. He heard cries for help and wails from multiple positions on the opposite bank. Undoubtedly, they had been shot. Fortunately, the fact that they could still cry out meant they wouldn't die immediately. It was the silence that would be truly unsettling. After all, they were all high-grade crystal cores belonging to Shun Bei, and he was short on money to the point of losing sleep over it. Before Titan entered the breeding area, he needed to save at least 100 high-grade crystal cores. Anyone who dared to touch his money would become Shun Bei's mortal enemy. At this moment, the crosshair was aligned with the white speedboat. It would be unwise to shoot the 4th-tier sniper with the first bullet. Ordinary snipers often made such serious mistakes. In this situation, the priority is to address the radio. The small boat resembles a white building racing across the river, through the bright windshield in front of the cockpit. One can see a radio intercom fixed to the left of the steering wheel, with a metal antenna extending from the top of the boat. If we compare the yacht to a snail, then these 2 antennas are its feelers. This indicates that the opponent's position is very close to the island, perhaps about 13 kilometers to the east of it. Shun Bei did not rush to fire. He was waiting. He needed to wait until the enemy entered a certain range, making it easier to hit. Even if they attempted to turn and escape, the bullets would still pursue them. The lighting was good at this moment, and the crosshair in the scope remained relatively still compared to the rapidly moving boat. Shun Bei's breathing was steady, and his heart rate slowed. He waited for the small vessel to enter the next bend. Soon, the opportunity arose. Shun Bei decisively pulled the trigger. Although the round was silent, the flash from the muzzle was unavoidable. At the moment Shun Bei's bullet left the chamber, he jumped out of the bushes and ran to the left. At the same instant, the grass across the river swayed, and a blue bullet shot towards Shun Bei. Chapter 184. Is that all you can do? Shun Bei was like a patient cheetah. Once the opportunity presented itself, the crosshair of the sniper rifle aligned perfectly with the target line. A bullet was ejected from the barrel, spinning rapidly through the air, its tip glowing red-hot. It dragged a trail of milky white air behind it as it flew towards its target. In the next breath, disregarding the margin of error, the radio navigation antenna, 200 meters away, suddenly exploded into fragments as if it had overloaded, scattering into the river. In that instant, Shun Bei retracted his sniper rifle and leaped out of the bushes, running to the left. As expected, the sniper on the opposite bank reacted swiftly. A blue bullet shot from the opposite bank, piercing Shun Bei's armor with precision. However, Shun Bei was as intangible as a ghost, completely unaffected, continuing to run left until he disappeared into the dense forest. What was described above was merely Shun Bei's virtual projection. The real Shun Bei remained crouched in the bushes. After that moment passed, Shun Bei once again extended the muzzle of his rifle, slightly lowering it, pressing the crosshair over the boat's railing without firing back at the sniper on the opposite bank. Presumably, that sniper had already relocated after witnessing such a peculiar situation. Therefore, Shun Bei fired a bullet at the 4th-tier sniper, who was still dazed on the speedboat. In that brief moment, the 4th-tier sniper seemed to sense something. His thin lips quivered slightly, barely noticeable, but from the shape of his mouth, it appeared he uttered a word of frustration. As a fellow sniper, he instinctively knew that the probability of dying under the second bullet was high, like a sniper hidden at the top of a tall tower. Watching the enemy below scurry around like ants, he was having a grand time shooting from above. But as he focused, suddenly a tank's barrel appeared in his sight, stopping right in front of him. There was hardly any time left to curse or pray for salvation. It was almost pointless to run or risk falling to his death. At that moment, sitting cross-legged, standing up to find cover would take more than 2 seconds, making him the first human target. So, he decisively chose to plunge into the treacherous river waters. As he leapt from the small boat, his body suspended above the river surface. A bullet struck him in the back just as he jumped, adding weight to his fall into the water. Perhaps this 4th-tier sniper still had great potential for growth. But no matter how skilled he was, when luck turned against him, he had to face death. He was up against Shun Bei, a ruthless killer. Despite being an ordinary person, Shun Bei's equipment was astonishing and unimaginable. At that moment, Shun Bei showed no hesitation and continued to fire. He calculated that the 6th-tier sniper across the river would need a few seconds to set up his sniper rifle while relocating. Seizing this opportunity, Shinbei kept pulling the trigger. The Barrett's fierce muzzle spat bullets like a dragon breathing fire. The merciless bullets pierced the small boat's windshield, striking the driver's face. Inside, the driver couldn't assess the attack well, causing him to crouch down too late. The strong, muscular man was pulled down to the ground, blood bubbling and staining the clean, bright windshield, resembling the melting snow on Rocky Mountains, with liquid columns sliding down. The white yacht, like a horse without a driver, swayed a few times in panic before coming to a stop. Water vapor rose from the river's surface like a white veil. Shinbei, not greedy for more shots, completely disabled the speedboat and rolled backward. As long as the speedboat was incapacitated, there was no chance for the enemy to call for support from their shelter. After all, their Titan was much closer to the island, meaning support would arrive much faster than from the 36th shelter. The radio was shattered, the 4th-tier sniper was dead, and the speedboat had stopped. Shinbei's first phase of the mission was complete. Just as Shinbei rolled backward, a blue energy bullet shot across from the other side of the river. The bullet exploded almost right where Shinbei had just been. The strong air pressure pushed him, intending to roll once, but he was blown off, rolling 5 or 6 times before finally stopping. Shinbei pretended to crouch and moved forward like a swift snake, darting to the right. While advancing, he searched for a concealed position to stop. The gun barrel poked out again, aiming at the speedboat on the river. His eyes were glued to the scope, intently focusing on the target. The other party was also in a predicament. They couldn't get in touch with the shelter unless they drove the small boat back to report verbally. However, the sniper rifle was like a venomous snake, injecting poison into its prey, ensuring it wouldn't escape easily. The remaining 3 individuals huddled inside the small boat, curling up tightly, leaving no exposed target. They seemed to understand that the sniper was incredibly patient, and to deal with such an elusive sniper, they could only rely on magic to counter magic. Even though the small boat bobbed alone on the water's surface, no one was adding the core crystal to control its direction. They were waiting for the 6th-tier sniper to confront the sniper. Another bullet fired from the sniper, passing through the window of the small boat and striking above where the 3 were hiding. The glass shattered, likely landing on the enemy's necks or scattering across their arched backs. This shot was a warning, telling the enemies to stay low, as the sniper rifle still watched them like a harbinger of death. After the small yacht was hit, the hull spun slightly. Whoosh, another shot rang out, hitting the bow of the small boat, accelerating its rotation. One guy inside could no longer contain himself, realizing he was about to be exposed, yet he dared not rise or move. He could only grit his teeth and extend a hand, trying to reverse the small boat while crouching. Seeing the target exposed, the sniper wasted no time. A bullet flew out, blowing apart the back of that hand gripping the steering wheel, shattering 5 fingers. 2 fell to the ground, 3 jumped onto the control panel, mixing with the shattered glass. It was as if freshly severed, bloodied fingers were placed in a shiny ice block for sale, creating a gruesome scene. After firing that shot, the sniper made a quick getaway. His intention was simple, to tell them not to move, that the Grim Reaper was watching them. The remaining 3 were still of use. At this moment, the sniper continued to run to the left, gradually descending along the slope. After a few breaths, he found a large, flourishing tree. It leaned slightly. Its trunk inclined toward the river like a tower about to collapse. Taking cover under the branches, the sniper gently entered the water, slowly submerging until his entire head was beneath the surface, leaving only a faint ripple. The battle armor's diving mode activated. The foot thrusters allowed him to move forward without any motion of his limbs. The river water was very murky, filled with a lot of mud and sand. Not to mention firearms. Even a 6th-tier sniper rifle would need to cover its muzzle with a small balloon if submerged. However, the sniper didn't care at all. Even with a muddy muzzle, the upgraded firearm could still fire normally. Before long, the sniper reached the opposite riverbank, his eyes surfacing like a crocodile. He scanned the surroundings and, holding the sniper rifle, began to land. He knew very well that a 6th-tier sniper, whether in technique or experience, was likely on par with him. Engaging in a standoff across the river held little significance. The sniper's goal was to rescue his people, as they were his core crystal. Prolonging the standoff would only be disadvantageous to him. As Shinbei crossed the river, the strategy was to catch the enemy off guard. The 6th-tier sniper would never expect him to suddenly appear from the same direction. After landing, the situation was somewhat dire. Standing on the damp riverbank, his feet were heavily stuck in the silt accumulated by the river, much like a metal figure running on a magnet, creating squelching sounds with each step. The low, dark trees ahead were closely packed together, resembling a dense orchard, blocking Shinbei's line of sight. Just a few steps in, a chilling sensation surged through his sixth sense. Without thinking, Shinbei leaped forward, crashing into the mud and crawling deeper into the woods. Suddenly, a line of fire came rushing towards him, crossing from his left side. Over there. That way. Damn it, shoot. Li Man, he is heading your way. The people on the speedboat shouted while firing. Shinbei lay flat in the muddy water, clutching his rifle as he crawled forward, while streaks of fire whizzed overhead like falling stars, one after another. He felt as though he had been hit in the face. Shinbei ducked and scrambled away. He had thought he could silently swim to the opposite side without being noticed by the 6th-tier sniper, and that was indeed the case. However, the enemies hiding in the speedboat had emerged, rifles in hand, starting to spray bullets. If he had known, he would have taken them out earlier. Shinbei grumbled but decided to leave one alive to interrogate about which shelter had initiated the attack. The commotion here would definitely attract the attention of the 6th-tier sniper. Shinbei wasn't afraid of the rifle bullets, but if the 6th-tier sniper took a shot, it would be a different story. The overlapping lines of fire above grew denser, with bullets whistling past and crashing into the low trees, causing countless tiny branches and leaves to fall. Shinbei crawled quickly through the mud, just managing to escape the rifle's firing range. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind him. As several low trees rooted in the silt were uprooted and sent flying into the air, shattered branches and mud raining down on Shinbei. It was easy to imagine the horrific scene if a flesh-and-blood body were struck by such firepower. Shinbei took cover in a relatively deep ditch and looked towards the hillside on his right. The sniper named Li Man was, at some point, shouldering a small cannon designed specifically for ability users. The small cannon had a streamlined shape, approximately half a meter long and no wider than a palm. Its main body was made of dark silver superalloy, with intricate patterns carved into the surface to depict energy flow. This small cannon relied on the energy output from the ability user, efficiently transmitting it to the cannon through superconducting conduits. When the ability user concentrated and mobilized the energy within, the crystal at the cannon's muzzle would instantly light up, gathering into a powerful beam of energy to strike the enemy. In fact, this type of small cannon was already outdated and far less satisfying than the fireballs produced by ability users. However, as a marksman specializing in shooting, Li Man would not waste his energy core on other ability users. When powerful firepower was needed for suppression, this small cannon was the only choice. Shinbei is currently trapped in a pit, afraid to move. As soon as he sticks his head out or tries to escape, he is either met with sniper bullets or shelling from a small cannon. A direct hit from either type of firepower might not be fatal the first time, but the second time could be a different story. So this is how we're playing it, Shinbei thought with a surge of anger. He activated the wireless connected barrage drone. The moment it appeared, the cannon adjusted slightly, and a flash of fire erupted from the muzzle. As the shell was launched, the barrage drone cloaked itself again. The entire process went unnoticed in the high skies. It directly bombarded the hill where Li Man was located. Chapter 185. Counterattack like a thunderclap. The moment the barrage drone revealed itself, the shell was fired. Li Man, standing in the mountains, was no novice. He immediately sensed something was off above him. Just as he looked up, it was the exact moment the barrage drone was disappearing. At that instant, Li Man was stunned. A flying saucer? He thought there was something wrong with his vision. Shaking his head vigorously, he looked again, but the barrage drone had vanished. In the next moment, a dark spot began descending from the sky, growing larger. A shell? Li Man's brows furrowed as he instantly realized that this shell had to be launched by that flying saucer. Although he had no idea what the saucer was or where it came from, he knew clearly that the shell was coming for him. Without hesitation, Li Man pushed off from a large tree, using the recoil to propel himself away. He rolled and hid behind a massive rock, pressing his back tightly against the stone wall. Boom! The echo of the explosion reverberated through the mountains, thick smoke billowing in the area covered by the artillery fire, and the ground was pockmarked. The calm air was instantly torn apart, with strong gusts sweeping violently, shaking the earth. The sky trembled, the ground groaned, and in the blink of an eye, flames and dust engulfed Li Man's position. Debris flew everywhere. Li Man curled up behind the giant rock, with countless stones crashing down. Although he was mostly unharmed, the raging shockwave still swept around the boulder, leaving him dizzy. After catching his breath, Li Man shook off the dirt, grabbed his sniper rifle, and rolled out from behind the rock. He ran back to his original position, raising his gun to scan the muddy area below. It was already empty. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Man turned and began sprinting to the left. At this moment, he had gained some understanding of Shinbei. He was a sniper using old-fashioned firearms, which had undergone astonishing modifications, demonstrating significant power. Furthermore, he was cunning and bold, daring even to approach across the riverbank. If he hadn't been spotted by his teammates in the river, Li Man wouldn't have realized that Shinbei had made his way over. Dangerous and cunning. Li Man smirked. Finally, I have found a worthy opponent. At this point, Shinbei had already taken advantage of the bombing gap and was making his way out of the muddy forest, 1 foot deep and the other shallow. He quickly climbed up a tall tree, with murky mud flowing down constantly. Shinbei didn't have time to wipe it off and began to scan the possible directions where Lyman might appear, utilizing the enhanced vision of his combat suit. He knew that Lyman would absolutely not be killed by a single shell. If he couldn't dodge that, he wouldn't have been able to reach the 6th tier at all. In the dense woods, there were strange trees and shrubs, with long and wide as well as small and dense leaves, increasing the overall density of the forest, making it difficult for the human eye to see too far. Shinbei attempted infrared imaging. As expected, it failed. As a sniper, if Lyman had not activated his life magnetic field ability, he would have long been a target for others. Shinbei lowered his center of gravity, pressing his chest against the thick trunk, not daring to move at all. The opponent's strength was on a completely different level compared to the formidable foes Shinbei had encountered in the past. This guy showed almost no flaws and was in a state of waiting patiently, neither moving. Gradually, time passed, and the sun began to tilt. This made it easier for Lyman's sniper scope to glimmer, potentially exposing the disguised identity. Sure enough, in Shinbei's line of sight, a piece of glass flickered among the leaves, shining under the sunlight. Just as Shinbei was about to seize the opportunity to shoot, he hesitated. After a moment's thought, he realized that Lyman would never make such a low-level and fatal mistake. It must be a trick. Shinbei remained crouched in the treetops, not daring to make any large movements. However, remaining in this stalemate was becoming increasingly disadvantageous. The cries of the 4 people in the mountains were growing weaker. Shinbei had to quickly locate Lyman's position. After some consideration, he made a decisive choice. He wirelessly connected to the cluster fire disk again and deployed spider robots. Silently, over 30 spider robots dropped to the ground. Although they fell from above, the lightweight nature of the spider robots meant that air resistance would lift them slightly during their descent, balancing out the forces of resistance and gravity, allowing for a safe landing with minimal impact. Once the 30-plus small spider robots landed, they began to scan the terrain and spread out automatically, searching for human life magnetic fields. As long as they could find Lyman's position, it didn't matter whether they could kill him or not. About 10 minutes later, there was a loud bang. The spider robots had located Lyman, but soon, Shinbei furrowed his brows, realizing that the explosion sound was actually coming from behind him. He quickly turned around, only to see a thick cloud of black smoke rising from the explosion site, with a shadow darting out of the smoke and rolling away to the west. Shinbei swiftly turned on the trunk. In just that second, when he raised his sniper rifle again, he lowered it once more. He could see that the movement of the branches was becoming less frantic. Lyman had already run far away. Shooting randomly would only waste bullets. Shinbei's gaze flickered, licking his lips. What a surprise, he had unknowingly approached me from behind. Shinbei genuinely felt that this was a well-matched opponent. If it weren't for the spider robot finding Lyman, waiting a little longer might have resulted in Lyman launching a sneak attack from behind. A cunning opponent. Shinbei quickly slid down the tree trunk, clutching his sniper rifle, and began to pursue the direction Lyman had fled. According to Shinbei's estimates, the spider robot had definitely inflicted some damage on him without him realizing it. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have run away so decisively. Indeed, during his pursuit, Shinbei passed the site of the explosion and saw a patch of blood. The amount of blood wasn't fatal, but he was definitely injured. It was just unclear where he had been hurt. Shinbei didn't have time to analyze. He quickly ran westward. Soon, 2 completely different terrains appeared before Shinbei. One side was a marshland, while the other was a forest. Shinbei looked around, guessing the direction Lyman had taken. Would it be the marsh or the forest? A normal person would definitely choose the forest, where the ground was firm and conducive to escape. But thinking in reverse, Shinbei looked at the marshland. If it were him, he would choose the marsh. Although the speed would be reduced, it would be unexpected. Shinbei scanned the murky ditches and the tangled weeds under the dense, low trees, seeing no signs of anyone. He crouched down to examine the edge of the marsh. There were no footprints. Even if someone jumped in, there would be traces left. Shinbei quickly ran along the edge of the marsh. Turning a corner, he unexpectedly spotted a crooked tree leaning into the marsh. Below the top of the tree branch was a puddle. This was a natural escape route. After falling into the puddle, it would soon become calm again. Shinbei immediately climbed the crooked tree and began to inspect the marks on the bark. On a leaf at the top, he found a drop of blood the size of a pinhole. If it weren't for Shinbei's keen eyes, he would have never noticed it. Interesting. Shinbei was certain that Lyman had jumped into the marsh from this direction. The combat skills were extremely high. Both sides were cunning foxes. And if either had been slightly less skilled, they wouldn't be on the same level. Shinbei looked up towards the marsh. Lyman had already run into the dense thicket of the marsh, and this area was flat terrain formed by river sediment. It was easy to imagine that Shinbei felt as if he were standing in his own home, looking at the little fish in the aquarium on the coffee table. As long as he had the intention, he could reach in and catch the fish anytime. But the prerequisite was that the fish had to show themselves. Shinbei now had 2 choices. One was to use the wireless cluster fire disc to conduct indiscriminate bombardment on the marsh. The artillery would certainly flush Lyman out. The downside was that the cluster fire disc would be exposed in the air for a long time, making it visible and difficult to explain. The cluster fire disc was a trump card even more important than the battle armor. It could be exposed, but anyone who saw it had to die. The other option was to enter the marsh and continue the pursuit. It was a choice between two. If Shinbei went back to rescue others, Lyman would definitely pursue him like a ghost with lethal intent. Without killing the opponent, the identities between hunter and prey can instantly switch. There is not much to say. Shinbei wouldn't wait. He directly used his armor and rope to grab a crooked tree and swiftly descended into the water pool. After swimming out to the edge of the pool, Shinbei plunged into the muddy ditch, not daring to stand and walk, but instead crawling like a crocodile to search for his target. The muddy forest environment was very unique, unlike other places. Running here required every step to sink into the muck, making a slurping sound, as if one were running on iron shoes over magnets. Neither Shinbei nor Lyman knew what kind of counterattack they would face if they stood up, and neither could risk their lives as a test. Shinbei crawled along the edge of the ditch, using both hands to dig into the ground, not only scraping back the sludge, but also constantly sensing the viscosity of the mud to reduce the risk of sinking further. After crawling for about 100 meters, Shinbei felt the mud getting softer. If he continued to crawl until the mud's dilution reached that of liquid water, he could swim to safety. However, during the process of the mud thinning out to liquid, there would be a transitional layer of soft, gooey mud resembling sesame paste, no matter how skilled Lyman was. It would be impossible to quickly cross this deadly quagmire and escape into the river. The maze of muddy ditches ahead resembled countless intertwined giant pythons, and the consistency of the mud became increasingly irregular. After crawling for so long, Shinbei began to suspect that Lyman might have used some special ability to escape. Shinbei decided to gently straighten his back to extend his limited visibility. In an instant, he noticed a muddy ditch to his left front, about 25 meters away, where several green-skinned frogs were unusually jumping and scurrying to the sides. At first glance, he saw nothing, but when Shinbei adjusted his gaze to a 30-degree angle, he spotted a straight tree stick slowly moving. The stick was covered in yellow mud, thin like a knitting needle, and less than 40 centimeters long. In that moment, Shinbei's nerves intensified as he realized what it was. Found you. Chapter 186. Do you need me to help you escape? Shinbei was quite surprised to see a piece of bark resembling a straw moving toward him in the muddy water. It must have been Lyman who cut a branch with a dagger, then twisted the bark off the stick with his fingers, biting one end of the stick to slowly hollow it out, thus creating a makeshift straw. Based on Shinbei's guess, Lyman probably hadn't anticipated the complexity of the terrain in this quagmire. If he continued to run, he would be pushed into the mud and suffocated. Therefore, he used the brief gap to swim into the ditch, unexpectedly circling around to Shinbei's right flank, attempting to maneuver behind him. As a result, the more Shinbei advanced, the greater the distance between them became. The technique Lyman used to escape through the mud transformed Shinbei's pursuit speed into his own escape speed. Truly bold and skilled, it was remarkable. However, due to the chaotic distribution of the mud ditches, Shinbei had to choose to crawl under the dense and leafy shrubs, unexpectedly encountering Lyman. At that moment, a small shovel-shaped lens suddenly rose up from the moving bark tube, using the effect of light refraction to scout the surroundings. Shinbei, unable to hide in time, watched as the small mirror turned around and quickly disappeared downwards. He immediately drew his pistol and fired vigorously at the muddy pit where the bark tube had vanished. Bang! Bang! Flames burst forth, and mud flew everywhere. The mud, propelled by the bullets, splashed up like a fountain, mixing with bright red blood that surged out. At the same time, from the blood-stained mud, a powerful upward force suddenly broke through the muck with a loud splash, sending a blue energy bullet flying straight towards Shinbei's forehead. The speed was so fast that he couldn't evade it in the muddy water. Clang! The bullet struck Shinbei's forehead, piercing a large hole through his helmet. The tremendous impact destabilized his center of gravity, causing him to fall backward into the muddy soup. Although the armor absorbed most of the impact, it still left Shinbei feeling dizzy, with blood seeping from his forehead, making him feel groggy. He found himself in a muddy pit that resembled a soy sauce vat, with mud flowing into the broken visor of his armor. Bubbles kept rising in his ears as the muddy soup poured in, feeling like countless insects were gathering at his eardrum. Blood trickled down the corner of his eyes. And in Shinbei's vision, not only did everything start to double, but it was also filled with a blood-red hue, as if the entire world was shrouded in crimson. The visual visor went completely dark. Damn it! Shinbei struggled in the mud for a moment. This was Lyman's final shot in a desperate counterattack, aimed directly at his own head from the muddy ground. Fortunately, the armor held up. It caused injury, but was not fatal. At the same time, Shinbei knew that Li Man would definitely not be able to fire a second shot. In such an environment, even an energy sniper rifle designed for ability users could not prevent mud and sand from entering the barrel. To shoot, the barrel would need to be cleared, otherwise, it would explode. If Li Man wasn't dead, the next step would likely be close combat. At this moment, the visual visor was dark, and the life magnetic field monitoring had failed. To maximize his chances, Shunbei decisively drew his energy sword from the muddy water. He pressed the switch, and the muddy water began to bubble like boiling water, releasing bursts of steam. Before Shunbei could fully rise, he suddenly swung the energy sword upwards. In that fleeting moment, as the stirred mud had not completely fallen back to the surface, he sensed a sharp white light piercing towards him from a dark shadow in the yellow mud. However, Shunbei had already anticipated that Li Man would engage in close combat, and the energy sword struck first. Sure enough, the moment the energy sword fell, a scream came from Li Man. The shadow had not yet pounced on Shunbei before it fell to the side. Shunbei steadied himself in the turbulent mud and stood up directly. In his crimson gaze, he could see everything clearly. Li Man's arm was severed by a lightsaber, the wound clean and precise, with exposed bones resembling a broken stick. The detached arm slowly sank into a nearby puddle. Meanwhile, Li Man was covered in bullet wounds. Rolling in the mud, clutching the stump of his arm like a fish caught on a hook, writhing in immense pain. Shunbei licked his lips. A 6th-tier shooting specialist was rendered useless just like that. Not much combat intensity, huh? Shunbei grabbed Li Man's head and dragged him toward the shore. At that moment, Li Man was utterly defenseless. The gunshot wounds on him were enough to drain his life away. If it weren't for the passive enhancement of his abilities, he would have likely succumbed to the bullets long ago. Now, he was merely clinging to life. In that moment, emotions of panic, fear, and bitter resentment surged within him like a raging tide. With no strength to resist, he could only submit to Shunbei's grasp. Shunbei rummaged through his bag, pulled out a dry cigarette, and sat beside the nearly lifeless Li Man. "Want a smoke?" Shunbei asked, holding the cigarette. Li Man gasped for breath for nearly half a minute before he struggled to lift his head, his face ashen. "You are the ghost sniper." Shunbei, unconcerned, took a puff and replied casually, "Looks like you're done smoking." Li Man finally regained a bit of composure from the excruciating pain, lying awkwardly on the ground as he breathed heavily. "Which shelter are you from? What is your name?" "Number 36. Shunbei. "So it's you," Li Man chuckled weakly. "Seems we made the right choice to shoot first. But you didn't kill a single one." Shunbei reminded him. From the mountains, faint cries of the wounded could still be heard. Those shot had not died immediately. Li Man took a deep breath, seemingly trying to vent all his pent-up anger. "I originally planned to take my time, but it all went wrong. Your armor and equipment are really impressive, especially the bomb robot. If I hadn't been careless, I would have already been behind you, slitting your throat. You've taught me a lesson. But the cost was a bit heavy." Shunbei ignored Li Man's rambling and asked, "What number shelter are you from?" "No need to know," Li Man replied, not answering the question. Shunbei didn't press further. He pulled out his handgun and pressed it against Li Man's head. "Anything else you want to say? I can pass a message." The light in Li Man's eyes abruptly turned into a void of silence. "Release." "All right." Bang. Shunbei fired, the bullet shattering Li Man's skull, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Then, Shunbei quickly removed his battle mask, opened his bag, took out some medical supplies, and began to clean the mud and blood from his forehead wound. He also pulled out the lens from Li Man's backpack, using the mirror to wipe the mud and blood from around his forehead. A wound, thinly covered with white ointment, revealing red muscle, was glaringly visible, just a hair's breadth away from piercing the skull. Shunbei let out a sigh of relief. He took out a stack of gauze from the bag, stuffed it into his mouth to bite down on, then gently pried open the slightly swollen wound on his forehead with his thumb and index finger, using a small bottle containing iodine solution to rinse it. In that moment, the pain was excruciating, and the gauze in his mouth was ground against his teeth with a squeaking sound. After finishing the cleaning, he sprinkled some hemostatic and anti-inflammatory powder, and then injected himself with a tetanus shot in the muscle of his arm. Finally, he covered the wound with gauze and secured it with tape. The treatment was complete. In today's world, diseases from the old era still exist and have not disappeared. The bacteria in the mud pose a deadly threat to ordinary people. The sun was slightly to the west at this time, and its glaring light had diminished considerably, restoring tranquility to the entire muddy forest. He rummaged through Li Man's backpack again. Aside from 10 high-quality crystal cores, the rest were useless items. It was a decent haul. He stood up and dove back into the forest. Now he needed to quickly drag those 4 unfortunate souls back to the other side of the river. The spider robot had not yet completed its recovery, and it didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Upon encountering a human life signal, it would explode without hesitation. Even he could not recognize it. He swiftly navigated through the island. The only convenience was that the monsters had been cleared out by Hu Yang and other ability users, so there were no obstacles. Soon, he followed the sounds to the location of the first injured person. A glance told him that this person was beyond saving. A hole had been shot through his heart, and he had even bled out. However, the robust physique of an ability user kept him clinging to life in great pain. He walked over slowly, staring at him. Not knowing his name. How do you feel? He squatted in front of him. The man's gaze was somewhat vacant. He did not answer the question, but weakly asked, "Did you get revenge for me?" He nodded silently. "Help me get up, lean against the tree." He lent a hand. "Do you need me to help you find peace?" He asked again. "No, while there's still time, I want to see the sun." He stood up, said nothing, and began to leave. For him, it was clear he wouldn't survive. "Look at whatever you want. It was just a pity about the 6 high-quality crystal cores." He continued running through the forest to find the other 3 people. Their injuries were lighter. He took one in each hand, and the mechanical arm on his back grasped another. After running out of the forest, he arrived at the riverbank. At this time, Hu Yang and the others had already occupied a small speedboat and captured the remaining 2 enemies. Hu Yang drove the speedboat to the riverbank, and everyone scrambled to lift the injured onto the boat. "One is missing." It seemed Hu Yang sensed something, murmuring softly. He remained expressionless and replied lightly, "Let him look at the sun a little longer. He can't be bothered anymore." Hu Yang sighed. The speedboat made a turn, exiting the river and heading straight for the west side of the island. "The shelter?" he asked. Hu Yang answered, from the interrogation, "It's number 5, led by Baba Tuesday." He responded with an "oh," feeling indifferent, and then asked, "Did you have any deaths on your side?" "No, everyone survived, but they need treatment." Shinbei smacked his lips. "That's good. Everyone is safely back." "Wait a minute." Hu Yang corrected him. "We set off with 12 people, and now 1 is missing." Shinbei's brain throbbed. "Didn't I remember it as 11? Must have miscounted." Hu Yang shrugged. "Is that so?" Shinbei felt a bit dizzy, perhaps due to the after effects of the shot from Lyman, causing his memory to falter. Soon, the 2 speedboats met up with the team members, leaving the island and speeding across the sea, starting to chase after the Titan. Chapter 187. The mysterious sea area. As the 2 speedboats cut through the waves and gradually distanced themselves from the island, an unexpected situation occurred. The speedboats seemed to be affected by some force, unable to move forward despite pushing against the air. Hu Yang stood in the cockpit, continuously manipulating the steering wheel, while the engine roared behind them, splashing water everywhere, yet they couldn't advance. It felt as if there was an invisible wall of air blocking their way. "What is going on? What are you doing?" A team member named Goya, with a long scar across his face and numerous dark spots, his cheeks gaunt and bony, shouted out in frustration, "We need to move forward." Hu Yang cursed. "This is just ridiculous. We can't get out, no matter how I steer." The speedboat won't budge. "There's something wrong with this sea area." "Nonsense." Goya was struck dumb by these words, his body stiffening completely as he continued. "It was fine when we came here. How can we not get out? Damn it. Why don't you take over?" Hu Yang simply tossed the steering wheel to the team member. Goya, naturally skeptical, grabbed the wheel and began to reverse the speedboat. He then tossed a crystal core into the engine. "We need to keep track of this. Reimburse me later. You better get us out before talking." Hu Yang crossed his arms, his tone harsh. Goya snorted. "You just need to hit the gas and go." Under his control, the speedboat shot forward. Bang! The bow shook violently, nearly throwing everyone on board off balance. Bermula clung tightly to the railing, his face pale. "What the hell?" The team member steering the boat exclaimed. "This is seriously messed up." The other team members were equally shocked, completely bewildered by what was happening. Their faces were filled with dread as they chattered. "What is going on? Are we facing an air wall? This is strange. There's clearly nothing in front of us. Why can't we pass?" It felt like some kind of rule was warning us to return to the island. "No, that can't be right. Are we going to be trapped? A rule from the land?" At this moment, Shinbei sat at the back of the boat, cautiously observing the surrounding sea. Aside from the noise of the team members, there was no other sound. It wasn't just this speedboat that couldn't get out. The other speedboat was experiencing the same issue. Shinbei tilted his head, looking ahead. There really was nothing there. A one-way barrier of air? Shinbei muttered, pondering for a moment, then commanded, "Stay close to the edge, maybe there's a gap somewhere." Hu Yang nodded and took the helm, slowly navigating the boat at an angle against the air wall. Shinbei turned to glance back at the island. The distance between them was barely half a nautical mile. Were those boats trapped here? Why did this island feel like a prison, as if it were holding something captive? If something was being held, where could it be? Shinbei pondered for a moment, but found no answers. For this world, there were many so-called regulated areas. The appearance of the air wall did not cause extreme panic among the team members. Although everyone looked grim, their emotions at least didn't collapse. Hu Yang made a large turn, but found nothing, and there was no gap to let the speedboat out. Shinbei raised his hand, stopped sailing. It was a futile effort. According to Shunbei's speculation, the air wall probably surrounded the island in a large loop, forming a closed circuit. Hu Yang turned off the engine, lifted his head with difficulty, panic evident in his eyes, and asked in a low voice, "What should we do now? We can't get out. We're just wasting time. Titan is getting further away, and we might get lost at sea. We can only return to the island." Shunbei approached the bow, touched the air wall, and knocked on it. It was silent, only a sense of hardness. Shunbei gritted his teeth and calmly said, "We can't go back. There are unknown dangers on the island that we haven't cleared." Hu Yang was taken aback by this, his expression even more forlorn. "But we can't get out." Shunbei traced the air wall with his hand, and his palm dipped below the water surface. The air wall was still there, extending downward. He had no idea how deep it was. Looking up at the sky, Shunbei lightly jumped on the bow, and the foot thrusters burst forth with plasma flames, propelling him into the air. The people below looked up in realization. Maybe the opening is above. How did I not think of that? That's because you can't fly. Let us not rest here. Let us unleash all our attack skills. What if we break through? Once this idea was out, everyone perked up. Even the injured endured their pain, gathering energy, and began to bombard the air wall with all their might. Explosions, fists, flames, weapons clanging. Exhausted, the group was panting, but there was no sign of any disturbance in the air wall. It was as if half of all the attacks were absorbed by the air wall. Hu Yang waved his hand. "Forget it, it's not working." After flying to a height of about 300 meters, Shunbei felt the top of the air wall and flew towards the island along the ceiling. Halfway through, Shunbei shook his head, confirming that it was indeed an inverted bowl of water, similar to the top of the sky. The only consolation was that the height of the clustered firepower disk was 500 meters. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult. He returned to the bow. Hu Yang asked urgently, "What is the verdict?" "It's capped." Hu Yang sighed. Shunbei rubbed his nose and then asked, "Is there a toolbox on the speedboat?" "Yes." Hu Yang opened the storage compartment and pulled out a standard toolbox. Shunbei rummaged through the usable tools and began to repair his battle helmet. The main tool used here was still the zero-point energy welding gun. Hu Yang completely couldn't understand Shunbei's actions and asked, "Is this the time to get serious?" "This is serious business." Shunbei kept his head down, focused on welding the damaged area. Hu Yang scratched his head. "I completely don't understand." After welding a seam, Shunbei took a look, nodded in satisfaction, and continued welding. "I need to go underwater to take a look." Hu Yang's expression changed. Waves of thoughts surged in his mind, and an unbelievable suspicion involuntarily arose. Could it be that we have to swim over from the seabed? As soon as the idea struck him, Hu Yang slapped his thigh. "We don't need you for this. We'll do it." Immediately, Hu Yang called out to Bermuda, "You, go underwater and see if you can swim over." Bermuda hesitated, stammering, I can't swim. Useless." Hu Yang shot him a disdainful glance and picked another team member. "Goya, aren't you quite capable? Go down and check, especially how deep the air wall really is." Goya suddenly realized, that is a good idea. Without further ado, Goya jumped into the water with a splash and swam down. The seawater was a deep, beautiful blue, and as he descended, the figure quickly vanished into the darkness. Everyone leaned over the side of the boat, eagerly waiting for news. After a moment, Goya surfaced, gasping for air, and was pulled back onto the boat. Shaking the water off his head, he cursed, "Damn it, I estimated I could dive 300 meters. But I still couldn't reach the bottom." Hu Yang was startled. 300 meters of pressure was enormous. Even for those of them with 6th-tier physiques. That was at the limit, and he still hadn't reached the bottom. It can't be bottomless, right? Hu Yang muttered, despair creeping onto his face. The others also looked dejected, a thought of never being able to return taking root. "I'll try." After finishing welding the armor, Shunbei put on his helmet and jumped directly into the water. Hu Yang questioned, "How deep can your equipment go?" 400 meters. Then what?" Shunbei replied calmly, "If we're lucky enough, 400 meters is my limit. I'll swim out, and then return to the shelter to get the submarine." The plan was clear, and hope reignited in everyone's hearts. "Please, let there be a breach at 400 meters. It has to be. No need for blessings. The hope is entrusted to you, Shunbei." Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Shunbei smoothly glided into the water like a fish, causing ripples that quickly dissipated on the surface. As he submerged, Shunbei passed through the 50-meter deep green light zone and entered the dark depths where light could not penetrate, instantly enveloped in darkness. The visual panel, once repaired, lit up, continuously displaying Shunbei's diving depth. 100 meters, 150 meters, the water pressure suddenly increased, as if an invisible giant hand was tightly pressing down on the armor. However, Shunbei felt no discomfort. The internal pressure and temperature of the armor remained constant, with only a faint sound of air pressure adjustment in his ears. 200 meters, 250 meters, 300 meters, the deeper he went, the harsher the water pressure became. With every meter he descended, it felt like he was carrying a mountain. The armor's outer shell slightly deformed under the immense pressure, but the internal structure remained as solid as ever. Shinbei continued to dive. Still, I couldn't find the gap in the air wall. At 350 meters, it was still the air wall. I continued to descend. At 400 meters, the terrifying force equivalent to 40 times atmospheric pressure was enough to crush any unenhanced life into pieces. Even those with special abilities wouldn't last long and would be crushed. At this moment, my armor had reached its limit, even making grinding and twisting sounds. But I still hadn't found the gap in the air wall. Should I go back? I hesitated for a moment, then gritted my teeth. I continued to dive. 400 meters was the limit indicated by my armor. But going a few more meters shouldn't be a problem. As I continued to descend, I felt the armor begin to press against my body, like a hydraulic press weighing tons. Breathing became increasingly difficult, as if an elephant was sitting on my chest. The numbers on the display panel kept changing. 405 meters, 410 meters, 415 meters. The armor started to alarm frantically, with red lights flashing. I pushed off with my foot thrusters and descended another 5 meters. I couldn't go any further, otherwise, I would be crushed into a pulp. 420 meters. Suddenly, my hands were empty. That layer of air wall, as solid as a copper wall, vanished without a trace. I had no time to rejoice. I grabbed the edge of the air wall and shot out. The horizontal cut of the air wall wasn't wide, only about 50 centimeters. Crossing over the air wall, I began to ascend slowly. Rapid ascension could lead to severe decompression sickness, so I had to be cautious at this moment. I carefully controlled my buoyancy, rising slowly in the safest manner. 420 meters, 410 meters, 400 meters. When the depth gauge crossed the critical point of 400 meters, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. In just a moment, I could see sunlight penetrating the water's surface, casting golden rays. In the blink of an eye, I broke through the surface. Turning my head back, I saw Hu Yang and the others looking at me in astonishment from across the air wall. They were not just shocked, they could hardly believe it, shouting, "Wow. It worked. There really was a gap down there. We're saved. Awesome. Bro, I'm kneeling to you." At this moment, I gestured quickly, not wasting a second. I activated the foot thrusters to full power, moving at a speed not much slower than a speedboat, heading towards the Titan. Chapter 188. Deep into the sea, the return journey was smooth. The Titan moved slowly on land, and it was the same in the water. Moreover, my armor's speed in the water was not much slower than a speedboat. Of course, I could also switch to flight mode. But that mode consumed a lot of energy, and for someone like me who was short on funds, trading time for money was the best choice. About 40 minutes later, I saw the Titan. I swam near the RV, placed my hands on the board, and leaped onto the RV's deck. I didn't stop for a moment and went straight to the upper level of the shelter. On the road, Little K was seen carrying dried fish, planning to sell his homemade product at the logistics department. "Bro," Little K waved to greet. Shinbei dashed past like a gust of wind, leaving only one word: scram. Little K asked, "What's wrong, bro? Are you in a bad mood?" He sniffed, rolled his eyes, and watched Shinbei run further away, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Shinbei quickly arrived at the research institute and barged in. "Where's Director Chun?" He asked Hao Jian, who was busy working. Hao Jian turned to look at Shinbei. Excitement written all over his face. "Not the big shot, but the tycoon has arrived. Come, sit down and talk. What do you need Shinanji for?" "You can just tell me. I can meet your needs." Shinbei replied stiffly. "You can meet my needs?" Hao Jian patted his chest, "Mainly because my prices are low. I need a submarine." Hao Jian's pupils widened, his mouth slightly agape, his expression filled with strange surprise. I think I should go find the director." With that, Hao Jian dashed away. Soon, Shinbei saw Chunanji and Locke walking out from inside. Locke's first glance at Shinbei showed a hint of a smile. But after looking behind Shinbei, his heart sank, and he felt a wave of unease, his hair standing on end. Not again. Shinbei has gone off the rails again, and none of his teammates are back. Damn it. Is there no way to change Shinbei's killer personality? If this keeps up, the entire shelter will be dragged down with you. At that moment, Locke's eyes were clouded with worry as he approached Shinbei, letting out a heart-wrenching growl. "How innocent. What did they do to offend you? Do you want to be a tumor?" Shinbei replied nonchalantly. "Unfounded accusations are the most hurtful. I didn't expect that after knowing each other for so long, you still hold prejudice against me." "Prejudice?" Locke's face still bore traces of pain, contorting in disbelief. "Come on, tell me, what happened to Hu Yang, Guya, and the others? Did they die on the island?" Shinbei remained indifferent. If the monsters locked inside the island come out, then there's really no saving them. "What do you mean?" Locke's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Shinbei immediately recounted the situation he encountered on the island. After hearing it, Chunanji and Locke exchanged glances, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. The island, the air wall, was it a prison, holding some unknown, unseen monsters? Without hesitation, Chunanji called for the members of the research institute and stepped out first. Locke, in a daze, questioned, "Are you saying you escaped under 40 times the pressure? Unbelievable. It feels unreal. Why? You didn't kill your teammates. It's rare, and I suspect I'm dreaming." Shinbei patted Locke on the shoulder. "Then you keep dreaming." With that, Shinbei quickly followed Chenanji and the others out. This matter didn't require Locke's involvement. Besides, he wouldn't be able to participate. Piloting a submarine wasn't a skill he possessed. A group of people walked briskly on the upper level of the shelter, passing by the residence of a certain official. They happened to encounter the official on an inspection, making it feel like the emperor was leaving the palace. Chenanji briefly explained the situation. The official, resembling a seasoned bureaucrat, issued directives. Not a single person can be left behind. All are members of the shelter and have the same right to life protection. Shelter No. 36 will spare no effort to rescue those trapped. Such lofty rhetoric. If it weren't for Shunbei having spent a long time in this world, he might have actually believed it. Sure enough, the official further instructed, in such a bizarre place, take a moment to see if there are things to salvage from the seabed. Most importantly, while we are conducting the rescue, we must also protect the submarine from attacks by unknown creatures. After this round of instructions, Chun-Anji nodded and led the team toward the head of the Titan. To reach the head of the Titan, they had to pass through a main avenue, with the official's residence located at the center, dividing the road. Shinbei inadvertently glanced at a window of the residence and saw a figure standing inside. He smiled slightly and moved on, while the figure showed no expression, staring intently as Shinbei and the others disappeared from view. Before long, they arrived at the front of the Titan. Using the suspended stairs, they approached the submarine submerged in seawater. Upon a glance, Shinbei's mouth twitched. He had seen the submarine's design at the Research Institute, which resembled that of the old era, but that was just a prototype. Now, the finished product was before him, and the style had changed drastically. The submarine looked like a giant iron beast that had broken free from the ruins, its exterior mottled and rugged. The front of the submarine was designed with a serrated wave-breaking cone, resembling the sharp teeth of a ferocious beast. According to Chenanji, it could easily tear through seawater. This made Shunbei speechless. Did they think seawater was cheese? However, it was understandable, as the submarine didn't need to engage in combat. It was purely a salvage tool, and having a unique appearance was acceptable. After all, the world had gone awry, so it was no surprise that the design philosophy had also deviated. On either side of the submarine extended a pair of massive mechanical arms, serving as its scavenging hands, with thick joints exposed, covered in rust and signs of wear. The rear of the submarine was equipped with a set of turbine propellers, their blades made from salvaged metal parts, appearing chaotic and disorganized, which was indeed the case. As long as it could propel itself, that was all that mattered. Despite being a newly assembled submarine, they still needed to be economical with materials, as Chunanji noted. Shinbei remarked, "It feels nothing like a new submarine. Instead, it looks like it has been in service for decades. It's like riding a bicycle to a bar. You need to save where you can, but also spend where you should." Entering the submarine's interior, Shinbei felt as if he had stepped into a space that blended industrial relics with survival art. The narrow compartments were repurposed from old pipelines, with the walls adorned with various tools, parts, and fishing nets, serving both as decoration and ready-to-use survival equipment. The assortment of pipes was arranged without any aesthetic considerations, resembling a tangled ball of yarn. If the Research Institute personnel were to dismantle it, they likely wouldn't be able to restore it. Inside the cockpit, various antique gauges and control knobs clutter the outdated console, flickering dimly under the weak light. At the center stands a massive display screen, composed of several smaller panels, showcasing jumping data and seabed topography, revealing the submarine's current status and surrounding environment. The higher end the equipment, the higher the failure rate. Chunin illustrates, in the past era, equipment from certain regions could last for decades without failure, simply because there were no unnecessary electronic components. Pure mechanics was the true industrial aesthetic. Shinbei coughed slightly. If there's a budget issue, just say so. In Shunbei's view, although the technology in this world is somewhat lagging, it has still made significant leaps compared to the old era. The lag is only in comparison to advanced warships. As for the Shadow Immortal, it follows a completely different technological path. The advanced warships adhere to conventional technology, while the remnants of the Shadow Immortal lean more towards a combination of technology and organic elements. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Shunin shrugs and explains, it's not that there's a lack of budget. We can still invest if necessary, but it's unnecessary. Ultimately, we will return to land. And the submarine is just a piece of junk. Investing in a multifunctional submarine that requires extensive maintenance isn't cost-effective. It just needs to be minimally operational. Shinbei nods. Chunin directs the research personnel to start the submarine. Shinbei glances at the engine in the power compartment, suspecting it was taken from some large equipment, converted from a fuel-burning device to extract energy from a core crystal. After some tinkering, the submarine begins to detach from Titan, makes a turn, and heads towards the island. During this stretch, the submarine merely glides on the surface of the sea, not sinking, but needing to determine its direction. Shinbei turns the periscope, continuously observing and correcting the course. The periscope is extremely simple, made up of two parallel prisms. It gives Shinbei a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the old era of war. About an hour and a half later, the submarine arrives near the island. After cruising for a while, they spot Hu Yang and others waiting on a speedboat within the air wall. There are quite a few of them, their emotions stable, waving to greet. The submarine descends directly beneath the water surface, slowly submerging along the air wall. Despite its somewhat rudimentary design, this submarine can dive to depths of up to 1,000 meters. This highlights the gap of the times. In the old era, military submarines had a maximum diving depth of only 300 to 600 meters. After entering the New World, with breakthroughs in materials science, even an average submarine can easily dive to 1,000 meters, almost like child's play. The submarine's searchlight turns on. Shinbei and the others stand in the cockpit, which also has observation windows to see the situation outside. The beams of the searchlights move continuously through the water. Soon, the submarine dives to 430 meters, crossing the bottom cross-section of the air wall and entering the interior. However, the submarine did not rush to surface. Instead, it continued to dive deeper, 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters, until it reached 950 meters. The searchlight finally illuminated the seafloor. It was a sloping seabed extending from an island into the deep sea. Apart from a few strange fish swimming by, the seabed was truly barren, with nothing to salvage. At that moment, a crew member operating the searchlight shouted, "Left flank. 10 o'clock direction, something's happening." Chapter 189, How many people are there? The previously calm seabed led everyone to believe there was nothing of interest. Suddenly, one person let out a piercing scream, shattering the tranquility. Chenanji was startled. This submarine lacked combat capabilities. If it were to encounter a sea monster, the consequences would only mean that the technology of Shelter 36 would regress by 36 years. After all, the submarine was filled with the Research Institute's main forces. Shinbei walked over, leaned against the window, and looked in the direction of the searchlight. At that moment, the searchlight was illuminating the seafloor 50 meters away. There were no sea monsters, which relieved everyone. However, a sight more terrifying than any sea monster appeared before them. It was a very large footprint. The front of the footprint had 3 toes, clearly visible. It measured approximately 80 meters in length. In fact, this footprint was even longer than the submarine itself. When everyone saw this shocking and unbelievable footprint, a chill ran from their heels up their spines to the back of their heads. They were stunned. Everyone's eyes widened, and their scalps tingled. They had seen many bizarre and fearsome beasts on land, but this was the first time they encountered a creature that could leave such a gigantic footprint. What on earth is this? Is there such a massive monster beneath the ocean? It's terrifying. This footprint could crush our submarine. They say the ocean nurtures giant beasts, and it truly seems so. We need to surface quickly. We must not encounter this creature. Wait, let me calculate. Based on the average height and foot size of humans, using a ratio of 7:1, this monster's height should be over 500 meters. After arriving at this figure, everyone was taken aback, collectively gasping in shock. Shunanji raised his hand to quiet the crowd, disagreeing. Monsters are not human. This calculation method is unreasonable. Shinbei nodded in agreement. Can a sea monster even grow into a human shape? That would be too uncharacteristic of the sea, with tentacles all over and numerous eyes. The essence of a sea monster is its strangeness. Is this the creature you speculated about being in the prison? Shinanji asked Shinbei quietly. Shinbei shook his head. Clearly not. Even if it is 500 meters tall, it has already moved beyond the air barrier. It's likely just a giant beast wandering in the sea. Shinanji nodded thoughtfully, gaining a new understanding of the dangers of the ocean. However, there was no need to worry about the Titan being attacked by this giant creature. To date, there had been no reports of any Titan from a shelter being attacked. Soon, after the chaos, everyone returned to their posts and began to operate the submarine to surface. After more than 10 minutes, the submarine broke through the water's surface. Hu Yang and others cheered and boarded the submarine one by one. The others moved very quickly, but only Bermuda was slightly slower, as if afraid of falling into the water. Meanwhile, Chenanji stood on the speedboat, touching the air wall. He wished a detection device would come over to investigate what it was. Chenanji expressed some regret. Shinbei looked up at the dome and asked, "What do you think it could be? An optical isolation membrane, a photon confinement barrier, an invisible partition curtain, or perhaps a boundary of a spiritual realm?" Chenanji tapped the air wall and continued, "I think the possibility of it being an invisible partition curtain is greater. It's a technology that can divide space." "Can you do it?" Shinbei asked jokingly. Chenanji sighed, saying that he was fortunate enough to have heard of these terms. Even the person explaining them didn't know the specifics. By the way, Chenanji added, it might also be a boundary of the spiritual realm. I saw this in a book at the residence of Yu Chang. It's akin to a very metaphysical method. Shinbei responded with an "Oh, metaphysics is just energy. From my perspective, I only believe in machinery. If supernatural abilities are involved, it would undermine my foundation." Shinbei shrugged, showing no interest in it. Thinking whatever happens is not worth studying. He jumped onto the submarine, ready to return. Chenanji then asked, "Aren't you going to explore the island? Isn't there an unknown monster?" Shinbei smiled. "Not every puzzle is worth exploring and solving. Even God wouldn't want to do that." Chenanji spread his hands. "All right then." After the submarine picked up the team members and captives, it began to dive back. By this time, the sky had darkened, and a few stars twinkled in the night sky. The bright round moon emitted endless silver-gray light, its cycles of waxing and waning cold and unpredictable. When the sea surface was almost pitch black, the periscope finally revealed the massive silhouette of Titan and the RV floating behind it, bringing a sense of relief. Once the submarine was securely docked at the shelter, Shinbei and the others jumped onto the RV. Rock had been waiting on the shore for a while. His expression was somewhat surprised. Aside from the research personnel, everyone had indeed returned. But why were there two captives? What in the world was going on? Did I send you to the island? Or did you go back to land to catch people? Rock was a bit frantic. Just as Hu Yang was about to explain, Rock waved his hand. "Shinbei is of a higher rank than you. Step aside." Hu Yang complied. Rock didn't ask further, counting the number of people, 11 in total. "All back." "Good," Rock said, patting Shinbei on the shoulder. No one was left behind this time. "One died," Shinbei corrected. Rock tilted his head. "Aren't there 11 people?" At this moment, Bermuda interjected. "There are 12 people." Rock was momentarily taken aback, then responded, "Oh, my memory, right. There were 12 when we set off." Shinbei called to the others. "Bermuda, take the injured to the medical facility." Bermuda, carrying the injured, hesitated, standing still in confusion. It seems they were unsure about the location of the medical facility, until Hu Yang, carrying an injured person, led the way, followed closely by other teammates who were hauling things gathered from the island. Only then did Bermuda catch up. Rock watched the team leave and pointed at the two captives being escorted, asking, "What's going on?" The fifth shelter was also near the island. Shinbei only said one sentence. Upon hearing this, Rock understood. It was likely that Babu had sent someone to the island, and the two sides just happened to run into each other. With Shinbei, a volatile element, it was certain that there would be a conflict at the slightest disagreement. As a result, the other side would inevitably be wiped out, leaving only two captives. Rock touched his nose. Captives shouldn't be kept. Ransom could be requested. Shinbei lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff as he spoke. "Damn it." Rock was somewhat angry. "You still want ransom? Babu will definitely want your life." "My life isn't worth much," Shinbei joked. Rock was truly exasperated and twisted his face. "Do as you wish. But remember the old saying, when titans reach the breeding area, avoid showing your face if possible." Rock patted Shinbei on the shoulder. "That's it. We'll go to the mission office tomorrow to finish the task and collect the rewards." "Why not now?" "Damn it. I'm off work, you know." After saying that, Rock turned and left. Shinbei yawned. This day had been exhausting, and if there were a social media platform, his step count would surely be off the charts. Back in the RV, after a quick meal under Xiao Kei's care to fill his stomach, Xiao Kei pointed at Shinbei's forehead and asked, "Were you shot?" Shinbei gently patted Xiao Kei's face. "Actually, I'm an ability user now, delving into mysticism, luckier than you." Xiao Kei frowned. "You might as well say you're an alien. That would be more believable." Shinbei chuckled a few times, rubbed his forehead wound, and asked, "Do you believe in aliens?" Xiao Kei, with a lot on his mind, took a while to respond. "Do the beings living on Mars count as aliens?" "Huh." Shinbei was taken aback. "Mars?" Xiao Kei nodded. Ling said that according to old data, there was a guy named Musk who created a company that established a living area on Mars. At this moment, Shinbei's face revealed nothing but calmness and numbness. He already had a guess about who Ling was, likely a being similar to Dr. Badu. If Ling said there were people on Mars, the credibility was extremely high. It was possible that two spacecraft were in combat status, having passed by Mars and seen something. This reminded Shinbei of a folk song mentioned by Chunin. They climbed up the long ladder, taking more than 90 sunrises, the ladder reaching the sky, with a total of 60,009,000 steps. When they reached the moon, it was a full moon. Looking up, all they saw was the vast Earth, lost in silvery light. Shinbei used to think it referred to the moon, but now he realized it should refer to Mars. Could it be that there really were people living on Mars? Curiously, Shinbei asked, "Why does Ling say that? What's the evidence?" Xiao Kei shrugged. "What evidence is needed for casual chatting? It's not an exam at a research institute." Shinbei fell silent for a moment. Didn't he ask further? And returned to his room. "Is there anyone on Mars? This can be verified completely. Let Chenanji get a telescope, and it will be clear at a glance. Even by reviewing old records, news can be found." Such a significant matter cannot possibly go unrecorded. Of course, this is contingent on finding the materials left over from the old times. Moreover, whether there are people on Mars is not very significant for Shinbei. More advanced extraterrestrial beings have appeared, like the existence of Dr. Batu, which has already raised Shinbei's threshold. If Shinbei were the last person on Earth, there might still be a possibility to upgrade the firepower and fly out of the planet. But that is only a possibility. Shinbei prefers to keep things quiet, even though the wish is extravagant. Taking out the small round ball of divine punishment to take a look, he tossed it into a folding space. Shinbei's small handbag is made of durable fabric, which feels a bit risky for storing such an important item. He spread his hands, ready to automatically remove the armor. The visual panel flashed a series of self-check data to ensure that all parts were undamaged before successfully removing the armor. At the same time, while self-checking, the data stream was also being refreshed. Various combat records flashed rapidly. Suddenly, Shinbei's consciousness stirred, and he immediately halted the self-check process. He then rewound the data. A photo appeared before him. It was the only photo taken on the deserted boats on the beach of the island. The photo contained only chaotic text. Be careful. Don't go to the island. We are one of them. They are not human. They want to eat us. I don't want to be. I want to go back to the shelter safe on the island. If he hadn't seen it suddenly, Shinbei wouldn't have remembered that he had taken this photo before. Shinbei tilted his head, carefully pondering the text. He could be sure that these words were written in a state of extreme mental turmoil. Some were useless, while others were useful. Shinbei extracted one important piece of information. They are not human. Who does they refer to? Shinbei recalled carefully. There were 12 people who went to the island and 11 who returned. One was shot dead by Lehman. This part of the memory is absolutely accurate. Were they in the team? Captives? No. Captives came from shelter number 5. If this piece of text is correct, they should come from his side of the team. Who could it be? Shinbei paced back and forth, carefully recalling what he might have overlooked. 11, 12, 12, 11. Wait a minute. Shinbei rubbed his temples. When we set off, were there 11 or 12 people? The memory was becoming increasingly muddled. Shinbei's eyes spun rapidly. He clearly remembered there were 12 people. No problem. Shinbei immediately walked out of the room. To find out the answer, the only way is. Chapter 190. A monster sneaks into the shelter. Shinbei had originally planned to rest well after a day of turmoil. However, the development of the situation far exceeded his imagination and expectations. The so-called island mission seemed far from over. Leaving the RV, Shinbei quickly made his way to the upper levels of the shelter, passing by the blaze bar. Shinbei took a glance inside. He saw Huyang and Guya competing in drinking. This was the norm in the shelter, to survive and return. One either drank themselves half to death or spent half their life in the embrace of a prostitute. In any case, there were no people like Shinbei who could rest peacefully. Shinbei stepped in, firmly pressing down on Huyang's wine cup. Huyang, flushed from drinking, was infuriated at being interrupted. He slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and yelled, "Who dares to stop me from drinking? Shinbei?" When Huyang recognized Shinbei, he softened. "No, it wasn't intentional. You know I'm just a rough guy, don't take it to heart." Although Shinbei was an ordinary person, his strength surpassed that of many with abilities. To put it bluntly, if Huyang were to fight Shinbei, he would only give himself a 50-50 chance. In the wilderness, that ratio would drop to 1 in 9. Thus, despite being an ability user, Huyang treated Shinbei with considerable respect. Not to mention, asking someone to dive over 400 meters and then swim out to call for a submarine to rescue them was not something just anyone could do. It could be said that he owed Shinbei a great debt. Shinbei paid no mind to Huyang's rude remarks. People who drank heavily often acted like that. With a calm expression, he asked, "I'm asking you now, how many of us set off to the island for the mission?" Huyang answered without hesitation, 12. Shinbei tilted his head. This matched exactly with his memory. Then, he turned to the heavily intoxicated Guya, grabbing him by the neck. "Wake up." Guya flailed his hands, reeking of alcohol and howling, but he was in no shape to respond. Huyang grabbed a bottle and smashed it on Guya's head. "Damn it, Shinbei wants you to wake up. You mutt." Only then did Guya shake his head, his gaze finally focusing on Shinbei. Burp. Guya's belch sounded like a long-fermented sewer, a true biochemical weapon. "Shinbei, drink some. It's on me." Guya waved his cup, admonishing Huyang. "Pour me a drink." Huyang slapped him across the face, his voice hoarse like a lizard in the wild. "Pour your own. I'm asking you a question." Guya, dazed, scratched his head. "Who asked a question?" "Right, the crystal source core. I promised you I'd handle it. I'll give it to you now." Shinbei twitched his nose. "The money can wait. I want to know, how many of us really went to the island?" Guya replied, "Wasn't it 11? What's there to ask?" Upon hearing this, Huyang's pupils constricted slightly. "Has your drinking made you lose your mind?" "It was 12. If it were 11, we should have come back with 10. How could we return with 11? Guya felt panic rising within. his eyes becoming vacant as if he had lost his senses. He turned his head, as if his memory was distorting, and his hands moved involuntarily in the air. Suddenly, Guya's forehead bulged with veins. I remember we set off with 12, but no, before setting off it was 11. Then suddenly it became 12? Shinbei took a deep breath, then tapped on the table and said to Hu Yang, now, immediately gather all the personnel involved in the mission. No. Shinbei changed his mind. Call in the patrol team and the security team as well. Gather everyone together. Bind them all up, including yourself, understood? Hu Yang exclaimed. Me? If you have no problem, what are you afraid of? No. Wait. I'm a bit confused. What's going on? And you? Don't ask about other issues. I'm fine. Hu Yang hesitated briefly. Although he couldn't figure out what Shinbei was up to, Goya's behavior made him realize something seemed off. Then, the three of them left the bar at the same time. Hu Yang was the first to bind Goya and hand him over to the patrol team. Then went off to the casino, brothels, and other places to find others. Shinbei headed straight for the upper levels of the shelter. He rushed to Rock's house, kicked open the door, and dragged Rock out of bed. What the hell are you doing? Rock exclaimed as he caught the clothes thrown at him by Shinbei. Shinbei wasted no time and headed straight downstairs. Something might happen. Hurry. Rock, hearing this, didn't even notice he had put his pants on backwards and quickly followed him. He knew that if there wasn't really something going on, Shinbei preferred peace and wouldn't suddenly barge in. After throwing on his clothes and stepping outside, Rock went back in to take a look at the broken door, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Soon, Shinbei arrived at the mission office. Rock opened the door and turned on the computer. Shinbei spoke briefly. As Rock powered up the computer, he asked, what is going on? I previously mentioned that island seems to be holding something captive. I remember. Shinbei looked at him with indifferent eyes, as if recounting an unimportant matter, and said, it seems something has infiltrated our shelter. With a thud, Rock lost his balance and fell to the ground, almost knocking the monitor over. His expression changed drastically, fear evident in his eyes. Shinbei's words pierced his heart like a dagger, causing blood to rush to his head and his eyes to turn bloodshot. Just thinking about it, one could imagine that such a large island was holding an unknown creature captive. Not to mention the last time a mimic monster caused chaos. The entire shelter was in disarray, let alone what was being held captive. Trembling, Rock got up and gritted his teeth. This isn't your style. This was indeed not Shinbei's cautious style. Shinbei would cut off any loose ends, much less bring back an unknown monster. Rock couldn't believe such a major oversight was typical of Shinbei. A slightly twisted smile appeared on Shinbei's handsome face. It seems memories have been tampered with. It might have happened as soon as we arrived at the island. Were the others affected too? Rock asked as he opened the computer and rapidly typed in the password. Shinbei nodded. It's hard to guard against. Let me ask you, how many people were there when we set off? 12. One died, so there are 11 left. Rock answered quickly. You were affected too. Shinbei calmly said, even I think there are 12 now. Memories can lie, but computer attendance records do not. Luo Ku felt a moment of disorientation, his fingers feeling a bit cold. If what Shinbei said was true, then this monster was indeed quite twisted. In fact, Luo Ku wasn't afraid of fierce beasts, monsters, or sea creatures. If they came, he would just kill them. There were many superpowered individuals in the shelter, and even the strongest sea creature couldn't withstand a desperate fight from 150,000 people in 36 shelters. Of course, that excluded the evil breeds. What he feared were the strange things. What he feared were the silent and unseen threats. He opened the record document and took a deep breath. How to check? Naturally, he needed the number of attendees and the list. Luo Ku searched the computer document records and quickly found the mission brief for Shinbei and others' trip to the island. ID 173,842. Mission destination, Sea Journey, First Island. Mission objective, collect seeds from the island, flesh or blood from fierce beasts, or other strange materials. Member list. Tentative Captain, Shinbei, Vice Captain, Hu Yang. Members, Guya, Taihe, Li Shengtian, Wu Zihao, Wang Zhou, Ba Shi, Zhong Yuan, Zhao Ming, Xiao Yutong. Mission progress, completed. Notes, 1 death, name, Zhao Ming. Luo Ku pointed at the screen and counted the number of people 3 times, then suddenly stood up. Damn, there really were 11 people. Luo Ku's eyelids twitched slightly. Excluding the deceased Zhao Ming and the captive, there should have been 10 people returning. But now there are 11. Shinbei remained extremely calm, like a silent, solid mountain, and glanced at the computer screen, no name of Bai Mula. This meant Luo Ku hadn't told the whole story. Shinbei's eyes flickered with a mysterious gleam, and he sneered. This reminds me of something. When Hu Yang asked Bai Mula to go into the water to test if there was a gap in the air wall, he used the excuse that he couldn't swim, which was why Yago went down. Luo Ku began to understand, tentatively saying, so Bai Mula is the trapped monster. He fears water. Even if he could swim out underwater, he wouldn't dare take the risk. Shinbei nodded and smiled. Are you still afraid of him now? Luoku suddenly realized. I understand now. Although this guy can transform, seawater is his fatal weakness. Exactly. Shinbei's expression was emotionless. Even if this guy has tremendous powers, seawater is his nemesis, which is why he is trapped in the sea. But who trapped him? Luoku raised the most fundamental question. Shinbei didn't answer. But he knew in his heart that this answer might only be known to Zero. What should we do now? Luoku asked anxiously. A monster that infiltrated the shelter and could erase and modify memories. It was hard to imagine the kind of destruction it could cause. Shinbei took out a piece of paper and wrote a few words. Bai Mu La is a monster. Zhao Ming is dead. I have already asked Hu Yang to gather everyone, including the patrol and guard teams. If Bai Mu La has no suspicions, without saying a word, just kill. After finishing, Shinbei directly walked out of the shelter. Luoku took a deep breath and quickly followed. In the small square of the upper shelter, the members of the patrol and security teams were somewhat bewildered. These personnel, who typically guard and maintain order, were somewhat familiar with Hu Yang and others. Now, they couldn't quite understand what Hu Yang was doing. Several individuals were tied up tightly. The chains used to restrain those with special abilities were not ordinary. They were made of a material known as dynamically adaptive alloy. This high-strength memory alloy could expand and contract like a rubber band as the ability's user struggled. These individuals cursed and spat at Hu Yang. Some were even pulled out from a woman's side by Hu Yang without their pants on, which was quite embarrassing. Hu Yang extended his hands towards the patrol team members and said, "Come on, follow the instructions and tie me up tightly, so there are no complaints later." One of them twitched at the corner of his mouth, looking at the chaotic scene, and asked, "What kind of game are you playing? Who told you to do this?" Hu Yang replied with a name, Shinbei. The patrol and security team members exchanged glances and cleared their throats. "I feel like you guys haven't tied them up tightly enough. Tighten it up, or Shinbei will find fault later." Shinbei? He is not a high-ranking leader. Why are you all so anxious? Keep it down. Shinbei isn't a top leader. But his background is scarier than you can imagine. Seriously, if you have the guts to tell the Spider Queen at Shelter 8 that Shinbei is nothing, you won't make it back alive, I swear. Shoo, quiet. Shinbei is coming. Chapter 191. One step too late. The patrol and security team members cleared a path. Shinbei walked forward in his cold, battle armor. Behind him was Rock, carrying a water bucket filled to the brim with seawater. This was Rock's ultimate weapon. Damn it. Is there no one with any sense? Rock cursed. His position as the one in charge of the shelter made him a solid high-level manager. And while his exact rank might not be the highest, his influence was undeniable. The peripheral patrol members quickly took the bucket from him. Don't spill it. I'll tell you who to splash later. All right, Manager Rock. At this moment, Shinbei looked at the bunch of tied-up individuals and saw no sign of Bermuda. His mouth twitched a few times. He wondered where that guy had run off to. Looking at the state of the others, Shinbei felt speechless. He had called Rock over, and at least they should have been given time to get dressed. This bare-bottom man was quite indecent. Even Goya was lying on the ground fast asleep, and no one seemed to care. If this were in the cold winter of the Northern Territory, he would have surely frozen to death. Meanwhile, Hu Yang wore a smile on his face. Shinbei, what do you think? Before Shinbei could respond, others nearby began to curse loudly. Damn you. Hu Yang, are you out of your mind? I just got into the cave, and you dragged me out. How do we settle this cost? Crazy. If you're sick, take your medicine. If it doesn't work, jump into the sea. Why the hell are you capturing us? Shinbei, is this your idea? This is a bit too much. Can't we just give you the crystal core tomorrow? Shinbei raised his hand to silence them. His presence calm and imposing. Some matters are not convenient to discuss. I can only tell you that the island mission is not over yet. Wake up and get ready for battle. Shinbei shook his head, and the guard team released all the chains from them. Rock glanced over and asked in a low voice, "How do we find Baimula now? Not many people have seen him, and the others are from the Research Institute. This is indeed a headache. Baimula's abilities are too bizarre. Even those who have seen him will forget the next second, or rather, Baimula can implant an unrelated memory into a person's mind at any time. It can be said that the entire shelter is his playground." Shinbei waved his hand, and Hu Yang shook his limbs and ran over. "Do you know where Baimula lives?" Hu Yang was taken aback, racking his brain but unable to remember. "I recall he has a residence, but I can't remember the vehicle number." Just as I thought. Shinbei gritted his teeth. It seems Baimula doesn't understand the composition of shelter number 36 and didn't dare to casually implant related memories, just giving vague answers. This is also why, when he came out of the submarine, Shinbei immediately asked Baimula to take the injured to the medical facility, which left Baimula confused. Thinking of the medical facility, Shinbei had an idea. There aren't many functional buildings like the medical facility. Most of the other places are for growing food and housing. Putting oneself in Baimula's shoes. A monster with intelligence, would he wander into ordinary people's homes? After finally escaping the island, he must have some purpose, right? Otherwise, considering the current situation, the Titan could also be seen as an island, as it is surrounded by vast seas. Therefore, Baimula must go to important places. Shinbei led the team to the Research Institute. If Baimula is wandering with a purpose, it can only be the Research Institute. Other buildings, to put it bluntly, are dispensable, but the Research Institute is different. A shelter cannot maintain basic operations without the output from the Research Institute, especially since the lower-tier residents are highly dependent on it. Shinbei let his team in without any greeting. He waved his hand, dispersing everyone to search for Baimula. It was like soldiers storming a school, causing chaos. Hu Yang and the others learned on the way that the team originally set out with 11 members. One died. Yet they returned with 11. This news stunned them on the spot. It was simply unbelievable. This is what Shinbei meant when he said the mission is not over. Baimula must be found. Otherwise, the shelter will never have peace. At this moment, Chenin was furious, questioning Shinbei's intentions and whether he wanted to go against the heavens. But Shinbei's gaze was constantly scanning the Research Institute, completely ignoring Chenin. Baimula can change names, erase, or implant memories, but he absolutely cannot change his appearance. At this time, Rock took on the diplomatic role. He put his arm around Chun and shoulder and said, somewhat angrily, "If this guy Shinbei claims to be human, that's a disgrace to the word human. When he just came to find me, he almost tore my roof off." You can see now that Shinbei has become much more restrained in his actions. Otherwise, he would have dismantled all the equipment in your Research Institute to check everything. Be grateful, Shinbei, you are too good. I'm really touched. You all have truly reached a certain level of understanding. Chen Anji squinted his eyes, listening to Rock's words. It sounded like he was subtly protecting Shinbei. Chen Anji, somewhat dissatisfied, asked, "What exactly are you looking for? Baimula, huh?" Chen Anji narrowed his eyes. "He just came by." Shinbei suddenly turned around, staring intently at Chen Anji. "Where is he?" "He left." "What did he come for?" "To ask if we have any gene repair equipment." Chen Anji shrugged. "This is a mechanical research institute. We don't have such advanced equipment." "And then?" "I told him to check at the Biological Research Institute." Shinbei didn't hesitate at all, shouting to gather the team and leave quickly. The Mechanical Research Institute is very close to the Biological Research Institute, almost just a wall apart. Shinbei didn't have time to use the front door. He climbed over the wall directly. More than 10 people jumped over the wall, making quite a noise. Nyogonben poked his head out of the laboratory and saw Shinbei, grinning. "Wow, gathering so many people. Is it a barbecue party?" "It's good to see you alive." Shinbei calmly replied, "Just stay safe." Nyogonben rolled his eyes. "I'm not bragging, but it's shelter number 36. Who would dare to lay a finger on me?" "Step aside." Hu Yang pushed Nyogonben aside and led the team straight in. Nyogonben stumbled a bit, nearly falling over. He exclaimed in frustration, "What is the meaning of this?" "Shinbei, if someone is bullying your buddy, why don't you draw your gun?" Rock patted Nyogonben on the shoulder. "You're lucky. Did you see those people earlier? Some of them were even naked." Nyogonben didn't know what Shinbei was planning, but he knew something was up. He didn't ask too much. This was his advice to himself. Don't ask about things that aren't your business. But Nyogonben turned to Hu Yang and the others, shouting, "Don't rummage through things randomly. Some of those potions are shrinking potions. If you turn into a little guy, I want to be responsible." Hu Yang and the others were startled and could only search for Baimula cautiously. Soon, they found nothing. In fact, Shinbei could have asked Nyogonben if he had seen Baimula. However, due to Baimula's uniqueness, he could easily disguise himself as a researcher at the Biological Research Institute, so it was still necessary to search in person. Shinbei then asked Nyogonben, "Has a person named Baimula come by?" "Yes." "Where is he?" "He left." "Is that it?" Nyogonben suddenly remembered something and ran back inside to retrieve a piece of paper. "That guy named Baimula asked me if I had gene repair equipment. I asked him what kind he needed, as it involves a lot of details, and then he drew a diagram for me." Shinbei took the paper with suspicion, glanced at it, his pupils constricting slightly, and slapped the paper down on the table. "How long ago did he leave?" "About an hour ago." Shinbei took a deep breath and slightly lowered his head. "Rock, throw away the water bucket." Rock was utterly confused and wide-eyed as he asked, "Why? Isn't this our ultimate weapon for comprehensive analysis?" Shinbei left the Biological Research Institute with his team, moving quickly towards the residence of a certain official. It was too late. Shinbei responded heavily, acknowledging that the sea was indeed the lifeblood of Bermuda. Furthermore, Bermuda had been searching for gene repair equipment, which clearly indicated its intent to fix genetic defects. The nature of this defect was self-evident. Just moments ago, Shinbei had seen the draft that Nyogonben had pulled out, and he was momentarily stunned. The drawing depicted the very equipment that Chunanji had led him to for repairs at the official's residence. It was the cultivation chamber of the Immortal Shadow. A clearly defined monster was seeking equipment that only shelter number 36 possessed. What a coincidence! Even more astonishing was that the cultivation chamber's equipment had recently broken down, and he had managed to fix it. The reason Shinbei had asked Rock to stop carrying the water bucket was also based on his strong suspicion. At this moment, Bermuda had likely infiltrated the official's residence. For it, this would be incredibly simple. If it wanted to, it could even brainwash everyone in the shelter, oust the official, and take the leader's throne. Not to mention entering the residence itself. A casual inquiry with a guard would reveal clues about the hidden equipment in the rooms. Striding in boldly was almost child's play. With these deductions, there was no doubt about the repair speed of the Immortal Shadows cultivation chamber. A battleship comparable to a world-ending starship would naturally emphasize efficiency in its equipment. Shinbei meticulously unraveled the complex clues, and over an hour had passed. If he wasn't mistaken, Bermuda had likely already emerged from the cultivation chamber and was no longer afraid of the sea. Shinbei pieced together the intricate clues, feeling overwhelmed. He had no idea what Bermuda planned to do next. Soon, the group arrived at the official's residence. The guards naturally barred their entry. To hell with it. Rock didn't care about the guards and kicked one aside, forcefully leading his team to break in. After several twists and turns, Shinbei brought everyone to a corridor adorned with blue and white decorations that they had never entered before. And the door was right in front of them. The entire corridor was eerily silent, not a sound to be heard. Shinbei drew his revolver and lightsaber, while the others also took up defensive stances. Shinbei maintained a steady pace, with each step precise and deliberate. Hu Yang and the others were visibly anxious and tense, their faces cold and serious, revealing hints of unease. Some couldn't stop their teeth from chattering, producing a rattling sound. Rock simply stayed back, peeking from the corridor's exit to observe. Just as Shinbei was 10 meters away from the door leading to the cultivation chamber, it creaked open. Bermuda stepped out from the shadows. Everyone paused, fixated on Bermuda. Bimura slowly raised her head, her gaze clear and calm as she met everyone's eyes, a smile on her face as she said softly, "Everyone, how should I thank you?" Chapter 192. I am your king, worship me. As expected, it played out just as Shinbei had guessed. It was too late. Everything was too late. The moment Bimura uttered her words of thanks, Shinbei knew that she had completed the gene defect repair. The sea was no longer her prison and fatal weakness. Shinbei took a deep breath, steadily raised his gun, pointing it at Bimura, and spoke in a flat tone. "If you want to thank me, why choke yourself? As you wish." Bimura reached out, her fingers gripping her neck tightly. With a forceful squeeze, it was as if she had crushed a twig, and her entire neck snapped with a crack. The torn wound revealed a broken spine, like frayed cotton, with uneven breaks. A type of purple blood, not belonging to humans, erupted forth. Bimura even grabbed her own hair and lifted her head. However, this self-inflicted harm seemed to have no effect on her. It was visible to the naked eye. If it had been anyone else, the decapitation would surely result in death, but Bimura appeared unbothered. Hu Yang and the others looked on in shock. Their hearts raced, and their expressions turned to deep apprehension and horror. Surviving this was terrifying. At that moment, Bimura held her head, opened her arms, and the smile on her face gradually faded as she emotionlessly said, "All right, as a thank you, I have fulfilled your wish." Shinbei furrowed his brows. You take jokes seriously, truly lacking in common sense. At the same time, Shinbei's armor mask silently captured a photo of Bimura, labeling it, "Bimura possesses the ability to erase or modify memories. Put away your hypocrisy." At that moment, a mysterious glint flickered in Bimura's eyes. "Now, how will you support me?" Was in the next instant, an invisible wave radiated from Bimura's eyes, filling the corridor. Bimura placed her head back on her neck. As numerous small, insect-like creatures crawled out of the wound. These creatures intertwined and fused together, resembling melted wax. In the blink of an eye, Bimura's head was completely restored to her neck. She walked step by step towards the crowd, her tone airy. "Have you forgotten? I am your king." Just a simple sentence. Like an enchanting melody. Everyone momentarily appeared dazed. "Oh, yes, Bimura is our king. Please accept my worship. Don't mind that I'm not wearing clothes. I am the most devout. King, may I lick your shoes? King, what are your orders? Wait, why do I remember the leader of the shelter?" The crowd's reaction greatly pleased Bimura as she walked out step by step, a smirk on her lips. "Yu Wu Chang is just a small fry." This sentence instantly filled the logical gap. The group followed Bimura eagerly, trying to ingratiate themselves. However, in the next second, bang, the sound of a gunshot rang out. The deafening gunfire erupted suddenly, like the wrath of thunder, instantly shattering the harmonious scene. The sound of gunfire seemed to have a physical form, violently crashing against every inch of the corridor walls, stirring echoes that spread through the air like ripples, penetrating layers of walls, reaching distant corners, and resonating throughout the entire residence, relentless and unending. Everyone saw that after the gunshots, the figure of Bermula stood frozen like a statue, while his head appeared to be a crystal ball struck by an invisible hammer, instantly shattering into countless fragments. Purple blood and gray mixed together. bursting in the air like fireworks, only to fall gracefully under the pull of gravity, tragically descending. The tremendous kinetic energy from the gunfire rendered Bermula's skull, brain tissue, and blood vessels as fragile as gravel against a raging wind, crushed, torn, and shattered in an instant, completely transforming into an indistinguishable puddle of flesh and blood. Thud! Bermula's headless body crashed heavily onto the floor. In that moment, Hu Yang and Guya's eyes filled with horror as they collectively turned to look at Shun Bei. Their expressions twisted, as if filled with an anger and murderous intent that could not be washed away. Hu Yang's resolute face revealed an intense murderous aura. Shun Bei, what have you done? Why did you kill our king? Guya, reeking of alcohol, interjected, this is too much. When has the king ever wronged anyone? If you're going to seize power, you need to consider your methods. Others chimed in with confusion. Is Shun Bei crazy? What do we do now? Should we capture Shun Bei? Lock him up and discuss it later. But the king must not die. Meanwhile, Shun Bei's gaze was fierce and calm. Every second, he glanced at the photo on his armor and the note in his palm, constantly reminding himself that he had been altered. The others were still under the influence of the brainwashing, which indicated one thing. Bermula was not dead, and the effect had not faded. This being was truly troublesome. What strange life forms had the immortal shadow battleship collected? It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. At that moment, Shun Bei's cold and chilling voice echoed through the corridor. Either believe in God, or believe in the devil, but do not believe in both. Shun Bei continued to fire at Bermula's corpse. Bullet after bullet penetrated Bermula's flesh, the kinetic energy making his body bounce as if it were a rubber ball. From now on, everything Bermula had said would be considered mere words, twisted into falsehoods. For a brief moment, Hu Yang and the others appeared confused, their expressions reflecting a struggle. It seemed they were trying to remember something, but the disturbance in their memories caused hesitation. Nevertheless, this did not stop Shun Bei from firing his revolver, the shell casings clattering to the ground like the beat of death. As he changed bullets, Bermula's body defied logic. Standing up stiffly like a zombie, the flesh of his shattered head rose from the floor, intertwining around his neck, and numerous white worms began to wriggle once again. In the blink of an eye, Bermula's head healed once more. You are disloyal to me. Bermula's eyes opened and closed, deep as a chasm, and the next moment, a creature named Bermuda extended over a dozen white worms from its body. Caught off guard, Hu Yang and others felt the needle-like tips of these worms stab into the back of their heads. To their shock, they were lifted into the air. Their limbs, bodies, and heads seemed to be entangled by an invisible rope, rendering them completely immobile, unable even to tremble. I am your king, a voice echoed coldly, devoid of joy or sorrow, and I am truly disappointed that you did not act immediately to stop and eliminate the assailant. At that moment, Shun Bei's gaze was indifferent as he continued. Do you want to know why? Bermuda slowly turned its head to look at Shun Bei, its eyes filled with malice. Can you explain it to me? Because the memories you hold in their minds are not as abundant as mine. Shun Bei raised his gun once more. With just a slight reminder from me, your implanted memories will collapse. You can deceive them temporarily, but you won't succeed in the long run, oh my king. Am I being a bit too blunt? Suddenly, Shun Bei felt a sharp pain in his head and glanced at the photo within his battle armor to correct his memories. What was I saying? He rubbed his chin. Right, you can only manipulate the surface of their memories, but you cannot modify the deeper layers. Bermuda smirked slightly, intrigued by Shun Bei's words. Interesting, please continue. However, Shun Bei had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Bermuda. He knew this creature was not something he could handle alone. If one were to classify beasts according to human standards, Bermuda could rival the most wicked of them. Even the Spider Queen might find it a headache. His revolver had a damage multiplier, and despite firing so many bullets, it still couldn't kill Bermuda, which was truly a challenge. All he could do was wait for Yu Wuchang to arrive after hearing the gunfire, or better yet, hope for Ling to make an appearance. Moreover, Hu Yang and the others had already stepped into the depths of danger. When death comes, it comes without doubt. All Shun Bei could do was buy time. The deepest layers of memory rely on the sedimentation of time, which is also why he could remain alert. His gaze remained indifferent, as if suppressing something within, so. He glanced at the photo again. Shun Bei exhaled and said, you have many fatal flaws. In my eyes, you are playing with fire. Bermuda's eyes twisted with a boiling light, finally transforming into a hoarse whisper. I have fatal flaws? I do not know if your perception is correct, but I do know that buying time is utterly meaningless. Bermuda pointedly revealed Shun Bei's thoughts. You neither attack me nor flee. Your performance is too obvious. Shun Bei's gaze remained steady. Only his nose slightly twitched. This creature's intelligence was already remarkably high. In the next moment, Bermuda turned its head. The white worms that had pierced into Hu Yang and other skulls began to devour their brain matter voraciously. Clumps of brain substance wriggled through the orifices into Bermuda's body and then, like ruminating, returned to Bermuda's mouth. Bermuda savored the feast, relishing it with a look of pleasure on its face, as if indulging in a drug. Bermuda's eyelids gently closed, savoring the moment. What a delicious memory this life of Hu Yang was, filled with twists and turns. Goya, yes, he loved his children, and I could feel that love. It was truly a wonderful emotion. In the next moment, those white worms, like loose hooks, shrank back. The bodies of Hu Yang and the others fell to the ground, devoid of dignity. Whether they were dead or alive, Shin Bei was unsure, but he knew that greater trouble was likely on the way. Shin Bei's gaze was filled with gloom, his eyes fixed on Bermuda, forcibly suppressing the surging shock within him, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. So, you initially mastered human language and habits in this way. Your true form is a worm. And the body you occupy belonged to someone else who explored the island from previous shelters. Bermuda had no objection. That's right, but they were all useless. Completely unable to take me out. Only you succeeded. Shinbei laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. This is my failure, the only failure I ever had. In the next breath, Shinbei tilted the gun, releasing the gunpowder. Bang, bang, bang. Bermuda was pushed back a few steps by the kinetic energy of the bullets. His whole body shivered. The bullets fell to the floor with a clatter. Bermuda's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. As if taunting, he said calmly, "Useless. We are not even in the same life class. Now let me taste your memories." As soon as he finished speaking, Bermuda's figure flickered, moving at an unknown speed. Shun Bei's vision blurred, and Bermuda was suddenly standing in front of him, grinning. "Humans have many emotions. Why do you have so few? Do you fear me? Who do you think you are?" Shinbei pressed the gun directly against Bermuda's mouth, firing the bullet. Boom! The impact of the bullet blew off the back of Bermuda's head. "I told you it's useless." Bermuda adopted a nonchalant posture. "Before I taste your memories, I need to open your battle armor." With a click, Bermuda easily twisted the helmet off like a bottle cap. Shinbei's pupils contracted. In the next moment, a white worm pierced directly into Shinbei's brain. Shinbei's eyes instantly turned white, and his brain buzzed, completely losing perception. The white worm had just extracted a bit of brain matter to deliver to Bermuda's mouth. Before Bermuda could taste it, a sound of a door opening came from the depths of the corridor. A girl's voice echoed. "Are you done making a scene, cognitive predator?" Chapter 193, Despicable Bastard. "I want you to die without a complete corpse." As Bermuda's gaze turned towards the depths of the corridor, Rock, who was hiding at the end of the corridor, seized the opportunity and hurriedly dragged the unconscious Shinbei, Hu Yang, and the others to the other side. In his view, if he didn't do something soon, these people might end up dead without a complete corpse. Soon, a little girl walked out from the door at the end of the corridor. Bermuda stared for a moment, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. A creature extended from within, crossing a distance of over 10 meters, wrapping around the little girl's face as if to discern a scent. The girl reached out and grabbed the creature, flicking it gently with her fingertip. The creature shattered like ice, breaking into pieces that scattered like dough being kneaded and trampled. "So, it's you, the biological intelligence from the undying shadow. No wonder you know my name." Baimura's gaze held a hint of regret, but mostly relief, as he laughed. "You're the leader of this sanctuary? Why are you playing such a childish game?" With downcast eyes, the words flowed from those shimmering, emotionless orbs. "I intended to collect a part, but I didn't expect to bring out this thing. Have you had enough fun? Do you want to go back on your own? Or do you want me to help you?" Baimura clicked his tongue, chewing on Shun Bei's brain matter, and said, "You want me to go back just after I've come out? That is a bit much." He paused, savoring the taste of Shun Bei's thoughts, only to realize something was off. The memories of others were deliciously addictive, but Shun Bei's had an overwhelming bitterness. If the memories of others were like a movie slideshow, Shun Bei's were a void, dark and empty. This left Baimura greatly puzzled. He had tasted many memories, but never had he encountered such a situation. It was as if the memories were locked away. Can memories even be locked? Baimura was not only confused, but utterly astonished. At that moment, Zero faced Baimura's provocation, and a windless aura surrounded her, causing her dress to rustle. "You've been out for less than 100 years, and your mind is already gone." Buzz. In an instant, an incomparably brilliant and colossal golden light erupted from Zero, shooting skyward like a massive pillar, breaking through the roof and dispersing the thick clouds above, as if connecting to a heavenly realm. At the same time, Zero transformed into an unseen golden sun, radiating an indescribable intensity, as waves of purifying energy surged and swept across several kilometers. In that moment, Zero seemed to be made of pure gold, resembling a divine being. Behind her, a strong glow surged rapidly, condensing and transforming, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into 2 pairs of gigantic wings of light, each with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, unfolding with a thunderous roar. In just an instant, in Baimura's eyes, Zero wore a crown and sprouted 4 wings, transforming into a golden 4-winged celestial being. Layer upon layer of the void was pierced by golden radiance, and within several kilometers, the space turned into a dazzling golden realm, filled with an indescribable aura of fierce destruction, boiling and surging as if to engulf the world. The temperature in the corridor began to rise steadily. Bimura spat out Shinbei's brain matter, looking disdainfully at Zero. You're truly selfish. At the moment of the undying shadow's destruction, instead of thinking about saving the apostle, you're crafting a physical form for yourself. Let me think, what's your design? Heavenly waste. What a facade of sanctity. Aren't you just relying on your genetic abilities? The luminous creature, right? Yes, that creature emits light and heat when it unfolds its shell. Bermula spread his hands. Are you trying to burn me alive? I advise you to hold back. Do you think you are an apostle? Provoking your former master. How could I tolerate you? Zero's voice was harsh and cold. Bah. Bermula's gaze was equally fierce. As if looking at a corpse, you claim to be a master in the past, but what are you now? Without the immortal shadow battleship, you are nothing but a rat stealing genes. Don't even mention yourself. Even the apostles are no good. The more Bermula scolded, the more excited he became. You still foolishly think of collecting genes scattered throughout the universe to become the master of all. Yet you can't even handle my genetic samples. Truly laughable. Having been dragged into the abyss by a world-destroying starship and blown apart by humans. How can you shamelessly plunder genetic samples everywhere? Seeking death. Bermula seemed to hit a nerve with Zero or the apostle, or the immortal shadow, no matter how you shout. A prisoner is still a prisoner. However, under Zero's astonishing might, Bermula squinted his eyes, a glint of calculation flashing within, as if he was measuring something. Filled with a sense of eagerness. So today, I will wash away my shame. Bermula's anger surged, as if the very air was about to boil. The detestable apostle. The loathsome immortal shadow, the annoying intelligent core Zero, and the experimental platform that continually extracts my genetic samples. I can never return to my original planet. But I must drag you down with me. I will find the apostle and smash his corpse to pieces. Buzz. In just a few blinks, Zero transformed into a golden four-winged celestial being, and the dark clouds shattered across the sky for miles around, everything turning into a golden realm. Against the backdrop of blazing light wings, Zero's figure resembled an eternal sun, hovering in the sky, imparting a profound and irresistible sensation. The filthy, despicable things seemed to have completely unleashed their true power. Her figure exuded boundless might, her golden eyes opening and closing like a deep abyss. I will make you struggle forever in the burning holy light, in pain, howling, begging for mercy, until you can neither live nor die, a lifetime of suffering. Enough with the nonsense, shut up. Yet, without patience for Zero's meaningless words, Bermula suddenly burst into wild laughter. I can escape this prison island. And the first to taste revenge will be you. This is fate. Die. In the next moment, Zero raised his hands to the sky. Boundless hot rays poured down from above him, like the sun was within reach. High temperatures scorched. A blinding light engulfed Bermula. The entire mansion turned pale white. Bermula could hear the sound of light, a faint murmur, but could not distinguish the syllables. His skin was scorched to a bloody red. Muscles burst. And as blood began to ooze out, it evaporated immediately. The flesh even emitted the aroma of roasted meat. Simultaneously, under the intense heat, the debris on the ground began to behave strangely. The stones exploded like popcorn, while plastic objects melted into a puddle of liquid. Glass began to soften, bending and warping. This is the consequence of arrogance. Turn to ashes. The sound of Zero echoed in the air, drifting aimlessly. It was unclear how much time had passed. The light faded. The figure of Bermula revealed itself. Covered in blood, he appeared scorched, like a shattered antique. The wounds varied in spacing, thickness, length, and curvature, resembling cracked earth, crab claws, or ice fissures. What did I say? Without the immortal shadow, you are just an empty shell. Bermula laughed heartily. It's my turn. In the next moment, without any fancy moves, Bermula threw a punch. At the moment he struck, the entire corridor lost its color, and time seemed to freeze unknowingly. This punch did not stir up howling winds, and the surrounding air remained still, but both the four-winged deity and Rock, hiding in the corridor, immediately sensed a tremendous danger. Because at the instant Bermula unleashed his punch, Zero felt that the space before her seemed to be crushed by an incredibly terrifying force, creating visible distortions and depressions. The hair on her body stood on end involuntarily under this invisible pressure. Especially in that microsecond, facing the terrifying pressure, Zero's originally furious golden eyes instantly constricted. A sense of unparalleled crisis rising within her. She could feel the sky collapsing and the ground sinking, the crushing force of the punch, and an eerie pain that seemed to threaten to turn her into dust. This sensation of pain was not real, but a warning from her spirit. Zero felt as if countless delicate nerves were unable to withstand the shock of this punch and were rapidly contracting, causing all her pores to close, sending out signals of danger. It felt as if Bermula's punch was about to shatter her veins, muscles, and bones. Just then, an incredibly dazzling, blinding light erupted from her body, followed by an overwhelming burst of fiery golden light that illuminated the entire world in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. And before the retina registered the bright light, golden radiance suddenly exploded around Bermula, a brilliance extinguished, and all things collapsed. It was beams of golden light, like laser cannons, carrying terrifying power capable of flattening a small mountain, striking him at speeds beyond human imagination and reaction. The violent onslaught of Bermula was suddenly halted. In the next moment, a more dazzling and dense golden light flashed across the sky. In the chaotic void, countless golden rays, hundreds, even thousands, split the air, transforming into a devastating wave of golden light that completely engulfed Bermula's figure. Under the overwhelming power, the entire sky seemed to tremble and moan, as if it were repeatedly crushed and torn like paper. Despicable bastard. Outside the destructive golden wave that had thoroughly submerged Bermula, the golden eyes of Zero reflected unparalleled shame and rage. I want you to die without a complete corpse. At this moment, Bermula's gaze was filled with dread and fury. This attack was far more intense than the previous one, and while Bermula believed he could withstand it, he knew it would come at a great cost. The losses would outweigh the gains. Bermula quickly withdrew, and the bugs on his body shot out to the left, shattering a glass window and binding themselves to a large tree in the courtyard. With a swift motion, Bermula leveraged this to escape, leaping several times to stand at the edge of a titan. He looked back down at Zero in the mansion and snorted, "Just wait. I will come back to kill you." Zero stood at the window, her tone icy. "Don't wait. It's now." "Humph." Bermula smirked. "Just remember, the next time we meet, I will hang the apostle's corpse and humiliate you severely." After saying this, Bermula leaped into the sea and vanished from sight. Chapter 194. Reviewing the incident several days later. Shinbei slowly woke up from bed. He struggled to lift his eyelids, his vision blurred, as if he had four irregularly shaped eyeballs. After a while, his gaze began to focus. He noticed the head mask was placed on the bedside, and he was still wearing his battle armor. The room was empty. Shinbei supported his body and suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. He reached back to touch it and found a small hole, like a pinprick, which had already healed into a small blood scab. Once the pain subsided, Shinbei shook his head. His last memory was of Bermula absorbing his memories. At that moment, it felt as if someone had used a straw to suck out a piece of his brain. That indescribable sensation had caused him to faint instantly. Shinbei pondered that in the old days, when people ate monkey brains, it must have felt something like this. 1 = 2. Shinbei mentally accepted the math problem, trying to self-diagnose whether there was an issue with his brain. After all, having a piece of his brain sucked out might lead to some after effects. Shinbei certainly didn't want to end up like the neighbor, Wu Lao Air. The multiplication table, 11 = 1, 22 = 4. The moonlight shone before the bed. The rules of the card game were, Shinbei operated his brain for a while and found no problems, letting out a sigh of relief. He began to remove his armor. With a thought, his battle gear started to separate automatically. Feeling relaxed, Shinbei sat on the edge of the bed and breathed for a moment, allowing his limbs to regain strength. He planted his feet on the ground, slightly supporting his body. Moving his limbs, he did small jumps, big jumps, kicked his legs, and threw punches, feeling exhilarated. Shinbei gently patted his chest. After a round of tests, there were no issues with his mind or physical movements. It seemed that the substance taken by the Bermuda had not affected him at all. It felt like an appendix or a wallet that had been removed, something that was optional. Shinbei patted his head and questioned, "Is there such a thing as excess brain matter?" He licked his lips, realizing this question was somewhat critical. There couldn't possibly be excess brain matter, yet he felt fine. He murmured to himself that he needed to get a CT scan of his brain. Pushing open the door, the RV looked the same as always. The interior had been cleaned thoroughly. Just then, Xiao Kei came in, holding a few pieces of bread. "Bro, you're awake." Xiao Kei's face was filled with surprise as he hurried to help Shinbei sit on the sofa in the living room, asking with concern, "How are you feeling? Who are you?" Shinbei feigned confusion. "It's me, Xiao Kei." Xiao Kei panicked, his eyes flashing with urgency and concern. "Bro, don't scare me. Is there really something wrong with your head?" Shinbei winced slightly, rubbing his head as if lost in painful memories. After a moment, he said, "Why do I remember Xiao Kei being a girl?" Xiao Kei replied, "Bro, that's not funny." He quickly realized Shinbei was just joking, trying to tease him. Shinbei grinned. "I've been out for a few days." 10 days. He pondered for a moment. It had been 10 days. He glanced out the window. The residents below were still busy fishing. It seemed everything was fine. This suggested that the Bermuda issue had likely been resolved. He just didn't know by whom or how. Shinbei thought of Rock. He was the only one present at the time who had not been affected. At that moment, Xiao Ke took out some freshly baked bread and began to cut it with a knife. The bread was quite stubborn and hard, capable of being used as an improvised weapon. After preparing a few slices, he spread some jam on them and added a leaf of green vegetable. He wasn't sure what the vegetable was, but it seemed to be a product of the energy washing over the new world, mutated into something edible. Regardless of its nutritional value, it wouldn't kill a person, which made it good for humanity. Next, Xiao Ke laid down a piece of meat, a mixture of unknown types, to create a simple burger. Here you go. Bro Shinbei took it and took a bite. The taste was secondary. It was enough to fill his stomach. He ate 3 in a row to quell his hunger. Sighing in relief, he lit a cigarette and took a satisfying puff. The smoke swirled in his lungs before he exhaled, feeling completely at ease. Run to the task office and call Rock over, Shinbei instructed. Xiao Ke nodded and stood up to leave. Wait, Shinbei recalled something and continued. Did Rock bring the crystal core? No, Xiao Ke shrugged, shaking his head. That guy doesn't think I'm out of commission and wants to take my money, does he? Shinbei smirked and waved his hand. Go tell Rock that if he doesn't bring money, I'll pay him a visit. Little K's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and Shinbei's dominance was truly evident. He smiled slyly. I will convey this. Little K quickly left the RV. Meanwhile, Shinbei was contemplating how much money he should receive for the last island mission. There were 11 people going, and regardless of the circumstances, it was still 11 people returning. Even if one wasn't human, it still counted as 11 heads. No problem there. As for whether Hu Yang and the others were still alive, there was no doubt about it. If an ordinary person like him could survive, then Hu Yang and the others, being superpowered individuals, must be lively and well by now. Before long, Little K arrived with Rock. Shinbei smiled and nodded, then told Little K to go play elsewhere. Inside the room, only Shinbei and Rock remained. At that moment, Rock looked at Shinbei in astonishment. His face filled with disbelief. He circled around Shinbei, examining him closely. After a long silence, Rock held up 2 fingers and asked like a kindergarten teacher, How many is this? 30, Shinbei replied. Rock frowned and slapped his thigh. As expected, it's useless. Sigh. I mean 30 advanced crystal core sources. Upon hearing this, Shinbei's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in shock. Are you okay? Shinbei glanced over. You hope I'm not okay so you can inherit my fortune? Rock gasped. Not necessarily, but you have performed another miracle. What do you mean? Shinbei was somewhat puzzled by Rock's words. What did it mean to perform another miracle? He had fainted without doing anything when Bai Mu La took down everyone. Where was the miracle in that? Rock sat down, crossed his legs like a meditating monk, and said with a serious expression, You just woke up. So let me slowly explain some things to you. You remember Hu Yang, Guya, and the others, right? Shinbei nodded. Of course, he remembered. He had already tried to recall all their names in the room, and he remembered them all without exception. They weren't devoured by Bai Mu La now. Either they were unconscious or someone had woken up only to become a fool, unable to speak or eat, completely useless. Hearing this, Shinbei tilted his head. Were Hu Yang and the others suffering from aftereffects? Shinbei was somewhat shocked. If he had awakened, how could the superpowered ones be rendered useless? That was too fragile. What about them now? Shinbei didn't finish his sentence. According to the nature of this world, a person who was completely unconscious or unable to care for themselves was utterly worthless. A person being alive held value, and even being dead held some value. What was truly to be feared were those half-alive, foolish individuals. Rock smacked his lips. They are still lying in the medical center. How to put it? Rock paused and sighed. Feelings can't withstand tests. Most people with families have turned cold-hearted, and those without families are clearly on the brink. Shinbei remained unmoved, already numb to it all. In other words, if he couldn't awaken or ended up becoming foolish. Little K could take care of him for a time, but not for a lifetime. Long illness makes for no filial children. Of course, there's another possibility. If someone were to pay, having a nurse by the bedside during a long illness wouldn't be out of the question. Shinbei felt the same way. When Xiao Ke was in a coma, he too had thoughts of giving up. That's just how the world's rules are. If you have money, you can be taken care of. If you don't, death seems like a release. That's why I said, you perform another miracle, not only waking up, but being fine. Rock's gaze flickered repeatedly. Then he said, Of course, this is likely related to the time you were being drained. Shinbei had no recollection of that. Back then, when the creature from Bermuda pierced his brain, he passed out immediately. He had no idea what happened afterward. Tell me what happened back then, Shinbei said lightly. Rock sniffed. That was truly something I couldn't comprehend. That Bermuda thing seems to be some kind of extraterrestrial life. Saying so makes me sound narrow-minded. Nowadays, there are extraterrestrial beings everywhere on Earth. This is redundant. Let me rephrase. After pondering for a moment, Rock found a way to start. After you fainted, a girl named Zero appeared, who seems to be the biological mainframe on the Immortal Shadow battleship. Then this Bermuda was some kind of apostle that captured her to extract genetic samples. Subsequently, an apostle died, the battleship exploded, and Zero created a physical form for herself. In the end, I don't even know if they were human, but those two started fighting. The commotion was catastrophic, unbearable to witness. In short, if I hadn't dragged you away quickly, the shelter would have been incinerated on the spot for the first time. In the end, Bermuda was overwhelmed and disappeared into the sea. Rock spoke neither fast nor slow. There were many unnecessary details that Shunbei filtered out, focusing only on the important information. According to Rock, it was clear that Zero was indeed the mainframe of the immortal shadow. This was different from Dr. Duo 2, who hadn't created a physical body but developed in situ. Zero, on the other hand, was free to move. At the same time, Bermuda hadn't died but had escaped. This surprised Shunbei a bit. They hadn't eliminated the threat completely, which could lead to endless troubles. He wondered what Zero was thinking. Another piece of information was that the apostle should be the master on the immortal shadow, but since it's already dead, it doesn't hold much significance. Shunbei pondered for a moment and asked, "Has Yu Wuchang ever contacted you, asking you to be cautious about anything? You little brat haven't just avoided damage. How come you've become smarter?" Rock was taken aback and continued, "Not only did he contact me, he droned on for several hours, even making me swear to keep Zero's information confidential. Then why are you telling me?" Shunbei tilted his head in question. Rock shamelessly replied, "If we're going down, we all go down together." The two continued to chat about the details of Zero and Bermuda. Shunbei carefully digested the information, increasingly feeling that the immortal shadow was no simple matter. Collecting genes scattered throughout the universe to become the master of all things. Note the word scattered, which is very interesting. It's not about searching, but rather that they were originally present and scattered for unknown reasons. Now it has turned into a collection, which raises a question that no one can easily comprehend. What is the origin of life? Is the Big Bang the diffusion of the genes of life? It's quite thought-provoking. Chapter 195. Arrival at the Titan breeding. See the master of all things, Shunbei muttered softly. According to Shunbei's understanding, or rather, the human way of thinking, this is equivalent to equating oneself with a deity. So, did the deity explode? What an interesting thought. Shunbei almost laughed at himself. If the goal of the Shadow Immortal was to collect genes and become the master of all things, or a godlike existence, it might seem mystical, but since the apostles did it, it must not be random. Otherwise, there would be a certain possibility. Another world-ending class starship. To put it bluntly, doesn't he seem to differ much from the immortal shadow? What Dr. Badu is doing now is controlling all intelligent life. To become the master of all things, and to control all intelligent beings are essentially the same. Shunbei lay back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. With the emergence of the Bermuda Triangle, Shunbei's understanding of the world deepened further. There is no love or hatred without reason. There must be causes behind everything. The reasons for the battle between the world-ending class starship and the immortal shadow seem to be surfacing as well. Shunbei also thought of a question. These two starships cannot exist as separate entities. So, where's their base in the universe? He was eager to see their world. At the same time, Rock provided another piece of information. Zero plans to collect parts from the immortal shadow in the ocean. This indicates that the extent of the immortal shadow's destruction is even more severe than that of the world-ending class starship, impacting the entire world. If it were Dr. Badu, he would not collect parts from the world-ending class starship, but would recreate it instead. It remains unknown whether Dr. Badu received any instructions regarding this matter. The fact that the immortal shadow cannot be remade suggests two issues. Its parts are not manufactured but grown, similar to a flesh and blood framework of a starship. In simpler terms, metal can create objects of any scale, but allowing flesh to grow from cells into a gigantic entity takes an incredibly long time. The other issue is that regardless of how the immortal shadow is shattered, as long as the parts come together, it can be restored. It's hard to say which is more advanced, the world-ending class starship or the immortal shadow. Each has its strengths. Shunbei naturally knows that overthinking won't help. In the current environment, even dealing with the evil species is challenging, and speculating about the two starships is merely entertainment without substantial meaning. Or rather, it may have meaning, but at least not now, perhaps in the future. The future can still be envisioned in the old era. In this world of fleeing, survival is the greatest future. At this moment, Rock extinguished his cigarette and said, "Shall we go for a walk?" Shunbei understood what Rock meant. The so-called walk was just to take a look at Hu Yang and the others. Shunbei drank some water, nodded, and got up to leave the RV. "You really waste a lot," he remarked. Rock looked at the water bottle discarded by Shunbei and commented. Shunbei asked, "Is the shelter running out of water?" Water supply is now on schedule, but prices have surged from 3 core crystals to 8, heading towards 10. Can the Titan not purify seawater? Yes, that's really disappointing. Shunbei sighed. Humanity relies on Titans for survival in 2 ways. One is to evade the evil species, and the other is for water sources. In the wilderness, apart from humans, other species can drink various water sources mixed with trace radiation. According to evolutionary theory, the world is meant to eliminate humanity. This reminded Shinbei of Chun Anji's plan to extract urine. He felt that the direction had gone awry. Extracting alcohol? Wouldn't extracting water be better? In the middle of the floating RV on the sea surface, the setting sun cast blood-red rays onto the water, tinting the originally clear sea with a dull copper hue. Suddenly, a strange wave surged on the distant horizon, as if the earth was trembling and gently undulating. Then, a colossal beast slowly rose from beneath the water, its figure blocking out the sun and instantly shattering the calm of the sea. It was a giant octopus, its size comparable to an island. With skin as smooth and dark as obsidian, 8 thick tentacles shot up into the clouds like skyscrapers, each covered in suckers that glimmered like the eyes of an abyss. Its eyes, deeply set in its massive head, resembled 2 stars glowing with a cold red light, indifferently gazing down at the moving titans. Shinbei looked up in astonishment. "Don't be afraid, it won't attack the titans," Rock said from the side. Shinbei shook his head. "I was just wondering how long it takes to cook grilled squid. I feel like the taste won't be very good." Rock imagined, "Have you tried it? The concentrated version is the essence. The more you cook, the worse it gets." He shared his opinion. "That's my experience. If you're reliable, your experience is the truth." Shinbei joked. "Clearly, compared to me, you, Rock, are in the unreliable category." Rock scoffed. "Then tell me, is it good or not? I'll let you know after I try it. That's my idea. No practice, no empty talk. It's just the 2 of us now, no need to compete." "Yeah, if another person comes, I would compete 2 for 1. Rock spat. "Shameless guy." Meanwhile, the giant beast above the sea moved slowly, its tentacles leaving deep grooves on the surface, stirring up layers of waves like white mountains undulating on the sea. Those waves shimmered with golden red light under the sunset, and in the blink of an eye, the sea monster sank beneath the surface, disappearing from sight. Shinbei and Rock arrived at the upper medical facility, where they coincidentally ran into Yu Wuchang as well. Yu Wuchang spoke first. "When you were taken by Xiao Ke, I knew he cared deeply for you. He is a good kid." Shinbei smiled. "A good kid isn't suited for survival." Yu Wuchang crossed his arms and nodded seriously. "Whether ordinary people or those with special abilities, everyone must harbor a bit of malice in their hearts. Little K still falls short. Just consider him a rare breed of humanity." A rather clever statement. After exchanging pleasantries, Shinbei entered the ward. The room was very crowded. Hu Yang and others were either lying in a coma or sitting on the bed, staring blankly. Some even wet the bed without noticing, grinning foolishly. Looking at them. "You really are fortunate," Yu Wuchang said without much emotion. "Perhaps little K's luck is like a contagious disease, infecting himself." Shinbei coughed to change the subject. "So, are we dealing with them now?" Yu Wuchang's face was expressionless. "I don't want to either. They are all our brothers, family. Losing any one of them pains me for several days." Shinbei's lips twitched slightly. "If you say that, your heart is quite strong. If you feel pain every day, you wouldn't have heart disease. But their families have already given up on them and won't take them back to care for them." Yu Wuchang scanned each of them with a somewhat tragic tone. "Leaving it to our shelter to handle means choosing the optimal solution." Rock interjected. "It's also a form of relief." Shinbei didn't say much. "In fact, the shelter has the capacity to care for a few people. But is it necessary? Everyone has been taught since childhood, either live or die. Never be half alive. Just like in the old world, brain death can also be deemed as death. In the new world, the criteria for judgment is having no reaction to the outside world, being foolish and unable to take care of oneself. That is death." At this moment, Yu Wuchang waved, and several guards came in. They hurriedly carried Hu Yang and the others out. Then, gunshots rang out, followed by the sound of splashes. It became quiet. No more worries. In this world, the way to solve problems is that simple. Just a few bullets. Yu Wuchang patted Shinbei on the shoulder and turned to leave. Shinbei stopped him and asked, "How should my task reward be calculated?" Yu Wuchang didn't turn around and waved his hand. "If you can handle Rock, then whatever needs to be counted will be counted. I have no objections." "What I mean is," Shinbei reminded, "back on the island, they agreed to give me 10 high-grade crystal cores each as extra compensation for their survival. Now that you've dealt with them, who should this money be attributed to?" Yu Wuchang paused, almost stumbling, and turned to look at Shinbei. "Don't be greedy." It was clearly 3. Shinbei clicked his tongue, realizing he hadn't caught Yu Wuchang off guard. It seems Hu Yang and others had reported the task process immediately upon their return. "Let Rock make it up to you." Yu Wuchang was still quite generous, waving his hand to cover it. "By the way," Yu Wuchang said again, "recently, we need to conserve our strength. The Titans will arrive at the breeding zone shortly." Shinbei nodded. Yu Wuchang probably wanted to stir things up during the breeding period, right? After Yu Wuchang and the others left the medical facility, Shinbei took the opportunity to do a brain CT. After the results came out, he didn't let anyone see them and took a look at the images himself. This part of the skill is somewhat familiar to Shinbei. In his past life as a Special Forces soldier, He had to understand the physical condition of his targets while carrying out assassination missions. He could make sense of some medical records to a certain extent. At this moment, the scan shows no missing areas in the brain. This diagnosis surprised even Shinbei. Holding up the scan, he clicked his tongue and said, "Don't tell me my brain can still grow." He tapped his own head, feeling a slight itch in his neck, as if something was developing in his brain. He then took out a lighter and burned the scan. He knew there must be issues with his body, but he didn't dare to investigate further. Such an examination would require various equipment and more doctors, which would lead to more people and more talk. Shinbei thought better of it. If the opportunity arose to fall out with Nyogonbin, he could ask Nyogonbin for a comprehensive checkup. Then, after taking him out, his secret would remain his own. On the way to the mission site, Rock had little to say. He handed Shinbei 60 high-grade crystal cores. With this, Shinbei's wealth surged by 100 high-grade crystal cores. He now had the startup funds needed to purchase equipment for the N6 solution. He just needed to wait for Titan to enter the breeding area and meet up with other shelters to procure some equipment. At that time, as long as Nyogonbin completed the development of the N6 solution, Shinbei would have a chance to test even the Spider Queen. Days passed by, and Shinbei spent his time idly. Other than fishing, he did little else. As Titan passed by other islands, Yu Wuchang sent people out to explore, collecting many strange items. Of course, many also lost their lives. Yu Wuchang was often distressed. But the good news was that no terrifying creatures like the Bermuda had appeared again. Meanwhile, submarines frequently went in and out of the sea to salvage objects. Surprisingly, they managed to recover some mechanical items wrapped in flesh, which Yu Wuchang took immediately. About 10 days later, a Titan guard was running while shouting through a loudspeaker. "Attention, all residents. Titan has arrived at the breeding area. There are over 10 shelters in sight, and the scene will surely be chaotic. So please protect your personal belongings and ensure your safety." Chapter 196. Chaos breeds profit after drifting at sea for many days. Titan finally reached the breeding area. Shinbei stood on the roof of the adjacent trailer, looking out. The surrounding sea was still vast and endless. Not far away, in the ocean, as if summoned by some mysterious force, more than 10 Titans with their heads of brilliant blue crowded together. All these Titans formed a posture, heads inward and tails outward, creating a circle. The inner circle formed a sea area with a diameter of about 1 kilometer. As they got closer, the Titans from Shelter 36 began to turn in a direction, seeking an empty spot and moving straight in. At this moment, the Titans, which had never ceased their writhing, came to a halt, quietly floating on the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, Shelter 5, where Baba 2 was located, remained directly opposite Shelter 36. Shelter 12, where Chi Yunlai was positioned at the 2 o'clock direction from Shelter 36. The shelter at position 15 is located at the 10 o'clock direction of Shelter 36. No shelter is directly adjacent to another. Shinbei looked around. The Titan on the left side of Shelter 36 was quite interesting, simply a Titan. Surprisingly, there were no RVs following behind. One could see that the crowd coming and going was predominantly white. Shinbei tilted his head. Elitism? Disregarding the lower class? What a fine tradition. On the right side of Shelter 36, however, the Titan appeared chaotic. The people there were of darker skin, and if it were night, one could only see their white teeth flashing. The construction on top of the Titan was alarming. There were low tents everywhere. So rudimentary it felt like a return to primitive times. The RVs behind were even more bizarre. Or rather, they weren't RVs at all. They were just a few wooden boards set on wheels with tents pitched on top. There were even scrapped cars floating on the sea. But to Shinbei, those scrapped cars seemed like high-end accommodations. The laziness from the old days continued in this new world. At this moment, many Titans were crowded together. Shelters were tightly packed, just a step away from each other. If someone were to talk about a sense of boundary, it would be nonsense. It was impossible to prevent anything. Thus, the measures taken by each shelter were quite simple, focusing on key areas for defense. Everyone was responsible for their own safety. This is also why the guards reminded people to watch over their belongings. Shinbei glanced at the shelter for people of darker skin, his eyelid twitching. He wondered if they still practiced the custom of zero-cost purchases. At the same time, Shinbei had no intention of entering that shelter. The layout was chaotic. There were no decent buildings, and the tallest structure was a crooked 3-story building made of stones and yellow mud. To put it this way, even a doghouse would be better than this in the eyes of Shelter 36. However, the shelter on the left attracted Shinbei's interest. A shelter full of elite white people, with orderly and well-planned buildings. It looked very modern. Surely, the white shelter could meet his purchasing needs. At that moment, Rock approached. Shinbei jumped down from the roof. Rock whispered, "Did you see the shelters of Chi Yunlai and Babatu?" Shinbei nodded. No need for long talks. It's pointless to dwell on it. Now that each shelter is unguarded, where I want to go is not something you should worry about. That's not what I meant, Rock said, his temples twitching slightly, but his smile remained genuine, not revealing anything. He continued, "I'm here to remind you to keep an eye on your home. After dark, all sorts of monsters will be active. The darker-skinned folks like to steal in the dark, while the white folks prefer to rob openly. Neither is a good bird. Shinbei tilted his head, seemingly understanding the implication in Rock's words. His gaze shifted, intentionally weighing his tone. If you're scared, just say you're scared. You can stay in my RV for the next few days. Look at what you're saying. Rock feigned dissatisfaction. Am I the kind of person at the top of Shinbei's shelter who's afraid of death? I just feel that I should continue to shine and contribute. Shinbei looked at Rock up and down, as if urging him to perform. Rock smacked his lips and shrugged. I'll go get my bedding. I want to share a room with little K. His lucky aura will take care of me. For Rock, the current situation was different from before. Previously, Titans roamed the land alone. Even if personnel from other shelters came, it was either for business or other matters, and at least there was no hostility. Most of the time, two shelters would coexist, bumping into each other, having skirmishes, but they couldn't encroach on each other's territory. But now, the shelters were right next to each other, and one step could lead into someone else's shelter. There were faint signs of order breaking down. This was unavoidable. People's hearts were either restless or itching to move. In the name of communication, sordid matters were clear to everyone. Other shelters thought this way, and the people of Shelter 36 were no exception. Therefore, Rock wanted to find a safer place, at least somewhere he could sleep soundly. Shinbei was undoubtedly the best choice. Perhaps someone was stronger than Shinbei, which couldn't be denied. But Shinbei's reliability was reassuring. At least, Shinbei wouldn't stab him in the back. Shinbei then asked, why come to me? Isn't Yu Wuchang's residence safer? I really resist that place now. I feel uncomfortable just seeing Zero. Just mentioning this made Rock feel itchy all over. Shinbei waved his hand, indifferent to Rock's arrival. As long as he didn't bring any troublemakers into the room. At this moment, Shinbei suddenly thought of Nyogonben. Was this guy arranged by Yu Wuchang? I should visit the upper levels. Shinbei bid farewell to Rock and headed for the upper levels of the shelter. Passing by the bar, he could see a few scattered locals, both black and white, crossing the boundaries between shelters to relax at the bar. The bar owner had long been prepared, hiring a few extraordinary individuals to maintain order and prevent troublemakers from causing chaos. Local folks often caused disturbances too, but it was usually just arguments and shouting. Even if they got into fights, they wouldn't resort to lethal force. But now, the situation was extremely complicated. Without hiring some extraordinary individuals, the bar could easily be turned upside down. Deterrence was indeed necessary. Upon reaching the upper levels, non-essential departments had already closed. However, the research institute was operating normally. Although it might be chaotic, there were still business opportunities. Whether from the mechanical or biological research institute, outputs could be traded and exchanged with other shelters. Especially the biological research institute, which was heavily protected. Yu Wuchang had deployed guards, always keeping a close watch. This made Shinbei feel a bit more at ease. Yu Wuchang was also present, arranging security deployments with the Blue Demon and others. Shinbei originally intended to confirm the equipment list with Nyogonben directly. Shinbei, come here for a moment, Yu Wuchang called out. Shinbei walked over a few steps. In the past, Shinbei had thought of Yu Wuchang as an impressive figure. Despite the unpredictable and unbelievable rise to prominence, Shinbei now knows who the true master of Shelter Number 36 is, especially after the battle in Bermuda. This idea has become even more solidified. Yu Wuchang is merely a proxy who has been pushed to the forefront. Although he possesses 10th tier strength, Shinbei always feels that he is just a facade. Do you need something from me? Shinbei asked without subservience or arrogance. Yu Wuchang nodded. I need you to undertake a task. We need to promote and sell our second awakening serum, and you must inform the leaders of other shelters. You will visit each shelter one by one. You don't need to go to the ones run by Chi Yunlai and Baba too, as I will send someone there separately. Why me? Shinbei inquired. I'm afraid others might mess it up. You understand the stakes better, Yu Wuchang replied. Go to Nyogonben and pick up a sample. Shinbei shrugged. All right, just have Rock place the order for me. Yu Wuchang then reminded him of some details, which were merely diplomatic issues. Shinbei was not interested in this. He had faced life and death challenges in his previous life and had enough experience to rival Yu Wuchang's. After a lengthy discussion, Shinbei entered the Biological Research Institute. At this moment, the institute was still quite busy. Nyogonben had transitioned from a researcher to a construction foreman, almost like he was holding a whip. However, his words were sharper than any whip. Don't doze off. Have you not slept for 3 days? Do you think I've been sleeping? Pay attention to the steps. What are you doing? The centrifuge is smoking. Are your eyes on your backside? Hold it in. No bathroom breaks. Hurry up. If we finish this job well, everyone gets a bonus. If you don't work hard today, you'll be looking for a job tomorrow. You, why are you wandering around? Which position are you in? Get back to work. Shinbei nearly received a scolding from Nyogonben. The two closed the office door. Nyogonben rubbed his temples and yawned. I've been too busy lately. Shinbei didn't hesitate. Let us finalize the procurement list. Is the funding ready? All set. Nyogonben replied. a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Bro, why don't I join you? Your speed of making money is something I can't keep up with. It seems you want to go to the G01 area, Shunbei retorted dismissively. Nyogonben smacked his lips, clearly indicating that following Shunbei meant a quick death, but also a quick revival, almost like being dubbed a living corpse. He pulled out a sheet and wrote something down. I recently updated a batch of equipment, including some of our private goods that Yu Wuchang hasn't noticed. Based on the budget, 100 high-level crystal core units should be enough. Of course, I calculated this based on our shelter's prices. You know that each shelter has different prices, and there will definitely be fluctuations. Shunbei nodded. After receiving the latest equipment list, Nyogonben asked, is the RV ready? There's a place to store it. Your answer makes me a bit uneasy, Nyogonben said, squinting and speaking softly. It must be safe. Even though I'm the only one who can make the N6 solution, that doesn't mean no one understands the finished product. Shunbei smiled. You want to be implicated, so just focus on guarding the Biological Research Institute. Get married if you need to, have kids if you want. It's rare to hear beautiful blessings come from your mouth. I find my blessings for the dead to be more sincere. When I die, I ask you to be the host. Shunbei stood up, his expression serious yet kind. I will definitely fulfill your wish, allowing you to experience the final peace and joy of being human. Nyogonben shrugged. Leaving the Biological Research Institute, Shunbei made a trip to the residence of Yu Wuchang to collect promotional materials for the Second Awakening. Unexpectedly, he encountered Ling, who hadn't shown up for a few days. Ling was still the same, dressed like a playful little girl. Let's take a walk together, Ling invited. Shunbei held the pamphlet and followed closely, smiling. No need to say more. I do not agree with your marriage. Ling. Chapter 197. Is this still a place for people to live? If you have unhealthy thoughts, I suggest seeing a doctor to correct them, Ling said helplessly. Shunbei, however, looked serious. I'm not joking. I'm afraid of reproductive isolation, which could bring great suffering to little K in the latter half of their life. Ling's eyelashes fluttered, as if she were chewing on something, and after a while, she said, Did Rock say something to you? Do we need to lay everything on the table? Is it necessary? Then let's not lay it all out. You are still Ling. I will always be Ling. The two left the residence and walked for a while. Ling stopped and couldn't help but say, Are you going to distribute pamphlets? Shunbei nodded. Keep an eye out for me, Ling said concisely. Yet her words carried significant meaning. Shunbei understood what Ling was expressing. It was simply about checking if there were any parts of the immortal Shadow-class battleship in other shelters. Shunbei bluntly said, Life is not bad these days, right? Ling tilted her head, her gaze lingering on Shunbei for a moment before she calmly replied, Maybe for you. Can't contain the desires in your heart? Once you have seen the sea, who would long for a pond? Shunbei was silent for a moment, his demeanor steady as he looked at her, and said, We have already paid a price or suffered an unearned disaster. When you take action, what else will we face? Let me correct your statement. Ling restrained her expression and continued with a heavy tone. Initially, we had no hostility and even provided some technological support for development. But the huge internal divisions among you caused the current consequences. Shunbei disagreed, but the root lies with you. Are you blaming me? Not just you. Ling showed a look of surprise, her gentle and approachable face revealing some seriousness as she said, It seems you have come into contact with Dr. Badu at G01. Shunbei neither denied nor confirmed it. As the conversation deepened, some things did not need to be explicitly stated. Those who understood already did. Do you understand the madman? Or do you believe me? Ling nearly cornered the topic. This forced Shunbei to make a choice. Either lean towards Dr. Badu or draw closer to Ling. In other words, as the one with the most clues and knowledge, Shunbei had to take a stand between the world-ending starship and the immortal Shadow-class battleship. But in Shunbei's view, neither was a good option. One attempted to control all intelligent life through technology, while the other collected various genes to become the master of all things. They all rise to power on a foundation of blood and bones. Shunbei has a premonition that once Dr. Badu and Zero are ready, the whole world will face another disaster. But right now, Shunbei feels powerless and lacks the strength to prevent it. Forget about eliminating Dr. Badu. Even against Zero, unleashing concentrated firepower to bomb everything would still leave Zero unharmed. This is an absolute gap in strength, a conversation and gaze from entirely different dimensions. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Shunbei's stern face as he asked, Do you believe in heaven? Zero smiled brilliantly, her beauty unmatched, and replied, What you fabricate exists only in fantasy. I believe. Zero scoffed and added, Then hold on to your fantasy. If you want to do my bidding, that's fine. If not, I won't force you. Because no one can stop it. Just like you can't resist Dr. Badu. Shunbei had no response. Zero took a step forward, her voice echoing once more. Our conversation is limited to us. I believe you understand. Shunbei didn't answer, but instead asked, Is there anyone on Mars? Zero paused. Do you think heaven is on Mars? This is a question. If you want to answer, do so. If not, I won't force you. Zero slowly turned her head, her bright eyes filled with laughter. You've exposed the essence of a parrot. To be honest, when I saw it, there were indeed people. But nearly 100 years have passed. Think for yourself if there are still any. Suddenly, Shinbei changed the topic. What makes you think we would stand by your side? Zero felt a bit of pain in her jaw. Why are the questions so disconnected? Is this a test of my intelligence? Zero frowned slightly and said, when a certain power suddenly appears. Do you think it's a historical inevitability or the intervention of an external force? Shinbei slowly raised his head, staring at Zero for a full minute. This question opened Shinbei's mind. Whose sudden power is it? It goes without saying. What can be unleashed can also be retracted. This is undoubtedly a huge trump card. Would those with special abilities willingly give them up? If given a choice of teams, what do you think the result would be? Shinbei took a deep breath and asked one last question. Will you kill me? Is your questioning a bit excessive? It's not coherent, right? Doctor. Battle wouldn't burn the CPU. Zero, somewhat exasperated, shot him a glare. Who do you think you are for me to take action? That's too degrading. Besides, didn't you say there's a heaven? I'm waiting. Shinbei showed an innocent and confused smile. I was just joking. You took it seriously. If you want me not to kill you, that's fine. Zero stroked her chin. Agree to our marriage. Shinbei replied. Look, adopting little K was indeed a wise move. Zero had to consider their family ties. He really wanted to say, Zero, call me dad, but thought better of it. That could be fatal. I just passed by the bakery and saw they have new potato cakes. Why don't you go learn how to make them? Shinbei suggested. Zero responded. So you're saying you can't get along with the potato cakes? A person rolled their eyes dramatically. In the next moment, they transformed from a hidden boss into a minor character, bouncing away independently like a newly born kitten exploring the world. Shinbei arrived at the mission office. There were quite a few people gathered at the entrance, each carrying a large wooden box. Shinbei received a promotional mission list from Rock. It was necessary to collect the list before undertaking the mission. Otherwise, given Rock's unscrupulous nature, he would surely find an excuse to take a portion of the mission reward. Rock seemed a bit surprised. Why did you take this mission? It only offers 30 intermediate crystal cores. I didn't want to take it either. But I ran into Yu Wuchang. Well, I guess it's a chance to earn some money while having fun. Shinbei interrupted. Stop rambling. It's annoying. Rock huffed in response. Shinbei pointed to the people outside and asked, what are they doing? The logistics department is heading out for trade. They naturally travel in groups, as they are used to gathering at the mission office. By the way, you can follow them for safety. Shinbei pointed to his battle armor and firearms. Nothing makes me feel safer than these. What a waste of breath. After leaving the mission office, the group of traders headed straight for Old Black Shelter. The reason was simple. The more underdeveloped the area, the more goods could be sold. Shinbei also planned to first visit Old Black Shelter, then make a counterclockwise loop, eventually reaching shelter number 12 at the 2 o'clock position, diving into the water, crossing shelter number 5, and surfacing at shelter number 15. Soon, Shinbei followed the trading group across the Titan border, stepping onto Old Black Shelter. The traders paused on the upper level of the shelter to sell their goods. Once the boxes were lined up, a few shouts drew the attention of the locals. It must be said that this shelter had a notably higher population density than shelter number 36. Shinbei wasn't interested in the sales. He chatted casually with a local before heading straight towards the crooked mudstone buildings. According to the information he had gathered, Old Black Shelter was unnumbered and was called Sageo. Shinbei had some recollection of this name. In his previous life as a mercenary, he often roamed the African region and had heard of it, as it seemed to refer to some supreme deity, the creator of all things, including tangible celestial bodies, humans, and intangible souls. It was rare to encounter the remnants of an old era in the new world. At this moment, as Shinbei observed the surroundings, they appeared far more vivid than from the rooftop. Rows of low tents resembled decaying mushroom clusters, with people lying inside, each looking different, some robust, others gaunt. Meanwhile, garbage littered the ground, with heaps of waste, torn clothes, and broken tools creating foul-smelling barriers. Not far away was a makeshift outdoor toilet area, overflowing with filth and an unbearable stench, the sanitary conditions appallingly suffocating. The air was thick with the smells of sweat, body odor, mold, and rotten food, making one feel nauseous. Many people were busy repairing broken tools or weaving simple fishing nets. What was strange was that they were reluctant to move even when nature called. It truly reflects the saying that while the mountains may change, the ingrained flaws are hard to alter. It's really tough on Titan to deal with this bunch. Soon, they arrived at the mudstone house where the leader lived. After a brief announcement, they entered the house. How to describe the environment inside? A random RV from Shelter 36 would easily outshine this so-called leader's room. It was rudimentary to the point of being difficult to look at, barely better than primitive society. The room was somewhat dim, with the smoke from the fire pit blackening the walls. At the main seat was a man whose facial features were hard to make out due to the darkness. Luckily, he had 2 metal rings hanging from his ears. Otherwise, it would have been easy to mistake him. This man was exceptionally stout, sitting in the chair like a large mass of flesh, causing the chair to creak under his weight. I am sent by General Yu Wuchang from Shelter 36 to pay a visit to Leader Orlin, they greeted first. Orlin should have appeared proud, but his darkened visage made it difficult to tell, as if it were pixelated and hard to discern. You must be Shinbei, a friend from Shelter 36. Please sit wherever you like. Shinbei glanced around and decided to remain standing, fearing that he might dirty his combat armor. He rubbed his backside, feeling discomfort. Hemorrhoids acting up, he muttered. Orlin chuckled a few times, his voice greasy like lard. Well, quite a few others from different shelters have come to pay their respects, always looking to take my money with some broken trinkets. What about you? It's not that I want to take your money. Just look at your shelter. Does it even seem like a place for humans to live? It definitely needs improvement. Shinbei handed over a flyer. I'm here for a legitimate trade. Orlin took the flyer, but didn't he look at it? You must be confused as to why other shelters are clean and orderly while mine is messy and chaotic. You're self-aware, at least. I thought your understanding was limited. Orlin answered himself, saying, I admire strength, not comfort. In this world, no matter how beautiful the building, it won't help you hunt ferocious beasts. Having a full stomach is essential for procreation. Let me put it this way. In my shelter, no one, young or old, will go hungry. Naturally, having a less-than-ideal dwelling is better than starving to death. I've heard that your shelter doesn't care if anyone goes hungry. It's a world apart. Shinbei smiled faintly. Is this paradise? Upon hearing the compliment, Orlin laughed heartily, shaking the flyer in his hand and glancing at it. It was somewhat awkward. He couldn't read. A rough man indeed. Orlin coughed. You are quite the flatterer. How about this? I'll give you a minute to introduce your product. Shinbei directly handed over a sample, saying something that stunned Orlin. You admire strength. What I bring is strength. This is a second awakening potion that allows ordinary people to undergo a second awakening, with a success rate of 70. There aren't too many, and it will be released uniformly the day after tomorrow. Orlin suddenly paused, raising the potion and examining it for a long time. Are you joking with me? He asked. Shinbei replied, if it's not funny, then it's the truth. Orlin hesitated for a moment and returned the potion to Shinbei. Very well. I will go and see the guests off. Shinbei nodded and left. Just as he stepped out the door, Orlin tilted his head, a greedy look on his face. And with a single gesture, a fourth-tier ability user named Old Hay understood the cue and quickly followed Shinbei. Chapter 198. Boring assassination. Easily dealing with Orlin had successfully drawn his attention. Shinbei's task was complete. As for how much the secondary awakening potion could be sold for, that was no longer Shinbei's concern. It was up to Yu Wuchang. It didn't even involve the person known as Nyoganban. Individuals like Nyoganban preferred to avoid showing their faces whenever possible. Greed is an uncontrollable human nature. If other shelters found out that Nyoganban was the key player, things would get lively. Even Zero would be forced to open a massacre. Shinbei walked through the narrow path between the tents, planning to head counterclockwise to another shelter. At that moment, he suddenly stopped, for figures had abruptly appeared in front of him and behind him, blocking his way and trapping him in this cramped path. Turning around, Shinbei scanned the 4 individuals who had intercepted him. They seemed to be residents of this shelter, young and old, male and female, all hunched over, looking like emaciated skeletons soaked in black oil. They stood 2 in front and 2 behind, dressed in filthy rags that covered their bodies. Their faces were dark and filthy, and it was clear they suffered from some incurable disease, with horrific sores covering their faces and exposed arms, making them look utterly repulsive and almost unrecognizable. The 4 of them tightly gripped sharp wooden spikes, their bodies trembling slightly, chests heaving rapidly, with greedy, tense expressions fixated on the bundle behind Shinbei. Wealth cannot be revealed, can it? Shinbei sighed softly, flipping his hand and grasping the light sword that was attached to his waist. Seeing Shinbei suddenly draw a shimmering purple blade, the 4 survivors hesitated visibly. They had never seen anything like it before, much like aliens encountering a UFO. But soon, they gritted their teeth and staggered forward, inching closer to Shinbei in unison. Shinbei remained motionless, allowing the 4 skeletal survivors to close in. His face, shrouded in shadow, appeared cold yet compassionate. In chaotic times, it's better to be a peaceful dog. As he whispered those words, the 4 survivors seemed to muster the last of their strength, suddenly sprinting forward while letting out hoarse howls, their sharp wooden spikes thrusting fiercely toward Shinbei. Just as the 2 attackers in front closed within 3 meters of him, Shinbei moved. Shinbei darted forward, propelled by the powered armor's immense kinetic force, closing the distance to the robber on the front left in an instant. With a swift thrust, his lightsaber pierced the first assailant's throat unimpeded. A sizzling sound followed as the high-temperature plasma stream, akin to molten iron, seared through flesh and blood, causing it to curl and char compared to these emaciated, barely alive robbers. Shinbei's armor provided an overwhelming advantage in speed and strength, rendering their pain-numbed reflexes useless. The one with a pierced throat didn't even register the pain in that split second. In less than half a second, Shinbei swung his arm with tremendous force, hurling the first victim's body sideways to collide with a smaller robber lunging from behind, knocking them both to the ground. Without hesitation, Shinbei withdrew the lightsaber, ignoring the spray of hot blood and the fallen robber, and spun around. The blade flashed, first severing a sharp wooden spike thrust from behind. Then he ducked just in time to evade another spike aimed at his temple. Simultaneously, he lunged forward like a bull, slamming the assailant who had missed into the wall and driving the lightsaber deep into their heart before twisting it violently. At close range, the hysterical glint in the eyes of this terrifying, elderly-looking survivor instantly faded. From behind Shinbei, the survivor whose wooden spike had been cut let out a terrified scream, revealing a nearly toothless mouth and a half-severed tongue, as if it had been cut off long ago. There was no time to escape. The hoarse cry lasted only a moment before Shinbei, pulling the lightsaber from the previous victim's chest, plunged it into the temple of the tongueless survivor, abruptly silencing all panic. A sizzle accompanied the scent of cooked brain matter. Shinbei withdrew the lightsaber, and the grotesque survivor crumpled to the ground. In just 2 seconds, 3 of the robbers lay dead at Shinbei's hands, their blood quickly pooling over the filthy path, the pungent, nauseating smell of blood lingering in the air. Shinbei stepped forward, lightsaber in hand, approaching the small survivor who had been knocked down earlier and still hadn't managed to get up. Please. A weak, pitiful, and fearful plea came from the remaining survivor, a frail figure clutching the corpse pinning them down. Their hood fell back, revealing a disfigured face covered in festering sores, eyes wide with sheer terror. Despite the ravages of disease, one could still faintly discern that she might have once been a relatively attractive young woman. But the horrifying sores had destroyed any semblance of her former appearance, leaving her visage so repulsive that anyone would recoil in fear. Please spare me. I don't want to die. As Shinbei approached silently and coldly, the disfigured girl completely broke down, curling on the ground and weeping mournfully like a cuckoo's lament. My whole family is sick. We desperately need medicine, we truly do. You killed my father, my brother, and my grandfather. Please, let me go, won't you? I only have a few days left to live anyway. Her faint, pleading sobs echoed through the alley, tugging at heartstrings. Yet Shinbei continued his steady advance, his face shrouded in shadows, expression unreadable. Trembling with terror, the girl's frail body shook uncontrollably as she begged, Please, I'm begging you, thwip. In the next instant, Shinbei lunged forward, his light blade piercing her heart in a flash. With a twist of the blade, all her desperate pleas froze in her eyes. Living on would only be crueler for you, he murmured, gazing closely at her marred face. His eyes held a hint of tenderness, a touch of ruthlessness, and a trace of pity. This kind of existence must be exhausting. Let go. Leave this place. In another world, there will be no sickness or hunger. As Shinbei whispered these words, the girl's anguished eyes seemed to find peace before their light faded completely. Admittedly, this was far inferior to shelter number 36. Though illnesses occurred there too, the leader would freely open the warehouses to distribute medicine. Whether it cured anyone was another matter, but at least it offered some psychological comfort. One Titan, one world, the saying held truth. The incident in the alley ended too quickly, unnoticed by anyone from start to finish. These 4 residents, plagued by severe illness, were just one fragment of the crumbling world's myriad miseries. Without medicine, they could only await death. Many in the shelter led by the local authority lingered on in similar suffering, watching death approach. Shinbei knew he lacked the power to save them. The only mercy he could offer was a final release. Shrouded in the scent of blood, his expression remained impassive. Killing was killing, death was death. He was a liberator. In his own view. Continuing down the path, Shinbei spotted shelter number 30 SIXS, trade convoy in the distance. Suddenly, the life magnetic field detector in his combat suit blared urgently. The display indicated someone approaching rapidly from the left, yet his visual field showed no one there. Frowning, Shinbei recalled the 4 assailants who had just tried to rob him. Now, an unseen target was closing in fast. Was this some twisted test of endurance? Was there a connection? In an instant, he surmised that the local authority might be attempting a double cross. After all, the detector's alarm meant an invisible entity, likely a stealth-capable mutant. From the moment Shinbei entered this shelter until his meeting with the leader, he had only revealed his most valuable possessions then. Things were getting interesting. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbei prepared for what came next. He immediately raised his revolver, pointing the muzzle to his left side, and fired fiercely. The muzzle spat fire, and the bullets roared mercilessly. Shinbei fired 3 shots in quick succession, targeting the 9 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 11 o'clock positions. The angles of the 3 bullets were exceptionally tricky, blocking any escape route for the unidentified ability user. The bullets pierced through the air, creating 3 explosive shockwave trajectories as they shot out. The bullet aimed at the 9 o'clock position hit its target with a thud. In an instant, a black man seemed to materialize out of thin air, being violently torn from the sky and sent flying backward. The bullet blasted a gaping hole in his abdomen, turning his internal organs into charred fragments. Amidst the bloody chaos, blood sprayed everywhere, splattering onto the cobblestones, with droplets resembling tentacles at the edges. Foolish. Shinbei lifted his chin. Do you look down on the power of handgun bullets? In Shinbei's view, this man likely had never experienced the brutality of firearms. He charged head-on without dodging, directly confronting the bullets. Firearms depend on who wields them. If it were someone else, the man's actions might not have been unreasonable. A 4th-tier ability user with 3rd-tier defense has the right to charge forward. But with firearms in Shinbei's hands, even a 6th-tier defensive ability user must avoid him. At this moment, the man suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, filled with shock and horror, as if he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. His face displayed an extremely terrifying expression, his eye sockets nearly bursting. He probably never anticipated that this shot would almost kill him. This level of power, beyond his comprehension, left him questioning his life choices. Then, the man slapped his abdomen, enveloping the wound with a burst of energy to prevent blood from spilling during movement. He let out a hoarse roar, as if a beast on the brink of death. Hand over the secondary awakening serum. In the next moment, Shinbei raised his pistol again. Is this your line? Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the bullet flew out. The man, having gained a deep understanding of the firearm in Shinbei's hand, was extremely cautious and reacted swiftly. With a whoosh, he vanished from the spot once more. Shinbei, unhurried, watched the reaction on his visor. A small red dot appeared behind him. Crack. The mechanical arm behind Shinbei moved faster, appearing as if out of nowhere, and instantly seized the man's neck. A flicker of fear crossed the man's eyes. What the hell is this? How is there a mechanical arm behind me? Just as the man was about to strike the mechanical arm in an attempt to break free, a purple lightsaber suddenly slashed towards him. The blade was like lightning, its radiance eerie, and as it descended with fury, the air emitted a sizzling, explosive shriek. Whoosh! The man's head, under the sudden application of immense force, detached from his body, flying away in a manner contrary to the laws of life. Blood mist erupted in an instant, accompanied by the bright red gushing from his severed neck, resembling a blooming hellish flower. Gulyalu. The head of the man fell to the ground, his eyes still wide open, reflecting not the world before him, but an eternal blankness and shock. His facial muscles twisted from the violent impact, with a trace of unwithdrawn terror lingering at the corners of his mouth. Shinbei sheathed his sword, expressionless, so weak, and still daring to come out for an assassination. Boring. Shinbei looked around, picked up a piece of rope, threaded the man's head onto it, and lifted it with a stick. He walked away with it, a trophy to show off, to intimidate the small fry. As Shinbei walked past the convoy at shelter number 36, everyone was stunned. Chapter 199, Unique Technology, Pulsating Heart. What is going on? Why is Shinbei carrying the head of that man? A 4th-tier head. It's such a pity not to witness this. Haha. Is he trying to intimidate the small fry? A good idea. No wonder he is a soldier of the Spider Queen, with the capital to be arrogant. Even though everyone showed extreme astonishment and shock, they didn't have many thoughts about it. Who is Shinbei? If you think he is an ordinary person, he'll teach you a lesson. Nicknamed the Ability Hunter, that title isn't just for show. So, the fact that Shinbei kills ability users is nothing new to everyone. At the same time, there is a sense of pride among the shelters. Every resident believes that their shelter is the second most powerful in the world. No one is willing to concede. What is the big deal about killing a few people? Especially when it's someone of a different race. Shinbei ignored the chatter around him, walking past them with a leisurely pace. The onlookers were furious to see him flaunting the head, but no one dared to act. They could only watch as Shinbei left. He headed straight to the edge of Titan, took a glance, and jumped over. This Titan is quite interesting. If shelter number 36 is characterized by a standard architectural style, the black man's shelter is in disrepair. The shelter before him is like a steam world. Numerous ironclad ships emitting white smoke from chimneys are docked on the sea behind Titan, and the shore is lined with old shacks and dirty, ragged tarpaulins. On Titan's back, there are exchanges, theaters, churches, and intricately designed storefronts. Majestic buildings feature large wooden billboards that read "Welcome to Mazu Shelter." Amidst the steam, bright yellow airships slowly drift across the sky, and the imposing metallic spires evoke a sense of awe. Various machines serving humanity are dazzling to behold. Beneath their cold exteriors lies the fierce and surging ambition of humanity attempting to control nature. A nauseating fishy smell wafted over, causing Shinbei to retract his gaze. A cart full of dead fish was carelessly piled up, with a few residents standing around, all with Asian faces. These people likely came from Southeast Asia. How can I assist you? At that moment, a man approached with a cheerful smile and asked, "Are you this enthusiastic?" After sizing him up, the man had black hair and yellowish skin, was short and stout, with a bulbous nose, small eyes, a long mustache, and a slight limp while dressed in cowboy attire. "If possible, I would like to see the technology of your shelter. I'm interested in purchasing some equipment." Shinbei had no hopes about how much assistance this shelter could offer him. However, he needed to assert his identity as a financier. "By the way," Shinbei continued, "I also need to meet your leader. I have an invitation letter that needs to be delivered." "I see." The man pondered for a moment and replied, "I can take you to meet the leader. My name is Liang Zicheng, and what do you go by? Also, could you dispose of that head first?" Shinbei shook the head on the stick and smiled, saying, "This is my pass." Liang Zicheng made a sound of surprise and clicked his tongue. "All right. As long as you like it, that's what matters for a client." "It seems you are not so rigid," Shinbei said lightly. Liang Zicheng stretched out his hand and led Shinbei deeper inside, saying, "This has nothing to do with rigidity. Death is death, and everything should disappear, right? That is a meaningless death, while the head on my stick has a distinct meaning. For instance, anyone who wants to rob me must consider whether the next head hanging there will be their own." "Is that directed at me? I didn't notice any hidden abilities around." Liang Zicheng paused, his expression slightly darkening. "Sir, your words are quite hurtful." "Not a corpse then?" Shinbei grinned. Reluctantly suppressing his displeasure, Liang Zicheng said, "I imagine your shelter has intense internal conflicts, right? Advanced medical technology can explain your situation well. You're welcome to visit Shelter 36 for treatment of injuries." "You have quite the sense of humor," Liang Zicheng said as he walked through the bustling crowd. This shelter named Mazu had many outsiders, people of various ethnicities, all curiously observing the seemingly outdated yet novel shelter. Shinbei curiously asked, "Why are there ships behind your shelter while others have mobile homes?" Liang Zicheng explained with a smile, "Our area consists of fragmented islands. Titans occasionally cross the sea to another island. It's just for convenience. Of course, the ships also have wheels underneath." Shinbei frowned. "From what I know, islands aren't safe." "Yes," Liang Zicheng took a deep breath, "some islands are quite strange. But we have to endure to evade threats. Fortunately, the Titans do not linger on the islands. They just pass through." Shinbei understood. The different environments lead to different human responses. Unlike the Titans on the mainland, which only enter the sea during breeding season, the Titans from Mazu shelter also walk on land, but to a lesser extent than on the mainland. Crossing straits frequently makes mobile homes impractical. So multifunctional ships are more useful. Just then, as the two walked along the road, a few individuals were seen pushing and arguing with locals for unknown reasons. Moments later, the sound of rumbling wheels approached from behind Shinbei. "Please step aside. The security team is coming." Liang Zicheng pulled Shinbei to the side of the road. Shinbei turned to look, and a strange six-legged mechanical device was dragging a large metal carriage, rudely rolling down the middle of the street. The security team, wearing flying saucer hats and metal insignias, filed out in succession. Their right arms were equipped with steam-powered armor extending up to 1.5 meters, designed with chainsaw or spray nozzle styles. Behind them were steam-powered dogs, each with 6 robust mechanical claws that made up about 90 of their bodies. Without a word, the security team's armor shot out several metal capture nets, ensnaring all the troublemaking individuals. Some tried to flee, only to be caught by the steam dog's claws, yelping in pain as they fell. In the blink of an eye, several people were subdued and dragged away by the security team. Shinbei's gaze was calm as he slowly asked, "Have you been to other shelters?" Liang Zicheng nodded. "What you want to know is the purpose of steam, right?" He bluntly pointed out, "It's bulky and inefficient. Aside from appreciating the beauty of steam and steel, this technology isn't worth developing." Liang Zicheng smiled. "Don't worry, I'll take you to see the core, and the answers will be clearer." Eagerly, the two continued walking along the street. Shinbei wandered through several shops, but found nothing worth buying. What was available here was also present in Shelter 36. However, in terms of food, there were many things Shinbei had never encountered before, and he bought a few items. To Shinbei's surprise, the electricity that was extremely scarce in Shelter 36 was freely available here, with lights shining even during the day, as if it were free. Soon, Liang Zicheng led Shinbei into a building resembling a large square water tank, towering at a height of 100 meters. "You will see the beauty of steam," Liang Zicheng invited. Upon entering, a spiral staircase twisted upwards. Along the way, there were numerous metal pipes, power machinery, and various dials spinning wildly. Some areas were clearly cracked, emitting rising steam. In the central position was an enormous hot pot-like device, with metal chimneys resembling blood vessels, alongside a staircase that could accommodate one person, flanked by staggered glass dials and brass gas valves. This was the power core of the entire shelter. Liang Zicheng proudly introduced. "All the power within the shelter comes from here." Bei felt a moment of daze and rubbed his eyes, feeling as if his vision was failing him. How could something wrapped in steel and pipes resemble a heart, pulsating as if alive? A heart? Such a gigantic heart? Bei questioned, is this a boiler? Where is the coal being burned? There's no need to burn coal. Just injecting seawater will generate steam, Liang Ziqing replied. So what exactly is this thing? Liang Ziqing smiled mysteriously and said, just consider it as peculiar technology. Look over there at the ventilation pipes. They connect to the turbine, providing a continuous power supply for this shelter. He continued to chatter on about the other side's joint, which could output steam into the tank, enabling many individual devices to operate. However, Bei was not paying attention. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the massive structure before him. Soon, information popped up. Immortal Shadow Battleship, Heartbeat number 3. This energy output heart weighs a staggering 100 tons. But it's clear that humanity has deviated from its original development direction. The introduction was brief, but extremely explosive. It turned out to be the energy output organ of the Immortal Shadow. The fact that it was labeled as No. 3 indicated that at least 2 other similar energy hearts were unaccounted for. There could even be 4 or 5 more. Bei speculated that the Mazu shelter might not know exactly what this was, or perhaps they had some guesses but could not confirm. However, being able to harness steam energy without burning coal was considered a treasure. Bei chuckled. This thing would eventually be taken away. When it would be taken depended on Zero's preparations. Let's go, he said, losing interest in the object. He just wanted to gain some knowledge, take care of important matters, and then head to the next shelter to procure his equipment. Liang Ziqing looked at Bei strangely and asked, aren't you surprised? Bei replied calmly. What the crystal core can achieve, why waste land to build this? It would be better to plant some potatoes. It's different. Liang Ziqing continued as they left the giant building. The crystal core is consumable and can never satisfy the appetite of the supernatural beings. While steam is ubiquitous and benefits the public more, Bei remained unmoved. Technology that cannot be replicated is useless. Strictly speaking, this suit of armor I have is also useless to others. Liang Ziqing went on enthusiastically. In fact, I can say that the combat power of ordinary people in the Mazu shelter is much stronger than that of ordinary people in all other shelters. Bei tilted his head. When Zero stands before you, you won't think so. However, Bei was still curious and asked, why are you so certain? Liang Ziqing straightened up and said, because we have a universal steam infantry. Bei responded. Is that impressive? You don't seem very convinced. Liang Ziqing boasted. You have armor on, right? How about we spar? Bei grinned. Sounds interesting. Chapter 200. Debate. Bei didn't mind sparring. He wanted to see what Liang Ziqing meant by universal steam infantry. Let's go. We have a dedicated venue for sparring, Liang Ziqing said, seeming to be competitive as he quickly led Bei away. They walked for less than 10 minutes before arriving at the other side of the Titan. It was an arena resembling a Roman Colosseum, with the central area as the fighting ground and seats surrounding it for spectators. However, there are not many people in the audience now. Most of them are staff from other shelters using this place as a resting spot. Not long after Liang Ziqing left, he emerged wearing a full set of powered armor. Bei took one look and was struck by the strong steampunk aesthetic. Liang Ziqing's powered armor appeared to be custom-made for each component, differing somewhat from the gear worn by the guard squad. The power arm had a set of leg armor and boots, equipped with 4 small independent engines. 3 explosive grenades hung from his shoulders and waist, while the steam tank on his back had 4 protruding metal handles, likely for other shooting weapons. Additionally, there were 4 cannons, with harpoons and a net launcher behind him. The joint structures at the elbows and knees had exposed pipes, releasing jets of steam, and the circular armor plates moved fluidly, allowing for a wide range of motion without restriction. The Knight's helmet, with a metal mesh covering Liang Ziqing's eyes, completed the look. How does it feel? Liang Ziqing boasted about his armor amidst the steam. Bei circled around, tapped the armor, producing a ringing sound. What material is this made of? Are you sure it can withstand a shot from me? Bei asked playfully. Although he had never seen this material before, he suspected it was outdated material discarded by a certain mechanical research institute. After all, this shelter was in the steam era, while the technology of that institute was clearly far advanced. Liang Ziqing laughed heartily at his words, looking at Bei as if he were an insignificant insect. You can shoot me and see for yourself. Bei pulled out his revolver and switched to standard level 1 bullets, standing 30 meters away and aiming at Liang Ziqing's chest armor. Bang! The bullet struck the armor, creating sparks, and the remains of the bullet were sent flying. Liang Ziqing patted his chest. See, your bullets are ineffective against me. Bei moved closer to take a look. The level 1 bullet had left no dent on the steam armor, as though it hadn't hit at all. Bei nodded appreciatively. Impressive defense. This was no exaggeration. Just this level of protection could resist ordinary bullets. Liang Ziqing wasn't boasting. Indeed, Steam-powered armor was superior to that of an average person. Although the Institute could forge armor with similar defensive capabilities, cost and weight were significant issues for ordinary people. If they were to manufacture armor, the cost would be another problem, along with energy consumption. This was why the Mechanical Research Institute showed little interest in armor and similar technologies. However, in this shelter, those issues didn't exist. The power came from steam, produced by the heart of an ancient machine, providing an unlimited supply of steam. With no energy concerns, even the largest armor posed no problem. Come on, let me see how your battle armor performs, Liang Zicheng urged, eager to try it out. Shinbei switched his revolver to level 4 bullets and drew his lightsaber. A mechanical arm on his back readied a sniper rifle, creating a more intimidating appearance. Liang Zicheng felt a sudden twitch in the corner of his eye, his tone a bit surprised. Wait, I can overlook the mechanical arm on your back. But what's up with your lightsaber? Liang Zicheng was indeed taken aback. He had visited nearby shelters and had never seen anyone wield a weapon that was a damn lightsaber. Is this something that should even exist? Why not just fly a spaceship instead? Shinbei chuckled. It's just a toy. Don't be scared, come on. Liang Zicheng responded with a slight acknowledgement. Then I'll just consider it a toy. I believe you're not lying. In the next moment, the red light on Liang Zicheng's steel spine flickered from low to high, illuminating fiery patterns. He leaned down slightly, and the marble beneath him instantly cracked with a spiderweb pattern. The reverse impact propelled him into a leap. Like the most agile beast or the fiercest martial arts master, he lunged at Shinbei. The steam-puffing armor swung towards Shinbei's head, a series of swift and powerful movements. But the bright red armor still missed. At that moment, Shinbei didn't meet force with force. Instead, his armor shot out an iron chain, catching a pillar, and he soared into the air. Simultaneously, Shinbei fired his revolver with ferocity. The bullets roared, piercing through the steam. Liang Zicheng shrugged. The bullets, but before he could finish, his eyes bulged, and he instinctively hunched over, blood vessels suddenly appearing in the whites of his eyes. He looked down to see a hole in his abdominal armor. The bullet was hot and searing, embedded within his flesh. It meant that it was a near miss. The bullet could have flown straight into his stomach. Yet, Liang Zicheng's gaze suddenly shifted, his mouth slightly agape, bewildered. Just moments ago, his armor had clearly resisted Shinbei's bullets. How could it not withstand them now? At that moment, Shinbei landed on the ground, holstering his revolver with an indifferent expression. Looks like I won't even need to use my sniper rifle. It might blow your head off. It shouldn't be like this. Your bullets. Liang Zicheng didn't finish his sentence, seemingly seeking confirmation of the answer. Just consider it strange technology. Shinbei replied. Liang Zicheng remembered having said something similar in the core room. Let me test the flexibility of your armor. Shinbei swung his lightsaber with one hand. Liang Zicheng immediately activated the lever on his armor, treading the ground as he charged at Shinbei. His speed was neither fast nor slow, reaching 50 kilometers per hour. But for Shinbei, it was still too slow. Shinbei pushed off the ground, activating the foot thrusters, and with a nimble flip, he soared over Liang Zicheng's head. He reached back, grabbed Liang Zicheng's helmet, twisted at the waist, and landed on his neck, pressing the lightsaber against the neck guard, making a gentle cut. The armor was instantly sliced open by the high-temperature plasma flow, revealing flesh beneath. You lost again. Shinbei yawned and jumped down. Liang Zicheng remarked, your armor is too lightweight. He sought an excuse. The defense must be quite poor. Shinbei stood his ground, beckoning with his hand. Aren't there still projectiles? Fire one and let us see. Liang Zicheng was not polite. Suddenly, a black hole opened at the elbow of his armor, and a fiery projectile with a trailing flame was launched haphazardly. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as a fiery projectile detonated on the ground, shaking the earth within a 10-meter radius into fragments. A violent gust swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst this chaos, Shinbei calmly walked out. If the sanctuary was just a steam-powered unit without any special abilities, I feel I could easily overpower it. Shinbei grinned. Liang Zicheng. I have to say, Liang Zicheng's pride in his steam-powered armor does have its merits. This armor, which doesn't worry about size and doesn't skimp on energy, holds a significant advantage on the battlefield. However, his mindset is based on dealing with ordinary people. But Shinbei is far from ordinary. It's a classic case of underestimating the armor and getting slapped in the face. There's no intensity in the fight. In terms of sparring, bigger isn't always better. Agility is key. However, this steam-powered armor does play a significant role on the battlefield. It's just that the sanctuary's approach has gone awry. In today's era, large-scale wars are simply non-existent. Even humans cannot stray too far from their sanctuaries for long. Liang Zicheng jumped out of the armor, and the two headed to the leader's base. Liang Zicheng cautiously asked, do ordinary people in your sanctuary wear this kind of armor? Questioning life? Shinbei retorted. Not really, Liang Zicheng stubbornly replied. Your armor must consume a core energy source, which, from an energy standpoint, can't compare to steam power. Shinbei glanced back at the increasingly distant massive box and smiled, not to mention my sanctuary, even in the whole world. The armor I wear is one of a kind. Liang Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Actually, I made my armor myself, he boasted. Shinbei showed little interest and replied, not bad craftsmanship. I sometimes draw the blueprints, measure the dimensions, grind the parts, and piece together vivid mechanical creations. When I install the steam power inside and activate it, I feel like an all-powerful creator, Liang Ziqing said. Shinbei's expression shifted slightly. He was particularly annoyed by the term creator. He shook his head. Impossible. Mechanical creations can never match living beings. Liang Ziqing argued. Of course it's possible. Humans eat and drink, while machines need to burn energy and expel waste. Steam is like blood, metal is like bones. And as long as the structure adheres to architectural principles, machines can live like biological entities. But humans have corpses. Perhaps all their organs are intact, yet they are dead. How do you explain that in machines? A human's heart stops beating, leading to death. When a machine's steam power ceases to function, its lifespan also reaches its end. The two seemed to begin arguing. Shinbei asked, what is the working principle of the core in that box? Surely someone can answer that, right? If not, how is the science you speak of any different from superstition? The core is applied technology, not research technology. Its principle is like the boiling of water and the lightning in the sky, an objectively existing law, a fact visible to the naked eye. A natural law that can be summarized and utilized by people. As for more abstract concepts, I don't know how to describe them to you. The diviner uses the shapes formed from burning turtle shells to predict fortune and misfortune, which is also a visible fact. Should that be credible? Your way of discussing the issue is meaningless. If since ancient times, apples ripened not to fall down but flew about irregularly, flames could burn oxygen, and iron melted in ice, that would also be a natural law. There is nothing for people to question. In other words, if divination were infallible, then it would be science. Is that your thinking? Shinbei asked. Liang Ziqing spread his hands. Since the protection of the deity has had the core, this has been everyone's thought. Shinbei smiled silently. This everyone does not include me. All the science of the deity's sanctuary is based on the core. But the core is not theirs. There will always be a day of losing everything. Without immediate concerns, there are distant dangers. This distant danger refers not only to the deity's sanctuary, but also to all the gifted individuals. So, think about it. In the end, there is only one thing that can be held in one's hands. That is science. Shinbei followed Liang Ziqing to visit the leader of the deity's sanctuary. Surprisingly, Liang Ziqing played a trick on Shinbei. Because Liang Ziqing's identity turned out to be Chapter 201, one step ahead, had to kill. You are the leader? Shinbei looked at Liang Ziqing, who was sitting in the main seat, with some surprise. Liang Ziqing flicked his small whip, no longer the lewd figure, exuding an aura of authority, and laughed heartily. I like your expression. Shinbei twitched the corner of his mouth. There is no need for that. Why go so far when you could just state your identity in the arena? After all, I lost. Liang Ziqing waved his hand, inviting Shinbei to sit down, and continued, I need to regain some face. This face was somewhat unexpected. Shinbei shrugged and continued, other sanctuary leaders are always accompanied by a crowd. You're alone. The complexity and variability of humanity are entirely due to different personalities. Otherwise, if everything were the same, the whole world would be lifeless. Liang Ziqing signaled his subordinates to bring out dried fruits to entertain Shinbei. To Shinbei's surprise, he saw rare banana chips in the fruit platter. Can this thing survive without humans? According to the information Shinbei learned in his previous life, if humans weren't cultivating them, bananas should be extinct. And after entering the new world, humans hardly had the capacity to cultivate such things. Shinbei tried a piece and nodded, a taste that lingers. Lingering? Liang Ziqing tilted his head. Have you eaten it before? Shinbei immediately realized there was a flaw in his words and corrected himself. Isn't this a potato chip? No. Liang Ziqing replied with a smile. This is banana. Bananas, Shinbei pretended to reminisce. I've heard it mentioned by the old folks. These things are hard to come by now. I cultivated them on a piece of land in the sanctuary, and the quantity is scarce. Shinbei abruptly asked, if I say I like it, can I get it packaged? Of course. Although they are rare, they are not valuable. I agree with your point that the notion of rarity equating to value is incorrect. Shinbei grabbed a handful and put it in his bag, planning to take it back for Rock and Xiaoke to try. Suddenly, Shinbei felt like he was on a mission to the western regions. What do you need from me? Liang Ziqing got straight to the point. Shinbei took out a flyer and handed it to Liang Ziqing. After looking at it for a while, Liang Ziqing's expression showed some interest. The secondary awakening potion is a good thing. Liang Ziqing put away the flyer and said with a smile, the technology at Shelter 36 is quite strong. It's just average. This wasn't Shinbei boasting. The overall strength was indeed average, better than some, but not as good as others. However, some exceptional technologies were truly impressive. For example, this secondary awakening potion, while not exclusive, had a success rate of 70 thanks to Niu Yinbin. If Shelter 1 found out, they would probably be furious. Shinbei spoke again. Do you need to see a sample? The last leader who wanted to see a sample tried to play a black market game with me. And the ability user he sent ended up on a stick. Shinbei waved the severed head. I'm not that foolish. Liang Ziqing frowned and jokingly said, I might as well rob Shelter 36. I could be your guide. Then you'd definitely lead me into a fire pit. The whole world is a fire pit. The two exchanged glances and laughed heartily. At this moment, Liang Ziqing seemed a bit tempted and said, I'll arrive on time the day after tomorrow. This statement conveyed two messages. He would come, and he was sending Shinbei off. Shinbei stood up quite consciously but didn't walk out immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. You went easy on me during our sparring. Shinbei truly believed that Liang Ziqing had held back. The reason was simple. Liang Ziqing was an ordinary person. Shinbei had never heard of anyone leading a shelter as an ordinary person in this new world where awakenings occurred frequently. Ability users were all arrogant and looked down on ordinary people. Of course, Shelter 36 was an exception. Shinbei had repeatedly sacrificed teammates to make them realize that ordinary people could also rise up. But Shinbei's equipment was unique to him and could not be replicated. How could other shelters tolerate an ordinary person rising to power? It was simply unreasonable. The fact was, among so many shelters, the leaders were predominantly ability users. Yet, the leader of Mazu's shelter was Liang Ziqing. This question had been on Shinbei's mind since he entered, but he could no longer hold it back. One could imagine that if an ordinary person could suppress ability users, what did that imply? It meant Liang Ziqing had a trump card. A secret that could convince ability users. Perhaps he possessed a more formidable steam battle armor that he hadn't revealed yet. Therefore, Shinbei said Liang Ziqing went easy on him. At this moment, Liang Ziqing rested his chin on one hand, giving a peculiar smile. Has anyone ever told you that you're quite clever? Though there are people who often say I'm a madman. You can't be a genius without some madness. That's not necessarily a compliment. Becoming a madman requires skill, not just a loud shout. Liang Ziqing lazily yawned and continued. I did hold back. It's just a friendly spar, no need to use trump cards. I believe you have your own trump cards as well. Shinbei tilted his head, feeling that he hadn't revealed any flaws. What do you mean? Just based on your armor and weapons? Wanting to become a representative for a certain individual is far from enough. Emotional intelligence is one aspect, but your strength definitely needs to be recognized by the leader. No. You call him a general, right? The general's approval is crucial. Liang Ziqing's expression suddenly became serious. For a leader of an extraordinary ability to recognize an ordinary person and entrust such an important task to you, that's quite thought-provoking. Shinbei gently curled his lips, feeling that Liang Ziqing's intelligence seemed to be off the charts, quite similar to his own. Shinbei said, actually, I used to think my personality was pretty good, until I met someone like you. I really want to kick you a couple of times. Haha. Liang Ziqing laughed, slapping his thigh. Quite annoying, right? You see right through everything, don't you? Shinbei nodded, cupped his hands, and took his leave. As Shinbei reached the door, he looked in the direction of the core and asked, you know what that thing is, right? I know. Good luck. I really dislike you. You always seem to know some secrets, Liang Ziqing said with a smile. Shinbei shrugged and left. Liang Ziqing sat in the main seat, scratching his head and muttering to himself. A thing without a master. Could someone really come to reclaim it? Shinbei, carrying a severed head, swayed his way to the Titan border. At this moment, the Titan border had turned into a trading frontier, with various caravans bustling back and forth, constantly arguing over trade prices. After all, the Titan breeding season is a rare opportunity for exchange, with goods circulating rapidly and mutual needs being the main theme. Leaving the Mazu sanctuary, he entered the next shelter. There wasn't much to say about this shelter. It developed similarly to shelter number 36. Shinbei wasn't interested in the details and headed straight for the research institute. Following the equipment list provided by Niu Yinbin, he began purchasing. The transaction went smoothly. 3 pieces of equipment cost 30 high-level crystal source cores, and they would be ready in about 5 hours. Shinbei wasn't worried about the research institute running off. Who would dare to take his money without facing consequences? Even Orlin was the same. Before the Titans left the breeding area, they would definitely deal with him. Shinbei wouldn't let grudges go unpunished. He made another trip to the leader's location, submitted the invitation letter, had a brief chat for over 10 minutes, and then left. The subsequent shelters also went quite smoothly, with notifications delivered in an orderly manner. At the same time, the order for the 10 pieces of equipment was also completed, costing a total of over 90 high-level crystal source cores. A portion of the money remained, which Shinbei didn't intend to keep. He had one more thing he wanted to try his luck on, the X solution material. This was essential for the survival of Song Yu's wife or daughter, Lena. It couldn't be overlooked. Shinbei had put in a lot of effort to pave the way, and he couldn't just abandon it. Shinbei flipped through the photo records he obtained from Dr. Batu. Bioactive nanoparticles, gene programming enzymes, bioelectrical conductive media, extracellular matrix simulators, intelligent microfluidic systems, neural growth-inducing factor complexes. These terms used to baffle him. However, since the Biological Research Institute run by Nyo Ganbin started gaining traction, Shinbei had visited multiple times and learned about the institute's outputs and equipment. Many of these things could be handled by Nyo Ganbin himself. For instance, the neural growth-inducing factor complex was available in Nyo Ganbin's lab. Bioactive nanoparticles could also be produced using newly acquired equipment. The rest were not worth mentioning. However, Shinbei had no impression of the intelligent microfluidic system. If anything could be a bottleneck, it was this. Shinbei planned to see if it was possible to acquire one in the shelters. After visiting 7 or 8 shelters in a row, he found nothing. It seemed that the intelligent microfluidic system was not just hardware, but also software. At this moment, Shinbei stood in front of a research institute at a shelter called the Statue of Liberty. It was obvious where this shelter originated from, the former era's Grand Nation. On the other side of the Statue of Liberty shelter was shelter number 12, run by Chi Yunlai. Shinbei intended to inquire about the extracellular matrix simulators here. If there were none, he would jump into the sea, cross over to shelter No. 12, and continue his notification mission. As soon as Shinbei entered the research institute, he heard a conversation inside. Intelligent microfluidic system? What do you want that for? Just go back to shelter number 12 and study it slowly. It's a waste of money. These researchers haven't figured out its usefulness yet. Why would they sell you something good? Shut up, I want to buy it. What is it to you? Shinbei clearly heard the exchange outside. It seemed to be 2 researchers from shelter number 12 who were just bored and decided to buy one. Shinbei felt a surge of excitement. He was indeed in the right place. Soon, the 2 researchers walked out of the institute, carrying a black device the size of a computer screen. Shinbei quickly entered, greeted a salesperson, and said, "I want the intelligent microfluidic system. Give me a set." The blonde salesperson shrugged and replied, "That last set was just bought by those 2. Then customize another set for me," Shinbei said as he reached for his money. Feeling somewhat disappointed, the female salesperson helplessly explained, "Last time the institute caught fire, and the backup software was destroyed. They say the software data comes from deep space and cannot be replicated. Don't you have a backup?" Mainly because it wasn't deemed useful. Got it. This bunch of clueless researchers hadn't realized the true value of the intelligent microfluidic system, and they didn't even make a backup. The set that was sold was just a clearance sale. Shinbei left the research institute. Glancing around, he saw that the 2 had already crossed the Titan boundary and returned to shelter number 12. Shinbei tilted his head. Shelter No. 12 was in a bit of trouble. At this moment, Shinbei's eyes were filled with icy coldness and no hesitation. He drew out his revolver and quickly pursued. Moments later, Shinbei stepped into the territory of shelter number 12. After a few quick strides, he pressed his gun against the lower back of a man holding equipment. Shinbei wrapped his arm around the man's shoulder and smiled, saying, "I want to talk to you about life and death." Shinbei had not intended to enter shelter number 12. In the past, he had 2 major vendettas on land. Sure Xin, Ba Ziyang, and others had all died at his hands. Killing between shelters was a normal occurrence, but the hatred would not diminish. It could be said that every resident of a shelter was viewed as part of a whole. As long as the leader issued a command, Shinbei would always remain on the hit list. Additionally, Chi Yunlai had a keen interest in Shinbei's battle armor. With these factors combined, a meeting would undoubtedly be hostile. Rock's reminder was not without reason. It was best to avoid trouble if possible. However, the current situation was unfortunate. The last intelligent microfluidic system, produced from an apocalyptic-grade starship, had been bought by the researchers of shelter number 12. Without this item, the X solution could not be produced. Shinbei had no choice but to take the risk of entering. At this moment, Shinbei's gun was still trained on the man's waist, maintaining a seemingly harmless smile. The man holding the intelligent microfluidic system looked visibly panicked, tilting his head to look at Shinbei, stammering, "Why you? What are you saying?" Shinbei repeated, "I want to ask you, are you alive or dead?" Before the man could answer, another accompanying person shouted in panic, "You are Shinbei. That armor is Shinbei's. Damn it. How dare you step into our shelter, seeking death?" Bang! Without hesitation, Shinbei shot the man, blowing his head apart. With a loud crash, brain matter mixed with blood exploded, as if a time bomb buried in the man's head had suddenly detonated. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud. The ordinary people around were startled by the gunshot, screaming in panic and fleeing in all directions. Shinbei, however, remained calm as if he were crushing an ant. His expression unchanged, his eyes like an abyss still fixed on the man in front of him. He slowly spoke. "Now, do you understand the issue I raised? Why did you want to kill him? Why?" The man did not answer Shinbei's question, only screaming in terror. Shinbei, being a kind-hearted person, responded. If I had to give a reason, my name is a taboo. The man felt a deep sense of dread, his expression shifting from shock and disbelief to sheer terror. What do you want to do? Shinbei laughed like a divine being engulfed in flames, looking down from above. Very good. You finally showed some rationality and asked the right question. He pointed at the item in the man's arms and then at his deceased companion. Don de Soudao. Either give it to me, or you can die. The man sniffled, still trying to bargain. I bought this. Underneath Shinbei's icy gaze lay a terrifying aura of danger, with a cruel grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Bullets are worthless. This was Shinbei's ultimate answer to the man. The man swallowed hard. Despite his unwillingness, he found himself helpless. Without any special abilities and unable to withstand bullets with his flesh, the choice between life and death was simple. He slowly placed the device in his hand on the ground, raised his hands, and began to back away. Shinbei nodded. Being an ordinary person isn't bad. At least you won't have the thought of wanting to try and see if you can fight back. However, just as Shinbei bent down to pick up the device, an extremely cold and malevolent sense of oppression suddenly surged around him, like a roaring tsunami or an erupting volcano, causing his hair to stand on end. When Shinbei's gaze fell upon the visual panel, a rapidly moving red dot appeared, and just as the life detection system issued a warning, the red dot instantly overlapped with the green dot representing Shinbei. Boom! In the next moment, Shinbei felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train. His body was instantly thrown back. The armor emitted a groan under the unbearable pressure. The visual panel automatically refreshed the data and began self-checking. A series of green data showed that the armor's functions were all intact. At that moment, while flying backward, Shinbei twisted his waist and flipped over. His back crashed into multiple buildings. Boom! The buildings crumbled like tofu under the immense impact. Shinbei kicked back with his legs and gripped the ground with his hands. Trying to slow down the inertia, he skidded through 4 deep trenches for over 50 meters before coming to a stop. A massive cloud of dust swirled around him. Shinbei slowly stood up and found himself inside a bar in the shelter. Many patrons stared at the large hole he had just made in the wall, momentarily dumbfounded. As if someone had pressed the pause button, unsure of what to do. Shinbei brushed off the dust from his armor and leisurely approached the bar. Glancing at the table, "Hey, give me a glass of the last drink." The bartender exclaimed. What? What? The last drink? Shinbei smiled and hinted. Your people are too ruthless. I might die here. I need one last drink. The bartender stammered. Which one? The stronger, the better. I need something to ignite my fighting spirit. The bartender, trembling, poured a glass of liquor. Shinbei lifted his visor and gulped it down, smacking his lips. He regretfully said, the residents here really have it tough. This drink is nowhere near as good as what they serve at Shelter 36. You should consider taking some brewing lessons. Shinbei tossed a crystal core onto the counter and turned to leave. Wait. I don't have enough money. The bartender shouted, summoning his courage. Bang! A bullet whizzed past the bartender's ear, blasting apart the liquor cabinet behind him, shattering bottles and spilling liquor everywhere. The bartender's face twitched, his eyes wide with fear. Shinbei chuckled, you've polluted my sense of smell. It's only worth a coin. With that, Shinbei left a single remark and walked out from the dust. Soon, he returned to the spot where he had been thrown. Shinbei looked up. A man stood in place, possessing sharp eyes like a hawk, a high and chiseled nose, broad shoulders, and a calm demeanor that naturally exuded a sense of authority. When this sense of authority combined with his efforts to appear friendly, it created an impression of sincerity and simplicity. However, as he smiled, there was a suffocating, chilling pressure emanating from him, reminiscent of a top predator in the food chain. Hello, Shinbei. Chibi sends his regards. The man's eyes shone with a mix of surprise and cruelty as he licked his lips. I knew I would run into you, you little brat. Shinbei's gaze was filled with an inscrutable cruelty. What does Chi-Yun lie to you? My father, Chibi replied with a grin. Have you left any offspring? What do you mean? I'll give you a minute to randomly find a woman to mate with, lest your lineage comes to an end. Haha. Chibi laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face from laughing so hard. But in the next moment, his expression twisted, his eyes glinting with a crimson light. He gritted his teeth and hissed venomously. That should be something I say to you. Shinbei looked around, hearing the continuous derisive comments. The quality of women in your shelter is low, not interested. Chibi revealed a cruel, fierce smile. Since neither of us needs to contribute to the human race, let us settle the score. Shinbei drew his energy, sword with one hand. A 7th tier ability user wants to settle the score with me? You don't think much of your father, do you? Are you saying I'm not qualified? Chibi's cruel and tyrannical gaze made it seem as if he viewed Shinbei as a lamb ready for slaughter. In Chibi's eyes, Shinbei saw an extreme brutality, as if he were facing an unprecedented ferocious demon king, about to be devoured alive. I didn't mean you. I meant everyone present. They're all trash. Anyone can talk big. Shinbei had never lost in this regard. Arrogant. Chibi's voice was harsh, cold, and filled with rage. Shirxin, Baozi, and the others have been waiting for you for a long time. Die. In the next moment, as Chibi ran, his physical form tore through the air, creating a long shockwave that rippled and crackled like turbulent river water. In the blink of an eye, the fierce Chibi, powered by his strength, burst through the air with a thunderous roar. His arms suddenly swelled, muscles twisting and bulging, the color of blood flowing beneath the surface. As he launched a powerful punch towards Shunbei's face, Shunbei's energy sword traced a purplish-red arc, accompanied by a piercing sound as it viciously slashed towards Chibi's throat. With a slicing sound, the energy sword instantly cut through Chibi's throat. At the same time, Shunbei was struck by the immense force, his jaw lifted by the impact, sending him flying into the air. With a crack, the mask shattered like bulletproof glass struck by a hammer, a web of cracks spreading across it. Under this impact, Shunbei was also shaken, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the mask only suffered cracks and did not shatter on the spot. After ascending several dozen meters, Shunbei finally managed to regain control of his body, with the foot thrusters igniting plasma flames to lift him up. Looking down, Shunbei tilted his head slightly. The figure of Chi-Bai was still alive. The wound on its throat was rapidly healing, restoring it to its original state in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Chi-Bai looked up at Shunbei, a cruel and sinister smile still lingering on its face, as if to say, "You're tough. You took my punch without dying or even fainting. Very good. It seems that those who died at your hands weren't wronged, but that one T changed your fate." Shunbei's gaze remained icy as he replied, "You can't determine the outcome. That's debatable." In the next moment, Shunbei tossed a revolver to his mechanical arm while holding a sniper rifle with both hands. They opened fire simultaneously. A torrent of bullets rained down, forming a deadly metallic net. However, Chi-Bai appeared relaxed, treating the metal storm capable of shredding everything as if it were merely a trivial gust of wind. Countless bullets were deflected by an inexplicable force field, twisting away from his body when they were still several centimeters away. The heavy artillery fire was detonated in midair before it could even get close to Chi-Bai. After emptying the magazine, Shunbei licked his lips and put away his weapon. "How boring. You think it's boring because you can't kill me?" Chi-Bai mocked with open arms. "You're the one who is truly boring." "Wait." Chi-Bai squinted at Shunbei, whose figure was slightly off balance, and asked, "You're not thinking of running away, are you? Aren't you a man? Why not come down here?" Shunbei increased the thrust of his foot thrusters and slowly headed towards another shelter. "Once I strip you and poke you, you'll know if I'm a man. I've got things to do. See you later." Whoosh! Shunbei's figure traced a path through the air, heading straight for the next shelter. In the next moment, Chi-Bai stomped the ground, causing it to shatter as he pursued Shunbei in the air. Shunbei tilted his head for a glance, sneering inwardly. Good. He was on the offensive. Victory was within reach. Chapter 203, a level 7 ability user. Is this it? The battlefield was very unfavorable for Shunbei's mobility. The Titan was long vertically but short horizontally. Moving deeper into shelter number 12 was not maneuvering. It was inviting hatred. The further he went in, the more people surrounded him. After weighing his options, Shunbei decided to temporarily leave shelter number 12 and head to the next one. Changing the battlefield to an unfamiliar environment for both sides would tilt the balance in his favor. Shunbei's flying speed was extremely fast, and in a short time, he reached the edge of another shelter. However, he did not stop there but turned back into the depths of this shelter, deliberately slowing down to allow Chi-Bai to catch up. At the same time, Shunbei continuously took photos, edited them, and uploaded them for concentrated fire. He quickly reached the rear side of the Titan. The virtual projection activated. A projection that fits the current environment appears at the edge of Titan. It is a straight passage, at the end of which stands an unremarkable house. On the surface, it shows no flaws, resembling a structure that has existed for a long time. At the same time, Shunbei's virtual impression is at the end of the road, striking a pose of being at a dead end. Shunbei dives into the sea, slowly sinking beneath the surface, waiting for his prey to take the bait. At this moment, Chi-Bai's strong physique, like an iron tower, rushes in like a cannonball, full of momentum. His gaze is fixed on Shunbei's flight path. Just around the corner ahead, he has already seen Shunbei land and run inside. Running is futile. Death is the only outcome. Chi-Bai's eyes are cold and fierce as his right foot digs into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and he darts into the alley. Meanwhile, the residents of this shelter are watching with curiosity. After all, Chi-Bai's reckless charge is indeed terrifying. Everyone has turned into onlookers, intrigued by the spectacle. At this moment, all the rules against fighting in the shelter seem to be disregarded. If a few people don't die each day, it feels like the sun would rise from the west. However, the nearby residents are also filled with confusion. The locals know the layout of the shelter best. To put it bluntly, they could walk with their eyes closed and know what flowers and plants are within a few steps. But at this moment, they clearly remember that this alley is not a dead end. It leads to the edge of Titan, and just one more step would mean falling into the sea. But now, there is unexpectedly an extension of an alley? How is that possible? When did it appear? The nearby residents are left bewildered. Meanwhile, Chi-Bai, still in full sprint, has never questioned any of this. He is completely unaware of any abnormalities in the shelter's layout. All he sees is a road ahead, leading to a dead end, with Shunbei inside, facing away from him, scanning the route back and forth. Fly? Why aren't you flying? Chi-Bai accelerates once more, the ground rumbling beneath his feet, and his violent momentum is overwhelming. Out of energy? Trash. Ordinary people are just ordinary people. How can you compare with those with abilities? Let me show you the end of your life. Before he could finish his thought, Chi-Bai steps into empty space, losing control entirely, and the inertia causes him to tumble and fall. In that moment, Chi-Bai's eyes widen in shock and confusion, his expression and feelings becoming incredibly complex and bewildered. He never expected to step into nothingness. Why did it happen? A trap? As he tumbles downward, he glances upward. What is this? Chi-Bai's eyes bulge in disbelief. In a daze, he sees that the dead end of the road is right above his head. The bottom of the road, the foundation of the house, and Shunbei's feet are all clearly visible. How is this possible? Chibi couldn't make sense of it all, whether it was Shunbei or the buildings. Everything remained intact above him. How could he have fallen? Was this an illusion? Chibi quickly dismissed that thought. It didn't feel right. Some gifted individuals could indeed enter illusions, but they were never this real. Moreover, Shunbei was just an ordinary person. How could he create an illusion? In an instant, as Chibi spun around for the second time and looked up again, a more terrifying scene unfolded. The houses, the roads, and Shunbei flickered for a moment. Before Chibi could process what was happening, everything in his view vanished completely. All he could see was the blue sky with white clouds floating above. What the hell? At that moment, Chibi's pupils contracted, filled with unparalleled fear, despair, and madness, on the brink of collapse. With a thud, the height of the Titan left Chibi no time to think as he plunged into the sea. His body crashed into the water, sending up huge splashes. At this moment, Chibi wasn't overly panicked. It was just falling into water. He just needed to swim out. The only thing he found puzzling was the suddenly vanished buildings and Shunbei. Was this something an ordinary person could do? Was it magic? Grinding his teeth, Chibi began to swim upward as soon as his descent stopped. However, just then, a shadow broke through the water, instantly wrapping around his waist. As Chibi was still in shock, his body was rapidly pulled down into the depths of the sea. Only then did Chibi see clearly that the one dragging him down was none other than Shunbei. With powerful propulsion from his feet, Shunbei released a fierce burst of energy, shooting bright plasma flames, pushing Chibi down like a meteor. Bubbles kept escaping Chibi's mouth as panic filled his eyes. What was he trying to do? As the water pressure increased, Chibi felt the surrounding seawater becoming incredibly heavy, as if his muscles were being crushed by a hydraulic press. It dawned on him. Shunbei was trying to drag him into the deep sea. Damn it! Chibi suddenly swung his arms, trying to strike Shunbei's back. But the assistance from the water was immensely powerful. Even his full force strike was reduced by 3 to 4 times by the water. And by the time it hit Shunbei, it was nothing more than a tickle to the fully equipped individual. Chibi struck a few more times, with no effect, unable to break free from Shunbei's propulsion. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. At that moment, Chibi finally realized the immense danger surging around him like the sea. He was being toyed with by the cunning Shunbei. In a direct confrontation, Shunbei was definitely not his match. But this guy was too sly. He had somehow tricked him into falling into the water. The situation changed in an instant. Undoubtedly, even if Chibi wasn't the brightest, he could tell that Shunbei's armor definitely had an oxygen supply system. Meanwhile, he had to endure the high pressure and lack of oxygen from the seawater. Under the dual crisis, Chibi's eyes, body, and spirit trembled uncontrollably, as if he were plunged into the most desperate abyss. Gurgle Chibi had reached the limit of holding his breath, his face flushed. His chest felt heavy with pain, and his limbs gradually lost strength. Even his pupils began to dilate slightly. He still clung tightly to Shunbei's arm, trying to break free. But the strength provided by Shunbei's armor was beyond Chibi's imagination. Shunbei's arms were like iron locks, making it impossible to struggle free. In the final moment, Chibi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood strands swirled with the seawater, gradually dissipating. He choked on several mouthfuls of seawater, his gaze losing focus. And on his pale face was an indescribable aura of foreboding and deathly silence. His arms hung limply, rising and falling with the waves, resembling a plastic doll that had completely lost its vitality. Shunbei released his grip, pushed off the ground, and turned his body, bringing his head closer to Chibi's. The light in Shunbei's eyes flickered as he smirked and grabbed Chibi's hair. Not so arrogant now, huh? Can't handle this. A 7th tier without a brain is just useless. Then, Shinbei grabbed their hair, and the foot thrusters ignited again. The seawater was swept up in powerful jets. Shinbei quickly brought Chibi to the surface. Taking a glance at the direction, Shinbei shot straight out of the water, soaring above the enormous titan, flying towards shelter number 36. As Shinbei carried the unconscious Chibi through the air, many residents of the shelters below looked up. The chatter turned chaotic. What play is this? It's such a pity not to see it. Did anyone witness it live? Quick, tell me. Isn't that Chibi from shelter number 12? Who is the other person flying? Damn. It's Shinbei, the one who killed Momo-san. That distinctive armor is definitely him. Should we notify Chief Baba, too, to squash him with a slap? It's too late. He's already flown past. No rush. There's a second Awakening Potion Sale conference at shelter number 36 the day after tomorrow. We can deal with him there. In a moment. Shinbei reduced the power output of the foot thrusters and gently landed at Yu Wuchang's residence. Just then, Yu Wuchang and Rock returned from their patrol. Seeing Shinbei holding an unconscious person at the door, Rock instantly felt something was wrong. Yu Wuchang furrowed his brow. Didn't I tell you to notify the leaders of each shelter to attend the sale? What does this mean? Shinbei let out a faint, almost imperceptible laugh that lingered in the air. Just encountered a little trouble. The person isn't dead yet. But if I don't save him now, he really will be. Who is this? The son of Chi Yunlai. Upon hearing Shinbei say this, Rock immediately screamed, "What the hell? Are you crazy? I warned you so many times not to go to shelter number 12, and now look what you've done. Why didn't you just kill Chi Yunlai directly?" Shinbei replied with a calm expression, "I couldn't find Chi Yunlai." Rock was jumping up and down, pulling his hair with a frantic expression. What should we do? This will cause a diplomatic incident. At such a close distance. Isn't that guy going to come over and kill us? At this moment, Yu Wuchang's face went through a rapid transformation, first showing shock, then disbelief, and finally a wild change of color, filled with incredulity. A 7th-tier ability user, not dead but captured alive by Shinbei. This difficulty was 10 times greater than killing him. Yu Wuchang couldn't imagine how Shinbei had done it, but he couldn't afford to care about that. It was absolutely unacceptable for Chi-Bai to die at shelter number 36. He quickly called for medical personnel to carry him away for rescue. Yu Wuchang rubbed his temples and pointed at Shinbei. If you didn't know the Spider Queen, I would really want to kill you. Shinbei shrugged, completely ignoring Yu Wuchang, and turned to leave. What are you going to do? Rock shouted. Shinbei waved his hand. I'm a principled person. I haven't finished handing out flyers yet. I still have to make another round. Damn. Rock let out a long, helpless howl. Shinbei paused for a moment and turned back to say, by the way, after Chi-Bai wakes up, lock him up directly. The day after tomorrow. I need to use him to trade for something with Chi Yunlai. Yu Wuchang. Damn it. Are you the general, or am I? Damn. Chapter 204. A shelter filled with religion. Shinbei was indeed a principled person. Tasks that needed to be completed must be completed. He hadn't encountered any obstacles. How could he give up because of a little Chi-Bai? Moreover, wasn't Chi-Bai already captured by him? A 7th-tier ability user was just a defeated foe. If it were in the past, Shinbei would have surely drowned Chi-Bai in the sea, giving him no chance to survive. But this time was different. Just when he had picked up the intelligent microfluidic system at shelter number 12, Chi-Bai had interrupted him. After a series of battles, Shinbei had no time to retrieve it. The intelligent microfluidic system had been left behind in shelter number 12. Going back to retrieve it now would be seeking death. He could only hold Chi-Bai captive and let Chi Yunlai come to negotiate. Shinbei believed that Chi Yunlai would understand and wouldn't be foolish enough to completely destroy the intelligent microfluidic system. After all, it would be easy to find out why he had appeared at shelter number 12. Putting that matter aside for now, Shinbei took the flyers and arrived at the Titan above the left side of shelter number 36. The shelter below was extremely special. Other Titans were followed by RVs and had a large number of ordinary civilians. However, at the tail of the Titan of this shelter, there were no RVs at all. This meant everyone was on the back of the Titan. But the Titan had a limited capacity. It could be inferred that this was a shelter for elites only. A place for the waste to retreat. What surprised Shinbei a bit was that the environment of this shelter was quite well kept. The marble ceiling covered the entire back of the Titan. In fact, the marble floor was not in use because the Titan was always on the move. Walking on the flat land, one cannot feel any fluctuations on the back. To put it bluntly, the shock absorption in this territory is quite impressive. However, once it enters mountainous areas or ruins or uneven hills, the back can noticeably feel the undulating waves. Therefore, the foundations of buildings in various shelters are equipped with hydraulic shock absorbers to reduce vibrations in such situations. As for the roads, the most practical surface is naturally gravel and fine sand. Marble tends to crack and shatter easily. This shelter, inhabited by a certain group, has roads made entirely of marble. Either they are wealthy enough to not mind replacing it when damaged, or they have been exceptionally lucky, as the Titan has not yet traversed bumpy roads. As Shinbei moved deeper along the road, he could sense the disdainful looks from the locals. Their attitude towards Shunbei was relatively better, but upon seeing someone of another background, they couldn't help but spit in contempt. It seemed Shunbei's guess was correct. The ideology of superiority was indeed prevalent here. Upon reaching the leader's residence, he met a man named Edward, with a prominent nose, wide mouth, and a mane of hair reminiscent of a lion. His robust physique exuded an imposing presence. His eyes, resembling glazed glass, occasionally shimmered with silver, adding an otherworldly aura to him. Clad in a shiny black leather coat, tall boots, and a white scarf, he resembled a Western cowboy, with neatly cut cigars tucked into his pocket. Edward perused Shunbei's flyer, and after a moment's contemplation, raised an eyebrow and returned the flyer. At that moment, Shunbei realized he had been foolish. This shelter was not suitable for him at all. Maintaining his composure, Shunbei replied, "I was careless, my apologies for the intrusion." In his view, a shelter that only accepted elites had no need for secondary awakening agents. What did elite mean? It must refer to those with special abilities. Even someone like Shunbei would not qualify as an elite in Edward's eyes, as their standards for elites were exceptionally stringent. After weighing his options for a brief moment, Edward answered with a tone of certainty, "Although we won't need it, I will join in the event." Shunbei replied, "Join in? Just don't cause any trouble." Regardless of whether Edward needed the secondary awakening agents or not, refusing his participation in the sale seemed unwise. Shunbei then stood to take his leave from the shelter. As he exited, he planned to move clockwise to the next shelter. Someone had kindly set up a wooden plank between two titans for easier passage. Shunbei opened his water bottle and took a sip while crossing the plank. Perhaps due to some decay, one foot broke through, causing him to fall with a splash into the sea. Damn it! After swimming around, he finally climbed back onto the titan, only to find his water bottle filled with brackish, bitter seawater instead of fresh water. Disinterested in pouring it out, he sealed the lid tightly and hung it back on himself. At that moment, looking around, Shunbei was utterly stunned. It felt like entering a grand religious venue. Everywhere, various distinct religious flags were hanging. The objects of worship were diverse and bizarre, including monsters with twisted tentacles, similar to the tentacle creature he had encountered on the island. There were also distorted images of Buddha, as well as depictions of figures from ancient times, such as Jesus and others. It was a chaotic mix, almost like a religious hodgepodge. This left Shunbei utterly perplexed. How could a sanctuary, even if it had religious beliefs, contain so many different elements? He counted the flags hanging around, and there were at least a dozen unrelated religious symbols. "Sir, have you heard of the Church of Revelation?" A middle-aged woman in a black robe stopped Shunbei, sizing him up. "Another ordinary person, good." The woman continued, "Only the divine can save this world. Under his arrival, he will protect his believers." Shunbei tilted his head and curiously asked, "What is believed in?" "The true divine, the vortex worm." The middle-aged woman slowly lifted her head, her brown-red eyes sparkling like gemstones. Her skin was pale, suggesting she was of Caucasian descent, but her features hinted at some Asian ancestry. She seemed to be of mixed heritage. In the old days, transportation was advanced, and people of Asian descent settled all over the world. After entering the new era, with the collapse of order and transportation paralysis, people of various races were forced to coexist in shelters, which was understandable. Shunbei stroked his chin. "The vortex worm? Will he arrive?" The woman nodded vigorously. "Why didn't he arrive when the calamity struck?" "Sir, you need not doubt this. It is because the believers were not sincere enough." What a convenient explanation. If he arrives, it's because the bishop has done well. If not, it's the believer's fault. Shunbei's previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly. "Are you recruiting?" "This is an invitation," the middle-aged woman replied sincerely. "I invite you to receive salvation. But I think that," Shunbei pointed at the distorted image of Buddha, "this suits my taste better." "That is heresy." The woman suddenly looked a bit angry. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, and she said firmly, "They emphasize suffering, while we advocate for devout prayer and communication." Shunbei maintained his usual calm demeanor. With only a slight smile, "Then I can also check out other religions. I don't necessarily have to choose the vortex worm." The middle-aged woman squinted her eyes suspiciously at him. "I can invite you to visit our church, and then you can decide." "A trial run?" Shunbei laughed. "Sure. But you have to answer me a few questions." Huang Xingyi chuckled and nodded. "Great. Another ordinary person is hooked." The two walked deeper into Titan. As Shunbei had expected, this sanctuary truly was a religious hodgepodge. Along the way, people continuously persuaded those from other shelters to join their religions, as if the main focus of this sanctuary was to recruit followers. Meanwhile, Shunbei posed several questions to the middle-aged woman, learning during the conversation that her name was Huang Xingyi. Initially hearing this name, I thought that big star had time traveled. It turned out to be related to clothing. After asking a few questions, Shunbei completely understood the structure of this sanctuary. It was quite peculiar. This sanctuary had more than 10 religions coexisting simultaneously. Each religion was eager to recruit followers. However, The true purpose was not as simple as faith. Faith was merely a bond to maintain relationships. The real competition behind it was for positions. Indeed, this sanctuary did not have a true leader. Instead, it had a council. The council was the highest governing body of the sanctuary, and there were only 20 seats in the council. The allocation of seats was based on the number of followers from each religion. The more followers, the more seats, and the greater the decision-making weight. This led to fierce competition among the religions for followers. In Xunbei's view, this was akin to political factions. However, the role of factions in a chaotic world was negligible. On the other hand, religion coincidentally aligned with the changing times, becoming the best adhesive. According to the middle-aged woman, there had indeed been factions in this sanctuary, but the outcome was self-evident. They could not maintain their member composition. Once the members fled, they naturally disappeared. However, Huang Xingyi stated that her religion was purely religious and had no interest in positions. Xunbei was also curious as to why the sanctuary had not produced a leader. The middle-aged woman was unclear about that, saying it had always been this way since her birth. Xunbei speculated that it might be due to a different historical trajectory. This sanctuary leaned towards democracy and then moved towards religious extremism. In chaotic times, democracy was like poison. There must be a strong leader to guide the sanctuary forward. Otherwise, democracy would lead to endless consumption. Xunbei did not want to comment too much on this. Each sanctuary had its own ecosystem, and others had no right to interfere. Nor could they. Apart from the Titan breeding area, there were few sanctuaries gathered together like this. Most wandered alone on land. Each sanctuary lived its own life. Xunbei then asked a question. If I worship the planarian, do I have to stay here? The middle-aged woman nodded. Naturally. Waiting for the planarian to descend and save the world, you will benefit first. What if I want to return to my own sanctuary? Although it would be a bit regrettable, it is possible. We can appoint you as a branch of the church, and you just need to work hard to develop followers. Soon, the two arrived at a church. The middle-aged woman pushed open the large door of the church, revealing a spacious hall that was incredibly dark. Huang Xingyi lit a candlestick, and the faint light illuminated a few feet in front of them. It was so dark, it seemed like there was no one around. There are people, the middle-aged woman said casually. Xunbei? Chapter 205 Are you going to sacrifice me? As the two stepped in, more candles around them lit up. Xunbei glanced around and was astonished to find that the candlelight was held by women, each carrying a candle. Dozens of women dressed in long black robes, mostly around the age of 25, were lowly chanting incomprehensible syllables as they approached from all directions. They were all followers of a certain cult. A middle-aged woman, with a somewhat fanatical gaze, introduced herself as Huang Xingyi. What should I do? Xunbei asked curiously. Huang Xingyi's response was brief. Just watch. You will witness what true divinity is. Xunbei tilted his head, looking ahead. In front of him stood a statue of a crucifixion. However, upon closer inspection, there was no figure of a suffering individual. Instead, a terrifying white creature was coiled on the cross. Xunbei found the shape of this creature somewhat familiar. The sculpture seemed exaggerated, nearly 2 meters long, adorned with a headpiece covered in iron spikes, and its head looked as if it had been hammered, bloody and grotesque. The statue appeared to have not been cleaned for a long time, with strange stains all over. As Xunbei took a step forward, he realized there was more than one such statue. Candlelight gradually illuminated the hall's features until it fell upon a face with a mouth stuffed and eyes wide with terror. Suddenly, the church doors slammed shut. The creature's head on the cross began to move, its foul body wrapping around Xunbei. As the candlelight fully brightened, dozens of blood-stained crosses stood in the hall, each with a creature coiled around it, and a struggling, unfortunate individual. Undoubtedly, these people were likely characters captured while wandering from other sanctuaries. The grotesque creature's head fixed Xunbei and the cross together, baring its fangs and exhaling a foul stench. Sister Huang, this seems quite different from what you described, Xunbei remarked, trying to sound calm. Huang Xingyi leaned closer to him, whispering ominously, I told you. You would witness true divinity. You just need to cooperate. If you are chosen by the creature, it will be the honor of your life. Xunbei smiled. But we are all human. Huang Xingyi scoffed. Isn't the ultimate goal of humanity to summon the divine? No. Some say the ultimate goal of humanity is to awaken silicon-based life. Do you trust me or him? I trust no one. Xunbei grinned. Huang Xingyi looked at him with a strange expression. So, you are the lost lamb. With that, she stepped back. The women in black robes gathered around, chanting incantations. Their faces illuminated with a blood-red glow. Under the cross, the seemingly dirty patterns formed a design resembling a hexagram, and the ground cracked open, revealing a massive eyeball covered in blood. Where is the vessel of the great creature? Many in black robes knelt down. The giant eyeball roared, its gaze fixed on the first cross. Simultaneously, a white creature penetrated the man's brain. A plump soul, but he is not sufficient to be my vessel. The creature on the cross exhaled a plume of azure smoke towards the man, whose body quickly withered, crumbled, and turned into a desiccated corpse. The giant eye let out a satisfied sigh, followed by the second sacrifice. What a long and lingering life. But he was still too weak. Blue smoke billowed out, and the human rolled his eyes, dying instantly as his body crumbled away. Then came the third one, a strong old man. His soul was rotting. Are you trying to fool me again? It muttered, as one by one, the sacrifices were pierced in their brains by the white creature, turning into dry corpses under the blue smoke, and its comments grew louder. The figures in black cloaks trembled, too scared to move. Meanwhile, Shinbei on the cross observed coldly. Is this the deity you speak of? Shinbei asked casually. No wonder it looks familiar. So you've seen this thing before. What a short-sighted woman. A mere talking monster can be regarded as a deity. How foolish. The figure in yellow robes spread its arms wide, fervently proclaiming, a creature that understands human language. Isn't that a deity? Shinbei chuckled. If that's the case, I've seen another similar creature. How is that possible? The figure in yellow denied. The creature is unique. Shinbei didn't argue but continued to ask. So does this mean I'll die soon? Not necessarily. If the creature chooses you as a vessel, then you are our chosen one, the figure in yellow explained. Shinbei not only didn't get angry but smiled instead, a smile filled with disdain and contempt. Foolish people. At that moment, the large sphere was still mumbling. So bitter. Such a sweet taste, what a pity. Young and vibrant. I like them the most. Just a bit stronger would be perfect. There's one last one. Suddenly, the giant eye stopped commenting and turned to Shinbei. Your aura is a bit strange. Shinbei grinned. Your sense of smell is good. Did you catch a whiff of your kind? The giant eye fixed its gaze on him, and upon hearing this, its eyes seemed to shoot daggers. But you are not my kind. At this, the figure in yellow widened her eyes. Her faith nearly shattered. All along, she believed the creature was the unique existence in this world. She didn't gather followers for a seat, but to welcome the creature's arrival. The conditions for its arrival were simple. Find a suitable vessel. She had been secretly sacrificing followers until now. There were simply too many humans from other shelters nowadays. Just lifting a chest, and men from above would come along. Although she didn't use seduction on Shinbei. Now the creature itself said Shinbei was not its kind. But that was not important. What mattered was that the creature acknowledged it had kindred. What is a deity? It is unique. At this moment, the figure in yellow was on the verge of collapse, questioning what exactly she believed in. Was it just a bunch of common beings? While the figure in yellow and other female followers were filled with shock, the giant eye slowly turned to them, saying, I am the only true god, believe in me. Huang Xingyi and the others suddenly changed from suspicion to extreme admiration. Great whirlworm, please accept our worship. They prostrated themselves on the ground in reverent prayer. Meanwhile, Shinbei sneered. There was once a guy named Bai Mu La who was far stronger than you. With just one word, he escaped from danger. The giant eye of the whirlworm fixed its gaze on Shinbei. You met Bai Mu La? Not just met. It has long completed the selection of its vessel. The giant eye of the whirlworm fell silent for a moment. It seems I can't be picky anymore. You shall be my vessel. What if I refuse? You have no choice. With a sudden burst, Shinbei sprang into action. His armor shimmered with energy as the output modules roared to life. Full throttle. Shinbei's arms shook violently, tearing apart the white worm coiling around him. He pulled the cross from his back and plunged it toward the giant eye on the ground. How can my life be determined by you? Shinbei asked, his gaze cold and hard. The jagged edge of the cross sank into the giant eye for nearly half a meter, and black blood splattered high into the air. The giant eye of the so-called Great Whirlworm let out a heart-wrenching roar. The ground cracked open, and one-eyed creatures of various sizes emerged, followed by the ceiling, walls, chandeliers, sculptures. Everything in the church sprouted the eyes of the Great Whirlworm, filled with cruelty and cunning. The Great Whirlworm is watching you. It bellowed. Shinbei felt a sharp pain in his temple. Such a mental shock could cause an ordinary person to bleed from all 7 orifices and die. But Shinbei's armor had a function to block external sounds. He quickly regained his composure and decisively turned off the sound reception. Silence. Shinbei immediately raised his revolver and began to fire. The bullets roared as they shot out. The air whistled. In that moment, Shinbei showed no signs of panic. Each shot brought him closer to the whirlworm. Amidst the flashing gunfire, the entire church flickered between light and dark. The eyes of the Great Whirlworm were not spared. Each one hit by the bullets, bursting like popped water balloons with a squelching sound. After emptying a round, Shinbei had already taken 10 steps, leaving just 2 steps to the giant eye of the whirlworm. He holstered his pistol and reached for his water bottle. Despite being blasted to pieces by Shinbei, the giant eye of the whirlworm, much like Bai Mu La, showed no fear of bullets. Amidst the writhing flesh, countless white worms began to heal, reenacting Bai Mu La's act of tearing its own head apart. How could the Great Whirlworm be defeated by your methods? Haha. The giant eye of the whirlworm reappeared before Shinbei. I told you, you are my vessel, and you will be my vessel. Resistance is futile. Shinbei's expression remained unchanged, but his tone suddenly grew profound. Do you know what I learned from Bai Mula? I'm not interested. I know. I will become you. That should interest you. Shinbei unscrewed the lid of the kettle, shook the seawater inside, dipped his finger in and stirred it, then brought it to his mouth with a bitter expression. It's because your genes are flawed. As soon as he said this, the giant-eyed worm's pupils suddenly contracted as if struck by lightning, as though its weaknesses had been laid bare before its enemy. In that moment, it reflected sheer terror and panic in its gaze. We have no grievances with each other, so why come prepared? I'll let you go, and we can coexist peacefully. The giant-eyed worm trembled continuously, trying to defuse the current crisis. Shinbei maintained a calm demeanor and continued. Don't you think it's too late to say all this? I'm not the kind of person who can let bygones be bygones with a mere smile. The great worm, Shinbei elongated his tone. Let me see what kind of torment the seawater brings you. Kill him. You all kill him for me. The giant-eyed worm roared at the female followers. When I descend upon this world, I promise you, with a wave of his arm. Shinbei poured the seawater from the kettle, splashing it all over the giant eye. An explosive scene unfolded. Chapter 206. Forgive this world after your death. Fortunately, Shinbei's luck was truly remarkable. After being tricked into the cult, others faced certain death against the worm. But coincidentally, Shinbei had fallen into the water when he arrived, filling the kettle with bitter seawater. The so-called worm was actually identical to the creature from another realm. The only difference was that, upon finding its container, the creature no longer feared seawater due to a gene repair device hidden in a specific shelter. Shinbei did not believe the worm had completed such repairs, as that device was truly one of a kind. So, knowing the worm's true nature, Shinbei felt no panic at all and directly poured the seawater over it. In the next moment, an explosive scene unfolded before Shinbei's eyes. The seemingly ordinary seawater transformed into a lethal poison, akin to molten iron pouring down, carrying the power to overturn life and death, continuously eroding the giant eye of the worm. It was as if numerous red-hot iron beads were dropping into ice, sinking and corroding. In that moment, the giant-eyed worm appeared utterly defenseless, with the seawater's erosion rapidly penetrating its structure, leaving it riddled with holes. These holes were densely packed and varied in depth, resembling the complex patterns left by worms in cheese, delivering a devastating blow. Shinbei smirked, his laughter ruthless. Meanwhile, the great worm endured unprecedented pain, emitting long, mournful wails. A pallid mist enveloped its body, the vapor rising from its flesh being corroded by the seawater, signifying a drastic loss of life energy. As the giant eye crumbled, the flesh of the worm began to disintegrate, large chunks peeling away and shattering like remnants of a collapsed structure in a storm. At the moment of its demise, the worm, covered in white insects, let out a long howl. You will die? You will die? Shinbei was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, growing increasingly deranged. Is this your last words? Words of nonsense. Who can escape death? Soon, under the erosion of the sea, both the giant eyes and the worms turned into dry flesh. Unable to speak anymore. A being that was deified just died like that. Died without struggle, died so quietly. Shinbei smacked her lips. Suddenly, she had a strange feeling that perhaps no power in this world is perfect. They all have their vulnerabilities. As long as one discovers the weakness, fighting becomes much simpler. But Shinbei also knew this might be an exception. More often than not, high-intensity battles were still required, especially as the enemies grew stronger. The N6 solution was urgent. Shinbei slowly turned around, stepping on the blood and filth, and approached the many black-robed followers huddled together. These followers were completely stunned, unable to run away or even scream. The being they worshipped as a deity, the worm, had been killed by an ordinary person. This shock shattered their worldview, making it hard for them to accept. They thought it was just a dream. After all, how could a deity possibly die? At this moment, Shinbei scanned the crowd and noticed that the middle-aged woman in the yellow robe was missing. However, Shinbei was not in a hurry. The monk could run, but the temple could not be escaped. Moreover, they were surrounded by the sea, and the space provided by the Titan was limited. There was nowhere to hide. At this time, a woman with blonde hair had her eyes tightly closed, her hands clasped over her chest, murmuring something. The worm in a black robe approached gracefully, one hand wielding lightning, the other holding metal. He would overturn everything that was considered an indescribable deity from ancient times to the present, and redefine the food chain of all things. The ancient gods and tyrants would perish one after another. The world's extraordinary beings would find it impossible to continue. When blue smoke enveloped everything, the world would become the worm's feast. Only the great worm's followers could escape the agony of death. They held a red lamp and a heat-emitting lightsaber pinned beside the blonde woman's ear. Your worm has already abandoned you. The only one who can save you now is yourself. Come on, use your brain. Give me a reason not to kill you. Shinbei said with a smile. The blonde woman opened her eyes and fell to her knees with a thud, her palms spread out. Trembling, she said, "I am willing to devote my life and loyalty to serve you." The other black-robed followers imitated her, gathering around to kneel at Shunbei's feet. Shunbei shook her head with a cold smile. "This kind of talk is useless to me. I don't need a priestess to deceive the living into becoming my offerings. Do you have anything else to say?" The blonde woman's body continued to tremble slightly, the aura of death nearly paralyzing her. Her mind was unable to function, and she could only repeat her earlier words. Shunbei surveyed the blood, corpses, and broken crosses around. Perhaps it was not the people who were foolish, but the entire world. Shunbei muttered, spinning the lightsaber in her hand. "All right, tell me, where does the woman in the yellow robe live? Where would she hide?" Shunbei arrived at the church's main entrance and pulled open the door. Sunlight poured in. The previously dim church suddenly became bright. However, the air still lingered with blood mist and an almost palpable stench of blood. As the door opened wider, sunlight crept in like a crawling brightness, gradually eroding the darkness. Eventually, the light stopped. Behind Shunbei, more than a dozen headless corpses knelt on the ground. The women in black robes each held their own heads in their hands, as if in devout prayer for their sins. This was the most fitting death according to their beliefs. What could be more sincere than holding one's own head? Shunbei turned back for one last look, nodding with satisfaction. The art of death truly brings joy to the body and soul. Indeed, it is art. For the first time, Shunbei felt that this executioner also had the essence of an artist. It was truly indescribable. Leaving the church, Shunbei walked deeper into the sanctuary. According to the earlier interrogation, Huang Xingyi lived not far from the church, in a private residence. Those who could reside atop the Titan must be wealthy and powerful. Shunbei was ready to collect his interest. Along the way, many individuals from other religions tried to engage Shunbei in conversation, attempting to convert him. Other religions lacked distinctiveness, merely continuing the doctrines and rhetoric of the old era, making localized adaptations. It felt like a polished version of something repurposed for use. However, the distorted teachings of a certain sect of Buddhism were quite intriguing. Upon a brief understanding, Shunbei found they were completely different from the old rules, even in opposition to them. The old Buddhist teachings emphasized simplicity and detachment, while this so-called flesh Buddhism promoted naked integration. Followers gathered weekly for grand human reproduction activities. It was truly astonishing. However, Shunbei had no interest in participating in such events. 1. He needed to collect his interest. 2. It was likely there were more male followers than female. And if he went, he might have to wait in line, wasting time. Shunbei was someone with a strong sense of time, without even any one-on-one benefits for newcomers. This flesh Buddhism was really not that appealing. Soon, Shunbei arrived at a residence and pushed the door open. He coincidentally encountered Huang Xingyi, who was about to leave with a package, accompanied by a boy under 10 years old. Huang Xingyi shielded the boy behind her, retreating 2 steps in sheer terror. Shunbei calmly closed the door, sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and gazed at the ceiling. "Tell me, is there anything in this world where someone tries to harm others without paying any price?" Huang Xingyi's body stiffened, a chill spreading through her as she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She knelt down with a thud, crying out, "Please, I beg you, spare me. I am still a mother. You can't make my child lose his mother." Meanwhile, a faint, barely perceptible bloodthirsty glint flickered in Shunbei's eyes, and with a forced smile, he slowly said, "There are countless children who have lost their parents in this world. Why can others lose them, but you cannot?" Huang Xingyi's voice was hoarse, and his bloodshot eyes revealed a kind of madness and hysteria. "You have already killed the worm, and besides, you're unscathed. Can we call it even? Bad guy?" At that moment, the little boy's expression was as fierce and sinister as a demon. He picked up a vase and smashed it directly over Shunbei's head. With a crash, fragments flew everywhere, scattering on the ground. Shunbei, however, was mostly unharmed. After all, the force from Chibi was far more powerful than this little boy's vase attack. At that moment, Shunbei's eyes were filled with an indescribable compassion and ruthlessness. He reached out to stroke the little boy's hair and said with a smile, "Good, a child who knows how to protect his mother is a warrior." "Bad guy? You are a bad guy." The little boy was still agitated and picked up the vase again, ready to smash it. Shunbei quickly grabbed the boy's wrist, making him lower the vase. He brought the struggling boy in front of Huang Xingyi and pulled out a handgun. A cold glint flashed momentarily in Shunbei's eyes as he said, "Now I give you 2 choices. Do you want to die in front of the child? Or let the child die in front of you?" No. Huang Xingyi's expression froze, his gaze darting around anxiously, his face pale, pupils dilated, mouth slightly open. Filled with panic. "Please, spare us. I beg you to spare us." Bang! Shunbei, uninterested in Huang Xingyi's pleas, shot and shattered the little boy's head. The boy's helmet seemed to have been erased by the laws of space. Under the tremendous kinetic energy of the bullet, it simply vanished. leaving only a mist of blood in the air and debris on the ground. In your next life, teach your child well. It's not good to hit people recklessly. Shunbei aimed the gun at the now dazed Huang Shengyi and continued with a smile. I have been quite merciful, giving him a quick end. Otherwise, I have hundreds of ways to torment him to death right in front of you. Forgive this world. Bang! Another bullet fired. Huang Shengyi's body slowly fell backward, his pupils gradually losing their luster. Without even a sound of lament, he died in despair. Shunbei, holding a cigarette, picked up the bag from the ground, placed it on the table, and opened it to rummage through. There were more than a dozen high-grade crystal cores. A bit poor, he thought, and collected them. The rest were just clothes and useless items. However, Shunbei suddenly felt an impulse to cut open the bag. It seemed he had a bit of a residual effect. He shrugged, discarded the backpack, turned, and walked out of the room, thoughtfully locking the door behind him. He left on his own. Shunbei found the council office in this religious sanctuary. There were 20 seats, but only 2 or 3 were occupied. He casually tossed a few flyers and left. There was no time to explain to each seat. They could come if they wanted, and if not, that was fine. He met the leaders in a clockwise manner, distributing flyers. After a while, the sanctuary was nearly done with the promotion, encountering no obstacles or troublesome humans. Finally, he arrived at sanctuary number 15. This sanctuary was part of the continent, the only one that came from the mainland, but had no enmity with the other 36 sanctuaries. Leader's residence. Shunbei, right? I am willing to call you a benefactor, said the leader with a smile. Shunbei? Chapter 207. Producing weapons of mass destruction. The leader is a man with deep lines on his face, a prominent nose, wide eyes, and graying temples, likely over 40 years old. In the old days, he would have been considered in his prime, but in today's world of survival, he is already quite old. Perhaps the head of a family is overly burdened with worries and stress, as managing a shelter involves overseeing many aspects. Residents face food and water shortages. Heating materials are scarce, financial audits must be conducted, and arrangements for those with special abilities need careful attention. At this moment, Shunbei found it hard to understand the leader's words. This was their first meeting, so how could he be a benefactor? Shunbei sensed that the leader might be using an inverted sentence structure, implying he had something to ask, starting with the conclusion. Shunbei, with an honest expression, said, Leader Mu, you seem to have something to say. Just speak directly. I will relay it to General Yu Wuchang. No, the leader replied with a smile. It's not related to Yu Wuchang. Shunbei tilted his head, then go ahead. Your sister, Shinnan, once saved my life. A simple statement. And Shunbei understood the meaning. There was no need to discuss how or why, just knowing the outcome was enough. Shunbei responded with a nonchalant "oh," showing little emotion. I didn't know she was a firefighter, unlike me, who just sets fires everywhere. The leader found it hard to continue the conversation after Shunbei's remark. How could he respond? No one could. That comment had effectively ended the small talk, leaving an unsolvable awkwardness. It contained many layers of meaning, difficult to articulate. The leader quickly attempted to change the topic to alleviate the awkwardness, waving a flyer and exclaiming, the second awakening potion? Isn't that only available at shelter number 1? Shunbei replied calmly, technology can replicate it. Who still talks about patents in this world? That's true, the leader chuckled a few times. What is the specific price? It's not listed here. I only handle the message relay, Shunbei succinctly answered. The leader nodded, a 70 success rate. It still requires lives to gamble on it. All right, I will arrive on time the day after tomorrow. This was the last message Shunbei needed to convey for the shelter. Someone else would handle the remaining tasks for shelter number 5. With that, Shunbei considered the task completed. After a moment, he added, could you do me a favor? Of course, Shinnan is not simple. The leader did not refuse, feeling he should help. Could you lend me a speedboat? Is there a nearby safe island? In the southeast, there's an island about an hour away that has been explored and is absolutely safe. The leader waved to his subordinates, instructing them to prepare a speedboat for Shunbei. After a brief conversation, Shunbei thanked the leader and left. He did not concern himself with how Shunnan had saved the leader's life. With this request in mind, Shunbei felt justified in borrowing the speedboat. Before leaving, he visited the trading post to purchase high-purity glass materials like quartz sand, soda ash, and limestone. These raw materials have been finely ground and purified, ready for glass production. Initially, the exchange staff repeatedly confirmed that what Shunbei wanted was raw materials for glass, not finished glass products. Shunbei nodded. The staff were quite confused. They had seen people buy glass, but never raw materials for it. If one needed glass or cups, it was simpler to just buy ready-made ones. After settling the payment, Shunbei left the location. In fact, Shunbei could fly over the sea directly to the island. However, the cost-effectiveness of using the crystal core for this purpose was not high, far less efficient than using a speedboat for free. He sped along, cutting through the waves. After spending more than an hour, Shunbei finally arrived at the island. On the beach, there were many human footprints. likely from various shelters personnel coming to explore out of boredom. This saved Shinbei from worrying about the island's safety. After securing the speedboat, Shinbei jumped onto the beach and passed through a grove of coconut trees. The coconuts had long been knocked down. Shinbei was not fond of coconut water, as it had a strange, musty taste. It was hard to understand what kind of person would enjoy such a flavor unless they were stranded on a deserted island. Shinbei walked towards the central peak of the island. Along the way, he spotted scattered humans moving through the woods in search of edible fruits. To be honest, if sinister entities were lurking around, this island could be a decent settlement point. About an hour later, Shinbei climbed to the top of the over 200-meter-high mountain and looked towards the back. There were no signs of human activity behind the mountain. Shinbei walked down the ridge and, in a shaded area, summoned the cluster fire disc. The purpose this time was simple: to produce glass bullet casings to hold the N6 solution. He opened the side hatch of the cluster fire disc. The 3D crystal core resonator stood in the center, and after adding the crystal core as the power source, it started up, its surface glowing faintly blue. The crystal core began to vibrate, releasing stable resonance waves, and the entire device entered standby mode. On the console, Shinbei designed according to the existing bullet casing dimensions. After setting the program, he fed the raw glass materials into the feeding port. The production process began. The raw materials were baked at high temperatures, forming a crystal-clear molten glass. The automated production program guided the molten glass through the resonator's raw material transport pipeline, flowing smoothly as if it had a life of its own under the guidance of the crystal core energy. Inside the resonator, the crystal core energy field acted like an invisible artist's hand, reshaping the glass liquid with atomic-level precision. The liquid flowed in three-dimensional space, taking the shape of the predetermined bullet casing model. As the crystal core's resonance waves penetrated the liquid, inducing a microstructural orderly arrangement and forming a dense, uniform glass network. The outline of the bullet casing gradually emerged, with smooth curves, precise rifling, and fine reinforcing ribs, all forming simultaneously under the influence of the crystal core's power. The glass bullet shells that have been shaped undergo gradient cooling in the temperature control area inside the resonator. The energy of the crystal nuclei precisely regulates the cooling speed to prevent cracking due to thermal stress. As the temperature gradually decreases, the glass liquid solidifies into a hard, transparent entity. The formed glass bullet shells are slowly sent out from the resonator to an automated surface treatment station. Here, laser micromachining technology engraves intricate patterns on the surface of the shells. This pattern is also a sudden inspiration from Shinbei, who is curious whether automated engraving will upgrade the glass bullets. Meanwhile, the surface treatment station also conducts ultra-smooth polishing, making the surface of the shells mirror-like to reduce air resistance during shooting. Subsequently, the bullet shells undergo a comprehensive quality inspection through an optical detection system to ensure that their dimensional accuracy, optical transparency, and internal structure meet strict standards. After all, they are made of glass, which, although malleable, cannot compare to copper or iron shells. The production equipment eliminates any substandard glass bullets, leaving only the qualified products. A total of 30 shells are produced, with a yield of only about 50, considering the small fragments. In the end, Shinbei collects 10 glass bullet shells. It's indeed not easy. Shinbei lifts a glass bullet shell. Glass bullet shell, a shell with no lethal power, perhaps just a toy. For now it is, of course, a toy, as it has yet to be filled with N6 solution. It's not that this thing requires much technology, but glass itself is not suitable for making bullet shells. Making the wall thick can increase the probability of not shattering, but it would definitely not be able to be fired if it exceeds the inner diameter of the gun muzzle. Making the wall thin makes the shell fragile and easy to break. Shinbei carefully takes out a specially designed aluminum packing box. This packing box contains a cushioning sponge module that can hold the glass bullet shell securely in place, and the box can withstand significant impacts to ensure that the glass bullets do not shatter. One glass bullet shell is placed in one packing box, and after sealing, they are put into a shoulder bag. Then, Shinbei produces some iron bullets. After several dozen minutes, Shinbei's ammunition is replenished. He continues to let the cluster fire disc remain stealthily airborne. Returning to the beach, he drives the speedboat back to shelter number 15, returning the boat to Mufiren. Before dark, Shinbei returns to shelter number 36. At this moment, Xiao Kei is moving various equipment into the house. These are all the equipment purchased by Shinbei and sent here. They are piled up all over the house, big and small. Besides the X solution, one piece of equipment has been left behind at shelter number 12 with Chi Yunlai. The equipment for the N6 solution has been fully configured. Bro, there's no room left in the house, Xiao Kei says with beads of sweat on his forehead. Shinbei waves his hand. You go to the Biological Research Institute and have Nyoganben prepare everything to come over directly. Xiao Kei nods and runs off. Shinbei glances at the living room. Indeed, the stacked equipment is too much. There's hardly any space to step. No wonder Nyoanbin asked to prepare a camper for himself. Shinbei yawned. I didn't think there would be so much when I bought it. He shrugged, planning to gather all the equipment here onto the cluster fire disk when he had the chance. As for temporarily storing it in the camper, it was not a problem. This camper had an overlapping space, so if everything was tossed in, no one would notice anything. The current task was still to produce N6 and strengthen themselves. After a short wait, Nyoanbin was brought back by Xiao Ke, panting heavily. Shinbei tossed a few crystal core units to Xiao Ke. Go to the bar for a drink. Xiao Ke exclaimed, I can't do that. Then go to a brothel. I'm not going there. Go to a casino. I definitely won't. Shinbei glared and pushed Xiao Ke out the door, pointing at the crystal cores. You must spend this today. If you don't come back. Only then did Xiao Ke realize that it meant he wouldn't need to help in the room and should stay out of the way. He shrank his neck and dashed away. At this moment, Nyoanbin was checking the parameters of each device and connecting them. Are you sure we're starting now? Nyoanbin asked after a flurry of activity. Shinbei sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, and smiled. No internal spies. We can start. Nyoanbin glanced at him and then looked away, continuing to fiddle with the equipment. What I mean is, unless you don't want to host any guests. How could you possibly hide a room full of equipment? That's not your concern. Your task now is to produce the N6 solution. Fine. I've reminded you. As long as you understand, that's enough. Nyoanbin rolled up his sleeves, rummaged through his backpack, and took out a piece of oily, yellow substance. After powering up the gold core, Nyoanbin began to get busy. Shinbei wasn't too concerned about the process. Although it was manual operation now, once this set of equipment was integrated into the cluster fire disk, it would be fully automated. He was more curious about what that yellow substance in Nyoanbin's hand was. Shinbei voiced his question, what is that yellow thing in your hand? Nyoanbin hadn't answered yet when, outside the house, a guard shouted at the top of his lungs. General Yu Wuchang's urgent orders. All personnel prepare for battle. Chapter 208. Collective assault. The shelter guards kept shouting, instantly disturbing the originally quiet residents. There are only two situations for everyone to prepare for battle. One is the beast tide approaching, regardless of who you are, as long as you can breathe and move your hands, even if you're bedridden. You have to be carried out to a high position, given a sniper rifle, and shoot at the beasts. The other situation is rarer. It is an attack on the shelter by personnel from other shelters. Generally, large-scale wars of this kind rarely occur, even if there are grudges. It's usually just a few people fighting for revenge, seldom affecting civilians. But now, it was clear that with the Titan floating on the sea, there was no beast tide. The fact that Yu Wuchang mobilized everyone for battle meant that personnel from other shelters were attacking. At this moment, Nyoanbin looked flustered, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Is it coming for me? He suddenly asked Shinbei. Shinbei stood up, picked up his sniper rifle, and smiled calmly. Don't be nervous, it's coming for me. Huh, I kidnapped Qi Yinlai's son. They probably came from Shelter 12. Shinbei reassured Nyoanbin, trying to calm his anxiety. Nyoanbin gulped. Should I go back? By the time you reach the upper level, it might already be in chaos. Any random conflict could cost you your life. Shinbei said nonchalantly while loading bullets. You stay here and continue producing the N6 solution. With me here. You can rest assured. Then, you can't go too far. I'm just a rookie. You finally admitted it. Nyoanbin said. Shinbei opened the door and walked out with the sniper rifle. The guards outside saw Shinbei and immediately ran over. Deputy Captain Shun. Shinbei glanced into the distance and could vaguely see flames and hear explosions coming from the upper level of Titan. The enemy, he noted. Their identities are very complex. From various shelters, the guard replied. Shinbei tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. If they're from various shelters, then they're not coming for me, but for Nyoanbin. The reason was simple. Qi Yinlai had brought people to kill, and the enemies were from Shelter 12. If the guard said the enemy's identities were complex, that meant various shelters were attacking Shelter 36. What allowed them to act collectively under the cover of night was the second awakening agent. A typical case of striking first and then negotiating. If they hurt Shelter 36 or captured Nyoanbin, then Yu Wuchang would have no power to set the price. This situation had played out in the old era as well. The Eight-Nation Alliance. Back then, the Qing dynasty was like the current Shelter 36. The attacking shelters were like the Eight-Nation Alliance. First, they fought, then sat down to negotiate. If Shelter 36 won, they would hold the power of pricing and harvest the core of crystal sources. If they lost, Yu Wuchang might have to give up the second awakening agent as compensation. History repeating itself, Shinbei chuckled silently, murmuring to himself. The guard urgently said, Please, Deputy Captain Shun, support the upper level. The enemy's target must be the Biological Research Institute. During the day, they probably already figured out the location. Shinbei turned to look at the mobile home. His eyes shifting, deliberately weighing his words. You go back first. The guard was taken aback, wanting to say something else, but was waved away by Shinbei. Back in the room, Shunbei was no longer anxious. Holding the sniper rifle, he comfortably sat on the sofa, watching Nyo Ganbin fiddling with the equipment. What a coincidence. Just as we called Nyo Ganbin over, the enemies began their attack on the Biological Research Institute. Aren't you worried about little K? Nyo Ganbin asked while busy activating one device after another. Shunbei licked his gums, resting his arms on the chair, with his legs crossed on the table. Looking quite relaxed, let me say something that might sound a bit strange to you. If you and little K are standing together and a stray bullet comes flying, even if you're standing behind little K, that bullet will still hit you. Nyo Ganbin tilted his head and glanced at Shunbei for a moment. Do you understand science? Xiao K understood more about mysticism. Nyo Ganbin replied. Just focus on your work. No matter what happens outside, this place is safe, and there's nothing to worry about. Shunbei said calmly. By the way, what's that yellow jelly-like substance in your hand? Shunbei asked. It's a semi-finished N6 solution. It requires this equipment for processing to obtain the final product. Shunbei's eyes flickered as he smiled and said, if I asked you to hand over the formula, what would you be thinking? Nyo Ganbin answered without hesitation. You once told me to keep my trump card. Shunbei nodded and continued to listen. Nyo Ganbin straightened his back, stretched his waist, activated the last piece of equipment, and sat on the sofa, watching the equipment drip out a yellow and transparent liquid bit by bit. But I believe you are my trump card. Shunbei chuckled a few times. Aren't you afraid I won't keep my promise? Nyo Ganbin was silent for a moment and threw a formula sheet in his arms to Shunbei. Others are the same. What's the difference with you? Shunbei unfolded the formula sheet and glanced at it. The ingredients listed were not complicated. The complex ratios were surprisingly precise to 5 decimal places. The level of precision was quite alarming. After returning to his room, Shunbei tossed the paper into the folding space. When he returned to the living room, he leaned against the wall and said in a neutral tone, I never owe anyone anything, and you count as one. That's all I need to hear. Nyo Ganbin said while lying sideways on the sofa. I don't ask for much, just being alive is enough. At that moment, the sounds of explosions from the upper level of the shelter had spread to the lower levels. Various shouts, wails, and gunfire gradually increased. Shunbei stared at the drops of solution and asked, how much longer? 3 minutes, Nyo Ganbin replied with a shrug. If it were with a woman, 3 minutes would be quite short. Shunbei exhaled a breath, took out his glass bullet, unscrewed the back cover, and without waiting for the equipment to finish operating, directly filled it at the dripping outlet. Are you sure your firearm can shoot glass bullets? Nyo Ganbin asked with concern. Shunbei focused on filling a glass bullet and completed the sealing. He held up the bullet to check it with the faint light emitted by the equipment. It had an alluring pale yellow color. Shunbei returned the bullet to the packaging box and continued filling other bullets, then leisurely said, I excel at turning uncertainties into certainties. Nyo Ganbin's eyes shifted slightly. Huh. If you're not trying to become a deity, that statement would be false. Deities are also false. I've seen them. Nyo Ganbin fell silent, feeling that the conversation couldn't proceed any further. After a moment of silence, he suggested, you don't need to fill them all the way, right? Just a little is enough to corrode the energy of the ability user. Shunbei disagreed. A larger quantity will cause the ability user's powers to collapse rapidly. Shunbei finished loading the second bullet and sealing it. Then continued. If it's a semi-liquid solution, it will slosh back and forth during flight, tending to lower the projectile, which could lead to a deviation from the expected trajectory and even cause the projectile to spin. Quite professional. You are the same. Soon, Shunbei completed loading 10 bullets, placed them one by one into the backpack, grabbed the firearm, pushed open the door, and turned to Nyo Ganbin, saying, Sleep. You can go back tomorrow morning. Nyo Ganbin twitched the corner of his mouth. With all the sounds of fighting around, it's easy to have nightmares while sleeping. That's just a sign of your limited perspective. The arm armor on Shunbei's right hand shot out chains, wrapping around the roof of the 10-story RV across from him. Living awake is the real nightmare. Nyo Ganbin, the next moment. The hinges of the arm armor made a grinding sound as Shunbei used the momentum to leap, propelled by the tension of the hinges, flying straight over and standing on the roof in an instant. At that moment, several dark figures were crouched on the RV roof, holding rifles, peering towards the tail of the Titan. Whether they were too focused or had poor combat skills is uncertain. Shunbei stood behind them, and they had yet to notice him. Ahem, Shunbei coughed lightly. The men were startled, hurriedly turning their guns towards him. One even dropped his rifle, which fell into the sea. When they recognized the iconic battle armor, their initially panicked expressions relaxed. You scared me. Shunbei, when did you come up? Isn't the top locked? Use your head. Did Shunbei really need to use the door? He just flew up. Shunbei, where did you buy your armor? I went to ask Chunin, and he called me a big idiot. Shunbei cleared his throat and after a moment said, he was right to scold you. A few ordinary defenders positioned themselves to allow Shunbei to stand in a favorable position for observation. In reality, these individuals could see nothing in the darkness. They could only see the distant flashes of explosions from time to time. As for where the enemy was or how many there were, they had no clue. Their task was to protect their RV from attacks and harm. With the help of the infrared imaging on the visual panel of his armor, Shinbei could see farther and clearer than the others. About 1,000 meters away, several individuals who clearly weren't from the 36 shelter were sneaking around with rifles, moving in an intercrossing manner. They hardly fired their weapons, only installing explosives on a nearby RV, hiding to one side, and pressing a remote control to detonate the explosives. Instantly, the unfortunate RV, along with its residents, was engulfed in flames. Firelight, fireballs, black mist, and smoke. Burning planks fell into the sea, slowly sinking. Along with them, a large amount of debris and bodies also fell into the water. Their actions had only one purpose: to lure the tiger from its den, attempting to create destruction in the lower levels to attract the superhumans above for support. In this way, the defense pressure on the Biological Research Institute would be greatly reduced. Of course, it depends on how Wu Chang chooses, whether to protect the Biological Research Institute or the lives of the lower-class citizens. Shinbei does not know how Wu Chang will choose, but Shinbei will make the right choice. He crouched on the rooftop, replaced with a less powerful first-level bullet, maintaining a stable posture as he set up his sniper rifle. The crosshair locked onto the thigh of an enemy who was busy placing explosives. In fact, Shinbei could easily take out the enemy with a single shot to the head. But the true art of killing lies in the thrill of the hunt. At this moment, those enemies, after successfully blowing up a trailer, did not stop their actions and immediately chose to approach another trailer. Several enemies dispersed in a very planned and coordinated manner, taking positions behind walls for cover. At the same time, one enemy, who seemed skilled with explosives, was installing the bombs. Shinbei's sniper rifle, a kilometer away, had silently locked onto his thigh. The ordinary people crouching beside Shinbei were watching his posture, tilting their heads and whispering among themselves. What is he doing? Did he spot the enemy? I don't see anything. Of course. With your eyes that can't even find a hole, how can you compare to Shinbei? Damn it. Today only one of us will survive to return to land. Shut up. You're distracting Shinbei. He might take you both out. Shinbei was completely focused, ignoring the vulgar chatter around him. It was only because the enemy hadn't rushed in yet that they had the leisure to bicker. Once the enemy got under the eaves, they would have to be extremely cautious even about their breathing. The next moment, Shinbei's fingers squeezed the trigger. Whoosh, the sniper rifle flashed as the bullet shot out with a deadly hiss. Under the night sky, the bullet flew straight through the tangled lines of fire. Ah! The sharp-nosed man who was still loading explosives let out a scream that echoed through the night, clutching his bleeding thigh and rolling on the ground. The sudden bullet left the other enemies stunned. They had not seen anyone fire a shot within their line of sight. Where the bullet had come from and where the shooter was, they had no idea. Help! Help me! The sharp-nosed man could not bear the pain of the bullet shattering his leg bone and kept howling. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, two enemies immediately darted out from their cover, one in front and one behind, trying to drag their injured teammate to safety. At this critical moment, a slight smile appeared on Shinbei's stern face. Very good, they took the bait. He quickly changed to a third-level bullet, almost without hesitation. As the two enemies lifted their shot companion, their figures aligned perfectly. Shinbei's sniper rifle shook once more. A bright line of fire, with a piercing shriek, shot out again. In the next instant, the bullet crossed the deadly distance through the night sky. A bullet pierced straight through the soft belly of one enemy and exited from the other side, maintaining its momentum to strike the eye socket of another enemy who was carrying an injured comrade. But that wasn't the end of it. A ricochet hit a third enemy on the head, leaving this unfortunate soul with a shattered skull. One bullet, 3 kills. Even Shinbei was somewhat surprised. He initially aimed to shoot 2 people, but the ricochet also took out an enemy hiding in a corner. Luck seemed to be on his side. At that moment, looking at the fallen bodies of 3 teammates, the enemy with a bullet wound in his leg felt a chilling dread spreading through his body. Fear rendered his legs as if glued to the ground, and the overwhelming smell of blood assaulted his senses, leaving him trembling and unsure of what to do next. Shinbei remained calm, quietly holding his sniper rifle. This was the thrill of the hunt. Round 1. And the rest would come one after another as the other enemies rushed to rescue their teammates. Of course, the enemies might realize the danger of helping their comrades and hide motionless in a corner. But the timing and positioning were in Shinbei's favor. The hiding mouse would eventually see the sunlight. After a brief silence, one enemy charged out from the left and another from the right. The enemy on the left seemed to have guessed Shinbei's position, raising his rifle above his head and spraying bullets wildly in Shinbei's direction. Like an old-school gunman from days gone by, the shells ejected from his machine gun like warm water splashing out, clattering to the ground. At such close range, the bullets from the rifle were as ineffective as plastic BBs. The roar of bullets filled the air, yet none actually flew toward him. Even so, the men on the roof shrank back in fear, shouting in panic. Shinbei remained unfazed. His sniper rifle was like a powerful beast awakening. The speed of the bullets far exceeded that of ordinary rounds, creating a sound like nuclear fission as they tore through the air. In the next moment, the enemy who was spraying bullets had his head explode into a mass of flesh, sliding down towards the corner. The walls on either side were splattered with crimson chunks of meat and blood. After taking out the gunman, Shinbei slightly adjusted his aim, the crosshairs locking onto the man who was trying to drag away the one shot in the leg. What he couldn't have anticipated was how quickly his comrade would die. Just as he grabbed his teammate's arm, the comrade's head was gone. The enemy slowly turned his head, terror etched on his face as he looked toward Shinbei. All he could see was a bullet flying toward him, growing larger in his vision. No. With a sickening thud, it was as if someone had smashed a ripe watermelon against the ground. The enemy's head exploded in a messy spray of red, mixing with the white and black of his brain matter, scattering chaotically in the night sky like a vibrant blood flower. In less than a minute, this group of enemies, who had been wreaking havoc downstairs, had 5 dead and 1 severely injured. Another enemy was trembling in a corner, hiding in fear. Shinbei put down the sniper rifle and picked up an automatic rifle from a nearby person, starting to shoot randomly at the last enemy, hiding in the corner. It wasn't about killing, but rather about startling the opponent's nerves to make them come out. Sure enough, the enemy, likely under intense mental pressure, could not withstand the gaze of death and attempted to flee in the opposite direction. This choice was extremely clever. Their figure would only be exposed in Shinbei's line of sight for a second before they could dive into the sea. Entering the ocean equated to escaping from danger. But such a beautiful thought required someone to facilitate it. Just as the enemy jumped up, rushing towards the gap between the RVs that was sufficient to dive into the water, a crimson flame shot out like a giant spider rapidly spinning its web. The bullet struck the enemy hard in the waist, like a fierce tiger suddenly ambushing in the dark, directly knocking the enemy's flying figure to the ground. The enemy rolled uncontrollably for 2 circles. Their wish was fulfilled. They indeed fell beneath the surface of the sea. But they were dead. Shinbei's shooting did not end there. He sent one last bullet to finish off the enemy who had been shot in the leg, putting an end to their miserable life. I really enjoy helping others, Shinbei said nonchalantly, with an arrogant and indifferent expression, while yawning and casually speaking. The several men nearby widened their eyes. They could hear the wailing, but it was too far away to see the enemy's specific situation. However, they knew that each of Shinbei's shots had undoubtedly claimed a life. How many had died? 5. No, wait. Why do I feel like one shot might have killed 2 people? Incredible. The sniper is truly formidable. Not only does he kill silently, but he also does it from an extremely long distance, and safely. So thrilling. Shinbei snorted and ignored them. They only saw the thief eating meat. But didn't he see the thief getting hit? A sniper is a primary target on the battlefield. To become a sniper who plays with life and death requires constant testing and honing of this calmness and composure. It's about practice making perfect. Just as he thought of this, the test of life and death arrived. At 11 o'clock to Shinbei's left, a blue light flashed. Shinbei's peripheral vision caught the fleeting brightness. That was the signature energy quantum bullet of a shooting specialist. Almost before his brain could react, Shinbei's body instinctively moved faster than his nerves could respond. He stepped heavily and jumped sideways. Only then did Shinbei shout, "Enemy attack! Take cover!" Buzzed the blue glowing bullet shot at the spot where Shinbei had been standing, but it struck another resident in the abdomen instead. This bullet seemed to have little power. It didn't even penetrate the person's stomach, as if they had just been stabbed. Even the resident who was hit looked confused. They knew they had been shot, but it felt much weaker than an ordinary handgun. It was neither painful nor itchy. Whether they were alive or dead became a question. This scene was completely different from the power of the energy quantum bullets that Shinbei had imagined. He couldn't comprehend it at all. A novice? And then, in the next moment, Shinbei was still suspended in midair when he witnessed a shocking scene. A blue bullet made a popping sound. An invisible, somewhat viscous shockwave erupted from the abdomen of the resident who had been shot. After spreading out for about 10 meters, it stopped expanding outward and formed a sphere of energy, with the energy inside visibly surging rapidly, like invisible blades spinning at high speed. In the next moment, whether it was wood or human beings, everything was shredded as if it had fallen into a meat grinder. The residents trapped in the energy sphere were all shredded within less than a second. Blood splattered everywhere, and a blood-red energy sphere ruthlessly devoured life under the night sky. Shinbei witnessed such a bizarre bullet strike for the first time. It was as if a greater shockwave swept through, turning into a fixed energy mass that crushed everything within. Watching 6 or 7 people die in an instant made Shinbei's teeth ache. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough to jump out in time, it was hard to imagine whether his battle armor could withstand such an energy sphere. An interesting enemy. With a splash, Shinbei fell into the sea. He sank to the bottom and did not rush to surface. Instead, after disappearing from the water's surface, He swam directly towards the 12 o'clock direction. Shinbei could choose to engage in a direct shootout with the opponent, but that would waste too much time. To catch the enemy off guard, he had to approach from an unexpected direction. The enemy was at 11 o'clock, while he appeared at 12 o'clock, shifting his position slightly, which was a classic tactic of diversion. Soon, Shinbei's head broke the surface of the water, droplets sliding off the visor of his armor as he quietly grabbed the edge of a nearby RV and climbed up, holding a revolver in one hand. He silently approached the RV where the high-level shooting specialist was located under the cover of darkness. It wasn't far. A few moments later, under the cover of night and the camouflage of his armor, he managed to sneak up to the left side of the enemy. Shinbei estimated that this enemy was still watching the right side, searching for his figure. He glanced up at the RV, which had 4 levels and stood 10 meters tall. The interior was pitch black and silent. Without needing to think much, he knew that everyone inside was dead. Shinbei could smell a thick scent of blood wafting out through the windows. He activated the climbing function of his armor, moving up the wall like a gecko towards the roof. He gently pushed open a half-open window on the 3rd floor. Then, he continued to silently climb to the roof. Gripping the edge of the wall, Shinbei didn't reveal himself immediately. Instead, he took out a lens, extending his mechanical arm to take a look at the imagery. The rooftop was surrounded by a 1-meter-high parapet. In the distance, a dark figure was holding a specialized sniper rifle, its muzzle still directed towards the right side. Shinbei retracted the lens and replaced it with the revolver on his mechanical arm. Aiming at the enemy's back, he fired directly. Bang bang bang, bullets flew out, and shell casings clattered to the ground as the magazine emptied. Shinbei tilted his head, listening to the sound of bullets striking the enemy's body. Something seemed off. Why was there no sound of wailing? In the next moment, Shinbei suddenly realized something. His pupils shifted slightly as he quickly grabbed his sniper rifle with one hand, aiming at the parapet in front of him. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, an extremely excited and maniacal roar came from behind the wall. I got you. I got you too. Boom. Boom. After silently climbing to the rooftop, Shinbei took advantage of his mechanical arm to raise his revolver and fiercely opened fire at the shadow. However, this time, something felt wrong. After the bullets were released, there were no cries or moans heard. This immediately made Shinbei realize that he had been tricked. The shadow must have been a corpse, a decoy. In an instant, a flash of realization struck Shinbei's mind. The shooting specialist should not have left the rooftop. They must have activated a life-masking field to evade detection, hiding just behind the parapet. Moreover, they were just a wall away from him. Shinbei had used a small mirror to scout the rooftop and had only seen that shadow. However, the parapet in front of him was a blind spot in his line of sight, commonly known as the dark under the lamp. Shinbei reacted quickly, realizing the enemy's hiding spot, and pressed his sniper rifle directly against the wall. The wall was made of wooden boards, and given the sniper rifle's strong penetration power, it could almost ignore the wooden barrier. At that moment, the enemy hidden in the blind spot shouted, I got you. The meaning of those simple words was self-evident. The opponent's gun was also pressed against the wooden parapet. Both sides made the same optimal move simultaneously. In that brief moment, Shinbei connected to the wireless firepower disc and quickly operated on the visual mask. The next moment, boom, boom, 2 gunshots exploded in the night sky. The bullets from Shinbei's sniper rifle pierced through the wooden boards with tremendous force, shattering them into pieces. After losing the wooden barrier, the bullet made a sound as it tore through flesh, accompanied by a muffled groan and the sound of someone falling backward. Meanwhile, the enemy's energy bullet effortlessly broke through the wooden parapet, a blue light flashing past, directly striking Shinbei's battle armor. Crack! The armor was ruthlessly torn apart. Although the blue bullet had lost much of its energy, it still penetrated below Shinbei's chest bone and exited through his back, also piercing through the armor on his back. Shinbei let out a painful cry, unable to suppress his agony. The pain felt like a red-hot steel needle brutally stabbing into his toenail. It hurt so much that Shinbei felt his soul flying in all directions, but fortunately, he had guessed correctly. The opponent's previous strangling energy skill had not appeared. It must have been on cooldown. The energy required might be too much, insufficient to sustain another launch. This is why he rushed over without hesitation, denying the enemy the chance to activate that skill again. Otherwise, if he exchanged injury for injury and encountered the energy cluster, the consequences would undoubtedly be horrific. In the next moment after he was shot, the wall was breached by 2 attackers. Losing his grip, he began to fall amidst a flurry of wooden debris. The next instant, despite the excruciating pain, his arm-mounted weapon shot into an open window on the 3rd floor, snagging on a cabinet inside. With a sharp pull, he tumbled gently inside. At the same time, he had no time to tend to his wounds and immediately ordered the technical team to project a 3D virtual image onto the ground beneath the vehicle. Instantly, he lay on his back, appearing as if he were dead on the ground. Quickly approaching the 3rd floor window, he set up his sniper rifle in the darkness. loading the highest level 6 electric explosive bullets. He was waiting for the enemy above to show even a hint of arrogance. As long as there was pride, he guaranteed that the next moment would turn them into fools. On the roof, the enemy who had been shot in the stomach slowly got up, clutching his abdomen. He glanced down and saw blood everywhere. There was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, his eyes sparkled with interest as he licked the blood from his hand. This is the taste of blood, not pleasant. He shook his head, acknowledging the effectiveness of the bullets. Despite being shot, his mobility remained. He staggered over to the damaged wall, looking down. The overwhelming darkness didn't hinder his vision. A qualified sniper must have infrared vision. Excellent sight is fundamental to sniping. At this moment, he spotted the body of his target lying on the ground, crimson blood still flowing from beneath. He nodded, satisfied with his kill. The combat skills displayed were truly remarkable. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, he had already noticed the target sniping those planting explosives from the vehicle on the south side. However, he couldn't be bothered to pressure him or assist in their predicament. Instead, he watched as the target relaxed his guard and fired a shot. The result was that the target's reaction speed was too quick, providing an unexpected lesson. The ultimate skill of strangulation didn't even cover him. From that moment on, he took things seriously. After the target fell into the sea, he realized he hadn't emerged for a long time. He immediately understood that the opponent might be sneaking up, which led to the current setup. Now he felt victorious. For an ordinary person to reach this level was already impressive. He sprang into action, jumping off the roof. Although he admired the target's combat skills, he was even more curious about the suit of armor. He had originally hidden behind the wall, pressing his ear against it to listen for sounds. He hadn't heard any climbing noises at all. It wasn't until the gunshot from the revolver above his head that he realized Shun Bei had already climbed up. Without a second thought, it was clear that the armor was exceptionally advanced. In his own shelter, he had also attempted to arm civilians in this regard. However, the investment was too large and the technical cycle too long. It could take decades before practical lightweight armor was available. Thus, he gave up and completely turned to the embrace of supernatural abilities. As such, Shun Bei's armor must have broken through technical limitations. He wanted to study it. However, this very thought led him directly into the abyss. Just as he jumped off the rooftop and began to fall, when he reached the 3rd floor, in that instant, he caught a glimpse inside the room from the corner of his eye. That one glance, just a fleeting look, instantly shattered his physical form and made his soul tremble. He actually saw another Shun Bei holding a sniper rifle, like a hunter who had been waiting for a long time. Stunned. At that moment, he was not just stunned, but utterly unable to comprehend. How could there be two Shun Beis? A sense of absurdity and unimaginable terror surged in his heart. One of them must be a fake. This guy must have anticipated that he would be behind the parapet and had long set up this decoy. Boom. In that moment, as a 7th-tier shooting specialist, he had seen all sorts of scenes before, but this bizarre and mocking situation was unprecedented. Damn it. How could he not figure out how Shun Bei had silently slipped into the 3rd-floor room? This was truly unbelievable. At that moment, his eyes suddenly became terrifying, as if he knew what was about to happen. His entire being was filled with a sense of impending doom, like a building on the verge of collapse, with turbulent undercurrents. His despairing expression had yet to surface when he saw the flash of the sniper rifle's muzzle. A dull gunshot shattered the night silence, igniting the darkness in an instant. The silver bullet erupted from the chamber, enveloped in a scorching vortex, shooting out like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The bullet left a brief and dazzling trajectory in the air, illuminating the outside of the window and his terrified face. In that moment, he felt a mix of resentment, fury, and even panic, all at once. The bullet accurately pierced through the night, striking his chest. Ugh! Initially maintaining a steady descent, he instantly lost his balance. As if an invisible giant hand had suddenly pressed down on him, he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the opposite wall, leaving a crimson mark, and then fell beside Shun Bei. At that moment, Shun Bei, having completed the shot, put away the sniper rifle, approached the window, and looked down, his gaze still filled with coldness. Quickly replacing the 4th-tier bullet, he raised the sniper rifle again and fired a shot at the enemy's body. Cautiously, he saved Shun Bei's life. After the first shot was fired, the enemy indeed didn't die. Perhaps they were a bit unwilling to accept Shun Bei's ambush. They lay still on the ground, pretending to be dead. It seemed that they were waiting for the inspection to begin, planning a surprise close-quarters attack. However, even after being shot, the enemy still had the strength to try to escape. Gamblers rarely win. With several shots fired, each one hitting its mark, the enemy barely managed to take a few steps before collapsing under the impact of the bullets. After confirming that the enemy was completely dead, he closed the virtual projection and, using one hand to support himself on the window, leaped down. After landing, he pressed on his stomach wound, grimacing in pain. "I'll manage," he muttered to himself. He squatted down to search the enemy's body, finding 3 high-grade crystal cores and some miscellaneous items like cigarettes. How can you even afford to be out here with such little wealth? He kicked the body in disgust before heading back upstairs to retrieve 2 specialized sniper rifles from the rooftop. These should fetch some money. Though cleaning up the battlefield could be seen as scavenging, he believed it was a sign of thriftiness and a good quality. Holding his wound, he returned to his vehicle and called for his companion to help with the medicine. You can still get hurt? His companion asked while applying hemostatic powder and pain relief ointment on the wound. Much better, he responded, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff. I'm not a god. I've seen many extraordinary things in people. His companion shrugged. Better not go out. Just wait for the situation to be handled. He smiled silently, his gaze sharp and cold, as if piercing through the void, scanning the surroundings. If I hadn't gone out earlier, our vehicle might have been blown up. After removing his armor, he began repairing the damaged parts, finishing quickly in just a few minutes. Neither of them dared to sleep, chatting in the darkness. About half an hour later, a loud explosion erupted as if right above them. The vehicle started shaking violently. He grabbed his sniper rifle and cursed, "Not this again." He immediately ran out, intending to teach a lesson to whoever had set the explosives. However, upon stepping outside, he found the situation far exceeded his expectations. He had to admit that his earlier outburst had been a bit loud. Chapter 211. 10th tier ability user? Don't move, stand still. The deafening explosion forced him out of his small sanctuary. Not long ago, he had dealt with a team that was planting explosives. Upon hearing the blast, he knew he couldn't just sit back. He wasn't worried about himself getting hurt. The equipment inside his vehicle was invaluable and took a long time to gather. Plus, his companion was just an ordinary person, truly a novice. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his companion's life was worth half of the population in the shelter. Therefore, despite his abdominal injury, he gritted his teeth and ran out with his sniper rifle. When he discovered the source of the explosion, his expression changed slightly. It was not a repeat of the previous demolition team's tactics. Shinbei suddenly looked up in the direction of the sound, his heart jolting as he saw a figure appearing in midair, about 100 meters above the lower shelter, standing straight in the void without any support. What is this? A person who can fly? With the help of his visor, Shunbei's vision was sharper than that of an ordinary person, and for a moment, he thought he was seeing things and blinked in disbelief. However, he soon realized that the slender figure in a flowing white robe was not an illusion but a real woman with golden hair and fair skin, seemingly of European descent. Standing unsupported in the air, Shinbei raised his eyebrows, vaguely recalling that to fly, an ability user needed at least the 10th level to activate flight. This meant that the person in the air had a power level of at least 10th tier or above. 10th tier. Even a certain powerful figure was only at the 10th tier. That was enough to be a leader of a formidable faction. Shinbei's expression turned grave as he gazed calmly at the woman in the void. Yet, his fingers were searching through his bag. With a flick, he opened an aluminum package, and with a quick bite of his pinky, a glass bullet fell into his palm. Without even looking, he skillfully changed the bullet and switched the shooting mode of his sniper rifle, waiting in silence. His lips moved slightly as he whispered, "Don't provoke me, don't provoke me." At that moment, in midair, the woman named Eudora's golden hair danced in the wind, her white robe billowing, revealing her beautiful figure beneath. She gently twirled a strand of hair by her ear, looking down at the several kilometers of RVs crowded together below, as well as the residents and guards on the streets, all staring up at her in astonishment. She smiled softly, a filthy rat's nest. Buzz. In the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of everyone on the ground, a dazzling golden light erupted from Eudora's figure, like a small sun descending to the earth. As the guards rushing to support the lower level and the onlookers were momentarily blinded by the sudden burst of golden light and instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Eudora gathered a point of golden radiance in her hand, forming a light sphere the size of a fist. She then gently tossed it, and the sphere fell like a shooting star. Ability, falling light. Boom. In the next instant, a deafening explosion erupted as the light sphere detonated like a bomb, shaking the ground within a radius of over 10 meters, causing it to crack and crumble. The violent airflow swept through, sending dust swirling, and 2 adjacent RVs collapsed with a thunderous roar, sinking into the water. Meanwhile, over a dozen guards and residents gathered under the RVs were torn apart amidst their screams, blood and flesh flying everywhere. This scene unfolded too quickly, so fast that those who died tragically didn't even understand what had happened. The RVs vanished as if crushed by an elephant. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Bang, 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 bang. The air was filled with horrifying screams, echoing endlessly. A few RVs that were some distance away from the sinking site were not blown to bits, and the guards, seemingly seeing a ghost, futilely shot into the air. However, the bullets fired from their rifles, even if they could reach 100 meters high, had no effect on the mysterious figure hovering above. All their attacks turned into a joke. In the air, Eudora, the cause of this scene, remained unbothered. With a smile that could be described as flawless. She gathered golden light in her palm, forming another golden sphere of light. It slowly moved towards the rear of the RV army while she tossed the bomb-like sphere down to the ground. Boom. Another deafening explosion followed. This time, Eudora targeted a 5-story building. Shinbei had some recollection of this building. It was a brothel originally just 1 story high, but had been expanded into 5 stories by the men from the shelter. The golden sphere arced through the air and crashed onto the roof, causing an explosion akin to a cannon blast, shattering and collapsing most of the building, accompanied by the screams of numerous women. Before the people inside could escape, another golden sphere, the size of a human head, fell from the already collapsed roof and exploded again. The building crumbled entirely, burying more than a dozen women in the rubble, their lives extinguished. The surrounding RVs were also affected, toppling over as people ran out in panic. Damn it! Run! Help me, help me! The lower shelter erupted with scenes of chaos as many injured and terrified individuals rushed out. Meanwhile, Eudora strolled leisurely in the air, continuously forming golden spheres in her hands. In the blink of an eye, these spheres fell like shooting stars onto various locations of the RV army, triggering a series of intense explosions. She single-handedly transformed into a bombing machine, annihilating the entire lower level of Shelter 36 in an unprecedented manner. Each golden sphere she tossed down had explosive power comparable to plastic explosives. Below her, factories, RVs, and residences crumbled like toys. There were no dialogues, no inquiries, only blood, screams, flames, smoke, and panicked figures flooding the entire lower shelter. At the same time, Rock climbed onto the roof of a building to oversee the support operation. Upon witnessing the full extent of the chaos below, his face turned pale, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The deafening noise was relentless. His eyes took in the thick smoke, flames, and numerous residents and guards, bloodied and frantically fleeing like headless flies. He surveyed the scene and realized that the personal workshops and residences, painstakingly built over a long period in the lower shelter, had been obliterated in just a minute or two, with more than 10 structures destroyed. He didn't know what kind of existence this flying woman was, nor did he understand the incredible destructive power she possessed. All that remained in his mind was a single thought: escape. Run. Stop dawdling. He momentarily considered the shelter above, realizing that the fighting on the upper levels was even more intense than below, especially near the biological research facility, where chaos reigned, and there was no sign of life or death. He corrected his words and stood on the rooftop, shouting with all his might, "Don't block the enemy's path. Get out of the way, quickly." It wasn't that he didn't care. The losses were immense. At least the dead were gone, but those left homeless, he couldn't ignore them. Yet helping them required funds. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as multiple energy orbs fell near the casino, as if the heavens were collapsing, engulfing everything in terrifying flames and electric light. The once mighty casino was obliterated in a massive explosion. Shortly after, another series of roars shook the area, as the most prominent bar in the territory crumbled under the bombardment, burying guards and residents who had managed to escape. In just a brief moment, the entire lower shelter was engulfed in thick smoke and flames, with all prominent buildings reduced to rubble. Among the debris, severed limbs and splattered blood were clearly visible. Many residents of the trailers had not escaped in time and were killed instantly, buried beneath the ruins. What was once a vibrant gathering place had swiftly transformed into a desolate wasteland filled with despair and death. To survive in this harsh world and establish such a large caravan was a testament to the resilience and hard work of the people. In the midst of the ruins, many figures were still struggling in panic, shouting for help. Above them hovered Eudora, resembling an angel of punishment, her tired eyes scanning the devastating scene she had caused. It was all due to the chaos brought about by the second awakening potion. This battle had to be fought until it hurt. High above, although Eudora wore a smile, her eyes reflected utter indifference. Even the mention of Dyer's death stirred no emotion within her, as if she had merely destroyed an anthill rather than seeking revenge. One more. Then I'll go home and sleep, come back tomorrow for the sale, and see the helplessness of Yu Wuchang. With that, she smiled slightly, not even glancing at the struggling residents below, as if she had done something trivial, and turned to continue flying toward the back of the caravan. At this moment, Shinbei watched the path the woman had taken through the air. Wherever she passed, explosions followed at intervals. Over 20 trailers had been mercilessly destroyed. The RV isn't a big deal. With enough money, one can build it up. However, along this journey, nearly 100 people have perished. And that woman is flying toward me. Shinbei glanced at the position of his RV. Ever since he started building his RV, he has been at the very end of the RV convoy, then entered the harsh winter of the north before reaching the ocean. No one is building RVs. So, is she going to blow up my RV? Shinbei tilted his head, feeling it was inevitable. Otherwise, she wouldn't waste time flying over. He immediately climbed onto the roof, shouldering his sniper rifle, calmly watching the woman approach. Eudora also noticed the only person in her flight path who dared to look directly at her. In her flight path, everyone else was eager to hide. It was the first time she had encountered an ordinary person who could meet her gaze. The next moment, she heard Shun Bei's warning voice, strong and full of authority. This is my home ahead. Passage is prohibited. Chapter 212. You can't handle the power of this shot. Shun Bei stood on the roof, his back straight, as if supporting the heavens and the earth. With the sniper rifle in hand, he took on a rebellious posture and boldly shouted the most domineering words at Eudora, who was at the 10th tier. Passage is prohibited. For Shun Bei, he hadn't encountered many 10th tier abilities before. Apart from a few leaders of shelters who were obviously high-ranked, he rarely interacted with individuals of such caliber. It's not that there weren't 8th or 9th tier abilities within Shelter 36. There were, but they were merely acquaintances. If an ordinary person were to encounter a 10th tier, they would likely hide away early. However, Shun Bei was quite familiar with Yu Wuchang. Even with Eudora, who was also at the 10th tier, he felt somewhat immune. Of course, the most important confidence came from the sniper rifle in his hands. At this moment, Eudora, floating in the night sky, tilted her head. Her sparkling eyes seemed to be looking at a lunatic. Passage prohibited? What a bold statement. Eudora's final explosion was indeed aimed at Shun Bei's RV. She needed to blow it up to feel satisfied. Her obsessive-compulsive nature was kicking in. Eudora looked around. She was the only one there. While everyone else was hiding far away, cowering. She frowned slightly, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. Are you talking to me? Shun Bei immediately revealed an excited smile, showing his white teeth. Is there anyone else? Eudora chuckled, then burst into a tinkling laugh. Tell me, ordinary person, who gave you the courage to speak to me, a 10th tier ability user, like this? Eudora emphasized the words 10th tier, as if afraid Shun Bei, the fool, wouldn't understand. 10th tier. I am a 10th tier. Open your eyes and see clearly. While everyone else is hiding like mice, you dare to tell me I can't proceed. What? Am I supposed to turn back? At this moment, Shun Bei aimed his sniper rifle, the barrel lightly lifting. The crosshairs boldly and arrogantly settled on Eudora's forehead. Eudora laughed even more, supporting her waist with one hand, emitting a sound that was both mournful and laugh-like. Pitiful ordinary person, do you know what you're doing? Has no one told you how ridiculous that sniper rifle in your hands is? I truly thank you. Thank me for what? Shun Bei grinned back. Thank you for your stupidity, which has given me a moment of joy. No need to thank me, because even more ridiculous things are yet to come. Upon hearing this, Eudora composed herself, her long hair swirling wildly as if stirred by an invisible wind. I'm not interested in crushing ants, but if it happens to be convenient, I don't mind. As soon as the words left her mouth, Eudora slowly flew towards Shun Bei again. Shun Bei's sniper rifle followed her movement, the crosshairs firmly locking onto her head. I said, no entry ahead. Shun Bei's expression turned grave, his tone as chilling as an eternal ice cave, instilling fear in the soul. Eudora didn't take Shun Bei seriously at all. To her, he was just an insignificant insect. Speaking to an insect was a form of self-degradation. The arrogance of a superhuman isn't something that appears out of nowhere. But Eudora still suggested, go ahead and shoot, just don't tremble, and make sure you hit. If your aim is poor, I can conveniently move into your bullet's path. A sinister smile crept onto Shun Bei's lips, his eyes filled with a palpable killing intent. As you wish. His fingers slowly squeezed the trigger. Shun Bei knew that once this shot was fired, it would lead to a fierce battle. At that moment, Rock, who was commanding the defense and fighting the enemies in the distance, was stunned upon discovering Shun Bei confronting Eudora. A loud exclamation escaped his lips, drawing the attention of everyone around, whether they were allies or enemies from different shelters. Upon seeing this, everyone's expressions mirrored Rock's shock. Shun Bei against a 10-tier superhuman Eudora? What the hell? How dare he? To put it bluntly, a 10-tier superhuman could kill an ordinary person with just a breath. Is Shun Bei exaggerating? Has this guy lost his mind? That's a 10-tier. The sniper rifle is useless. Am I fighting or dreaming? Is Shelter 36 producing such mindless fools? It's laughable. I'll just give him 2 words. Haha. Stop, buddy. Let's watch the show first, and then fight. Both local residents and outsiders shook their heads and sighed at Shun Bei's reckless action of standing in front of Eudora with his sniper rifle raised. It's not just the outsiders who saw this as a death wish. Even the local residents who knew Shun Bei didn't have high hopes for him. Based on current information and rumors, Shun Bei's highest kill record was a 7-tier superhuman. If he were up against an 8-tier, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Especially since his PY deal with Chun and was well known. The power of the sniper rifle in his hands was indeed impressive, but now he was facing a 10-tier superhuman. He had crossed several tiers. All I can say is that Shun Bei has gone completely off the rails, to a serious and reckless extent. He has no awareness of his own limitations. At this moment, Rock is extremely anxious. Shinbei is being impulsive, and the outcome is predictable. Everyone else knows to avoid danger, yet he stands defiantly in front. Even though he knows that Yudula intends to blow up Shinbei's RV, that thing can be rebuilt. But if a person is gone, what is there left to play with? Currently, in Rock's eyes, the only ones who can save Shinbei are the high-level abilities from the shelter. But they can't get there in time. The Biological Research Institute is also under pressure. And Yu Wuchang is personally overseeing things, making it impossible to call for help. Even if they could, it would be too late. Time is running out. Damn it. Rock spat, wishing that Shinbei wouldn't be so conspicuous and reckless. Hopefully, Little K can show some conscience and give him a few bows and cries. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a crystal-clear glass bullet quietly lay in the barrel of Shinbei's sniper rifle, like a frozen ice crystal, patiently waiting to be awakened. Shinbei lightly pressed a button on the side of the gun, completely switching the shooting mode. In an instant, faint currents flowed quietly within the gun body, activating the high-density magnetic rails hidden deep within the barrel. An invisible force began to accumulate within the transparent pathway. Stubborn, aren't you? Shinbei asked one last time. Yudula ignored him, her fingers swirling with a white energy vortex, forming another energy bomb in her hand. The energy bomb emitted a blinding light, casting a contrasting glow on Yudula's face, making her look monstrous. The curve of Shinbei's lips matched the angle of his finger on the trigger. Click! The collision of the trigger caused the glass bullet in the chamber to suddenly light up. The previously stationary glass bullet was instantly enveloped by an electromagnetic field, transforming into a violent beam of light. The current coiled around it like a dragon or snake, forming a dazzling halo. A sharp, high-frequency oscillation ripped through the night. The sound of electromagnetic energy being released violently. The glass bullet, propelled by the powerful magnetic rail, burst forth from the barrel at an unimaginable speed, trailing a brilliant light tail, like a comet streaking across the sky, heading straight for Yudula in midair. That light tail sliced through the night, splitting it in two. As the bullet flew, the glass surface glowed red-hot due to high-speed friction, resembling a burning meteor. Yet Yudula paid no mind. She merely glanced at the ridiculous bullet, making no defensive moves. In the next moment, the glass bullet struck the center of Yudula's forehead. Crack! The glass bullet pierced a small wound in the center of her forehead, akin to a mosquito bite. Then, the glass bullet shattered, splattering its contents all over Yudula's face. Even more bizarrely, a layer of golden yellow hue immediately stained the wound, as if the bullet contained nothing but this color of liquid. Yudula rubbed her forehead and wiped her face, her bewildered expression deepening. She couldn't understand what this crazy man was trying to do. Bold and reckless as it may be to fire a gun, how could it shoot out a stream of water? Aren't regular bullets made of gunpowder? Eudora didn't think much of it and smirked. I can only say your marksmanship is commendable. Just don't embarrass yourself with a water gun. Before she could finish her sentence, Eudora suddenly sensed an incredible change happening within her body. It was a wailing from the cellular level, as if every cell was disdainfully expelling energy, like throwing out garbage. What was happening? A chill of foreboding crept into Eudora's heart. In the blink of an eye, she felt herself plummeting straight down, as if pulled by invisible chains. Boom. It was as if Eudora had been erased from the night sky. One moment she was soaring, and the next, she was on the ground. Why? Eudora clutched her increasingly painful forehead, golden liquid streaming through her fingers, and it kept flowing more and more until her palm could no longer contain it. Splattering out from between her fingers, this yellow substance began to spread from her forehead to other parts of her body, turning her originally milky white skin into a bright golden hue, seeping out the same golden liquid. Soon, Eudora's hands had completely transformed into a golden color, and the nails on her fingertips suddenly fell off, revealing semi-liquid muscle tissue beneath, and the tips of her bones had turned completely golden. Damn it, what kind of bullet is this? Eudora realized that the bullet shot by Shinbei was corroding her. Even her cells seemed to be retching, expelling energy. Simultaneously, flesh and blood began to fall away. The issue of flesh and blood falling off wasn't too concerning for a high-level ability user. Regenerating flesh and blood was a basic skill, but regeneration required energy. At that moment, Eudora's expression was filled with shock and disbelief. For the first time, she felt fear towards an ordinary person. This kind of bullet was simply a nemesis for ability users. Flesh and blood continued to fall off Eudora, regenerating repeatedly, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. Taking a deep breath, Eudora propped herself up with her arms and slowly sat up. With this movement, the charred skin on her body began to flake off, revealing well-defined muscle fibers beneath. Those muscles were still writhing, a horrifying sight. Eudora struggled to open her eyes, revealing a murky crystal of yellow and white, yet she seemed to be able to see, managing to stand up. She glared at Shinbei with hatred. the ability bomb in her hand growing increasingly restless. But by the time she looked in his direction, there was no trace of Shun Bei to be found. After firing several shots, Shun Bei had decisively sprinted towards the upper levels of the shelter without any hesitation. Upon realizing Shun Bei's movements, Eudora's expression turned icy. He still wants to run. Eudora staggered toward Shun Bei. In the initial few steps, she moved very slowly, clearly struggling to maintain her balance, trying not to fall midway. After 2 or 3 steps, the discomfort from the erosion caused by the N6 solution seemed to fade, and her pace began to smooth out. At this moment, much of Eudora's charred skin had already peeled away, making her look like a skinned beauty, with muscle fibers and blood vessels clearly exposed to the air. In that moment, fresh flesh completely covered her. "I want you dead." Boom. Eudora stepped down. The surrounding trailers shook violently like they were hit by a tsunami. Swaying like willow leaves in a storm, Eudora's figure shot forward like a streak of yellow lightning, heading straight for Shun Bei. At this moment, Niu Gangbin, hiding in the shadows of the trailer, widened his eyes to witness everything outside, gasping in shock. "I underestimated the power of the N6 solution. I'm truly insane." Chapter 213, Chase and Counterattack. Boom. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the air became thick. Eudora appeared frenzied. Her ferocious and twisted expression combined with the newly formed blood and flesh made her look incredibly terrifying. If there were any beings in this world more horrifying than the evil spawn, it was undoubtedly Eudora now. The overwhelming rage and vengeful aura made the onlookers struggle to breathe. "I want to see how you escape." Despite continuously losing energy, Eudora's mad demeanor filled her with a desire to kill. She laughed maniacally, blood tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. "Little mouse, little mouse, little mouse." Meanwhile, Shun Bei, running ahead, laughed loudly like rolling thunder, striking at his opponent's psyche. "Trash. Today, this little mouse is going to take a good walk with the dog. If you don't kill me, it'll be your lifelong shame." Eudora seemed to see her desired prey. Filled with joy and determination. "You are the most arrogant, ordinary person I've ever seen. Dying at my hands will be your greatest honor. You have to catch me first." Shun Bei taunted back while squeezing the energy from his armor. "Right now, it's you chasing me, so don't let me chase you. Do you dream of running while you sleep?" Eudora erupted with speed again, tearing through the air, creating a long wave of air behind her, crashing and roaring like a raging river. She rapidly closed the distance to Shun Bei. In her pursuit, everything in her path was shattered. Houses and the crowd frozen in their tracks were no exception. The buildings crumbled like paper as Eudora charged through without flinching, collapsing instantly. The stunned crowd was pierced through by the blinding light emitted by Eudora. She has gone mad. Eudora has been driven insane by Shun Bei. At this moment, enemies from other shelters, as well as local guards and residents, were all dumbfounded, watching Shun Bei and Eudora race past. A wave of shock, fear, and absurdity surged through their hearts, freezing them in place as if struck by lightning. The sky has fallen. They never expected that after provoking the 10th level being, Eudora, Shun Bei would incapacitate Eudora with a single shot. The scene of Eudora being shot and plummeting straight to the ground, only to have flesh and blood start to fall away, was truly shocking. What just happened? What was that shot from Shun Bei? How could he bring down Eudora? Was it some kind of special bullet? The power was terrifying. No wonder Shun Bei dared to shout for a prohibition on passage. It turns out he had something up his sleeve. However, even though Shun Bei's bullets were unimaginable, they did not take Eudora's life, and his situation became even more dangerous. He couldn't outrun Eudora, especially not at sea. He would eventually be caught. At this moment, Rock watched the chase between Shun Bei and Eudora, his heart racing as if it skipped a beat. He couldn't even figure out what was happening. The situation changed so rapidly that it was hard to accept. What should have been a scene of Eudora wreaking havoc while being in control suddenly turned into Shun Bei taking charge. Could this really be something an ordinary person could do? Rock shivered. It seemed his assessment of Shun Bei was wrong, absurdly so. Shun Bei dared to confront a 10th level ability user. What else was he afraid to do? However, for now, Eudora still had plenty of strength to chase Shun Bei, and it was uncertain whether he would live or die. At the same time, Rock turned his gaze towards Shun Bei's RV. He suddenly realized that there must be something or someone important inside that RV, which is why Shun Bei had to jump out to stop Eudora from bombing it. Shun Bei might sometimes act recklessly, but every step he took was calculated, at least ensuring that he did his part while leaving the rest to fate. If he wasn't pushed to the last moment, he definitely wouldn't have stepped out early. What could it be? Rock pondered. He considered whether to send someone to protect Shun Bei's RV. But then he thought again. If he sent someone over, the secrets inside the RV could be exposed. He suppressed his impulse and decided to maintain the current state, which seemed fine as well. Run, run, run with all his might. Although Shun Bei appeared calm, his heart was anything but. He had activated all the functions he could. A large amount of core energy was being consumed. especially the power module, which had increased its speed from a steady 90 miles per hour to an unprecedented 100 kilometers per hour. The visual display was flashing warning lights. The temperature inside the combat suit was gradually rising due to the high-speed operation of its components. But Shinbei did not initiate cooling. If he did, part of the power from the module would have to be diverted, and the speed would drop immediately. The God's Eye view from the clustered firepower disk showed that the advantage Shinbei had gained earlier was gradually being closed in on by Eudora. Despite the horrifying sight of Eudora's blood and flesh, he still seemed to have a lot of strength left. Shinbei cursed inwardly. This guy is academically challenged and has overestimated the power of the N6 solution. The rate of energy loss from destruction was simply too slow. In Shinbei's view, this N6 solution is effective, but the corrosion speed is too slow. Eudora still has the energy to catch up with him. If it weren't for him being a complete freak, someone else would have been defeated by Eudora long ago. As Eudora's figure quickly approached, Shinbei threw the sniper rifle he was holding forward. When Shinbei passed by the sniper rifle again, the mechanical arm on his back immediately caught the rifle still in midair. The mechanical arm held the rifle and adjusted its aim at the pursuing Eudora. Switching to the regular firing mode and firing directly. Bang, the bullet shot out as the muzzle flashed. Eudora seemed to be extremely wary of the bullet in Shinbei's hand, slowing down just a bit, and shifted to the left, narrowly avoiding the bullet. As Eudora accelerated again, he fell behind by more than 10 meters. You can do it. Eudora's eyes twisted with extreme resentment, raising his hand to launch an energy bomb that shot out like a hidden weapon, whistling through the air. The power contained within was immense. Shinbei immediately spotted the energy bomb launched by Eudora approaching in his visor. He pushed back with his hand, and the battle armor instantly glowed a deep red. While the energy storage of the power module plummeted sharply, induction disorder activated buzz. As Shinbei's hand gripped, countless invisible particle magnetic fields spread like smoke, silently weaving an invisible protective net. Just as the energy bomb from Eudora was about to engulf Shinbei, it suddenly seemed to hit an invisible barrier. The originally straight trajectory began to twist, as if gently nudged by an invisible finger, deviating and drawing a strange arc in the air, eventually exploding not far from Shinbei. Induction disorder completed. Shinbei licked his cracked lips. It's really burning money. Even if it's burning money, I have to fill this big pit. Shinbei's hand speed was incredibly fast, continuously charging the power module with energy from the crystal core. Meanwhile, Eudora, who was following Shinbei, saw his energy bomb, which should have hit, being directly pulled away by Shinbei with a wave of his hand. Are you really just an ordinary person? Eudora's expression turned incredibly bizarre. Shinbei's gaze grew increasingly reckless, with a smile that was indescribably ferocious and violent. What do you think? Otherwise, how could I be chased by you? Impossible. Eudora's voice was hoarse, his teeth trembling. Only abilities can defeat abilities. Then let me give you a free lesson today. Shinbei leapt up, the foot thrusters bursting with thrust, propelling him to the upper level of the shelter. Shinbei did not rush into the interior of the shelter, but made a turn and jumped into another shelter. Your understanding is pitifully narrow. There are two kinds of power in this world. One is energy, and the other is technology. You will never understand what they represent in your lifetime. But I can tell you, abilities will ultimately be defeated by technology. At this moment, Eudora also jumped onto the upper level of the shelter, closely following Shinbei. What a joke. The old world was dominated by technology, while the current world of survival is ruled by abilities. It's the ability users who are the true masters. You say 1-1 equals me. I believe that, but asking me to acknowledge ability users as the masters? Sorry. Your perspective. Before Shinbei could finish, he suddenly spotted Edward standing by the window of the leader's residence, looking confused as he watched Shinbei pass by. Shinbei cheerfully greeted him. Hello? This peeling lady behind me isn't from your shelter, right? Edward shook his head. Great, see you. Shinbei sped past. Where was I? Shinbei jumped over another shelter and shouted. Right? Your perspective does not match your hair. Eudora's lips curled into a cold smirk. When I catch you, I will definitely take apart your armor to see what's inside. Instead of being curious about my armor, you might as well worry about how much longer the energy inside you can keep up with me. Shinbei couldn't help but laugh out loud, because Shinbei realized that Eudora's speed was lagging behind. Or rather, she was always maintaining a 100-meter distance and could not close in. A Tier 10 ability user. Couldn't he catch up to an ordinary person? What a laughable situation. The two were racing like lightning, flashing from one shelter to another, continuously weaving in and out. While chasing and dodging, they were also constantly attacking each other. Shinbei was not just simply evading. While dodging the opponent's attacks, he was trying to lock onto her. The sniper rifle on his mechanical arm was set to rapid-fire mode, but it had yet to fire. However, Eudora was evidently very wary of the sniper rifle. Once caught in its crosshairs, she would decisively abandon her attack and swiftly dodge away, giving Shinbei no time to shoot. Occasionally, a few unfortunate souls would wander into the range of their chase and combat. They would suddenly freeze, standing dazed for a few seconds before collapsing with a loud thud, their bodies spraying out a colorful mist of blood. Shinbei planned to lead Eudora back and forth between the shelters until her internal energy was completely drained, then strike back. It was that simple. This process wouldn't take too long, 10 minutes, at most half an hour. He would create a new kill record. Round and round they went. All the shelters in the center of the sea were stirred. People stood on rooftops, watching the red armor streak by, followed by the sickly golden Eudora trailing behind. Almost there. Almost there. Shinbei silently watched the visual panel. The power module was at maximum capacity, nearing its limit. The internal temperature had soared above 50 degrees. A lot of sweat rolled down, pooling at his feet, making everything damp. Shinbei's life support system was also shut down. All non-essential energy was turned off. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and by the 22nd minute, Shinbei decisively slammed on the brakes, leaving a deep groove in the ground. Once the inertia disappeared, with a swift turn, Shinbei's gaze darkened as he chuckled softly. He flicked his light sword, and the purple blade shimmered like a ghostly dagger, charging towards Eudora. I told you, the moment I chase you, it's your end. Chapter 214. Let us see whose life is tougher. Reversing the heavens, a complete turnaround. Just moments ago, it was Eudora, fierce and relentless, pursuing Shinbei with threats and fury. But under the rapidly depleting energy, Eudora grew weaker. In fact, given Eudora's strength, catching up to Shinbei in just a few breaths should have been effortless. However, the real fatal issue was that once she expended a large amount of energy for speed, it was like connecting a 220V motor to 1120V. It would burn out instantly. No matter how much energy she had, it could not be used for speed, and any excess energy would vanish immediately rather than return to her body. This abnormal situation forced Eudora to barely keep up with Shinbei's pace. As time passed, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain high-speed movement. Even her regenerated flesh was beginning to slow down. The skeletal features of her face were exposed, dried, and itchy from the wind. Eudora immediately halted her pursuit and turned back. She needed to return to her shelter for treatment. Once her injuries healed, she would seek vengeance on Shinbei. However, Eudora's thoughts were merely her own wishful thinking. Shinbei provoking Eudora and escaping with his life was his skill. But whether Eudora could escape after provoking Shinbei depended on her abilities. Do you think you can run away? Shinbei's roar was like thunder, piercing and resonating painfully in her ears. Eudora turned to look back, seeing Shinbei daring to pursue her in the opposite direction. The playful expression he wore, akin to a cat teasing a mouse, showed a slight change, igniting her fury. You really have some nerve. Shinbei's eyes were fierce, dominating, and wild as he charged forward. What? Are you going to tell me that a starving camel is bigger than a horse? But I'm a wolf, a tiger, a leopard. The bigger I am, the better the feast. Eudora stood her ground, no longer fleeing. She knew she couldn't outrun Shinbei. His armor's energy surely came from a core crystal, the mainstream method of acquiring power in this wasteland world. As long as Shinbei had the money, he could maintain high-speed running for a long time. Meanwhile, her energy was nearly depleted. With so little left, it was better to fight than waste energy trying to escape. Eudora's murky eyes erupted with extreme hatred. You are nearing death. Shinbei felt as if he were a sheep provoking a lion, thoroughly amused. Everything is relative. In the next moment, propelled by the immense inertia of his charge, Shinbei suddenly leaped into the air. His right hand swung the light sword directly at Eudora. The sword trailed streams of plasma mist, with every particle falling like a blade, unstoppable and unbreakable. With a sweeping motion, the sword blazed like fire. The sword energy surged, radiating a chilling, killing intent. There were no tricks, just a swift and fierce attack. At that moment, Eudora's eyes widened to the extreme. She wasn't quite sure about the damage that the lightsaber in Shinbei's hand could inflict. After all, she had never encountered such a weapon. If it were an ordinary weapon, Eudora wouldn't have cared. Even in her current state, she would dare to let the enemy strike without fear of injury. However, Shinbei's approach was different from that of other abilities users. Eudora didn't dare to take the risk, even though she was a level 10 abilities user. She was intimidated by Shinbei and truly didn't want to gamble. In the next moment, Eudora rolled sideways to evade Shinbei's strike. Turning back, she furiously swung her claws, which turned into a blur as they lunged toward Shinbei. However, this was merely a feint. The real attack was when Eudora's tongue swelled up, resembling an inflated balloon, and then suddenly contracted, shooting a white energy projectile from the tip of her tongue directly at Shinbei. If it hit him, it would undoubtedly obliterate his armor. Facing Eudora's energy bomb at such close range, Shinbei had no time to activate any evasive functions. He knew he absolutely could not let this ability bomb hit him, but he was prepared. He suddenly crouched down, almost pressing himself against the ground. allowing the energy bomb to shoot past him. At that moment, Eudora reacted quickly, and after her first attempt failed, she unleashed another wave of energy and grabbed Shinbei's right hand. Explode for me. The milky white energy sphere erupted in Eudora's palm. A chilling sense of crisis surged through Shinbei. He was certain that if he were hit squarely, his armor and right hand would be utterly destroyed. No, even his entire body could be reduced to ashes. Although Eudora was already on her last legs, her counterattack was still something Shinbei could not withstand. An explosion. It would be an explosion that left nothing of him. He was extremely sure, especially since this time Eudora had charged up for a longer period. Unlike before when she could casually throw energy bombs. You little mouse, you will never outplay the old cat. Eudora held onto Shinbei's hand tightly. Her face twisted with excitement as she laughed maniacally. Can you still move? With me holding you back, all that awaits you is a dead end. Goodbye. Ordinary person who surprised me. Suddenly, Eudora squeezed every ounce of energy from within her, causing her body to swell up like a hydrogen balloon about to burst. Ability, Final Judgment. Activate. Shinbei's pupils constricted as he watched Eudora's transformation. His confidence and pride faced an unprecedented blow, and he genuinely felt a surge of horror. But how could Shinbei fall here? He still had a long way to go and grander plans yet to implement. A nearly incapacitated Eudora thought she could drag him into the abyss. Was all his hard work going to be in vain? Dying at Eudora's hands after being injected with N6 solution would be utterly humiliating. In a split second, Shinbei reacted swiftly, first discarding the lightsaber, then shouting, "Disarm." With a crash, the armor encasing Shinbei's hand instantly fell off, allowing his hand to pull back rapidly. Then, Shinbei suddenly lifted a foot and kicked Eudora hard in the chest, using the force to propel himself backward. The foot thrusters unleashed their full power, sending him flying away at top speed. Just as this process was completed, a massive explosion erupted. Eudora's heart was in turmoil, filled with extreme shock and disbelief. He screamed in a nearly frantic manner. How is this possible? He never imagined that Shinbei's armor could detach itself so quickly. Wasn't it supposed to take hours to put on? What kind of route was shelter number 36 taking? Was the technology really this advanced? Stunned, Eudora watched as Shinbei flew away like a snake shedding its skin, while he was left holding a trivial piece of hand armor. He was soon engulfed in the enormous explosion. A tremendous sonic boom, shockwave, and blast wave radiated outward from Eudora at supersonic speed, devastating everything in the vicinity. Where the white light of the explosion passed, chaos, fractures, disintegration, and destruction ensued, all transforming into icy mist and smoke, violently surging in all directions. Following that, boundless electromagnetic radiation and shockwaves spread out, only to be torn apart by the raging energy storm. The sky over the polar ocean twisted violently, as a terrifying hurricane roared forth, creating a sense of immense dread as if the world itself was about to implode and explode. This explosion was catastrophic. It was terrifying. Not only Shinbei, but even the unfortunate shelter had never witnessed such a violent explosion. In an instant, the shockwave mercilessly obliterated all buildings in its path. Everything on the Titan within a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer was utterly destroyed. Countless lives were instantaneously vaporized within this range. In distant shelters, people saw a blinding white light shooting into the sky, illuminating the entire night. Accompanying this was a strong tremor. Houses shook, glass shattered, and the sea was stirred into a frenzy. It was horrifying, a nightmare-inducing explosion. The explosion continued, the shockwave relentlessly chasing Shinbei, eager to bite down on him. Shinbei's armor output was at full capacity as he rapidly retreated. It wasn't until he flew a kilometer away that the shockwave passed by him. Shinbei was violently thrown to the ground, crashing through several stone walls before finally coming to a stop. Although the power of the shockwave diminished significantly, it still caused substantial damage to Shinbei's armor. The visual display shattered, the chest armor was torn apart, and the leg armor completely crumbled into pieces. One mechanical arm was left hanging by a single wire, resembling a broken limb. Other parts also suffered various damages, but the only relief was that the armor was still functional, and the power module was still operational. However, many functions have become inoperable, such as disorder induction, flying, diving, linked virtual scene mode, dazzling pulse, life magnetic field detection, vision magnification, infrared mode, adhesive climbing, current activation, color shifting, and so on, all completely disabled. Shinbei shook his head and glanced down at his body, noticing numerous new wounds with blood flowing profusely, perhaps due to the adrenaline surge. He did not feel any pain. Taking a deep breath, Shinbei gripped his revolver and stepped forward, charging recklessly towards the center of the explosion. This time, Shinbei suffered significant losses. His right-hand armor and the lightsaber were undoubtedly destroyed. He could not let Eudora live. His hatred could not be resolved. Soon, After navigating through the ruins, Shunbei saw Eudora on the ground, panting heavily and utterly exhausted. No energy left, huh? Shunbei taunted arrogantly. Next comes the moment when the tide recedes. Let us see who is left swimming naked. Arrogant little mouse, do you dare bite the cat? Eudora's expression twisted in shock, and with gritted teeth, she roared lowly, once again summoning her claws, exhausting her stamina to launch a surprise attack on Shunbei, aiming to tear him apart at the damaged spots of his armor. Eudora, devoid of energy, was left with only a shell of her former self. To put it in terms of an earlier era, it was like being sealed by Chizuru from the King of Fighters 97. Aside from basic skills, she could not utilize any abilities. It was now pure hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, Shunbei had no time for idle talk. His left hand darted forward like lightning, plunging into Eudora's claw shadow, followed by the sound of clashing metal and iron resonating together. However, it was Eudora who let out a scream. Although Shunbei's left hand was not as quick as hers, the subtlety of his movements and force were far superior to the hollowed-out Eudora. As Shunbei moved, he attempted to fire his gun but struggled to maintain accuracy. Eudora's close-quarters combat rendered Shunbei's handgun nearly useless. Several shots only managed to push Eudora away slightly, having little effect. Her claws were incredibly hard, able to clash with Shunbei's armor, but her arms and hands lacked that hardness. In the intense exchange, both Shunbei's left hand and Eudora's claws and arms suffered wounds. Tell me, who is swimming naked? Eudora's gaze was vicious, her lips curling into a near-mad grin. Her frenzied melee combat forced Shunbei to retreat repeatedly to defend himself. Shunbei's eyes twitched. He underestimated how tough Eudora was. Even as a mere shell, she was indeed hard to chew. In the next moment, Shunbei no longer hesitated. If he continued to expend energy like this, he might be killed by the incredibly agile Eudora. Want a hug? Shunbei asked sincerely, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. I want you dead. Eudora's furious expression was relentless. Shunbei laughed savagely and suddenly swung his right arm. The armor clanked as it transformed into a chain, instantly binding Eudora and Shunbei face to face, their noses touching tightly. This time, let us see who can withstand death. Shunbei's expression twisted into utter madness. Chapter 215, Biting the Enemy to Death. The battlefield shifted rapidly. Shunbei tightly bound himself and Eudora together using the chains of his arm guards. Face to face, they became almost a single entity, limbs completely restrained and immobile. Eudora lacked the energy to break free from the chains, while Shunbei relentlessly tightened the gears of his arm guards, squeezing the space between them. The flesh on Eudora's face had completely peeled away, leaving only her dull yellow eyes in their sockets, radiating confusion and venom. What? Do you want to jump into the sea and die with me? Shunbei's gaze was profound, revealing no emotion. You still don't understand the situation? No wonder you're doomed. As soon as he finished speaking, a cunning, brutal glint flashed in Shunbei's eyes. He opened his mouth wide, revealing neat white teeth. Only then did Eudora realize the horrifying implication, sending a chill down her spine. How could this be? A madman? Yes, a madman. Eudora immediately understood what Shunbei intended to do. She tilted her head and bared her teeth, attempting the same action. But it was too late. Ah, squelch. Shunbei struck first. With teeth, the hardest organs in the human body, he bit down on Eudora's throat. His eyes bloodshot, his face contorted with insanity. He became like a demon feasting on flesh, tearing through Eudora's skin and muscles like a starved hyena. A major artery burst, sending a fountain of blood soaring into the air. Shunbei's face and mouth were drenched in the metallic tang of blood. His crimson eyes, deep and merciless, narrowed as he viciously clamped down on Eudora's fragile windpipe. Crack! Like biting through brittle cartilage, his sharp teeth pierced it effortlessly. With a violent shake of his head, Shunbei gnashed his teeth and tore Eudora's windpipe away, spitting it out onto the ground as if discarding trash. The scene was unimaginably cruel, brutal, and merciless. Are you happy? Huh? Shunbei's breathing was heavy, his voice slurred, spitting blood as his hot, ragged breath sprayed across Eudora's face. Eudora's eyes bulged. The pain tearing through her like her soul was frying in boiling oil. She nearly passed out from the agony, though she could no longer breathe, as a superhuman. Such a fatal injury did not kill her instantly. She felt an indescribable dread. Eligay, Fong Fong Z. Shunbei laughed maniacally, his terrifying voice echoing like a tangible force across the battlefield. I warned you not to blow up my RV, but you wouldn't listen. Just because I'm not old, my words carry no weight? Stop struggling. No one can pull you back from hell now. Hearing this, Eudora's eyes filled with boundless panic and venom. The unprecedented defeat and humiliation drove her to the brink of madness. But it was futile. Eudora could do nothing. Bound all over, she couldn't even run away. If she could escape, she might return to the shelter and have a chance of survival, perhaps with a fake trachea installed. At least she could still breathe. At that moment, Eudora's vision began to darken, her earthy-colored pupils losing focus. With a clank, Shunbei released the chains, and both of them fell to the ground. Eudora had reached the end of her life and had no choice but to collapse. Shunbei, on the other hand, was simply exhausted. After a few breaths, Shunbei caught his breath and slowly got up, standing next to Eudora. With her last bit of strength, Eudora clutched Shunbei's ankle tightly, the armor around her legs creaking under the pressure. She roared in frustration, I am not willing. Shunbei's deep, unfathomable gaze revealed no joy or sorrow. His indifferent voice echoed, indeed, every ability user who dies at my hands is unwilling. You're no exception. Then, Shunbei picked up a dagger from the ruins. Before Eudora completely succumbed, the blade was cutting into her neck. The look in Eudora's eyes was one of utmost dread and shock, as if facing an unprecedented terrifying demon, her body and mind completely chilled. She could clearly feel the separation of flesh from flesh, a cold detachment, as if her entire body had been anesthetized. She could sense it, but could do nothing. I can't wait for you to die naturally. I'm in a hurry, so bear with it, Shunbei said expressionlessly. Squeak, squeak. It wasn't until Shunbei severed Eudora's head that she was truly dead. Shunbei used a stick to impale Eudora's head completely, resting it on his shoulder, glancing in the direction of Shelter 36, and walked toward it. Along the way, countless people watched Shunbei return through Titan. Though his battle armor was tattered, resembling a scavenger, the aura of slaughter he exuded made people shudder. There are some individuals who, even without speaking, can be recognized as relentless killers, chosen executioners. Now, as Shunbei carried Eudora's head, he was the type who could make others retreat just by his presence, without saying a word. Hiss that head. Was it from a tier 10 ability user? Dead. How could a mere, ordinary person kill them? My god, who is this person? So fierce. I wouldn't dare be so bold even in my dreams. The earlier woman was abnormal, flesh falling from her face. She must have been caught off guard by something, allowing this ordinary person to take advantage. You really think you can kill a tier 10 ability user? Would you even dare to look at them? This person dares to kill tier 10s. Their courage is astonishing. I don't know which shelter they belong to, but now they've stirred up big trouble. And that shelter affected by their battle is now a kilometer of ruins. Wherever Shunbei went, discussions and whispers followed. Shunbei and Eudora circled around the shelter, with everyone watching intently. In the end, the one who survived was an ordinary person. Who would have thought? No one dared to imagine. If you say an ordinary person with a rifle can kill a tier 3 ability user, you could say that's just luck. But once it exceeds tier 3, it's nearly impossible for an ordinary person to take down an ability user, let alone kill a tier 10. Is that something an ordinary person can achieve? That's just terrifying. At this moment, Shunbei ignored the gazes of others and hummed a little tune that others couldn't understand, walking leisurely. North-South Avenue runs east and west on the street. A person bites a dog, pick up the dog and smash it on the brick, only to have the brick bite back. There's an old man 99, drinking Winter Lotus. Just cold wine, never seen news, the smoke carries the camel. By the time he returned to shelter number 36, the sky was already bright. The fighting above had abruptly ceased. Bodies lay scattered, and the ruins were in disarray. The Biological Research Institute had almost completely collapsed, and without a doubt, the equipment inside that hadn't been moved in time was all destroyed. Another significant loss. At this moment, Yu Wuchang was anxiously pacing on the ruins. He kept directing other guards to dig through the debris, clean up, and throw the bodies into the sea to feed the fish. Dr. Badu was heartbroken. Such bodies were wasted, as being dead was more valuable than being alive. Shunbei yawned as he walked by. When Yu Wuchang caught sight of Shunbei, he called out, Shunbei. Shunbei turned back with an indifferent gaze. Don't say I didn't fight. I was killing enemies in the lower levels. Yu Wuchang shook his head. It doesn't matter whether you killed enemies or not. You could have slept the whole night. I want to ask you, did you see? What the hell is this? At that moment, Yu Wuchang noticed a head impaled on Shunbei's stick. During the day, Shunbei had also been carrying a head around, but it was hard to see the outline, resembling a blackened old man's head. Now that it was just brightening up, how did he end up with a white woman's head? You don't know? Shunbei proudly shook it. I was commanding the battle inside the institute. I left the lower levels to rock. Who is she? I don't know her, but she came up wanting to blow up my house. So I had to deal with it. Yu Wuchang said oh in response. It wasn't really surprising. Shunbei's strength, while you might say had limitations, always managed to do things that broke the bounds of imagination. He had gotten used to it. However, when Yu Wuchang sensed the residual energy in this head, he intended to deduce its tier, but there was not a trace of energy. Yu Wuchang earnestly said, you can teach him a lesson, but don't be too heavy-handed. He.S. just an ordinary person. Shunbei? Who's the ordinary person? I don't quite understand what you're saying. By the way, what was I going to say just now? Yu Wuchang rubbed his chin and patted his head, his expression suddenly turning tense and urgent. Right, Nyogonben. Have you seen him? He has been missing since last night. Shinbei leisurely replied, I already knew other shelters would target us, especially the Biological Research Institute. I anticipated it and have hidden Nyogonben at my place. Upon hearing this, Nyogonben let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Good. 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 You did very well. If he had really been at the institute last night, it might have led to irreparable consequences. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Shinbei also inquired about what would happen to the damaged houses and the deceased residents. Yu Wuchang's answer was very official and concise. Condolences. However, Shinbei did not perceive any deep sorrow or pain in Yu Wuchang, which felt oddly out of place. Shortly after, Shinbei left, carrying the severed head. At this moment, a guard approached Yu Wuchang and whispered, General, you may not know this, but the head Shinbei is carrying is not ordinary. I saw it. Huh? What did you see? Yu Wuchang asked, puzzled. We are quite far from the scene, and you might not have seen it from inside, the guard said, his face alternating between shock and excitement as he gazed at Shinbei's receding figure, filled with envy and even a hint of awe. He continued. Near the tail of the Titan, Shinbei was chasing and being chased by a 10th tier ability user. What? Yu Wuchang's eyes widened in disbelief, his brow furrowing sharply as if struck by lightning. A 10th tier ability user? How is that possible? A 10th tier ability user could eliminate Shinbei with a single strike. This is definitely not a joke. Even I wouldn't have that kind of confidence. Despite Shinbei's full armor, he would still be vulnerable in front of a 10th tier user. How could Shinbei possibly engage in combat with a 10th tier ability user? What qualifications does he have to do so? The twisted light in Yu Wuchang's eyes surged and finally turned into a hoarse whisper. So, does that mean Shinbei won? But why didn't I feel any energy fluctuations from that head? Even if an ability user dies, there should be residual energy, which could indicate their tier. But that woman's head had no energy residue at all. The guard shrugged. I don't know. Yu Wuchang's mouth twitched. I'm increasingly unable to understand this guy. In the vehicle, Shinbei threw himself onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said to Nyogonben, Do you have a father? Of course. Nyogonben rolled his eyes. My surname is Nyo, not Sun. I can't just jump out from between the rocks, can I? But my father has been dead for many years. Shinbei suggested, Then let me be your father. Nyogonben's mouth twitched. Why? Shinbei took out a glass bullet and very seriously said, You're messing with me, Nyogonben. Chapter 216. Can't hold it in any longer, just say whether you're messing with me or not. Shinbei's face showed some resentment. When he rescued Nyogonben and drove back from shelter number 8, this guy boasted about being able to dismantle the energy within ability user cells, turning them back into ordinary people. Contracting the N6 solution would definitely be a dimensional strike. At that time, Nyogonben felt like he could fight against anything. In that situation, Shinbei was also quite excited, believing that with the N6 solution and his combat skills, he could be invincible in the world. But then, damn it, a 10th tier Eudora almost sent him to meet his ancestors if it weren't for his armor being tough enough. Even though Eudora was the strongest ability user he had ever challenged, her tier was still extremely high. However, Nyogonben still believes in some of the claims made. The N6 solution is effective, but it takes too long to work. It's like having a chronic illness, although the enemy's strength is declining. This process is exceptionally deadly for him. At this moment, Nyogonben, feeling quite unconvinced, retorted, Look at what you're saying. Are you just starting to criticize after filling your belly? Let us not talk about anything else. Can you come back because you dealt with that high-level woman? To this, Shinbei nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but still replied unhappily, But it takes too long to take effect. I was chased for half an hour. Do you know how I killed her? He grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, and answered his own question. I bit her to death. Nyogonben's eyes twitched, and he instantly recalled the scene of Shinbei, like a hungry wolf, completely going mad and biting Eudora's neck. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Nyogonben gave a thumbs up. You really have a nature for this. Shinbei didn't want to discuss it further and said, You need to improve the effectiveness of the solution so it can instantly deplete the enemy's energy. Nyogonben crossed his arms and looked helpless. Let us talk about this properly. First, when I discovered the properties of the N6 solution, I conducted experiments using a low-level beast, which had very good results. That beast could originally breathe fire, but when treated with the N6 solution, it was immediately extinguished. This shows that the N6 solution is definitely effective. Then, I was marginalized and expelled from shelter number 1, and the experiment was completely destroyed and sealed. After that, I came into contact with spies from the caravan of shelter number 36, and you know the rest. As for your battle with the high-level ability user, to put it bluntly, this is the second experiment. The results exceeded my expectations, as it even caused the enemy to drop their flesh and blood, which is already quite powerful. It also indicates that the N6 solution does have flaws. The higher the level of the ability user, the slower the effect. This is undeniable and cannot be improved. Listening to Nyogonbin's mumbling, Shinbei could sum it up in one sentence. The N6 solution is almost a dimensional strike against lower-level ability users, while against higher-level ones, it can only be considered a means of attack. It still requires waiting for the effect to take place while protecting oneself and looking for opportunities to strike. This reminded Shinbei of his earlier encounters with Chasing Horse and Gon-Mo, where he had to evade for several days in the wilderness. They were only second-level ability users. Now, with the N6 solution, he could take down a 10th-level ability user in less than an hour, even though it almost pushed him into an abyss. This also taught Shinbei a lesson. A wolf must have enough patience. Instead of retaliating desperately when the enemy runs away, he should observe, follow, and pursue. Shinbei took a deep breath and admitted that he had been too fortunate recently and had become somewhat impatient. His expectations for the N6 solution were too high, which led to disappointment and caused him to lose even his basic hunting patience. He lowered his head and reflected on himself. A person who can recognize their own shortcomings is truly perfect. After a while, Shinbei raised his head and asked again, why can't it be improved? This is also a matter of particular concern for Shinbei. Nyogonbin gave an example. It's like a ruler. The limit is there. With a 5-meter ruler, you can't stretch it to 10 meters. Simply put, it has reached its limit. Just as Shinbei was about to say something, Nyogonbin interrupted him. Don't doubt my professionalism. Shinbei scoffed. What I doubt is your professionalism. He then said dismissively, let us leave it at that. There is not much danger outside right now, and Yu Wuchang is not worried about your safety. You can go meet him. Nyogonbin didn't linger. And as he was leaving, he remarked, contentment brings happiness. At least you have another means. Shinbei had already adjusted his mindset and replied with a smile. Don't think you'll get a thank you from me. We don't deal in that. Anyway, my philosophy is, wherever you go, I'll go too. Are you stuck with me? That's not quite right. Once someone finds the right connection, their fates intertwine. If I die, will you accompany me? I will live for you. Goodbye. Get lost. After Nyogonbin left, Shinbei tried to activate the battle armor. The power module was still operational. The Scorching Whirlwind engine was still in good condition despite the turmoil. As expected of an engine handcrafted by Chunin, it was quite durable. Once the battle armor was reactivated and self-checked, he found many damaged parts, even worse than the last time he was chased by the evil species. The pursuit by the evil species ultimately didn't reach him, but this time, the final explosion of Yudola was terrifyingly powerful. He was merely grazed by the shockwave, and the armor sustained most of the damage. If he had been at the center of the explosion, it would have surely sent him to the heavens, leaving no trace behind. Thinking back on it now still sent chills down his spine. Remove the armor, Shinbei ordered. However, the armor emitted a few distorted grinding noises before shutting down. The connection points were twisted and tangled, causing mechanical obstacles in the automatic armor removal. Shinbei sniffed, turned off the armor's power, and began to manually remove it. After quite a while, he finally managed to extricate himself from the crooked armor. Checking the wounds on his body, some were deep enough to see bone, while others were gaping. The pain surged in like a tide once the adrenaline faded, as if someone was sawing through his flesh and bones. Shinbei gritted his teeth and didn't tend to his injuries immediately. Instead, he stumbled and began organizing the equipment inside the RV. He threw each piece of equipment into the folding space one by one. This was the most urgent task at hand. People would definitely come by later, and he could explain if needed, but Shinbei didn't want to explain. Half an hour later, he stored the last piece of equipment into the folding space. The RV was no longer cramped, and the space was freed up. Only then did Shinbei sit on the floor and take out a medical kit. This medical kit was a standard one sold at Shelter 36. Some of the medicines and potions, he didn't understand their meanings, but the shelter knew that most residents were not well educated, barely able to recognize a few characters. So they simply tore off the scientific labels and described the medicines in plain, easy-to-understand terms. For example, the purple potion in Shinbei's hand clearly states, for external use. Apply to wounds. As for why it should be applied to wounds, it's naturally for sterilization. Why sterilize? What kind of bacteria are being killed? There's no need to write that down. Even if it were written, the residents wouldn't understand it anyway. It would just waste ink and paper. The most serious warning is about alcohol. There's a skull and crossbones warning. Do not drink, it can be fatal. Such a warm and simple reminder, indeed. It is evident that the shelter is putting in a lot of effort. After Shinbei cleaned the entire medical kit, he treated his wounds and wrapped himself in bandages. Lighting a cigarette, he sank into the sofa, remaining completely still, his body relaxed and his mind empty. The feeling of not thinking about anything is truly wonderful. It felt as if he was slowly melting away. Before long, Rock arrived, tossing some food to Shinbei. I thought you were here for my funeral. Shinbei grabbed the food and started eating heartily. Rock looked at Shinbei, who was covered in bandages, and swallowed hard. Missing a meal won't kill you. This flatbread is overcooked and burnt, What a waste of firewood. Shinbei commented. You really hit the nail on the head, Rock replied, cigarette in mouth. Right now? We're not lacking wood. Shinbei understood Rock's meaning. After Eudora destroyed so many RVs, there was a sea of broken wood scattered everywhere. Salvaging and drying it could provide fuel, but recycling it was nearly impossible. It was all blown to bits. Have you counted? Shinbei asked, taking a sip of water. Rock flicked the ash from his cigarette, expressionless, and said, more than 100 RVs destroyed, over 10 upper structures collapsed, thousands injured, and over 2,000 dead. Listening to the cold numbers, Shinbei felt little. In past wars, the number of injured was always greater than the number of deaths. Here, the opposite was true. This showed the strength of Eudora's energy bombs. They claimed lives right from the start. Is this good news for you, Wuchang? Shinbei asked without looking up. Rock was taken aback, then smiled mysteriously. How did you find that out? A top expert from the lower levels didn't come over. Shinbei wiped his mouth and looked straight at Rock. It's obvious that this is some sort of survival elimination game. Anyone with eyes can see it. Rock shrugged. Sometimes. The dead can also relieve some of the shelter's pressure. Shinbei pointed out the window in a clockwise direction, saying, the shelter directly next to us is led by Edward. They don't even have RVs, only elites. Yu Wuchang must be feeling something, right? Isn't he trying to build a shelter full of superpowered individuals? The living example is right in front of us. Rock pressed his lips together. I told you. That's not the same thing. I didn't intend to discuss moral issues with you. Shinbei leaned back against the sofa, his expression cold. I live my own life. And others have nothing to do with me. I'm just venting. Drink up. This beer will help you vent. Rock tossed over a can of beer. The packaging read Ha beer. Shinbei exclaimed, nausea. The two chatted idly for a while. Rock spoke again. Are you going to make an appearance tomorrow? Shinbei nodded firmly. I have to show up. Chi Yunlai still needs something from me, and I have to get it back. Rock didn't quite understand what it was, but guessed it had something to do with the past events. Take it easy, Rock said. Shinbei laughed. Do you think I was steady when I killed the 10th tier Eudora? Mentioning this made Rock excited. He rubbed his hands together, pulled Shinbei in, and jokingly said, if I take off my pants for you, can you make me as awesome as you? Chapter 217. Explosion of mysticism. I have to say, Rock had seen everything clearly last night. Even now, he was still shocked by Shinbei's audacity to kill. He had even taken down a 10th tier. Although he didn't know which shelter Eudora belonged to, no other shelter would dare claim it. After all, they still had to consider their reputation. If a 10th tier like Eudora had died at the hands of someone else, people would just shrug it off. But if it happened to Shinbei, it would be like the sky was falling. To put it bluntly, Shinbei was just an ordinary person. So what if he had armor? The question is, are you an ordinary person or not? This undeniable premise meant that Shinbei killing Eudora was a miracle. If an ordinary person can use such means, then other ordinary people can too. Like Rock, for instance. Although he had been an ability user in the past, he had long since been brought back to reality. In Shelter 36, Rock held a relatively high status because of the presence of someone formidable. But in other shelters, who the hell knows who you are? Rock didn't even dare to speak loudly with people from other shelters, fearing that he might provoke them and end up in trouble. He still lacked the means to protect himself, while Shinbei's unexpected performance wasn't just due to the confidence from his armor. There were some hidden techniques involved. So Rock decided to take the risk. He preferred to be in Shinbei's good graces to gain some information. At that moment, Shinbei felt a chill and glanced at Rock disdainfully. Aren't you just stealing business? If those women find out, won't they scratch you? Rock laughed heartily. Well, that's still better than having no means of self-defense. Shinbei's expression was calm as he slowly explained, I can only say that you can't handle it. To others, this might sound like shyness or embarrassment, but Rock understood that Shinbei meant he couldn't manage the techniques himself. Rock rubbed his chin, looking serious. Is there not even a glimmer of hope? Shinbei nodded. Unless your running speed can match my armor. The N6 solution wasn't a weapon of mass destruction, but rather a source of trouble. It would be better to extinguish Rock's hopes, making him cautious, which could save his life more effectively than the N6 solution. Rock yawned and shrugged. All right, I won't ask more. Just as Rock was there, Shinbei instructed him to help take out a toolbox. Shinbei began repairing the damaged armor, while also asking Rock to hand him some tools. A series of hammering and welding followed. Before the next upgrade, the appearance of the battle armor is beyond recognition. Even after welding, it looks like cracked glass, with traces of repairs everywhere. More importantly, the armor is missing a crucial part, the palm. Shinbei can't just conjure it out of thin air. He can only go to the Mechanical Research Institute to custom make one. As for the lightsaber destroyed by Eudora, Shinbei can only try his luck at the Institute to see if Hao Jian can recreate it. With a focused expression, Shinbei holds a 0-point energy welding gun, securing the damaged and cracked armor before starting to weld it bit by bit. A beam of bright blue plasma shoots out steadily from the nozzle, forming a high-temperature welding source created by high-energy ionized gas, adhering to a jagged crack like a metal centipede, welding it together. Why not just replace it with a new one? Is money that tight? Rock asks, puzzled. Shinbei replies calmly, I'm a bit nostalgic. Replace it? No way. The upgrading process is the most valuable asset. It's built on time. Accompanied by a slight hissing sound and dazzling sparks, the high-temperature plasma instantly melts the armor's metal, creating a smooth weld that tightly connects the metal on both sides of the crack. The welding gun in Shunbei's hand glides along the predetermined welding path like a pin writing precise code. With each beam's rise and fall perfectly matching the contours of the crack. The surrounding air is slightly distorted due to the high-temperature operation, emitting a faint metallic burning smell. Behind Shinbei, mechanical arms operate in sync, delivering welding materials and coolant at the right moments. Scales of patterns begin to form, and pieces of armor are continuously repaired. After more than an hour of busy work, Shinbei turns off the welding gun, takes a deep breath, and lights a cigarette to take a break. At this moment, he suddenly remembers something and turns to Rock, asking, Did you see Little K when you arrived? This guy hasn't come back since last night. Rock realizes that he hasn't seen Little K's figure during his time there. He frowns slightly and says, You didn't happen to, gesturing at his neck. Play with smoke bombs here, did you? Shinbei rolls his eyes. Am I that kind of shameful person? Rock's imagination is running wild, thinking he might have taken advantage of the chaos to get rid of Little K and then falsely accuse someone else. Even if Shinbei had done it, he would disdain such tricks. Rock shrugs, how would I know? Shinbei clicks his tongue. Last night was chaotic in the lower levels, with enemies from various shelters infiltrating. So it's understandable that Little K is hiding somewhere and hasn't come out. But now that it's bright outside, he should have returned unless he can't. Shinbei looks up at the ceiling and sighs. Life and death are fated. We can't force it. If Little K is lost, that's his fate. Just then, a voice calls from outside the door, I'm back. As the two turned their heads, they saw Little K joyfully jumping into the room. He looked like a child who had played outside all day, full of excitement and happiness, returning home for dinner. He was holding a small bundle made of tattered cloth, covered in dust, but uninjured. Rock laughed heartily, saying, Life and death are fated. Shinbei glanced at him, muttering, Damn mysticism. Little K didn't understand what Shinbei and Rock were talking about, but he was eager to share his surprise. He knelt on the floor, carefully placing the cloth bundle down and gently opening it. Look what I found. Little K cupped his hands, and a handful of blue crystals cascaded down from his palms. Shinbei and Rock's eyes nearly popped out. Core crystals. A whole bag full of core crystals. Even Shinbei had never seen so much wealth. The crystals refracted an enticing glow under the light, creating an extremely comfortable and mesmerizing effect. Rock exaggeratedly dropped his jaw, his tongue flopping around as he exclaimed, Where did you get this? You didn't rob some upper-class household, did you? Shinbei initially looked shocked, but then composed himself and said lightly, Rob? With Little K's skills. He couldn't even beat a dog. Little K squinted his eyes mischievously at him. I can definitely beat a dog. Oh right. Little K rolled his eyes and said, I found these. Found them? Rock tilted his head, suddenly realizing that it was likely during the chaos between Eudora and the enemy that some vehicles exploded, scattering gold coins everywhere. Rock hissed, Why can't I find anything? Little K sat cross-legged on the floor, raising his chin. Beige brother asked me to go drink. So I went, but the bar was blown up. When I crawled out from the rubble, I stepped on the cash register drawer. Rock. Shinbei. Then I went to a brothel. I thought it would be safer there. But before I could get inside, it was blown up again. Another small box rolled to my feet, and when I picked it up, it was full of core crystals. Rock. Shinbei. Then I ran back, wherever I went. There was an explosion, and every time it exploded, core crystals rolled to my side. I couldn't keep up with picking them up. Rock. Shinbei. Shinbei waved his hand. Come here. Little K crawled over to Shinbei, confused. Shinbei took a deep breath and waved his hand. Scram. Little K? Rock. Rock asked in confusion, What are you doing? Sucking in the luck of the European Emperor. Little K. European Emperor luck? Rock rubbed his chin, pondering. I feel like I've seen this term in old books. It means, after scratching his head for a moment. Rock smacked his thigh, sucking in someone else's good luck. Come here, let me suck in some more. Little K's mouth twitched, reluctantly allowing Rock to rub against him. Meanwhile, Shinbei was rummaging through the core crystals. There were various levels of core crystals. After a simple count and calculation, there were probably over 200 high-level core crystals. Shinbei couldn't help but click his tongue. He had risked his life on dangerous missions to gather enough money for the equipment to create the N6 solution. While Little K had it so easy. After going out for a while, not only did I survive, but I also found treasures along the way. It's true that comparison brings out the difference. Some people thrive, while others perish. Damn mysticism. Making money seems too easy. It's almost heartbreaking to watch. Shinbei and Rock exchanged glances, silently agreeing on a common front. This money is truly enticing. Rock coughed and said, Little K, do you know what it means to have a child holding a jade? Shinbei leisurely explained. It refers to someone who lacks strength but holds a fortune. easily attracting envy, robbery, murder, and treasure hunting. Exactly. Rock echoed. There's a key point and repetition in what you just said. Did you catch that? Little K, not being foolish, nodded and said, I got it. It's about murder. Right. Rock slapped his thigh and encouraged, look, your close ones are all here. With either my position or Shunbei's strength, we can help you avoid misfortune. Do you know what to do? Little K bit his lip and said, I know. Make this money disappear. Rock thought Little K's wording was somewhat off and gently corrected. It's not disappearing. It's merely being temporarily stored. We'll help you keep it safe, and you can access it whenever you need. We're doing this for your own good. Little K held the core of the crystal source confidently and replied, I'm not wrong. It's disappearing. Let me show you a disappearing act with the crystal source core. Shinbei's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he realized something, shouting, stop, before Shinbei could finish. A burst of blue light erupted from Little K's hands. The crystal source cores instantly vanished into Little K's palm. Rock finally reacted, feeling as if he'd fallen into a pile of burning coals, completely shattered, and screamed, what a disaster. Shinbei held his forehead, cursing under his breath. Damn, that was fast. Over 200 crystal source cores were absorbed by Little K. At this point, what else could be done but to choose to forgive him? Shinbei sighed and asked Little K, after absorbing so many crystal source cores, you must have lit up something in mysticism, right? Chapter 218. An invincible era for Little K? Little K's swift action seemed like he had already discerned Shinbei and Rock's ulterior motives since the moment he entered the room. All over 200 crystal source cores were completely absorbed by Little K. Shinbei and Rock could only shrug. Strictly speaking, this wealth was picked up by Little K. A result of his own luck, and thus it belonged to him to manage, reasonable and justified. After absorbing such a large amount of crystal source cores, Little K's mysticism indeed began to rise significantly. According to the distribution of other ability trees, one could light up at least 5 abilities, even more if it's a mixed bag. However, Little K showed no interest in other abilities and continued to channel energy into the mystical realm. The world of mysticism remained dark, resembling an endless universe with no visible end. 10 high-grade core energy sources disappeared without a trace. 50 high-grade core energy sources vanished, leaving nothing behind. 100 energy sources went down, and not a single splash was seen. At this moment, Little K felt a bit anxious. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, looking at Shunbei for help. Brother, I was wrong. After dropping 100 high-grade core energy sources, I can't see anything. Shunbei ruffled Little K's hair and laughed heartily. Now you know why no one dares to delve into the mysterious arts, right? But hey, you've chosen your path. Don't turn back until you hit a wall. A good horse doesn't turn back to eat the grass it has already passed. One must have perseverance, after all. It's all free. Rock rubbed his face with both hands and sighed, a bit frustrated. I suspect Little K is your offspring. He is so stubborn. What can we do now? Just keep going. Little K sniffled, not that he wasn't nervous. Over 200 high-grade core energy sources represented a significant fortune, and the mysterious arts had shown no results. It was definitely a big pit. But now that he had fallen into this pit, there was no way out. He could only grit his teeth and continue. He channeled all the remaining energy into the mysterious arts. After the energy was nearly depleted, in the midst of darkness, a new ability in the mysterious arts finally lit up. It's here. Little K exclaimed excitedly. Let me see what it's called. The Beast of the Dwelling? Hearing this name, Shinbei turned to look at Rock. Rock also shook his head in confusion. Don't look at me. I specialized in fire. As for other shelters, I'm not clear. So far, no one in our shelter has practiced the mysterious arts. Everyone says it's a big pit and fears going down the wrong path. I've never heard of what the Beast of the Dwelling is. Let us wait a bit. Let Little K study it for a while, Shinbei said casually. A brand new ability had appeared, with some explanation provided, but it wouldn't go into detail. The explanation had to be understood by the ability user themselves. For example, if an ability indicated, this ability can lower the temperature, does it mean it can only be used as an air conditioner? It's up to the user to interpret and apply it. In the time it takes to smoke a cigarette. Little K came to his senses from the mysterious arts and scratched his head, saying, it seems quite simple. Rock tilted his head. Simple? With over 200 high-grade core energy sources, how could it produce a simple ability? Little K described, this Beast of the Dwelling is actually the ability to assimilate with other materials and burrow into them. Burrowing into an object 1T cause it to expand. That's what the description says. Rock raised an eyebrow. Wall passing technique. Shinbei's expression remained calm. If Rock understood it this way, it seemed plausible. But is it really that simple? Maintaining a skeptical attitude, Shinbei gestured to Little K. Little K got up from the floor, cracking his knuckles, ready to demonstrate. This was the first active skill he had obtained after entering the mysterious arts. The first passive effect was luck. He was like a child who had received a beloved toy, eager to try it out. Standing by the wall, He placed one hand against it, channeling energy within him. Under the watchful eyes of Shun Bei and Rock, little K slowly passed through the wall and disappeared. Then there was a loud splash heard. Rock exclaimed in disbelief. Grabbing the fishing net from inside the house, he hurried outside and clumsily pulled the little K, who had fallen into the sea, back up. Fortunately, the Titan was currently stationary. It would have been troublesome if it had been moving. Rock tossed the drenched little K, who looked like a drowned rat, back inside. Little K coughed and sputtered, lying on the ground. Rock scornfully said, "What an idiot. Did you really not know that outside is the sea?" "I just got a bit too excited and forgot," little K replied softly. Rock snorted, a useless ability. Mysticism is indeed a big pitfall. Shinbei then asked, "Is there any other ability like wall passing?" He had never seen an ability user with such a skill. It was quite rare. Rock stubbornly replied, "Do you really need wall passing as an ability user?" Shinbei shrugged in response. That made sense. In this terrible world, who needed wall passing? If you wanted to steal something, you could just sneak out and pick the lock. If you wanted to go through a house, you could just charge through. They were essentially the same. It was just that little K's wall passing was a bit more polite. Rock wasn't interested in staying any longer. Waving his hand, "I need to go back and arrange for tomorrow's sale. When you go, try not to show your face. If anything comes up, I'll handle it." Shinbei disagreed. "I can handle my own matters." All right. You just want to cause trouble, huh? This is called adding flair." Rock nearly spat blood, shook his sleeves, held his neck high, and turned to leave. At this point, only Shinbei and little K were left in the room. Little K was in low spirits, soaked and refusing to change clothes, lying on the floor, feeling hopeless. He probably also knew that he had suffered a huge loss. 200 high-level crystal source cores had only exchanged for a wall-passing ability. If anyone was the fool here, it was undoubtedly little K. If this matter got out, he would be laughed at by other ability users for a lifetime. Such a large sum of money wasted would surely make some noise. Meanwhile, Shinbei tapped the table, the crisp sound making little K jump up. In the past, that sound meant Shinbei had something to discuss. Little K had to serve tea and follow Shinbei's orders. "Brother Bei, what's the matter?" little K asked. "Sit down." Feeling somewhat guilty, little K said, "I think I'll go fishing again, try to earn back what I lost." Shinbei smiled slightly, his expression brightening, his tone becoming elusive. "What rises must fall. Explain that to me." Usually, Shinbei taught little K a lot of knowledge, and he still remembered this phrase. It meant that when something reaches its peak, it will decline. Little K answered without thinking, then added doubtfully, "But I'm not thriving at all. I've been quite constrained." Shinbei silently chuckled. "That's the path you chose for yourself. Do you know what after the darkness comes the light means?" Little K suddenly looked up, sensing that Shinbei was implying something deeper, as if he had noticed something unusual. The one involved may be confused, but the observer sees clearly. Shinbei slowly stood up, lit a cigarette, and looked down at little K. "Think more, you've struck gold." Little K's eyes spun wildly, his mind racing. But he couldn't quite grasp what struck gold meant. Shinbei gave Xiao K a sharp look and said, "If it's a technique for passing through walls, why not simply call it that instead of the beast that resides? When you imagine yourself as a bug that can inhabit other food, everything becomes clear." After hearing this, Xiao K fell into deep thought, scratching his head, lost in contemplation. In fact, the description of the ability was already quite clear. It involves assimilating with other materials and burrowing in. This is not just a technique for passing through walls. It's an absolutely extraordinary ability. As long as Xiao K can harness his imagination and control it, he could become an omnipresent existence. Simply put, Xiao K can penetrate anything, even going inside a bullet and being shot out. Of course, if he doesn't T-control it properly, he might end up falling into the Earth's core and never come back. Another point to note is that after assimilating into an object, it doesn't T-change the object's external form, which implies something important. It won't T-suffer any harm. It also has the effect of being undetectable. After all, once assimilated into an inanimate object, the magnetic field wouldn't exhibit any signs of life. Unless he actively chooses to leave or the structure of the object is severely damaged, Xiao K wouldn't detach. Isn't that extraordinary? At that moment, Xiao K seemed to understand, exclaiming, "I get it." Then, he repositioned himself against the left wall, his figure flickering as he entered the wall. When he emerged again, he had moved to the right side of the wall. Excited, Xiao K even assimilated into a sphere and started rolling around. However, once he assimilated into a chair, he could no longer move. Seeing this, Shinbei drew another conclusion. Xiao K could control the motion of objects from within, provided that the object's functions allowed it, and it didn't cause direct damage to himself. A typical example would be that he could make a car move, but not a radio. With this thought, Shinbei called out, "Assimilate into the sniper rifle." Xiao K was completely stunned by Shinbei's imaginative idea. He touched the sniper rifle with one hand, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. "Fire!" Shinbei commanded. Click! It was as if an invisible finger pulled the trigger, and in an instant, flames erupted from the muzzle. The bullet pierced through the glass, traveling 1,000 meters before landing in the sea. Shinbei took a deep breath, secretly astonished. Great, a new way to play has been developed. Shinbei increasingly felt that this ability, the beast that resides, resembled the spirit of a weapon from a cultivation novel. Though the spirit clearly didn't possess the intelligence of Xiao Ke. Or perhaps it was a weakened version of intelligence. Of course, compared to genuine intelligence, Xiao Ke's computational power was evidently lacking, unable to fool anyone. It was better than nothing, though. Calling it a ghost would be more reliable. If this ability were used properly, it could be quite interesting. Finally, Shinbei had Xiao Ke attempt the ultimate experiment, assimilate into my body. This was something Xiao Ke hadn't even thought of. If he could assimilate with others, wouldn't that mean controlling another body? Even the Spider Queen would scream daddy. No, assimilating into other objects was just childish play. The real trump card is assimilating into others. Let's see if it can be done. At this moment, Little K swallowed hard, touched Shinbei's palm with one hand, and said, I'm here. Shinbei was also full of curiosity. Was the invincible era belonging to Little K about to arrive? Chapter 219. The sale of the second awakening potion begins. The results of the experiment were disappointing. Little K could assimilate dead matter and penetrate into it, but could not enter the bodies of living beings. The dream was shattered. It was thought that Little K would rise strongly, and while there was some rise, it was still far from invincibility. However, Shinbei had to admit that although mysticism was not known for direct attacks, this bizarre ability, when played well, could truly be unsettling. If it could be renamed, Shinbei would prefer to call it hide and seek. Waving his hand, Shinbei told Little K to leave. Little K clearly didn't think much of it. Just getting this active skill was enough to keep him excited and